What are your plans to celebrate 30?
Nothing. I don't like my birthday.
Why not?
Getting older.
And better.
Like wine.
That's right. Jokic is 30. Talked a little bit yesterday. It's the feeling of sort of sports mortality, right? It's that idea that you hit that first digit and it reads a 3. You have what feels like a large level of, okay, the end is at least in sight.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
So I viewed that as, damn it. As long as you kept the 2 in front, it felt like you were in good shape. But with where Jokic is at in his career, this season being the best season, not only that he's ever had in his career, that I would argue anybody has ever had in his career. Offensively, you averaged 30 points, 12.5 rebounds, and 10 assists on 58% from the field and 45% from 3. I don't know how much better you can do offensively than a season like that. It's really, to me, that simple. The question now leads to, and we'll get to the Four Nations stuff, and I got a lot of thoughts on the NBA and some news that came down.
What's the question?
I'm sorry, the NFL and a lot of things that came down yesterday. We'll get to that in a bit. The things that I noticed yesterday that I thought were really interesting were this. You're always wondering where the reinforcements are coming from. So you stick around for like a trade deadline or you stick around for a buyout market and you say, you know what? Is there anything that you can take from this that feels as if it would give you a boost heading into the postseason? And I'll start with the Nuggets. Some news that came down of guys who were in practice I thought really interesting. Because I'm not, I think Vic would give a lot better detailed sort of answer on this. But as far as guys who were on the floor during practice yesterday, there was a bunch that I don't know if I would have expected being on the floor. So the only person that was totally out yesterday for the Nuggets was Peyton Watson. That's it. Everybody else, including a couple of names that I don't think people would have expected. And I'll just give you the list right here. According to Michael Malone and the people that were at practice, Russell Westbrook, Michael Porter Jr. fully participated, which I don't think was some sort of shock. I think that they just held Porter out towards the end of the midway point for precautionary reasons. You know, he's somebody who's played in virtually every game for the past 2.5 seasons. Maybe he was dealing with a little bit of something. You're on a win streak playing against bad teams. All right, cool. You get a couple of nights off before a long break. Russell Westbrook, who's been off for a while, probably the same thing. Could he have played these last few games before the break? Probably. But why push it? Wait until after the All-Star break. Vlatko Čančar was active during practice, which we were looking for depth. And sometimes when your team is hurt, you can find depth in a place of just getting a guy back healthy. Now, I thought that he had a knee problem that was going to keep him out for the year. So they don't say participated fully, but they say he was active. And I don't know exactly what that means. And also this. Deron Holmes was able to participate in parts of practice today. Now, I'm not going to get into this like Jamal Murray from a few years ago thing of, hey, is there a chance he could come back right before the postseason and maybe I don't even know if that's something you'd want. Is a rookie getting his first NBA experience in the playoffs? You know, Mike Malone is, if there's one thing we know about him, it's all about trust, right? You have to earn your minutes on the floor, and especially if you're new here, it doesn't matter if you're a rookie or if you're some sort of 7-8 year vet like Dario Saric. You need to earn your way onto the floor. I doubt that even if magically Deron Holmes got healthy enough to be cleared towards the end of the year, that he'd be even allowed to play. But let's say that he did. I don't think Malone is throwing him out there in a playoff situation. Hey, here's your first minutes, Rook. Go ahead. The good news is that we finally have local sports on tonight, and that coincides with the Four Nations, but we have the Nuggets back in action. If you guys missed it, they play the Hornets, who played last night, and they beat the Lakers. LeBron with two different chances to hit a game-winning three, that game in L.A. last night, or a game-tying three, and missed both, so Charlotte walks away with a dub, and hopefully that means they're a little bit fat and happy because they don't get too many of those this year. Not to mention you're going now overnight, flying to go take on a rested Denver Nuggets team on the road in altitude. Should provide the proper recipe pieces for a butt kicking. By the way, here's Malone from yesterday asking who's going to start against the Hornets.
You really don't think I'm going to answer that question right now, do you? All I'll say is that it's great to have options. We have a healthy team, and obviously Russell Westbrook's done great things for us. Christian Brown, this last 8-game stretch, is playing just incredible basketball. And so people say, oh, that's a tough decision. I look at it the opposite way. I'm really fortunate to have a tough decision to make where you have quality players that have really impacted winning. And that's what it comes down to. It's never about one player. It's about what's best for our team. And as we approach tomorrow night's game in this final stretch, we'll do what we think is best in that moment. And it could change. I mean, like we've seen it change throughout the season. But we'll make that decision tomorrow night and kind of give that a chance to continue to grow.
I think this is pretty easy. You leave the starting five the way that you planned it. I, for a minute there, was talking about maybe you start Westbrook and bring Christian Brown off the bench. Christian Brown has earned every single second to be on the floor. He, to me, is not movable in the starting lineup. He deserves it. You aren't benching Jamal. You aren't benching Joker. And that leaves your other two options as MPJ and Aaron Gordon. I think Aaron Gordon's too important defensively. And Michael Porter Jr., in the last, 3 games that he played before he was out, he scored 30 points apiece. I think you ride with that. Westbrook comes off the bench as the spark guy. You can stagger his minutes with starters too and sort of change around the pieces where you see fit. To me, I don't think it's that hard. Remember, it just feels like it's been forever since we watched a game between the Avs and the Nuggets. The Nuggets finished that break on an 8-game win streak, by far the best in the NBA. I mean, the second closest, it might have been the Lakers going into it, but they lost last night. The second closest now is Cleveland, who's won 4 straight. But you're on an 8-game win streak. You don't mess with any of that. You put those guys back out on the floor, and you hope you pick up where you left off. And I think this is a pretty good landing point post-All-Star break, taking on a Hornets team who only has 14 wins on the year, just got one last night, and now has to fly to Denver from L.A., land late, and play in altitude. Again, sounds like a winning recipe to me. Now, on the Avs side of things, to me, just as interesting. Because we were all hoping that you get past this Four Nations deal, and you're going to get guys like Manson and Valnichushin back. And here's a report yesterday out of Avs camp. Missing in practice yesterday was still Josh Manson, Logan O'Connor, Lehkonen, Sammy G, Taves, McCarr, and McKinnon, and obviously they have different reasons as to why they're missing those last three especially. But just something to keep an eye on. I did see this from Evan Rawal yesterday where Wedgwood went down in practice, so maybe Moser will have an update on that a little bit later.
Actually, Jared Bednar. Wow, there it is. Okay, Flem's gone. I can tell you Jared Bednar was asked that question after practice yesterday, and he said that the injury, not as bad as it may have looked in the moment.
Okay.
A little bit, yeah. Well, when I went down, because you just look over your shoulder, I said, well, like, you see the goalie down, and he's, like, in obvious pain and discomfort, and you're thinking the worst right away, like, was it a groin? Whatever, and he got hit in the jewels, and I was like, oh, thank God. I'm sure he didn't want to hear that, but I was like, yes. Good. See you back out here in a few minutes.
Okay, so that's a good update. Again, it's so funny, dude. You don't know how to explain this to someone who doesn't have the required equipment for that injury. It feels like death. You think you're going to die. I know this because I wasn't looking. This happened a couple days ago, and baby Jamal Cale decides to take a full sprint and jump on the couch when I'm sitting down. And it was as if I got hit with a shotgun blast. There's no other way to put it. So good news on the Wedgwood front. But
the thing I wonder, though, is you'd think that goalies wear protective equipment. So what magic bullet
that's what I was
puck
wondering,
worked
yeah.
its way? Did he get – well, I don't know. Am I allowed to say the word that rhymes with ain't?
yeah, it's taint.
Did he get hit in the
Yeah.
taint? Right.
Maybe.
He got a taint stinger?
Maybe. Like, look, I don't even know what the drill was that they were doing. I couldn't find anybody saying, like, all I've seen is Wedgwood down on the ice for a few minutes in a lot of pain, trainers checking on him, Wedgwood left the ice, Avs down to one goalie. Like, that's all the stuff that I saw yesterday. But, again, here's the good news for the Avs. Val Nichushkin was fully there. And all I've been waiting for is to watch this Avs team that's been sort of like rejuvenated with the Netchus and Drury trade to build a little bit more depth. And what does it look like when you throw Val Nichushkin back in the lineup? Like, I think that stuff is fascinating. And it could provide for some really fun hockey in the post-Four Nations part of that schedule. Like, here's what we're looking for, right? It's both the Nuggets and the Avs just making a push at the end of the year to have you feeling as if they are one of the top, let's call them 3 teams in the league. Like, if you were to stack up all the teams in the NBA and the NHL, or the Avs and the Nuggets somewhere that you would consider in the top 3. I don't necessarily mean in the standings. Like, the Nuggets might very well be there. I think it'd be really hard for the Avs to get there. But I'm talking just kind of purely from feel. Because the Avs right now, they're sitting at 68 points. The teams that are more than that are Minnesota at 70. Dallas at 72, Winnipeg at 81. On the other side of the ledger, in the Eastern Conference, the Leafs have 68 and the Florida Panthers have 71. Hurricanes have 70. Capitals have 80. And then you got Edmonton, Vegas, both at 72. So there's going to be a few teams ahead of them from just like a point standpoint at the end of the year, but I'm talking about just on the way it feels. You know, there's been a couple of moments in which I've gotten that 2021 sort of push, or 2022 sort of push with the Avs, where if they got Wedgwood playing really well in net and they still have most of their guys on the ice, specifically your big dogs in. It used to be the trio of McKinnon, Makar, and Mikko. Now I'd throw in there, if you give me McKinnon, Makar, Netchis, and Val, I think you're in great shape. So all of that's going to start a little bit later. Four Nations, last game, U.S.-Canada tonight. I want to ask a question about international competition. And something that I've noticed over the past couple of years, and I don't know what it is. I got a theory on, I think, dampened interest overall in things that you would originally consider must watch. But this Four Nations is about as must watch as some sort of international event that I can remember in a long time. We'll get to it next.
I've loved the intensity in the tournament. I think it's been a great tournament so far, and I would hope that our guys are playing with that intensity like through most of the regular season. It's hard to do it every game for 82 games, but the games matter and they know that, so they play for keeps. It's gonna have to it takes another step when it comes to playoffs and in some important games down the stretch run. Like there's no question intensity gets up, the physicality, and it gets like there's less time and space to be able to move as the season goes on. And coming out of this break, I'm sure every team in the league is going to start like really honing in on things as we do. So games are going to get more difficult. So it's not going to hurt them to play, intense games and physical games. And I'm glad they get to play best on best and play for their country at this time of the year. It's been great to watch.
It's Jared Bednar talking about the Four Nations, and I think he's right. That's one of the things that shocked me. It felt like the intensity in these games were higher than like most regular season games that we've watched this year. Just as far as the hitting, finishing your checks, like all that different stuff that I thought maybe takes a step down in, quote, exhibition play, because that's what this is. But it hasn't. It's actually picked up. And so here's the thing I was thinking about. And you guys tell me if you think I'm off base here. Like, I got almost all of my friends are big sports people. And they watch and consume everything. And I was talking to a couple of them last weekend. And we started talking about, hey, what day is it? Like, where are we at in the calendar? Gosh, it's mid-March or mid-February. Right around the corner is going to be the NCAA tournament. And they said, how much college basketball have you watched this year? And I go, honestly, not a ton. I got Avs and Nuggets games and I'm watching every night, and then they take a break, and then it's like, all right, we just got done with football, and now it's the Four Nations thing, and sometimes you just want a night off from watching any sports. Like, all of that is kind of what we were discussing. And then they said, what's weird? The NCAA tournament used to be something I take a couple of days off of work. I make sure I'm at the bar. I consume every minute of every game, especially for the first couple rounds. And last year wasn't like that. And I started thinking about it, and I go, I kind of feel like the same kind of way. Like the way that I felt about that tournament 5 years ago and the way I feel about it now is different. And I don't know, maybe it's a byproduct of COVID, because they took that year off, remember? And then it was, the rule changes in college athletics where it's a new team every year and guys transfer everywhere. Like, I don't know what the answer is, but I kind of agreed. And I think most sports have kind of felt that. Like, if I ask you guys right now, the NCAA tournament or college basketball in general, are you more into it now or 5 years ago? And maybe I'm just getting older. Like, that's also another thing. Maybe I'm just getting older and I don't care about things as much anymore or whatever. But college basketball, care about it as much now or 5 years ago? Okay, fine. How about baseball? You care more about it now, or did you care more about it 5-10 years ago? Okay, how about the NBA? You care about it now or 5 years ago? Like, all of these questions I'm asking, it feels like most of the answers to the average casual fan are probably going to be, yeah, a few years ago I felt like I cared about it more. And I don't know why that is. And that's why I think that the NHL is in such a unique position here, is that they have a level of care within this Four Nations tournament that they just kind of made up. They're just like, we aren't doing the All-Star game. This sounds like a cool idea. Let's do it. And it could have been a total flop. If guys didn't take it seriously, if they didn't truly care about it, if they didn't feel like playing in it, like, it could have been a flop. But it ends up being one of the better things that I've watched from a sporting standpoint in a while. And go ahead, Nelly.
I was going to say, I think to your previous question, I have an answer for college football. And the answer, nice crack there,
yes,
bud. What are we ripping?
Just a little carbonated water.
Nice. I think the only sport that I can give an answer to definitively is college football. And I can say, if it weren't for Dion making me care about CU in a way I hadn't for years.
It's a great point.
If it weren't for that, my caring would be a lot less because of the transfer portal. I mean, if we've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. We don't know who's going to play on any roster on any given team. And I don't know if that same argument holds water for college basketball, though, because all the blue bloods do the one and done thing every year anyway. So the best players play for 1 year and then leave. That's been the thing in college basketball for years now. So
I think it's a great point, Nelly, and especially here, like we were so incubated in this like sort of vacuum of insane interest because of the Dion stuff. Because number one, it's Dion. Number two, you captured the entire sports world for a minute. You know, it wasn't just college football fans. You had people who didn't care about college football. They're like, I got to see what Dion's going to do over at CU. You just caught lightning in a bottle in that sense. But if college football is a weird one because
college football,
it's, how do I put this? It's so regionally sort of centered around things. Like, I guarantee you, Nelly, if I ask a Bama fan, do you care more now or 5 years ago, they'd be like, dude, I care just as much. And you're like, okay, I get it. There's some markets that are just like that. But on the whole, this is basically just for casual fans. I think most of these answers are, yeah, I felt like I was more into it 5 years ago than I was now. And that all applies except for the NFL, who continues just to rack up insane numbers year in, year out. But this, like, I'm telling you, Nelly, whenever somebody would try and get me excited about the Olympics, I'm like, okay, there's a few events I'm going to watch in the Winter Olympics. There's a few I'm going to watch in the Summer Olympics, but I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to be gung-ho about it. I never have been. I'm like, there's a whole bunch of things I just don't care about, and I'm not going to watch, okay? Depending on if it's summer or winter, it's the same kind of stuff. Like Summer Olympics, I watch the swimming events, and I watch some of the gymnastics stuff, and I watch, the basketball. We have stuff that we watch in these. But whatever they did here has worked. And it's got me as excited for any international sporting event in a long time. And I'm trying to think of, like, what is the next highest thing? Maybe, was it back in, like, 2000, I forget which years the World Cup is on, but the men were in it, and they're playing against Portugal with a real shot to kind of make it to the later rounds. It was like Landon Donovan's team. I forget what year that was. I was really into the U.S. World Cup team then. Like, couldn't wait for that Portugal game. Like, went to a bar 2 hours before the game to make sure I had a seat. And I still remember it was one of my most... I was so entertained by the atmosphere of it. Because it's one of those things everybody just jumped on board. And so I think the U.S. took like a 2-0 lead in that game. And Nelly, I'm at this bar where everybody's... You're shoulder to shoulder. You can't move. It's me, my wife, couple of friends. And the U.S. scores, and everybody just throws their beer in the air. And you're leaving the bar soaked in reeking of beer, and nobody cared.
I think 2014, that was the year that they actually made it out of their group stage, and they won a game. And that was when they had Rapids.
Yes.
They had Rapids legend Tim Howard in net, the Secretary of Defense. That was before his Rapids tenure. And I think he set a record for most saves in a game, that one that they won, and then they went on and lost in their second game of the group stage. But yeah, that was absolutely electric. As for what you were saying about the Olympics, I think what drives people's interest, and mine is, I'm trying to think about how to say this. I have more interest in the accessible sports where I can kind of conceptualize how hard it is.
Yeah.
Or I've played those sports. I've swam before. I know how impossible the butterfly is. So when I watch Michael Phelps, it blows my mind.
Right.
When I watch luge or bobsled, I've never sniffed a bobsled. I don't know how hard that is. I don't know how hard it is to cross-country ski and then shoot a target.
Right.
Okay, perfect example. When I was at CU, I went to the X Games in Aspen one winter because a buddy of mine, his mom lived in Aspen, so we got to crash for free, which saved us like $2,000 instead of an Aspen hotel room. And we were watching, I think it was freestyle snowmobiling, where you would go around this half loop, you'd hit a ramp, do a trick, and then land, and then you'd go back around, go off the ramp, do a crazy snowmobile trick. And the crowd was kind of into it, But
you don't get it because you weren't taking snowmobiles off ramps.
exactly.
Like
and,
you don't.
And so the commentators were like, "You better give it up for that one, Aspen. That was a triple cork 50 side 20. That's the second hardest trick." And we'd go, "Oh, that trick's hard."
I'll
Okay,
give you a perfect example, Nelly, of what you're talking about. Is I've always said that Shaun White is the best snowboarder I've ever seen, and the reason why is because I've never skied or snowboard. I have, but just I haven't for. I don't know how to say it. I've tried it, but I don't do it. So I've never done it before. I don't know anything about it. I have no idea how hard it is when I watch these X Games or whatever that are doing those tricks on the half pipe. Like, I have no idea what I'm watching. I have no idea what's difficult and what's not. All I knew when I was watching that, though, was I saw Shaun White do it, and he was way better than anybody else. And I can't explain how he was better, but he just was. And it was clear and obvious to me. And I go, if I can tell and I know nothing about this, then he is by far the best at this thing.
I mean, you also just related to him because he's a pasty ginger kicking ass in the sporting world. You go, we don't get many of these.
You want to know what's rare about him? He's one of the few redheads that I think women found really attractive for some reason. They don't exist. I've said this all the time. Redheaded men are not attractive people. I'm not an attractive person. Redheaded women can be beautiful. Redheaded women, you guys are in the clear. You guys, no problems whatsoever. Redheaded men have a real problem. And somehow, Shaun White, skirted the lines there. Yeah, see, you look at Ed Sheeran, you're just like, if that guy didn't play guitar, there's not a single woman that wants that. And Ed, I'm saying that as a man who has experienced this. You think that I walked into a bar and turned heads? Please. I had to speak to people. There's a level of deception in my marriage that my wife is totally unaware of, that I've somehow convinced her that this was a good idea for the long term. And that's only coming by way of persuasiveness, which is an asset of mine. I will say this, I am persuasive. But here's the thing about this Four Nations. I'm as excited about it as I've been for anything internationally in a long time. Texture says, what about U.S.-Serbia this past summer? I was excited for the game, but here's the difference. I didn't have the same amount of... Sorry, I got distracted. I'm looking at DMac on 9 News this morning. Whoa. I didn't have the same amount of true, real, I want to beat the snot out of that team. Like, I was conflicted. I wanted the U.S. to win. But I also had, the soft spot in my heart for Joker. It was different. I don't want... And even though I love McKinnon and I love McCarr, I hated some players on the U.S. team, and it made it tough. I don't feel that way today. I want the U.S. to win by 9 goals. And I want us to shove it right in Canada's face. And there's another aspect that Vic was talking about yesterday about, you're the underdog in this game today, and you weren't with the U.S. and Serbia. There's just a lot of different factors to it. But you give me a story where the U.S. is a little bit of an underdog, it's a lot easier to jump on the wave the American flag, stars and stripes, old glory, all that stuff. It's a lot easier to get on board with. Bottom line is this. As successful as you could get on this tournament, and you got one more to go. I heard some people discussing the idea of, hey, these are, a few extra games that these guys are forced to play in really intense situations. Could that sort of backlog some fatigue for the second half of the season? I don't think that's the case. I think they're going to be just fine. But still, you got one more game to get through, hopefully healthy, and then you can start that back half of the season. Texture says, some of us can actually get tan and get women, talking about this must be a fellow redhead. Adam on the text line. Now, Adam, I want to tell you something. I cannot get tan, but I told you, I'm persuasive. I've convinced at least a handful that it was a good idea. But I needed to speak. that actually led me to, I guess, doing this job. It's like, you know what? Maybe I should just try and do this for the rest of my life. Convince you guys that things coming out of my mouth are good ideas.
And we know that you at least convinced one woman to have a child. And there you go. And you named your kid after another pasty baby face, Kale.
And you know what? My daughter is a pasty baby face with red hair. So I know it's mine. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So there's something in the NFL I want to get to that I think is big news, actually. I think it's big. And people are going to make a one-to-one on what happened yesterday that I think is a little bit faulty logic, but this does matter, I think, a lot for the Broncos' offseason plans. We'll get to it next. Oh, yeah, producing today is the very famous Barry White. Always good to have him behind the glass for us here, pushing all the ones and twos. It's a good man, that Barry White. You know, I've tried, you know, this is like my I guess, era of music, Nelly. I still can't find any time that I would listen to this, including the time that you're thinking of. I don't think I would do it. Including that time.
So when you were making Baby Jamal Kale,
Yeah,
you didn't start off with a little Barry White action.
I think it would be so corny that nobody could actually get past it.
You know, right now, my ideal job would be guy in all-male R&B group who can't sing, but he gets the talking part in the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, they get like Sean Stockman, he's taking his solos in Boys to Men, and he's doing all his runs, and then the guy comes in the middle, he goes, "Hey, girl, I know we've been playing this game
Yeah.
for a little bit, but why
That's
don't
an
we stop?
important role in those. It's an important role because it brings a little sultriness to it
Why
when it
don't
was
we
a lot of
stop playing
crooning
games?
before.
Let's quit playing this cat and mouse, Brett."
Well, listen, news yesterday that I think is really big. This from Dan Graziano. The NFL informed teams that the 2025 per-team salary cap will fall in the range of $277.5 million to $281.5, way up from last year's $255.5. That means potentially $22 to $26 million. Now, it will take at least a helping off of the hurt from the Russell Wilson deferred contract that you still have 1 year left on, which I think this year is $35 million. And we'll talk to Jeff Laywald later about this. It'll help with that, but I don't look at it as a one-to-one. A lot of people try and do that, like, oh, so Russell Wilson didn't cost us $35 million. He actually cost us like 10. And I'm like, no, because that's money you could have had in excess had you not had the contract. It just, in my head, it doesn't compute that way. You know, this is, what does my wife call it? She calls it girl math, I think, where she says, all right, I bought something, but I returned it, so now I have $30, and I bought something else for $30, which means that's free. And I'm like, no, it's not free. You just took the $30 that you wanted to spend on something else, and you spent it on this other thing. That's not free money. And it's like people are doing a lot of girl math on the Russell Wilson stuff. Not how it works. But bottom line is, you have a lot of room to play with now in free agency, depending on where you want to go. And I continue to see some of these things about, hey, T. Higgins, if the Bengals let him go, then the Broncos are the favorite to land him. And I just don't see why. I don't see why. Again, I am not going to be upset if they landed T. Higgins. But I think that's a giant amount of money that could be more tactfully spent elsewhere. I'll give you an example. The one argument that I could see that I thought of that if you really wanted to sell me on T. Higgins, I think is the best way to sort of present the argument is to say, T. Higgins, and this is what's going to be difficult, Nelly. I'm going to pause that point for a second just to say this. Jamar Chase is looking for $40 million a year. That's the latest report. 40. And you know what? It's why I tell people all the time, it's why I didn't have a problem with George Payton doing this with Russell Wilson. If you know you're going to give somebody a long-term contract, the earlier the better. Because the longer you wait, the longer somebody else is going to top the last guy's price, which is going to make the price for the guy you're trying to sign higher, and it's just going to keep going and going like domino effect.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
This is where Cincinnati has been stupid and will continue to be stupid. They do not do it. Like, they knew they were going to pay Joe Burrow, and they waited. And look, was it going to save them a bleep ton of money? No, but maybe a few mil. But because you wait, you get to watch somebody else get the next biggest contract, which means you have to top that one now. It's just stupid to wait for something when you know you're going to pay somebody. It's why I'm sitting here looking at Nick Bonito like, guys, get the deal done. You know you aren't trading him. You know you aren't getting rid of him. Sign him to an extension now. Do it before there's another, like, TJ Watt type of contract on the market. Like, I don't know who the next guy up would be, probably Micah Parsons. Don't wait for that. Don't wait for Parsons to get signed. I'm not saying that Bonito would be the top of the market, but still, you'd be basing his contract off the guy who is at the top. So get the deal done. And what Cincinnati has done forever is wait to the last second, which means the price goes up and up. Had they signed Jamar Chase last year, Nelly, maybe he's looking at something like $31, $32, $33 million a year. You wait another season, now it's 40. It's just stupid. And so in the case of T. Higgins, I don't know what his number is going to be. But if Jamar Chase is looking for somewhere around 40, and now that news is out there, he's probably saying, well, I'm at least 30. That's just a lot of money for a wideout. But if you wanted to sell it to me and package it the right way, you'd tell me this. You're signing T. Higgins to have him on a roster with Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims for a year, and then he becomes Cortland Sutton's replacement. And in that sense, he would be making, $8 million-ish more than what Cortland Sutton would be for what you would imagine, better version of the wideout. Okay, that's a fair enough argument. But I would also tell you that I think you could spend that money wiser in other places, and you could get a lot more bang for your buck. Instead of looking for the one big shiny thing, how about 2 or 3 that are really, really serviceable or good? Because you've been able to find those. You've gotten a John Franklin Myers. You found a serviceable Cody Barton. You found a Brandon Jones, who was a pretty good replacement for Justin Simmons on a discount. You've been able to do it. Maybe use that money in some other places that can fill more holes than just one. And one at a position that I don't even think, if you look at the offseason needs, is like top 3. Now, I'll always default to this one, though. You want to tell me you want to get more weapons for your quarterback? Cool. That's why I'm never going to be upset about it. You can never have enough. The best offenses in the league don't have a good quarterback and a good player on offense. They have multiple. Again, the leaders in offense throughout the NFL season this year. Think about the amount of guys that they had. Just, how about think about it like this? From a fantasy football perspective, how many players would you take from their offenses on your football team? Like Detroit, would you take St. Brown? Would you take Gibbs? Would you take Montgomery? Would you take Laporta? Would you take Jameson Williams? I think all of those are yeses. Baltimore, would you take Derrick Henry? Would you take Zay Flowers? Would you take Mark Andrews? Yeah, I think all those guys. Cincinnati, would you take Burrow? Would you take Jamar? Would you take T. Higgins? Would you take... I mean, think about it. Quite a few names there. The more options you give, the better. So again, wouldn't be upset. I'm just saying, I think there's a wiser place to spend the money. Not to mention, the NFL is the fact that this is how much money the NFL has made, which still makes me upset about putting things behind paywalls. In the last 2 years, the NFL salary cap has raised by more than $53 million. Just an extra $53 million that you get to spend on your roster to each team across the league. That's how much money they're making. That's pretty wild. And that's also why signing guys early is the way to go. Because even if you pay Nick Bonito, I don't know what his market would be. Let's say it's in the mid-20s. If you pay Bonito $25 million, give that 2 years. That's going to look like a steal. In the same way that in the NHL, you paid Nathan McKinnon probably more money than he was worth at the time, but at the end of that contract, it looked like you were robbing him, right? You have to take the same sort of mindset towards it. So, a lot to talk about today. I got some stuff on the Buffs, by the way, that I want to get to. A comment from Dion. They're packaging that as saving the school money, which is totally fine. And Dion is his policy of not going to recruits' houses and having them all come to him is, again, a Dionism that I think that he's allowed to get away with because his recruiting is still strong enough to kind of hold up against it. But most coaches wouldn't take the tact because they can't. Now, depending on how you feel about it, is that being a little bit lazy towards the recruiting game, or is that just being wise and smart? I want to get to that a little bit later, along with another signing that they had to their coaching staff, which I think a lot of Broncos fans and fans of the Buffs will enjoy. So we'll get to that in a little bit. Can always watch the show on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can download Safeway's Deals in Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Four Nations tonight, the return of the Nuggets as they take the floor against the Hornets on a back-to-back. A whole bunch to discuss. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
What are your plans to celebrate 30?
Nothing. I don't like my birthday.
Why not?
Getting older.
And better.
Like wine.
So nice. We play it twice. Oh, yes! Talked about this yesterday.
Talent take over.
The Jokic birthday yesterday. He turns 30. I got a little bit weirded out about seeing a 3 as that first digit in his age. But there's a lot from yesterday at both Avs and Nuggets practice that I think there is to discuss heading into the second half. The Nuggets back tonight as they take on a Hornets team who won in L.A. yesterday. But now has to travel, overnight, stay in Denver, back-to-back altitude, maybe feeling a little fat and happy with their 14th win of the season. I think this is a nice little entryway into the post-All-Star break for the Nuggets.
What's
going on here?
I just got shocked. Like a shock thing went through this all the way into my ears, into my... Whoa, that was wild. You guys ever gotten shocked like that?
No.
It went from this little cord... up the cord into my ear things.
Into my ear things.
Are you awake now?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry.
But there's some...
I turned that game off at halftime, by the way. I turned it off. I'm like, Lakers.
You missed LaMelo at the end of that game, putting Luka on ice skates.
Saw that. You also missed LeBron with 2 opportunities on game-winning or game-tying threes with about 5 seconds left, missing both.
Why is it... What's wrong with me? Why am I the way I am? Why does it still bring me ear-to-ear smile and joy when the Lakers lose a game?
I was the same exact way.
Why?
Why?
I
was the same
why
way.
Do I care? Why?
I don't know.
It doesn't affect me. It doesn't.
We're
why?
petty.
It does affect you.
I don't know. We're
It
petty.
does affect you.
Do you smile too?
No, but,
yes.
Vic, after the
Why?
trade went down, I want to see them. I've always wanted to see them fail.
Failure, no matter who plays there.
And then when they fail,
failure.
it makes me happy.
Yes,
I have happiness in my life.
I want the franchise to fold.
Okay, first of all, it does affect you because the Lakers are right behind you in the standings, so it does. Second of all, you know this as well as I do. Sports are just as much about the people and teams that you hate as much as it is the people and teams that you love.
But
They're just as much about that.
I feel shame.
Why?
I don't know.
Why would you feel I don't necessarily feel shame. I ask myself.
You feel shame when the Chiefs lose?
No, but I mean,
did you feel that in the Super Bowl? Where you're like, why am I so mean to Kansas City?
The Chiefs are new. This is lifelong shame. Hate.
Chiefs aren't all that new. It's about 7 straight years of AFC Championship games.
That's only 7 years of my long life, my friend.
I have tried to self-diagnose and wonder why those feelings come up in me. And is it a me problem? Is it a problem, number one? And if it is, what is my problem?
What other teams
But then I always default to the screw it. I hate those guys.
Hate them.
Yeah. Okay.
No matter who. Has anybody ever represented the Lakers where you said, yeah?
James Worthy is a good dude, I think. AC Green.
I will say they had a minute where it was Kobe was with a whole bunch of just randos.
No.
Remember in 2000,
right there.
When they were bad. When they were bad.
Stop it.
It's okay. It's how I felt about the Yankees a few years back before they started getting a little crazy with their spending again. Where it was like, oh, these are a lot of homegrown guys.
I can't identify. Maybe way back in the day when they had Jerry West. That's about it.
It's way
Were
before
you
our
alive
time, dude.
during that?
Yeah, it's way before our time.
I know.
Anyway, here's what I wanted to talk about. They're both at practice yesterday.
How did it flip? Navigator?
Hey. Focus,
Sorry.
buddy. Focus.
If you want me to tell
Don't
you.
see, this is
I'll
what Moser
tell
does.
you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Moser, you pointed, and then we're starting to we need to get
because,
no.
he
Shush.
But it's because.
Don't point at things. Focus on my voice for a second.
Okay.
Because I have important questions for both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Nuggets and Avs.
The rate of descent. Sorry.
Nuggets and Avs at practice yesterday, getting ready for this post-All-Star, post-Four Nations break. And I need your help on a couple things here, Vic, because I saw the practice report yesterday from the Nuggets, And I was very confused by a couple of things, and so help me. One of them was, okay, Peyton Watson's still out. We kind of understand that. That was a month-long injury when it was first diagnosed. The second thing was that Russell Westbrook and Michael Porter Jr. were back. I don't think those are shocking either. Both of those guys felt like they could play towards the end of the pre-All-Star break, but it was just precautionary. Okay. But what about these ones? These ones are confusing.
Yeah.
Vlatko? I thought he had a knee problem and he was like done.
No, he just he decided to go with a quick procedure rather than a long-term procedure when he suffered the injury. So he's going to be available here in the stretch run. He is available.
Whoa. Hold on a second. Riddle me this. There's a quick procedure and then there's a long-term procedure.
Yeah.
And
the long-term procedure would have put him out for the rest of the season.
He's been out the entire season.
No, he played earlier. He played a couple stretches there. You're not watching.
But here's the other one. So he's temporarily fixed.
He's ready to go for the rest of the season.
Okay.
Deron Holmes was able to participate in parts of practice?
Partial practice, yeah. And he was asked.
What does this mean?
We asked Coach Malone, does this mean he'll be ready to play? And he hesitated, said doubtful, but, I'm not a doctor. That was his answer. Doubtful, but I'm not a doctor. Now, think of it this way, guys.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going because I thought the same thing.
You mean to tell me you're going to inject a rookie who has never played in the league during the most important games of the season, who's never stepped foot on a regular season court and say, go get him?
Especially with Michael Malone, who it takes months for you to earn his trust.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on. Just see the writing.
Now, counter-argument would be, Cale McCarr kind of did that when he first broke up the scene. I understand, but that did happen.
Yeah, so that's the way I view that. Now, Vlatko can help you. Vlatko can help you. He can get a part of that last part of the rotation and chime in. He can.
So is Zeke looking at Vlatko like, no, your knee is still hurt?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, they're outside of Peyton Watson, all participated in practice yesterday. Joker didn't want to talk about his age. He is genuinely upset being 30.
We all get that, don't we?
Yeah, I do. I don't know about you guys. Get excited on your birthday or dejected on your birthday?
No, I don't think. The last birthday you get excited for is 21?
Well, I was going to say,
you're done.
What birthday?
My birthday was earlier this month. It came and went, and I didn't give a rat's ass.
Well, because you're at that point where you're going to die soon. So,
oh yeah. I think if I can make it to 100, then we'll have something.
Which of your 60 birthdays was most depressing? Which one? Did you get to was it 59? At what point did you say, okay?
Which one stung the most?
See,
40 was a big one. 40
feels like
I'm catching
a big
strays
number.
here. I'm catching strays for no reason. First of all, I'm not that old. Second of all, why? Even if you had a depressing birthday, why bring it up?
No, honest question. Is 40 or 50, was that worse? When you hit the 4 or when you hit the 5?
I think the 4, all of a sudden little malfunctions happen. You're like, why is that?
Yeah, 40 things start to occur.
Yeah, and you're like,
in the
there's
human
no
body.
there's no reason for that.
Yeah. Although I was at my athletic peak at 41.
Yeah. That number changes kind of every other week where the peak was.
Mm-hmm. First of all, it was 8th grade.
But I'll
then
tell
it was
you
41.
This. I'll tell you this. Nikola Jokic did not, and when I say did not, he did not want to talk about his birthday. He was genuinely depressed about it. You can tell.
Because he's one of the dudes. If you're one of the dudes, you don't talk about your birthday.
Yeah. You mean you're not taking in today's age? Can I have practice off, Coach?
Oh my God!
Can I take the day off?
You guys know I didn't take a day off.
I know, but people who do that it's
people do it here at this station.
I know they do. Marty used to. No longer here.
Did Marty take his birthday off?
I think so. Nelly does.
Nelly, do you take your birthday off? When is your birthday?
My birthday is coming up in April.
Oh,
Are you planning on taking a day off?
He'll be off.
No, I'll be here, boys. The only reason I would maybe take a day off is my birthday usually falls around opening day for baseball.
Oh,
so if I was
that, you know what? I would actually kind of understand that you just want to go to the game, but you're working mornings now. What does it matter?
Hey, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Sounds
so
like you've been drinking for a week.
10:01 a.m., bro. 10:01 a.m.
Hey, here's the other thing. The Avs side of things.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a scary moment yesterday in which they're trying to get guys back on the ice. Val is in, regular sweater. He looks like he's coming back. But
not for sure. I mean, maybe not this weekend.
He
maybe
better be
next
coming back. We
Well,
assume
yeah,
he's going to be back.
I got an answer for Bednar from Bednar on this, but I got another one. We'll get to Val in a second. Wedgwood goes down. He's in a lot of pain yesterday. And people are like, what the hell's going on? He's down on the ice for minutes. They got trainers surrounding him. They're like, oh, my God, did we lose our goalie? Here's what Bednar said.
A little bit, yeah. Well, when I went down, because you just look over your shoulder, I said, well, like, you see the goalie down, and he's, like, in obvious pain and discomfort, and you're thinking the worst right away, like, was it a groin? Whatever, and he got hit in the jewels, and I was like, oh, thank God. I'm sure he didn't want to hear that, but I was like, yes. Good. See you back out here in a few minutes.
So he's fine, but very awful temporary pain. And Nelly,
you ever get hit in the little tingy?
Nelly was asking, well, doesn't he wear a cup? And I can tell you, as somebody who played baseball, you can wear a cup, get hit in the cup, and it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
It's an echo chamber.
Yeah. It still hurts a lot. But
did you play youth football?
Yeah.
Did you wear a cup?
I didn't in football.
We were required to.
So were we.
They had cup checks. Like, we had to wear cups. Nobody wears a cup anymore. It's a cupless world.
People don't wear pads in football anymore. They put shoulder pads on, and that's the last pads they wear.
When did this transition happen? Because, Moj, you and I might be the last generation of cup checks.
I think we probably are.
We have cup checks all the time.
No guys in the NFL wear them at all.
No, I understand the NFL, but in college they don't at all. In high school they don't at all.
Dude, do you guys remember
Hey, high schoolers, do you wear cups on a daily basis?
Do you guys remember the homeboy from Ohio State in the national championship game that his pants that he was wearing looked like he was going to the swimming pool? Like, they were all the way up mid-thigh.
Yes.
And you're like,
yeah, I know.
This is something that we're doing with our football pants now?
I know.
Forget knee pads. Thigh pads aren't even a thing?
So you did you play high school football?
For 2 years.
Okay, we had cups in high school football.
We did not.
Okay,
dude,
so
this
isn't
around your age.
they
don't know. It's not the 1980s anymore.
I'm just
but
wondering when
I wore it in baseball.
I wore it in baseball
up
as well.
until I played outfield. Whenever I was playing infield, I had a cup.
Yeah, take a line drive off the groin, and believe me, you're going to put the cup on.
But you would have to believe these goalies are wearing, like,
of course they are,
steel-plated cups.
So former,
I don't know if that would be better or not.
Former Colorado Avalanche Matt Hendricks was playing for Edmonton and took a slapper in the nether region.
Mm-hmm.
Dented.
Yep.
His cup. Dented.
Wait, now Raj is on with 9 News. I just saw.
What is going on?
I just saw DMac. Now Raj is on?
Let me tell you, every time we have a game, and the Nuggets are on Channel 20 tonight, every time we have a game on Channel 20 or 9 News, we have our assemblage of hosts make the rounds on their shows.
Who cares?
Every single time.
Why do you guys want to talk to Raj? Anyway.
Are you jealous?
No.
Look at his eyes. He looks
jealous.
He looks like he's asleep.
No, here's the problem, Vic, is that I got these TVs on, and I was like, you know what? Let me turn. Usually this TV is on some other channel. I was like, let me do the news today and just see if there's something I could pick up for what the people would need to hear locally in their lives. And all I've seen is DMac and Raj on there. That's it. And then traffic and weather. One other thing. Here's Bednar on Val.
Don't know. I don't know which games, like if he'll be back for Nashville, St. Louis, or if it'll be Jersey. I don't have the answer to that just yet. We'll find out a little bit more after we see him the next few days.
Is that going to determine if he even goes on the trip at all?
Yeah, like it's too early games, so I mean, if he's not playing, he's not going to come on the trip because it's like we don't even have pregame skates.
Don't like that. Now, I know that, look, by the sounds of this, he's close. I
Very
understand.
close. Manson is not close.
But, Moj, all I've been waiting for is, like, since the Netchus trade and all this stuff, like, I want to see what it looks like. You throw Val on that second line, and, like, just what's the depth of your four lines look like? What are you looking at me like that for?
Join the club, Translucent. I do, too.
Well, that was a cheap shot.
You told us, though, before the break that he would be ready right after the break. That's what you told us.
Well, Bednar kind of hinted at it,
Jared
too.
said. He very well could be. Listen, I'm not a liar yet. Let's get to Saturday. I don't know. He's practicing in a regular sweater.
So just a couple updates on the Avs and the Nuggets as we head into this post-All-Star, post-Four Nations thing. But there is the Four Nations game tonight.
I'm nervous.
And U.S. and Canada, Altitude Sports Radio wants to watch with you. Raj and Altitude Sports Radio is going to be at number 38 tonight for a Four Nations Championship game viewing party presented by New Amsterdam Vodka, live DJs, game sound, and more TVs than you can count. RSVP at nmbr38.com for Avs tickets and Avalanche gear giveaways. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino
This
tonight.
guy's crazy. On the text line, played sports throughout my youth, played rugby for 20-plus years, never wore a cup.
That's crazy.
Played lacrosse. Are you crazy, dude?
There's no way he has a family.
You're playing with fire,
There's
bro.
no way you have a family.
0203, I am 55 years old, played baseball and football in high school, never wore a cup for either sport. Where did you guys go to school? We were required. They cared about us. They cared about our nether regions.
Hey, I got to, by the way, two things. So we'll have Legwell join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Rapids, goalie, Zack Steffen, who was on with us last year, up right before sort of that, or that was in the middle of that big tournament.
Is he our favorite goalie of all time?
Well, I mean, somebody
Our
who
favorite
comes
keeper?
on our show and drops like an S-bomb within 2 minutes of the interview, I think I love that guy. So,
how cold was he the other night?
well, we can ask him. That's going to be at 8:30. Here's the thing I want to get to, though, when we come back.
Hey, Zach, do you wear a cup?
Four Nations Championship tonight. As excited as I've been for an international event, sporting event in years, I think I have the last one that could probably match it, but it's about a decade ago. But it's a comparison between this and maybe the overall interest in sports that feels like it's dropped off.
What's the last international event that drew this much interest for you?
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. Stick around. Okay, so allow me to sort of like weave a discussion I had this weekend in with this topic in the Four Nations Championship tonight. I was talking to a couple buddies, and they're sports fans. They like all these different things, all the traditional things that we love. They love football, baseball, basketball, hockey, all of it. And we were talking about, man, I'm so
Now,
into
who
this.
are these people?
You know the people.
Okay, I got to judge. So the people.
People.
Okay, copy. Okay.
So we're just having a couple drinks and just talking. And
was it somebody said something stupid like Dave?
No,
Wasn't Dave.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
He said, did the tournament happen already? Dave is one of them that's just like, he likes sports if we're watching with him.
Right.
He thought the NCAA tournament might have happened already. We're like, no, Dave, that's called March Madness, not February Madness.
That's awesome.
But that's how it started, is that he said that, and we go, no, that's next month. But the next conversation was this. We said, you know what? I don't have the same amount of passion for the tournament as I used to. And I go, I kind of feel the same way. Like, I have consumed very little college basketball this year. Mm-hmm. And when the tournament rolled around last year, I watched, but I didn't watch like I used to watch. I wasn't locked in for 2 straight days to every single game. And we're trying to figure out why that was, because baseball interest feels like it's waned. The NBA, I think, is they're still popular. They might be having a little bit of an issue with the way that people are discussing the sport. It could turn that way. And a lot of different sports feel like they have that, even college football to a certain extent, because of the transfer stuff and all of that. Now, we're insulated in this Dion bubble where it's like impossible to escape college football around here right now.
Sure.
But we're like, why is that? Why is the interest waning? And then I thought about this Four Nations, like, I can't remember the last time I was so excited about something that wasn't directly involving a team of mine.
First of all, I disagree with interest waning. I think we have more options than we've ever had in our lifetimes. And so interest automatically oscillates. I think wane and oscillate are 2 words I would.
Okay.
You go from sport to sport. I think right now, as we live, sports have never been as abundantly important to our viewing habits than ever before.
You might be right. And look, this is anecdotal. This is just me and like 3 or 4 dudes talking, okay? But I did kind of feel this way, specifically about the tournament. And the reason I bring that up is because the NCAA tournament is something that is, I mean, it's on everybody's like, hey, what's your favorite sports days of the year? Sure. And it's like everybody's like number 1 or number 2.
Well, those first 2 days are still awesome.
They are. But here's the other thing. I was trying to think with this tournament specifically, and I'm like, this is overall just an exhibition. And I understand that your country's flag is behind it, and that's going to bring some interest just by the nature of it being that. Stars and Stripes, Old Glory, all that stuff. I was like, when's the last time I was this pumped about it? Because the Olympics, I get into certain events, you know, swimming and a little bit of basketball and stuff like that. I'm into it. But I haven't been this excited about an international sporting event. And I said the last time I was I think it was the 2014 World Cup where the U.S. actually made it past group stage and they played Portugal. And I think they went up 2-0 in that game. And I remember I was at a bar where every time they scored, people just threw their beers in the air. You left there soaked and nobody cared. I was like, the last time I felt that way, I think, was that. And that was 11 years ago. The NHL struck gold with this thing. I almost think by accident to a certain extent. That all of this came together at the exact right time to push this. I don't know what the ratings are going to be. If this first U.S.-Canada game got 10 million, I would say, what, Moj, 15?
I think
is a safe bet.
I think there's a possibility. I'm on this text thread with a bunch of dudes. Are you on a text thread with a bunch of dudes you don't know?
Yeah, this radio station. Our little group chat.
You know us.
It's you, me, Nelly, and Brett.
Who are you?
Yeah, we get on that text. You know that text thread that you and I are on with D West and them, and half the guys I don't even know the numbers.
Yeah, those ones are weird when you're on group text and you're like, I have 5 numbers on here. I don't know how to react.
Okay, so there's like 4 dudes on there that I know. There's like 10 dudes I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, this thing got fired up this morning at about 5:30 in the morning. I don't know why I don't just erase it.
What, people just jazzed up about the game?
Yeah,
or what?
There's like I already have like 5 texts about the game tonight. Somebody said should be a dandy.
I think it's huge.
I like starting random text threads like with family members and then just including Moser.
Like, what the hell's going on here?
But okay, so you guys, I maybe people agree, maybe they don't. But there's something.
Wait. You're talking about the text thread with the dude The one dude with the stupid hat, that guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Robbie.
Yeah. With the dumb hat, yeah. Dumb hat Rob. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is maybe
I got to pick the gelato cart.
maybe I'm alone on this, perhaps. But it's just like, I don't know. It's felt like to me some things have waned, but this thing has taken off.
I find myself, the closer we get to puck drop, I'm getting more torn.
Yeah. Wait, torn between who to root for?
Yesterday.
Well, no. I'm USA.
Yeah.
But it's not like, how can I say? It's not like water polo USA versus, Brazil. Screw those Brazilians. I didn't have any Brazilians that I knew on that team. I know, I got 3 guys on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason to be happy for those guys if they win.
If they win,
yeah.
And here.
Yeah, but then
Can
Jordan
you
Bennington gets to be happy.
Explain the Hughes situation and why he's unable to play tonight for the American team.
Well, he could only play as an add-on. He was hurt before. He could only play as an add-on if somebody else got hurt and was unavailable or sick or whatever.
Get somebody out of there. Hurt him up.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was the thought. And now there's a big kerfuffle going on because Charlie McAvoy got injured, I guess, in game 1.
He was in the hospital with a shoulder infection.
Yeah, apparently somebody, because it's the Minnesota Wild doctors. Anyway, apparently somebody shot him up and then it became infected and he had to have it taken out. And it's just, I don't know.
Same guy who shot up Tyrod Taylor.
What?
Yeah. So Boston is pissed at Team USA, which is actually Minnesota. I don't know, man. It's a big kerfuffle.
Let me tell you something right now. If Nathan McKinnon had to go to the hospital with a shoulder infection because a Minnesota Wild trainer did something wrong,
totally.
I would march to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and find that man.
With a blowtorch.
Yes.
So I guess part of it, too, is I'm kind of scared.
Of a blowout?
I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared.
You know, it's funny that you say that.
Because I think
it has the makings of one. It could be.
I'm kind of scared.
It has the makings of one because the first game counted, obviously, but not like this game. And it seemed like the first game, you caught the Canadians by surprise a little bit.
Oh, you did. Yeah, and they took
Kale didn't play in that game.
They took a 1-0 lead. I mean, the Team Canada did, but the US came roaring back. I don't know, Brett. I want everybody to come through healthy.
Yeah.
And I want it to be a great game.
Yeah, but at the end of the night, though, Moshe, the goaltending will make a difference.
You got to think so. We thought they would be that way in the first round last year, and they have smoked Hellebuck.
Yeah. How does Canada, that is ripe with so much talent, not have like an elite goalie?
Mackenzie Blackwood was available.
Apparently, Logan Thompson is not on that team because somebody doesn't like him.
Yeah.
With John Cooper?
I'm not saying. I don't think it's Coop.
I thought it was multiple people didn't like him.
Yeah.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so the Canadians are all up in arms. Hey, listen, they're really, when you think about it,
if the U.S. wins, we're calling my cousin John.
There is no Hellebuck right this second. There really is no Hellebuck in this regard. Hellebuck, Shesterkin, there's no $12 million a year kind of guy.
Sure.
Carey Price was that guy. He doesn't play anymore. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So they don't really have, quote, that guy. I think Mackenzie Blackwood, if he was in there, he'd be smoking those fools.
I think it's better than what they have now. Now, again, take that with a gigantic grain of salt.
All right, here's the next question for tonight. Face-off is at 6, correct?
That is
yes.
correct.
When will they drop that puck? Because my pregame starts at 6:30. I want to watch.
Probably
I want to watch Face-Off.
You don't think they're going to leave some time for?
I want to watch Face-Off. Will there be any fisticuffs?
I don't.
At Face-Off?
This is where I don't know. This is where I don't know, Vic, because will Canada approach it as, hey, look, let's just go win the let's go win the damn game and let's take home the top prize, or will it be, hey, man, we just got embarrassed on our home ice. We were completely unprepared. The Tkachuk brothers beat us up.
Yeah.
And then, JT Miller gave it his best shot against Parayko, who's 6'6". But nonetheless, do we have to answer back for the pride of our country?
So we're going to vote no on that one. No, there won't be fisticuffs.
I don't think there will to start. No.
Will there be a booing of the Canadian anthem?
I think you'll hear it.
I'm
I
sure.
don't think it's going to be like over crazy.
I would bet not only my first child, but all three of my children.
Okay.
It's in Boston. They're going to boo.
Call the number 222.
Yes.
If this
Guaranteed winner.
If this game was in Philadelphia, would they boo?
They'd boo from the beginning to the end.
Okay. It's in Boston. I don't know if they will. Or, I mean, I'm sure
You'll
some
hear
people
some.
will.
There will be a smattering of boos that will be
I'm
heard.
sure there will be.
Moj, they're going to be so liquored up on Sam Adams and J-Mo. Are you kidding me? They're going to be going, how do you like them apples? They're going to boo before the anthem even starts.
Bunch of Southies in there getting crazy. Okay.
And, you know, am I reading here, stupid American idiot? What do you call the Canadians then who did it?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
For booing.
What? I'm confused.
I am confused.
If an American boos tonight, are they stupid American idiots?
Well, you know what? If I want to play to the stereotype, then yeah. I don't get it. Look.
Gotcha, Guru.
They wouldn't, I'll say this. There would be no threat of a booing of the anthem had it not happened first in Canada. I don't think that would happen.
That is correct.
Yeah. But don't put it past people in Boston to be a little petty.
I want to boo the Lakers anthem one day.
What is the Lakers anthem?
I don't know, but we'll find one.
But this game, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for this. It's as excited as I've been in a long time for something like it. And again,
I hope it lives up to the standards and the expectations. I hope it does. I hope it's a 3-3 game. What are the overtime rules?
You play. Well, no, you play. I think in this you play until somebody scores, like the Olympic Games.
Okay.
They don't. There's no shootout or anything like that. At least not in the elimination.
Yep, McKinnon talked about that.
Well, I take that. No, I take that back.
Because he said he was dead tired in that first game.
Because it was 10 minutes.
But they may alter the rules for the final game. I don't know.
I think it's like the Stanley Cup playoffs where you just play until
It should
somebody.
be. It should be that
Yeah.
way. I mean, where are you going? Right?
Right.
Like everybody who says, let's speed it up. Where are you going? This is the deciding game. You're going to watch it. I don't care if it goes 4 OTs.
Will it live up to it, Brett? I bet it will, and here's why. Because these guys really care. They really care. You don't think McKinnon wants to rip the heart out of Team USA?
I'm sure.
You don't think Austin Matthews wants to stick it to
I'm
McDavid
sure.
and company?
You know,
of course they do.
I never thought of it from like McKinnon's perspective, McCarr's perspective. They live and work in the United States, in America, with American fans. And now they want to rip the heart out of America. I know. I mean, I would do the same.
Yeah.
I'm not, but it's like tough.
It is weird.
It's weird.
Joker wanted to do the same thing.
Of course.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, speaking of.
Did you watch it?
Gives you a great perspective. I binged the entire Court of Gold Netflix series. It is, guys, outstanding.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It is out. The reverence with which other players, and you hear about the media and the MVP race, forget the media. The media, forget them. The reverence other players hold for Nikola Jokic, elite players, U.S. players, other players, it's unbelievable. When you watch this, you're like, oh.
Did you see his mouth?
Oh.
He went, it's unbelievable.
I was going to say unfathomable, but I switched it.
Sure you were.
The point is, if you watch this show, you'll see.
I saw your mouth.
You'll see the regard.
I saw your mouth.
You'll see, like, when they game planned for the U.S., when the U.S. was game planning for Serbia, everything revolved around Joker. They're all exchanging notes. They're asking Curry, how do you guys guard Joker? They're asking Anthony Edwards, how do you guys guard Joker? It's hilarious. It's all Joker. And you got to believe it's the same thing when he's in the NBA playing for the Nuggets. They exchange notes and information. And by watching that series, it's very easy to tell he's the best player in the world. But my God, in 2028, guys, France, I'm telling you right now, with Wemby, France is going to be a superpower in the sport of Olympic basketball.
I'm sure they will be. I'm sure they will be.
Who else is on France besides Wemby? Because I know they had like Batum, but Batum's getting really old.
Baby got backs on that team.
Oh, yeah. Yabusele?
Yabusele's on that team. They got, listen, they have a lot of bit parts. They do. But they look like a formidable opponent.
I will never forget that graphic.
Well, Rudy Gobert, technically, he'll be old.
I will never forget that graphic of Serbia, U.S. Jokic on floor, 81-81. Jokic off floor is like 28-4 or something like, or whatever, 28 to something over the 2 times they played.
Yeah, twice.
So at the end of the series, in the final episode, U.S. wins gold. They hold off France. Tough game. Curry saved them. Curry and Durant saved the U.S. that entire tournament.
Absolutely, they did.
Without Curry and Durant, they don't. I'm telling you right now, they get eliminated by Serbia. Without Curry.
Well, Curry went for 36 in that game. 36.
So I'm watching.
He went
this.
insane.
So here's what happens. They're in the back room getting ready for the medal ceremony. Joker, who had been drinking it up with the Serbians all day, they'd just been liquored up all day getting ready.
Didn't they say they wanted to be the drunkest team in
Yes.
history? Yeah.
So there's video of Joker asking some of the U.S. attendees, the locker room attendees, to get some beer for the Serbian guys.
Yeah.
They have beer. Ask their coach. It's hilarious.
Find Steve Kerr. All right. So, again, Zack Steffen's going to join us at 8:30 today. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. We'll have the U.S. and Canada. That game's going to be on AM 950 with the watch party at number 38 at 6 o'clock. The Nuggets and Hornets going to be at 92.5 at 7.
Why am I so scared about this game?
Because it's good. It's good nerves.
Win. What do you mean?
That means it's a big game when you have those nice little those butterflies.
I'm looking
flowing
here
around.
at it's minus 110 and minus 110. Like, this is about dead even as you can
I know.
possibly be.
Like, Vic, you were saying that the U.S. is underdogs in this. It's like even money.
It's, I mean, I
It's
think
like a pick 'em.
Historically, the U.S. is an underdog because
Sure.
Canada's cleaned their clocks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
The other reason, we talked about this yesterday, I felt like the reason why it's easy to root for this U.S. team versus the U.S. basketball team, right, is because this U.S. hockey team, even though it says the odds are even, it feels like they're the underdog in this event.
Well, they are.
Okay, they're the underdog, so it's easy to root for the underdog. The other factor is, and like it or not, the booing's a factor. It's
Sure.
a factor. It's a factor. It's a big reason. It's a factor.
I said it from the very beginning. I was like, why was that game so intense? It was like, well, that's a part of it.
Yep.
Whether you agree with it or not, or whatever reasons you have for it, like
goes
it's
back
certainly
to,
a part.
I can say what I want about my brother and my friend. You can't.
Mm-hmm. So look, when we come back, there's some big news in the NFL yesterday that's going to affect the Broncos' offseason plans. But the Broncos fans are doing some, what my wife would call girl math on it. We'll get to it next.
I talk about Silterhart Motors in Broomfield an awful lot. There's a reason. Greg Larson and his staff are the best. Are you ready for this right now? They're taking $10,000 off all new Lincoln Navigators. You heard me right. That's 10,000 clams. You can lease a brand new Ford F-150 for just $399 a month. They've got amazing deals on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles up there on the lot. They've got 5 incredible brands all in one spot. You can't beat it. So do yourself a favor. Either get up there to Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield or go online. You can pre-shop and see everything they have at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com at Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, so there's a term that my wife didn't coin, but she uses a lot. And if your wife is like mine, you will have 5 packages from Amazon that arrive at your doorstep every single day. And I'm always wondering, what is this stuff?
We
How
got
is
back
this
from
always
Phoenix.
happening?
Our entire front patio was littered in
I'm
packages,
sure.
and I'm like, oh.
It's just every single time, every couple of weeks, I have to take the recycling bin out. It's like nothing fits. I can't fit everything in here. Every single week. Every single time it happens.
It's like, what is this stuff? And she'll say, hey, I'll get that came too late, so I'm sending that back. This didn't fit, I'm returning that.
That's the thing.
That's why I'm taking it back. I'm sending it back. I'm like, you say you take everything back, and yet we have everything.
So here's girl math. This is how she explained it to me. She orders a package. She doesn't like it. It's a dress, it's a shirt, it's jeans, it's whatever. Doesn't like it. So I'm going to take it back. And she goes, but I got this after I returned that, so this is free. So girl math is, according to her, if I spent $50 on something and then I returned that and I got $50 back, but I spent that $50 on something else, that means that thing that I just bought is now free.
No, it's $50.
And I go, nope, that's actually $50. That's still $50. And I feel like people are doing that with Russell Wilson with this new jump in the salary cap. That, hey, the salary cap is going to jump anywhere from $22 to $27 million.
That's 2 years in a row. It's gone up pretty damn big time.
$53 million over the last 2 years.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of money.
So I've heard some Broncos fans do this. Oh, well, if it jumps to $27 million, that means the thing with Russell Wilson now on that eating his money is now only $8 million. It's like, no, it's not, because you could have had the extra 27 if you didn't have that there. So I don't understand that. Now, I will say this. It does help. It helps you maneuver things this year where you can keep things together and plan for the future a lot better and all of that.
Take a look at Nick Benito and say, hey, do we want to get something done sometime soon?
This is what I wanted to talk about, because I'll make a one-to-one correlation. You guys see the news out of Cincinnati yesterday with Jamar Chase, that he is going to be looking for upwards of $40 million a year.
Did see that.
The leader
for a dependent position, that's crazy money.
But here's why Cincinnati is always stupid. Had they done the Chase deal last year, that number's probably 32 to 33. And now they're just forking over more money because you saw the cap go up and Jamar Chase is going, well, I want more now. The Broncos don't wait on Nick Benito. Get this done immediately. Like, get it done as soon as possible.
Can I ask you a simple question about the Broncos franchise right now, the way they're run, ownership group? Do you have any concerns about them financially rewarding players who deserve it?
Zero. Absolutely.
Well, that's pretty specific. I would just take it overall, Vic. I don't think I have any concerns about really anything right now.
Now, are there organizations and franchises out there when contracts are up, you're like, ooh, I don't know if they are going to put the money up for this?
Hey, I'm wondering what's going to happen with Rantanen and Carolina in the NHL.
If
they think they're going to get him at 12, they're out of their. I mean, and I think that they think that they were. It's crazy.
What I'm telling you is, remember the argument we've had about cash versus credit in the NFL?
Yeah.
About how the salary cap, a lot of that can be soothed with cash.
Mm-hmm.
You pay cash. You don't have to worry about the Denver Broncos signing players they want to sign.
Mm-hmm.
If they want you, they will be signed. If they don't want you, that's a different story. So you have to be unwanted not to play for the Denver Broncos, given this group.
So the question is, they got a little bit over $40 million in cap space right now. Where do you use it? I just saw another story yesterday.
Part of it must be used on their draft class.
Yeah, but that's all calculated in already.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And I'm also going to tell you that number you just gave us can be changed, can be manipulated. You just rework some contracts and boom, you could free up some money.
I just saw another thing, this from Bovada, that again, if T. Higgins does not stay in Cincinnati, that the Broncos are the favorites to land him. And I am really interested to see, like, let's say that Cincinnati just decides we're going to let him walk.
Yeah.
How aggressive would the Broncos be? Is there something to this? I still don't think that's the wisest way you can spend some of that money. Now, I'm never going to complain about you getting a weapon in here. I think that's great. I also think it's just a big risk.
You know, it's funny. We often worry so much about what other people do with their money. Like, I always wonder, why do we concern ourselves with people spending money, especially your favorite team's ownership group? But we've seen instances here in Denver where that money has handicapped those teams.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Chris Bryant got a lot of money. Now what?
And that's in a sport, Vic, that isn't even salary capped. Like in baseball, I'd be way more on board with hey, it's their money. They want to spend it, go ahead and do it. The difference in the other sports, like the NBA, you spend money, you get hamstrung in a hurry.
Well,
so you can't use you want to pay Jamal Murray the max? It's their money. No, it's actually all of our money because we want a team.
You've seen it right now with your fifth and sixth highest paid players on the Nuggets roster. It affects everybody.
Right.
It affects your championship aspirations.
Sure it does.
Football, with the cap going up, I still think football is different because of the way you can manipulate the cap, because of the way you can alter a contract. You can do that in football magically. You can't do that in basketball. I can't look at somebody's contract and say, I tell you what, let's just go and rework that, make that a signing bonus, and boom. You can't do that.
Yeah.
That changes everything. If you are cash rich in football, if cash is up front, you can make those moves. Now, you keep kicking the can down the road. Look at the Saints. Mm-hmm. But you still have flexibility to do that.
And you do get, just for the people out there who are like, the salary cap isn't real, I would just point out to you, do you think that Kansas City wanted to get rid of Tyreek Hill, or did they have to get rid of Tyreek Hill?
I mean, the salary cap is real to a great extent. I mean, it exists. It's just that underneath the cap, you can, as Vic would say, massage things,
you can do a few
manipulate
things here and there.
Yeah, and then, but eventually, there's going to come time to pay the fiddler.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to do it. So the cap is a real thing.
Now, where's the best use of the money? I don't know. Maybe at the end of the day, maybe it is just like, hey, let's go all in on a wideout. And I still think the best argument that you can make for T. Higgins coming here, like if you wanted to package it in the right way to really sell me on it, you'd tell me this, Moj. We go out and we get T. Higgins for $30 million a year. Now your wide receiver room next year is T. Higgins, Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims as the starting point.
That feels like a pretty good wide receiver room.
Pretty good room.
And can we agree on can we agree on this though? Out of the two Cincinnati wideouts, you have a 1 and a 2. The 1 is Jamar Chase. The 2 is T. Higgins. Can we agree on that?
Cincy, T. Higgins could be a 1 for a lot of teams.
Okay,
though.
I'm just saying that. Can we establish that?
Yeah. Okay. How about this? If you had Jokic and Victor Wembanyama on the same team, Jokic is the 1, Victor's the 2, but Victor's the 1 on most teams across the league. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Why'd you give me that face?
Because I think T. Higgins is very good. Well, I don't equate T. Higgins, his ability at his position, with Wembanyama, his ability at his position. That's saying
he's like a top 15 wideout in the league.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. Which translate in your mind to what kind of dollars per year?
Well,
30?
Going rate for a guy up with a new contract is about $30 million. And if Jamar Chase gets $40 million before that, then that price might go up. But here's the point. You wanted to package it the right way to sell me on it, you would say this. We have that wideout room, Higgins, Sutton, Mims for a year. And the year after that, the $20-some million that you would be paying Cortland Sutton now just turns into T. Higgins money. And so you get a better version of Cortland Sutton for an extra $7 or $8 million a year. I'd be like, okay, that's a pretty good argument. Hard to argue with, and you can fill out the other pieces as you go. But it's a weird place to be right now because we haven't been able to talk kind of in this mode of, hey, the Broncos can spend a bunch of money again. They did that a couple years ago with Zach Allen and Ben Powers when they got them in the offseason, and Mike McGlinchey. That was a big season of spending.
They spend a lot of money. I mean, they really did.
By the way.
And again, it's all, where do you want to allocate it? Where do you think it's best for this football team?
You started this segment by referring to this as girl math, and I think you should publicly apologize right now into that microphone to your wife. Why?
Yeah.
You don't even know what your car insurance is. Your wife handles most of the money spending in your family.
What?
You don't even know your own car insurance.
Why do you think I'm being offensive about that? That's something that she uses. She would actually probably be happy that I know what she's talking about. I'm not offending her.
I would argue that her math's much better than yours. You don't even know where your money's going. She runs your budget. She runs your world.
Well, why would
She's your bank.
Why would I apologize?
She is your bank.
I didn't say anything offensive about her. I just used a term that she uses.
I was offended by him being offensive.
I was not offended by his offensiveness.
She would call you a word that I can't say on the air right now, Vic.
Your own wife.
She's a little tougher than you.
Don't call me that.
Do you want to know what your own wife calls you?
What's that? Oh, I'm very well aware.
Okay, good, because I have it on my phone.
She fell in the airport the other day, and she got mad at me because I looked at her and didn't automatically go down and help her up. I just sort of stared. She won't stop talking about it.
How did she fall in the airport?
She fell over my golf clubs. My back. And
I'm not laughing at the fact that she fell.
Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Well, the fact that it was your golf clubs, dude,
I understand.
Your responsibility.
Tell me what. I want everybody to chime in. What do I do in that situation?
Oh my!
So I turn around. She goes, "Oh!" I turn around, and my immediate feeling was, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I thought she fainted, right? So I'm like, my mouth was agape. I didn't know how to react. And she's like, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to help me? I mean, what am I supposed to do? Tackle her on the ground and roll her? What do I do?"
Start rolling around right in the airport? If they're your golf clubs that she trips over, that's your responsibility, bro. I think the best thing you could have done would be, "Oh my God, honey, I'm so sorry. Let me help you up."
I think I would.
Because if my wife tripped over my golf clubs in the airport, I would probably be eating a golf club in the next 5 seconds.
I think I'd laugh.
Well, I didn't laugh. All right, first of all, I didn't laugh.
I think I would.
Laughing is because I knew she was hurt. She just
she was hurt,
knee
it's
surgery.
different.
So I looked down and nothing came out of my mouth because I was so in shock. I was like, so it's not like I said anything bad. I didn't say anything. And so she took that as me being a jerk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there.
Maybe just say, "Are you okay?"
I was thinking that.
The internal thoughts? You thought it was just like telepathy was going to get there?
If my wife ever falls because of anything I've ever done, I might as well move out, bro.
I didn't know that she had.
You'd laugh at your wife?
Well, the scenario you played out that she was already kind of hurt. That leaves another concern.
Well, that's why.
If my wife just tripped and fell in the airport, I think I would laugh at her. Yeah, if she wasn't previously hurt.
I got to say, I was a little worried about my new TaylorMade driver.
I was going to say, Terry, what are you doing?
No.
I got my new driver in there. The shaft. Did you break the shaft?
Yeah, what if that was it? The first thing you said, "Did you break it?"
Oh, God, what are you doing to my clubs?
303-504-0925. Zack Steffen is going to join us in 30 minutes. Stick around. Circa Sports, if you download the app and you take a look at this championship game for the Four Nations tournament, you know what the money line is on both Canada and the U.S.? -105. It's a straight-up pick-em between the two teams. You can also take a look at a whole bunch of player props that they have throughout the course of this game. Canada and USA, Stone and Eichel, total points matchup. Over under half a point between the two. That and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook with the best odds in the game. Download the app right now at Circa Sports or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you ever have friends who are just givers? You have friends who just like to give people things?
Yeah.
That's Steve who came by. Steve is a longtime listener.
Yeah.
And he just drops off stuff for us. And I think he just loves to see other people smile when he gives. He's a giver. And we all have like givers in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has that friend that's a giver.
I'm
I
a giver.
Have two friends.
I'm
In
a
fact,
giver.
Both of my friends' names, Steve's one. I have another Steve who's a giver, who's always giving people stuff.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's, the wealthiest human in the world, but just as a giver.
That's me.
So Steve comes in and gives me something, and now Moser wants my something.
Yeah, Moser, you're a taker.
You're a taker.
No,
You're
I'm saying I want that.
a taker. You can't have what he gave me.
No, you didn't. You didn't say it like, "Oh man, I want one of those too." You said,
"I want."
Can I have it?
Yes.
That's what you said. Can I have it? Oh, I just lost mine last year. I need one.
No. The answer is no. You can't have it. By the way, we have.
Can I have your old one?
Yeah, you can have my old one.
Okay.
So Steve, in addition to what
Taker.
Steve,
Can I
just,
have?
we unboxed. We have a gift here from the Rapids.
Oh, you want to do an unboxing?
Yeah,
please.
let's unbox.
Yeah, so we're going to talk to Zack Steffen at 8:30 this morning.
Thanks, Steve.
Nelly,
Thank you, Steve-O.
Nelly already opened his like at 5 this morning.
By the
He
way,
couldn't
look,
wait.
Look at how Steve signed my.
Share if you want.
Yeah, Governor Vic.
Oh, the Governor Vic, yes. What happened to that? We had one of those returns that said governor on it.
Oh, Nelly did with it.
All right. Time to unbox.
All right, how do you... This tape is too strong.
Come on, you big baby.
Oh, cool, man.
So we're doing an unboxing. Oh,
that's
sick.
rad.
Look at that. We got our own little personal jerseys.
No way.
Ooh, I like the box.
Yeah, the box is
The
cool,
box
too.
is awesome.
Yeah, honestly,
And a nice little rope hat. How about that? Thank you to the Colorado Rapids. These are sick.
Oh, dude, look at that. That's
that is
rad.
sweet.
Yeah, this is cool as hell.
Is yours double XL?
Would you shut your mouth? Let's see here. Actually, it is.
That is nice.
Dude, this is
I'm kidding. Mine's an L.
This is
That's
sick.
nice. What numbers? I got 25 for some reason.
I got 20.
Year is
It's the
2025.
Oh, yeah.
Playoffs are coming. So thank you to the Colorado Rapids. That's awesome.
But
If you guys-
the scarf, dude.
I got a scarf. You got a hat?
by the way, yeah.
I'll trade you this scarf for the hat.
Nope. Hat's mine.
Well, let me see
They
the
know
hat.
I'm a hat guy.
Hold on, let me see the hat.
The hat's sick.
That is a nice hat.
Dude, that's a sick hat.
That is a sweet hat.
Moj, paint the picture of what the jersey looks like.
I'll
for the
trade
people.
you my jersey for the hat.
It's the.
I
It's
don't
the,
need Lombardi
it's yelled
jersey.
in the front. It's got the Rapid logo up in the upper left there with the star on it. It's got the number 25. I mean, it's your basic. It's your Rapids jersey, man. It's one of them.
That is sweet. Like what color?
That's really
what
awesome.
color is this? Is like off-white? Is that what this is?
No, it's more like a aqua green.
Yeah, like an aqua green.
That
yes.
is?
Yeah.
Yep.
I know you and your
Like a light
malfunction.
green.
You
I'm
and
not making fun of you. I'm not making fun of you.
I am. Your malfunction can't see what the true color is.
It's a cool color, though.
It's a great color.
It looks really nice. So thank you to the Rapids. We're gonna
I
talk
thought it was
to
gonna be like a pair of cleats or something. I'm like,
we're gonna talk to one of our favorites, Zack Steffen, who is. Can I say this about Zack Steffen? He's just a dude.
he's a total dude.
He's a dude.
He's our favorite keeper of all time.
I did like Tim Howard. Zack Steffen, you're
Tim,
getting
Tim
there.
was cool, but Zack's badass. This is a happy day, man.
So, can I ask you guys something about Dion for a second? Dion has done everything unconventionally. We've known this. It's always been that way. Dion has been ahead of the curve in a lot of things. He was ahead of the curve in the transfer portal stuff. Remember when he first came in here, said, I'm going to raid the transfer portal and I'm going to put the high school recruiting sort of on the back burner.
Yeah, but Brett, I don't think it was necessarily his strategy. I think it was his bedside manner that threw people off a little bit.
You're very well correct on that. It's also, though, he did something that, look, man, college football for a billion years was always about recruiting classes are what matter most. And if you have one of those, then your team's going to be good and sustainable for a long time. And I think Dion recognized before most others did that you're going to have roster turnover like crazy every year anyway. Why not just try and bring some people in through the transfer portal? So there was a story surrounding Dion and money saved for the university is the way it was kind of packaged. And it was that He saved, and I forget what the total was. Nelly, do you remember you sent us the
$200,000.
$200,000 because he wasn't using the private CU jet to fly around to do home visits. And he goes, here's the quote from Dion, I don't go to nobody's school or nobody's house. And part of me hears that and says, results speak for themselves. Got pretty good recruiting classes. It doesn't really matter. The other part of me says, I think you probably should occasionally.
Well, the players have to come from somewhere. I mean, guys just don't show up in college, at the age of 22. You know what I mean? They get recruited by somebody to go play college football someplace. It's just that it seems like Coach Prime has the idea, well, let the other suckers recruit and spend all their time and waste all their time and money. I'll just go get their guys.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? Now, again, this could just be another...
That's what Notre Dame does with their quarterbacks. They don't waste time recruiting quarterbacks.
It's true.
Let's go get some other suckers. They breed some other poor suckers.
Oh, really? You specified just Notre Dame? Like every college team in the country doesn't do that right now?
Before you get personally offended, let me just ask the question. Is this another example of Dion just doing things his own way and being a little bit ahead of the curve? Or is this something that you'd like to see change at least a little bit?
Change why? It works. What he's doing is working. He's recruiting. He's recruiting better than most coaches would recruit in years. What's the problem?
With the amount of dialogue that can be had through social media nowadays, I think the days of, listen, I'm sure there are still some moms out there that you need to sell on your program.
So I'm saying, you guys told me,
but I think in today's day, well, that's what Bill McCartney's greatest asset was.
We are not the people to ask for this. We're the wrong clientele. How do people date today? How's dating
online?
I would argue that's made it worse for people now.
I'm sure.
Okay, but that's fine. But how is how do you find your type? I guess the days of going to the club or the bar and just waiting around for the right one.
You did a lot of waiting, didn't you?
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I got him.
You can get,
got him.
You can go right to the point now.
Got him.
You can go right to the point. Here's what I'm looking for. Here's what I need, and let's meet somewhere and see if it works.
If I ran the world, I'd ban that.
Understood.
Go outside.
That's fine. But back in our wilderness days,
didn't you meet your wife through her brother?
Yeah. What's the difference?
Well, I mean, no,
it was in person.
No, I'm saying, but that's more the conventional way to do it.
Yeah, you
Nelly,
a friend of a friend, and you hang out.
Yeah. Nelly, you're a younger person. How did you meet your girlfriend?
She, through a friend of a friend, she ended up at some of my band's shows, and she dug my saxophone action.
She's a groupie.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Not everybody has
I got it.
Yeah, she likes the way I blow that horn.
Right.
Yes,
yeah, Jimi Hendrix, David Lee Roth, Steve Nelson.
It took me like 15 years, but learning sax finally paid off, boys. Stick with it.
I'm sorry, but Vic, you mentioned that. Now I can't get off this. I really think this is going to be like the bane of our existence. You guys need to go out and talk to women and talk to men in person and find out what makes people tick.
But you could do that after the fact. What I'm saying is, what the internet's allowed people to do is, here's what I'm looking for. Here's what they're looking for. All right, let's go out and have a coffee. Where before, you don't have that at your fingertips. You just go and have a coffee and, hey, what's up? And then you get to that point. See what I'm saying? It's a little different.
Yeah.
You could sort of clear all the people you don't want and get to the bottom line a lot quicker today than you could.
So that's college recruiting today? Is that what it is?
That's what Dion's doing.
This is what I need.
That's
this is what
Dion's
I want.
Doing. Yes.
And kids want to play for him. I'm sure they do. Honestly, if you're on the outside looking in and you're a hotshot college or high school football player, it looks like going to see you and playing football there looks like a pretty damn fun time.
Look, here's the other thing that, again, I'll give him credit. Like, he's ahead of the curve. He went all in on the idea of, hey, not only am I going to do things my own way, I'm going to assemble a coaching staff of people that are recognizable names, former players that maybe can relate a little bit better. And I've seen a lot of NFL teams kind of going this route of hiring former players to have the relationship aspect of that. Hey, I know what you're going through. I've been there before sort of thing. Like, they just signed Domata Peko as an assistant D-line coach with Warren Sapp. And I think that this stuff matters. I really do. I think especially in college. Now, do I think there's 17-year-olds out there that are super aware of who Domata Peko is? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think they do.
Didn't Peko's, was it his cousin that played for the Broncos?
No, he played here.
Yeah, but didn't he have also...
I think his brother Kyle
His
did.
brother. Yeah, he
Right?
had a brother as well, yeah. But
Um,
Domatov played here. He played for the Bengals, too, and for...
Cincinnati, didn't he?
Yeah, Bengals and...
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think he finished with Baltimore.
1625 says, Vic is going to catfish so hard. I'm not looking on the internet for... I have a wife.
I'll tell you something, man.
I have one already.
I'll take this, not even in a dating realm. So I've met some like my buddies' kids who are like 14, 15 years old. You ever meet a 14 or 15-year-old? They're like, look, they're already kind of awkward. They don't look at you when they talk. It's a really weird experience. It's like, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Brett. And they're like staring down. They aren't looking at me in the eyes.
So you say social interaction is not what it used to be.
I don't think they know how. I think this is a real concern, okay?
You know, it's funny. My daughter just sent us a group text saying that when she has kids, she will not allow her kids to have any phones or any computer, anything until the age of 16. And I said,
crud.
I said, good luck with that. The first time that you're in a hurry to get out the house and you need that 4-year-old to stop crying, you're going to throw an iPad in front of them so quick. You can write this down. Hell, record this.
We've been trying to do that. Now, there's no way you're going to keep a kid from having a phone until they're 16 anymore. It's just like, it's going to be
it's almost like
dialed in your life.
Your baby already knows how to use the phone.
Well, I think that's because she looks at us doing it, and that's what scares me most. Is like, how much am I on my phone that, bro, I'm not kidding. Yeah. One of the things she likes is you go on Snapchat, you can do the filters on the faces. Yeah. Baby Jamal Kill.
I like that too.
Hilarious. So I'm walking in the living room yesterday. We left for a second, gave her a snack. I was just in the kitchen for a minute, walked back to the living room. My wife's phone is plugged in the living room floor. And she's looking at my wife's phone. And I go, hey, put the phone down. She puts it down, and I look at it. Not only does she have Snapchat open on her phone, she had the thing where you have to hold down your face to do the filter stuff. She did that on her own.
Jesus, Lord Almighty.
And I was like, what in the world is that? Are you doing the filter?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you are. The point is this, is that we need interaction, okay? Stop doing everything through the phone. Stop doing Snapchat filters on everybody's faces. Look at each other in the eyes and have a conversation. Anyway.
Wait, but Coach Prime does that. I mean, what do you look like?
I mean, that is horrifyingly disgusting.
Like a mouse or something? What is that, like a mouse?
It is some sort of mouse filter.
That's weird. But Coach Prime, he does that, Vic, Brett. He does that when they come to campus, right?
I know. So it's just like, and it's fine. Maybe it's just the non-traditional way of doing business now in college football, and he's ahead of the curve again. Maybe other coaches are going to start doing this.
Why is this? I don't understand. Why is this a topic of concern or anything if his recruiting's never been an issue?
I said it from the very beginning. His recruiting's fine. It's just, do you think this is another of these non-traditional routes that is just like, maybe that's where college football is going?
What is the long-term viability? Because without Shador and without Travis Hunter, things are going to change in Boulder. And maybe they'll be even better than they were before. I don't know, but you've got to have long-term sustainability for the program.
This is a big year for Coach Sanders because it's the first year he is not tied to his own blood. All right, it's the first year, and I'll even include Travis Hunter in that because he treated him like he was one of his own.
Sure.
So now he's coaching. He's coaching, right? And we don't know who the starting quarterback's going to be. We have no idea. We've known the answer to that question the last 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And when you know who your starting quarterback is going to be, it's a lot easier to run a team. You guys agree? He doesn't know who that guy's going to be yet.
Correct.
Well, I still go back to it. His introductory press conference where he's like, people are going to come in here, they're going to have to earn their right. And he goes, and that's your starting quarterback back there. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Where it was everybody's got to earn their keep on this field, and that's your starting quarterback right in the back of the room.
Except for him.
But he was right about that.
Well, of course.
Well, how could you not be right about that?
It was weird timing. It was weird timing to say that and then just say, and that guy.
Every single one of you has to fight for playing time. I don't give anything away. And there's your starting quarterback right there.
But to your point, Vic, he doesn't have, there's your starting quarterback right there, right now.
Exactly.
He doesn't have that. So how does he handle it? We'll see. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Enter Lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. It's willheightwins.com. Zack Steffen going to join us in 15 minutes. Stick around.
Just got sent a video. I showed it to you guys. I don't remember what year this was, the All-Star game. The NBA All-Star game where LeBron and Kobe are going off. And Kobe in the game says, "I'm going to lock you down, LeBron," and proceeded to guard him full court for the remainder of the game. Hard. Like going at it. You don't see that anymore.
Well, Vic, I asked the question yesterday. It makes no sense to me. The NHL All-Star game, not the Four Nations, but the All-Star game. I understand why they wouldn't go hard. You can get hurt. It's a physical sport. The Pro Bowl, I understand why you wouldn't go hard. You can get hurt. It's a violent sport. What the hell is basketball's excuse? Why can they not play a game?
Like, why wouldn't Donovan Mitchell tell Anthony Edwards, "I'm going to lock you down"?
Why wouldn't they want to play defense?
Why? What is it? Is it an unspoken rule? Is a lethargy? Is it what is it?
Look, if somebody's all alone on a fast break down the court and you want to pull up at half court and just let them dunk it, I get that. But why not? If it's like a half,
you don't want to risk injury.
If it's a half court set, then why not line up like an actual defense would and play?
Here's the question. This will maybe answer it. Why do you think Kobe did that?
He wanted to show the young pup who the boss, who the sheriff still is.
Sure. Nobody cares anymore. He cared. He actually cared about, hey,
but why did he care? Why did he not follow suit with the rest of the players?
Because I think that what do you mean?
Well, the rest of the players maybe didn't want to play defense. The rest of the players wanted to take it easy. He decided not to.
I think there's personal pride from Kobe Bryant, but I also think it's a rite of passage.
So it starts at the top.
Absolutely,
so
it does.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier this week. The top right now is the reason why this is happening.
Vic, I said it a couple of days ago. I think you can make a pretty easy one-to-one correlation that LeBron is largely responsible for a lot of what we complain about right now.
What about Steph? What about Durant?
Here's the difference, though. LeBron has been... You look at the amount of things that have changed in the NBA. And LeBron's fingerprints are on all of them. Like everything. Steph has been playing for one team his entire career.
Yeah.
He's benefited from things like Durant coming over. But their dynasty was built the way you would want to see a dynasty built, right? They didn't do that through free agent pickups until Durant got there. It was Draymond and Steph and Clay. It's the same thing as what the Nuggets did, honestly. The Nuggets core, when they won a championship, was all homegrown stuff with a little, like, Aaron Gordon trade mixed in.
A similar situation would be like LeBron, and maybe there's too much of an age disparity and a height disparity, but I'm talking about just stardom. LeBron taking on Wemby and saying, "I'm going to lock you down. You're not going to score in this All-Star game."
Sure.
Right?
I can't even imagine that happening. It's unfathomable to me. Although I'd like to see it happen. There's nothing wrong with young guys, having to come in and sort of earn their keep a little bit and get a dose of reality.
Can I ask you something before we get to Zack Steffen in 5 minutes? So I think I've asked this on the show a couple of times, but it's worth just like a reminder, repeating. If Jordan played today, is he revered in the same way? If he was the exact same guy, but it's you're in the social media, everything is, there's a million more microphones in your face after every game, like all of that stuff. Would he be able to keep the same reputation that people have of he was a quiet competitor?
It's impossible to keep. We would know a lot more about him today than
and there'd
we
be
did
a
back
lot
then.
more haters of him.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So that's just natural progression because of the microscope that
Yes.
these athletes are under today. Not only, there was only one microscope when Jordan played, and that was the media, the cameras. Today, everyone carries a microscope everywhere they go.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to say that those guys would be the same person today. It's impossible.
Like, you don't think that some of those practice incidents of him punching guys out in practice wouldn't be replayed on 24-hour networks over and over again, and you get a different perspective?
Draymond, and we saw what he did to his teammate in a practice.
Jordan Poole.
And it was on a security camera.
Yeah.
How come those security cameras never emerged with Jordan?
Right. Yeah, I think it would be different, and I think it's a lot harder to not have somebody hate you.
You know what? Legend is also a product of mystery. When you don't know everything about somebody, and you allow your mind to wander, that helps with that legend status. And that's where MJ benefits over guys like LeBron.
Yeah.
Like, you're young. You didn't grow up in the MJ era. For you, it's
most
yeah,
of
you
his
don't-
career was pre me having memories.
You
Yeah,
just
You don't even know anything.
You just hear stories,
Yeah.
right? The legend.
Yeah.
So the legend of MJ only grows more and more because we don't have. You saw video highlights.
The only thing I distinctly remember, I can actually, from MJ's career outside of the Washington years, I remember the Jazz final. I remember watching that with my dad because I remember I said, that guy's short. And I was talking about John Stockton. And he goes, he's 6'3". He's my height. And I go, oh, never mind.
You must have just been a little tiny guy.
But what you don't know,
you were a little tiny guy.
what you don't know is
9?
also knowledge, and it's also powerful because if you put MJ in today's climate, we would know too much. We would know that whole incident, why he left the NBA at the age of 30 for 2 years.
God.
Today?
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me?
It would be insane. Absolutely insane.
So maybe that's what those old heads like ourselves, that's what we're.
What are you saying? Ignorance is bliss?
Yes, I think we're protecting that. We protect MJ. We protect his legacy and his legend status because maybe we don't want to know everything.
Like, honestly, how much do you actually know about the most famous basketball person ever lived, Michael Jordan?
I know one 1/100th of what I know about LeBron James.
Yeah. And that would be just impossible for him to keep up now. It just would be. You know, Joker's about as close as you're going to get to, like, secretive, not...
You know what's funny? I'm watching that Court of Gold. They got everybody mic'd up.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's mic'd up except one notable player, Nikola Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted nothing to do with it. He only showed up on that show as in the highlights when he was chatting with someone in the locker room. But everybody else, they spoke to the camera. He wanted no part of that.
Get some beers.
He wanted to know. I'm telling you, he was not part of it. He did not want to be a part of that production.
And a texter says, so Kane thinks LeBron is worse than Anthony Davis or Kyrie or James Harden. What I'm saying is I think LeBron, and to a certain extent us, ushered that kind of player into the NBA. The second we started saying LeBron isn't as good as Michael Jordan because he doesn't have X amount of rings, that changed the dynamic for a whole bunch of players, didn't it?
Sure.
Like, why do you think Harden is bouncing around so much? Why do you think so many players are bouncing around to super teams?
Sure.
Because they don't want to be labeled as the guy who didn't win because we don't have respect for them anymore. They could be a great player. It doesn't matter. You didn't win. You stink, bro.
Kurt says, never meet your heroes or at least pull the curtain back. Hey, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
In the famous movie Breaking Away, what happened?
I know why I hate the Lakers.
It
just hit me. I know why I hate the Lakers so much.
Vic, what happened when dude met his heroes, the Italian cycling team?
They stuck a stick in his spoke and he went flying into the side of the road.
It was actually a bike pump, but yes.
Do you know what happened to me? True story.
The Italian cycling team stuck a bike pump in your spokes?
I was 13 years old.
Oh, no. Here we go.
I don't think I've ever shared this story. I'm about to share something I've never shared.
Uh-oh.
I was 13 years old, maybe 14. I just started my fruitful ball boy career with the Nuggets. After
your athletic prime.
Yes. After a game, we're waiting in line as the Lakers are leaving the court, and we stick our hands in front of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar asking for an autograph.
Oh,
and he...
You know what Kareem did to me, specifically?
Punched you.
He slapped the pen out of my
hand. Did he really?
Slapped it out of my hand.
Wow. You know what? This is a good question to ask the man who's joining us now on the Ramos Law Hotline.
Has he ever asked him if he's ever done that?
Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Zack Steffen, goalkeeper for the Colorado Rapids.
Oh, I'm sure he slapped a lot of kids around. Yeah, well, I'm sure.
Here's the thing, Zach. Appreciate you joining us. The last time we talked to you, it was a pleasure. Vic was just talking about he tried to get Kareem Abdul's autograph when he was a kid and his pen was slapped out of his hand. Have you done that to children before?
No, I have not.
Admit it! Well, Zach, again, it's nice to talk to you. I want to start off with this. So you guys open up the season and it's negative 5 million degrees. Jeez. What is that like as your position that's not doing a whole bunch of running out there? What's that like to stay warm and stay in it?
Yeah, it's tough, man. but like I said to the guys before the game, it was all mental. You just tell yourself to stay in it, focus on the game, don't focus on the outside temperatures and everything. And that's exactly what we did, and we got the result.
What I'm curious, what did the ball feel like on your foot? Did it feel like a bowling ball?
No, it was like a volleyball, man. It
really?
Was it was some different brand that CONCACAF uses, and it felt like a volleyball. It was really soft, which was nice.
That's interesting. But what a big win to start things out, man. I mean, LAFC is obviously last year they were a great club. I don't know what 2025 holds, but for you guys in the freezing cold to come out with that win, the CONCACAF to start off, what is a fresh new year and all that sort of thing. What's that do for you guys to buoy you right from the beginning?
Yeah, it definitely gives us confidence individually and then collectively. Yeah, it's a great start against a really good team in tough conditions. So, the most important test is Saturday in St. Louis.
For you guys, last year, you finished with 50 points on the season. You make the playoffs. What is it for you guys heading into this year that you're looking to improve on, or what's the focus heading into this year?
Yeah, I think we just have to learn from last year's failures, some bad losses, and then the end of the season was was not what we wanted, and just has left a sour taste in my mouth. So I think it's just all about learning from last year's failures and maturing as a team, and just learning focusing on some different tactics that can help keep the balls out of our net, and then hopefully we can score a few more goals. That would be nice.
Where do you think you got better as a roster?
I think we brought in some defenders that have been very sharp and have looked really good the other night. We brought in some midfielders, and then we brought in some youth. We brought in Josh Atencio, who's a bright star in the making, and so we brought in some pieces, and now it's just about putting it all together on the field.
It's interesting you talk about the goal scoring, and I know at times it's been, I guess I want to say difficult for you guys, but maybe not as much as other teams, so maybe a little bit more pressure on you to make the saves and that sort of thing. How do you flip the script on that and go to a full attack mode, or do you even need to?
I feel like last year we did a good job of scoring goals, and our offense, our attackers, our staff is all about attack. So I think we just got to keep the foot on the gas for that, and then we need to lock down in the back and let in less goals this year, and that'll help us win more games, and then that'll help us come playoff time.
Can you take me to the psyche of your position? Because every time somebody has a camera shot to somebody in between the net, you always look angry. Are you guys ever happy when you're out there? You're always yelling at somebody. It's burrowed eyebrows. Like, what's going on?
Oh man, dude, in the goalkeeping position, if you get a little too calm, a little too loose, I found out it always bites me in the ass. So I like to stay focused, laser focused until after the game, and we get the 3 points, and then I can be all happy and goofy and myself.
Gotcha.
I often wonder in those conditions when you're told that, hey, you got a game tonight and it's going to be about 0 degrees. I don't even know how did you layer? Just curious, as a goalie, how many layers did you have on?
I had like 2 thick Under Armours on, pair of tights. I taped some hand warmers to the back of my hands.
Did you?
Nice. That helped a lot. And then I wore a snood, one of those neck warmers.
Sure, yeah.
You can pull over your face and your ears and your nose, which was a game changer. Usually you can't wear those, but that night they said that we could, and that was a game changer.
Have you ever thought of just a big, friendly pair of earmuffs?
We did have these like 1980s
headbands.
Bands that came around, and Georgie was going to wear it but then he was he did.
Dude, I'll be honest with you though, man. I felt for you guys. I felt most for the fans because at least you're running around. The fans had to sit there through the whole thing. Give them kudos.
Yeah, they're crazy, man. I wouldn't have been out there if I were them. Yeah, they're crazy, and that just shows their dedication and passion for the sport and for the club. And those are our fans, and we owe them so much thanks for bearing the cold and giving us the extra energy and making us giving us a nice warm welcome in a cold night.
Well, we talked about it yesterday. In fact, Vic challenged Brett to take his clothes off and run up and down Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, which was kind of weird anyway. But we were talking about it. What conditions would you not play in? You know what I mean? I guess hurricane, fine, but it's freezing cold. We've had snowstorms, guys playing in snowstorms here in Denver in the past, that sort of thing. It's almost like you guys are like football.
Well, they can't do lightning. They shut games down.
Well, they shut everything down for lightning, yeah. I mean, obviously you don't want to get zapped, but I mean, as far as temperature is concerned or elements, when do you shut down?
Honestly, I asked that question the other day in the lead up to the game.
Because -5 would seem to me to be
a shutdown.
A shutdown. Yeah, might be a good reason.
For me too. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know if there's a set record or set temperature that they say, oh, it's too cold. I was asking that the other day too, in the lead up to the game, because the trainings were freezing, and I was like, oh, this is not so fun. But yeah, I don't know if they have a set temperature or not.
What's the most miserable you've been? Is it just like freezing cold? What about like a game that's super hot? Like, what's
Miami.
the most miserable you've been?
Oh, that's so tough. I mean, super hot is really tough. The game's really slow. Obviously, it's like humid and you feel like you move 5 feet and you're blowing out your ass and you're just dead. But then when it's cold, man, you can't move really, and you feel like you can't react as fast as you normally can in warm weather. And for goalkeeping, I don't move around a lot. So for me, like the freezing cold with like rain is the worst. So like England was brutal. There are some brutally freezing days of training.
I would totally agree. That sounds miserable. Now, last thing before I let you go and appreciate your time. You were on with us last year, and this was during the Leagues Cup run. And there was a game in which there was a shootout, and you had to shoot. And I just want to take you back to the moment. Hang on.
I had no idea when I was going, and then I was getting heckled in the corner, and I just look up, and everybody's waving for me to go shoot, and I was like, oh, here we go.
So this year, if you're called upon again to get into a shootout, do you have more confidence now that you've experienced that one last year?
Yeah, of course. Of course I do. And yeah, I mean, this year I'll be paying attention more when they give us the penalty list. But and maybe I'll do a little bit some more practices so that I feel more confident, because I mean that was a scary moment. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, Zach, you're the man. We always appreciate talking to you. Good luck this year, and we'll talk soon. All right, buddy?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care, bud.
There you go. Rapids goaltender Zack Steffen joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. What a guy, by the way. What a dude.
Yeah, he was thinking what I was thinking. When they tell you you're playing a soccer game and it's -5, your immediate reaction is this legal?
Well, and again, in his position, like if you're one of the forwards and you've got to go back and forth, you're running, you got adrenaline going. Imagine just doing this for 20 minutes.
It would suck.
And then it's like, oh God, here it comes. And you got to like get loose in a split-second notice. Got to be tough. But shout out Zack Steffen as the Rapid season gets kicked off, and a great win to start things off for them this year with a win against the team that was the #1 team in the Western Conference last year, LAFC.
Yeah, they were really good last year. Yep. I mean, they kicked butt.
Got a lot more to get to. Stick around.
If I say erectile dysfunction, some of you are probably like, ha, ha, ha. And some of you are like, oh, my God. Are you tired of the frustration and the embarrassment that ED causes? If that's part of your life right now, do yourself a favor. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because they can help you. Absolutely take care of you. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life, because at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Don't laugh it off. Don't be embarrassed or anything like that. Fix yourself. Do something about it. They can help you. Schedule the consult. It's only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, you get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your appointment is absolutely free, but you know it's going to work. They've got an expert staff, and you could be in better shape the day after your appointment. 5 locations in Colorado, all the way from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so tonight,
real
Nuggets take the floor again. We have the championship game, U.S. and Canada and the Four Nations. We'll get to that in 15 minutes. Mike Malone yesterday, as he was talking about some of the bodies that are back in practice and some of the guys you can expect back on the floor, that means a healthy Michael Porter Jr. and a healthy Russell Westbrook. So it begs the question. You have what we kind of feel like is a 6-man starter rotation. At times, it's been Westbrook in the lineup. At times, it's been Christian Brown. At times, it's been Aaron Gordon. And they've all kind of like rotated throughout the year due to injuries and other things on who's going to get in the starting lineup. But they're all healthy now. So what do you do, Michael Malone?
You really don't think I'm going to answer that question right now, do you? All I'll say is that it's great to have options. We have a healthy team, and obviously Russell Westbrook's done great things for us. Christian Brown, this last 8-game stretch, is playing just incredible basketball. And so people say, oh, that's a tough decision. I look at it the opposite way. I'm really fortunate to have a tough decision to make where you have quality players that have really impacted winning. And that's what it comes down to. It's never about one player. It's about what's best for our team. And as we approach tomorrow night's game in this final stretch, we'll do what we think is best in that moment. And it could change. I mean, like we've seen it change throughout the season. But we'll make that decision tomorrow night and kind of give that a chance to continue to grow.
What's wrong with that?
I don't think there's anything wrong. I think the answer should just be it's Christian Brown's in the starting lineup and Russell comes off the bench.
But the question still remains, who's the starting 5 tonight? And I think the easy answer is this. Russell's coming off a muscle injury. The easy answer would be we want to limit his minutes, clearly, so he's going to ease back into the rotation. Christian is the starter. Yeah. Do I think Christian Brown deserves to start? You're damn right I do. He deserves to start.
Well, he's been playing great basketball.
Yes.
I mean, he's been on fire, if you want to put it that way. Yeah, I dig what you're saying. What I'm telling you is I don't think that right now there's really a wrong answer. You can talk about who deserves to be in, but what's best for the basketball team and winning games. That's the real question. And I think on any given night, it may differ. I think on any given night, depending on the opponent, it may be a different look that Coach Malone will want to throw out there. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But what I will say is that I think when playoff rolls around, that you better have a rotation in mind, and I'm sure they will, as to exactly what you want it to look like.
The rotation to me is very simple, until further notice. Jamal, Christian, Porter, Gordon, Jokic.
Well, that's your normal starting 5.
That's what it should be.
That's what it was to begin the season.
Here's the thing. Jamal, I think we can all agree, is starting to look like Jamal again, and has been for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Brown has earned every second of floor time throughout the course of the year. He has been arguably your second most consistent player on the Nuggets this season. Michael Porter Jr. is coming off 3 games in which he scored 30 points before he went down with an injury for a couple of games. Aaron Gordon is too important defensively to what you want to do on this team in particular, and Jokic is Jokic. Like, I don't think there's any question about it.
Still scares me a bit to see calf management on Aaron Gordon's injury report. He got 27 games left.
Yeah.
It seems like one of those things that's going to linger all year. Mm-hmm. It's always going to be the back of my head. I'm sure it is the back of his head.
Sure.
Like, you go all out? Can you go all out? You strain that calf at the most inopportune time? I don't know. Those things don't heal very quickly. It's taken an entire season for it to get to this point.
You know what's interesting is that the Nuggets have won 8 straight games heading into the All-Star break, and they did that with a mishmash of a lineup that they're putting together, like Jalen Pickett and Zeke Naji getting a whole bunch of minutes. You know what I mean?
They have an opportunity with Charlotte being, again, I'm going to call this what it is. This is a scheduled loss for the Charlotte Hornets.
They have no business winning this game tonight.
They played last night. They won. They won. They beat the Lakers. What a bad loss for the Lakers. Lakers had everybody. Luka, by the way, last night was 1 for 9 from 3. He had 14 points. He almost had a triple-double, 14, 11, and 8. He also had 6 turnovers in that game.
I'm glad LeBron rested his toes for that game.
LeBron had 2 threes to tie the game late, missed both of them, and the Charlotte Hornets outlast the Lakers in L.A. 197. Then they got to hop on a plane.
Hold on a second. You just sound like Channel 4 News.
Okay. Then they got to hop on a plane. You figure they get on the plane around 11:30 midnight, fly to Denver. They get into their hotel.
Hold on, you lose an hour. Hour.
They get into their hotel around 2:30.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 2:30 a.m. You go to sleep at 3. They got no business winning this game tonight. No business. Which leads to my keys to the game.
Oh, you want to do it now?
Yeah, because I'm on it. It's here.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
I can't wait for this.
Run, Nuggets, run! Run early, run often, run them off the court. Run them like you've never run before. I always worry about Nuggets games where they have a lot of days rest because that's when they usually don't perform up to standard. But tonight, everybody's rested up. Everybody's healed up outside of Peyton Watson. This is a Charlotte team that just played hours before. Run. They lead, the Nuggets do, the NBA in fast break points. Run. Run early. End the game early. Don't even give them life, because if you give them life, watch out.
In the words,
Watch out for what?
In the words
They've
of
won 14 games this year.
In the words of one of our friends, Nuggets Hornets tonight. Not even going to talk about it. They're going to kill them. They're going to murder them. No point in talking about that game. How about the keys of the game for U.S. and Canada, Moj?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
You want me to handle it for it? You want me to take this one on too?
Is that really on the spot? You said you've been thinking about this game for like 4 straight days.
I've been nervous about it for like 4 straight days. Hellebuck, good.
Okay.
Stop puck.
All right, that did sound like I really put you on the spot. Yeah, you went in caveman mode on me.
Listen, no, here's clearly
this has one of those games where you feel like Canada could outshoot the U.S. 2-1,
Yes.
and Hellebuck's going to have to.
He's going to have
stop
to
a
be
lot of rubber.
Yeah, absolutely. Up front, listen, you have a highly motivated Canadian team getting ready to go here. Clearly, they've got, in terms of the skating power, they have the best players. Do the Canadians. But the U.S. is a really damn good team. They play well as a team. And by the way, Canada's not a bunch of shirking flowers out there. They're not a bunch of lily-livered dudes.
Do we know, is Brady Tkachuk going to go tonight?
They're all going.
Okay.
Matthew Brady and Austin Matthews are all in.
Hell, Keith Tkachuk's playing too.
You could put a Walt in front of the net, I guess. He's big now.
A fight tonight, yes or no?
I say no.
I say no.
I don't think so
the
either.
only way a fight happens is if late in the game one team is getting embarrassed.
Yeah.
If one team's getting embarrassed late.
Well, if it's 3-0 in the second period, somebody's going to try to change some momentum, I'm sure.
All right, so the get-in price for tonight's game, U.S. and Canada, just to get in on StubHub, $1,100.
Amazing. Well, I showed you the picture earlier, Brett. Yeah. Nelly sent it to us. The line to get Team USA gear this morning at TD Garden in Boston is long.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people trying to line up and get some stuff.
That is Keys to the Game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. So we'll get back to this Four Nations.
Did you see that? Did you see the text thread? Did you see it? These idiots at 5:30 this morning started it.
Let me see. I don't have a text.
I mean, look.
Yep, people are excited about the game.
I reckon.
9:20, we'll get back to the Four Nations, get a preview on that. But next is Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Stick around. Back out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Always happy to be joined by Jeff Lakewald, ESPN.com. And Leggy, the big news yesterday in the NFL. The cap raises again, anywhere from 22 to 27 million, somewhere in that ballpark. And I made this analogy earlier. My wife calls it girl math, where she gets something from Amazon for $30. She returns it, gets something else for $30, and says, I got it for free. Is that what Broncos fans are thinking of with the Russell Wilson deferred money? That the cap went up, so that means it's less money that it doesn't work that way, does it?
Yeah, I mean, well, it goes up for everybody. It's the Bronco problem. You know, if it just went up for them, it would be awesome. But your dead money is your dead money, no matter what the cap is. And it just means you have less room to play with than some of the other teams. That's all. But it, certainly it helps you if the top number is bigger. I mean, that's, you've got more in the bank, as it were. But it tells you where, again, we heard so much about, is there less buzz for the Super Bowl? And then it sets a viewership record, for the Super Bowl. It just shows you where the NFL is right now. The cap will go up $53 million at minimum over the last 2 years alone. And it always staggers me. I was covering the Steelers the first year the cap was coming in, and it was $34 million per team. So just think about that for a minute.
All
that means is you're old, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know. And gas was whatever a gallon.
right.
Yeah.
$1.03. Right.
Yeah.
When you have the cap jump up like that, do all teams follow suit, or is there a ceiling and a floor to what teams spend in the NFL? Remind me.
No, there is, Vic. There is a floor in the CBA. Now, the players' union has wanted to raise the floor on several occasions because a few teams, take the floor to heart and kind of stay down there. But there is a floor. You do have to spend a certain amount on your players. It isn't just a floor for expenses. It's a floor for payroll. So that is one safeguard the players have in the CBA that does help them. They don't have many in there, but that is one that helps them.
More money. It's all coming in. Hey, the Chargers are going to kick things off in Brazil. They're going to London more, to Germany, all over the place. What? I guess they're getting money out of that, Jeff. What's the end game here, you think, for the National Football League in terms of this global expansion or this global massaging of the fan bases to try to get more bread?
Well, that's the search. I mean, they want a bigger global footprint. I think there was a long time they were behind, baseball and the NBA in particular. And hockey has always had a bigger global footprint because the rosters are a global footprint. It's the NFL is different. There aren't many countries that play football as much as we do. So it's, they have to sort of bring it to the masses and spread it that way. And, there is more sort of flag football in other nations, a more international presence. And I think that's what they're looking for. More fans, to guard against if they lose fans, for whatever reason, domestically, that they have other things going, but they always want to be bigger. I mean, that's why they play on Wednesday this year. That's why they play on Thursdays now. That's why there's 17 games now. It will be a cat fight to get the 18th game. I mean, they want inventory and they want fans, and they're always on the hunt to do it. And when Roger Goodell became commissioner, the two things the people who knew him best told me to look out for were watch how hard he pushes for international games, particularly in London, and watch how much he dislikes the Pro Bowl. And we have seen both those things come to fruition.
You know what's crazy, Leggy, is that we looked this up yesterday. I was like, gosh, they're playing games in Germany now. I'm just wondering how many German people like the NFL. and there's
Well,
85 million people there. And for a Bucks Seahawks game, they averaged 3 million viewers when they had a German announcer calling it, which is crazy.
No, I will tell you, back in the day when the old World League was going, the teams in Germany did the best. The Berlin Thunder, the Frankfurt Galaxy, they were always among the best money makers, the most followed. I knew somebody who worked for the Berlin Thunder for a season, and he could not believe the kind of passion they had for American football.
Because those Germans are thick.
No, they were digging it way back then. So it's not shocking. And I think, it's been mostly a stadium issue trying to get in the schedule in the stadiums there. It's been harder for them than scheduling in London. But think about how powerful the NFL is. When they built the stadium in Tottenham, they built it to not accommodate just the soccer team, the Spurs. They built it to accommodate an American football field.
Wow.
With the requisite sidelines. They spent the money to do that.
Is that an expectation of an expansion someday? Maybe. I mean, is that why you do it, or just to have these games, these one-off games?
Well, it just tells you how well they do with the one-off games, Moshe.
Yeah.
I mean, that they're willing to do that, knowing full well that international expansion could work in some fashion, but has tons of things that would have to be overcome, including currency and what you do with the players in the off season and all of that. But
what a nightmare if I'm trying to figure out how many pounds the quarterback is making. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, 35 years ago, real quick, 35 years ago.
We're having OTAs, May 12th to May 14th.
Have fun with that.
And by the way, they're voluntary. There's a whole things you got to worry about. But no, they've wanted to do this for so long, and it's I think they're just getting started, because if the income equals a home game, more teams are going to be willing to do it. It's not great for the traditional home fans, because again, if a game's in Europe, it's not in somebody's stadium here.
Well, that's why the Jags are there all the time, because they can't draw flies anyway. But hey, in 1990, I had a buddy who was an exchange student in London, right? He's going to school there for a year, blah, 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 blah. So he and the other American dudes would go over to the park and they'd play football, right? Whatever they're doing. He said, and the people would give us the funniest looks, like, what in the hell are you doing? What is that thing, right? So that's a long time ago. I understand that. But, people had no idea what a football even looked like, or what are you guys doing? And you're throwing it to this guy overhand and all this. I guess all the Londoners were totally perplexed, and now you can't have a stadium. Tottenham Hotspur they serve a lot of fans, right? Wembley, you can put a lot of fans in that sucker, and now you can't get enough. You can't get enough seats for it.
I think Wembley seats 80,000 for NFL football, and you could tell the difference between the two Bronco trips. 2010, it was kind of, fans they all showed up in the different jerseys, and it was kind of a sort of a party. And the last time they went, you could tell people were there for the game, and it was just you could just feel the difference in their level of expectation of what they were getting.
Go ahead, Vic.
How soon before the Broncos signed Taysom Hill?
Yeah. He would get a long look when available. I think any former Saint is on the list. That's how I put it.
That's what I'm saying.
What do you make of that, by the way? Is that something, I know that guys, when they're in positions of power, they hire people they're familiar with and they're comfortable with, but this feels like a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure it's a great way to do things, and I'm not sure it's been proven to have worked. It's like when Belichick's former assistants would run and sign all the former Patriots. It didn't help them win any more games, I don't think, but I think they feel like it helps them get their message across better. I think it's more a in the building rather than on the field thing.
I want to make,
but they need a backup quarterback. They've got 2 free agents as the backup quarterback, so they gotta have somebody.
Well, you can backup quarterback, backup tight end, backup running back, backup, whatever you want. Taysom Hill, special teamer, sure. I'm going to make a comparison here because I saw the news yesterday that Jamar Chase is looking for upwards of $40 million a year.
Ooh.
And Cincinnati, by dragging their feet on this contract, is costing themselves money in these negotiations. And if I said the Broncos' top priority this offseason should be signing Nick Bonitto now as opposed to waiting, is that true or false?
Well, I think we're going to find out what they really think of Nick Bonitto by how they do it. They signed Surtain a full year plus out because he's Pat Surtain, and that's how they feel about him. They signed Quinn Meinerz a year out because that's how they feel about him. We'll see how they feel about Nick Bonitto, but the longer you let it go, you can sign a guy early, but you got to do what you did with Surtain and Meinerz. You got to convince them you're signing them at the top of the market and that there's a benefit for them to stay. I mean, Surtain did the ultimate. He signed a true extension. He didn't even make him blow up a year on his deal. He signed a true extension that kicks in after his 5th-year option. So, that a lot went right to get that done in their salary cap situation. But I think they should be talking to Nick Bonitto's people just to get a feel for, all right, what's going to take to see if you can get it done. Because, if you wait, that you end up probably competing with more people to keep him. But he is the biggest contract question they have, I think, even in this free agency as well as next.
We're getting to late February. When do you start your list?
Well, I've been going all season.
My bad.
I've been cranking.
Okay, my bad. So he's got a running list going on. I dig.
Yeah, you gotta make a list of about 600 to get 100. So that's the deal.
That's your brain damage, not mine. Thank God.
It's moronic. But
what do you think he does the day before?
I need a hobby.
Well, maybe he just throws stuff at the dartboard the day before. Heck, I don't know. But what I'm saying is, I'm reading a lot about Cam Ward. And the latest quote from him is, "You're going to draft me or you're not. If you don't draft me, that's your fault. You've got to remember you're the same team that's got to play me for the rest of my career, and I'll remember that." This guy's got a lot going for him, and I think it's Shador as well. Are we talking – what are we talking here? Again, quarterbacks always hold more value, but could they be one too? I mean, what do you think?
They shouldn't be on this board, but it's not a great board, so the quarterbacks are going to get pushed up.
Yeah.
Hard for me to believe that both of them wait very long. Right now, it's very much a 2-quarterback class, too. I mean, as far as who would you take in the first round, it's really 2 right now. And I've had some scouts tell me that these 2 quarterbacks would be somewhere between 3rd and 5th last year on the list. So these guys aren't the slam dunks, I guess I'm saying. Now, again, hard for me to believe that somebody at top of the board isn't taking a quarterback because
Tennessee needs one.
Shot to get one.
Yeah. Tennessee needs one, and theoretically Cleveland needs one, right?
Well, most people think Tennessee might shop the pick. The folks I talk to in the league that think they might shop the pick and hope that they can get the guy they like. But again, that's always risky. When you're at the one spot, you hold all the cards and you pretty much hope to never be there again. So that's always the thing you got to balance out.
Leggy, when are you going to band camp in Indy?
I go to band camp Monday.
Okay.
So I'll be my 39th band camp.
I'm going to the combine.
No, can I ask you something on that though? Because I am curious. I know the combine is, hey, you can watch guys run 40s and do the drills, but you're there like most reporters are because it's a big gala that features some of the more important, prominent figures in the sport: GMs, head coaches, executives.
It's a retreat.
It's a retreat. What's the number one thing if I got you in front of George Payton, Sean Payton, scouts, executives, whoever? What's the one question you most want to ask when you're there in Indy?
I'm really always looking to see what they really think of players. There's what you say publicly, what you can say publicly, but I want the folks I know and I get in front of every year, I want to know what they really think of the real evaluations, and that's always the most helpful to me.
What did Sean Payton say about Bo Nix last year at the combine? Do you
You
remember?
could tell he liked him, Vic.
Yeah.
Now he wouldn't. He was trying very hard to hold his cards close to his vest, but there was no question that you could tell he liked him. But the combine for coaches is different. They're just getting started on the draft guys in a lot of ways. The Broncos coaches have been doing free agency up until this week. So like all the assistants have been looking at the free agents in their position groups. If they're coordinator, they're looking at all the free agents on their side of the ball. So they've been doing free agency really, really hard because it opens earlier than the draft. So coaches are just getting started on the draft when they start heading to the combine.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Always appreciate the time and the insight, Leggy. We'll talk next week.
Thanks.
I get to go to the combine.
Jeez,
it's fun.
He probably does the same thing when you say you're going to morning skate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure he does.
I'm going to France for the 11th time.
To see the exact same thing.
Attaboy, Leggy. Attaboy.
See you, buddy.
We'll talk next week.
Be good.
That is Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
That is funny. He says you go to France and you see the same exact thing. I'm going to Italy this summer to see the same exact thing.
Hey, but you're
why
seeing
do we
family,
see the exact,
aren't you?
Very minimal. But why are we so comfortable just seeing, why should I be going elsewhere? I should be seeing other parts of the world. But
you should be headed to Prague or...
I don't care, but why
You know what I mean? He should be something like that.
I heard a really good explanation from somebody who is he's immigrated to the United States. He's from somewhere in Europe. I can't remember. And he goes, I remember having conversations with all of my buddies in Europe about Americans are so uncultured and they don't know how the rest of the world works and all this different stuff. And God, you need a car to go anywhere. Mm-hmm. And he goes, if you come to the United States, you come to find out they have basically 50 countries inside of their country.
Pretty much.
Everywhere you go to Germany, Germany's this big, and it takes you a couple hours to drive anywhere in Germany. And he goes, I've been to the South, which was completely different from the West Coast, which is different from the Northeast, which is different from the Midwest.
The languages aren't different. I mean, for the most part.
Oh, I know. But Vic, you lived in Texas and you lived here. It's a different kind of world you're living in.
So when you go back to Omaha, do you go back to the same cow farm? Do you do the same cows? Do you alter that? What do you do?
Not all that much different from here, actually. Really not. There's no mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Not all that much different.
You're saying that Omaha and Denver are the same?
I said not all that much different.
It's
certainly way more similar.
I will say
certainly
this.
way more similar than if I went to California.
Let me tell you about Italy. The northern part is mountainous, man. You got mountains and you got cold Italians.
Oh, welcome to geography class.
Hey, pork chop, I'm talking here. Then you go, all the coolies move south, down to the boot, down to the toe, right? Across from Sicily. They all want to be down there in the Mediterranean.
What does this have to do with him comparing Omaha to Denver?
I'm saying Italy's very different from the top to the bottom. Like Minnesota. You know what I watched last night? I watched Fargo. You ever watch Fargo? I watched it again. Oh, don't you know? Da-da-da-da. Oh, don't
Francis
you betcha. Oh, you betcha. All that kind of crap. It's a hell of a lot different than L.A., ain't it?
Yeah.
Same thing in Italy.
That's all I'm saying. We have our own little mini cultures thrown all around the country.
Normandy is way different than Paris. Night and day.
You have Red Rocks in Omaha?
Nope.
What do you got? You put together
got the second most famous zoo in the country.
Hey, Vic, they put together 5 shipping containers and sit around on those and watch some.
You got meth labs in Omaha?
I'm sure we do.
Hundreds of them, I'm sure.
I'm sure we do. Back after this.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here, and unlike Tyler Polumbus there, I'm not worried about hair loss. I am worried about power loss and perhaps water loss, electrical services loss. I don't do that stuff. My schedule's packed. I don't have time, and I don't have the patience. That's why I call the right people to get that stuff done. AAA Service, Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They guarantee a 2-hour arrival window, so you're not sitting around all day saying, where are they? No guessing, none of that stuff. Whether it's plumbing, HVAC, electrical, they're on time. They get it done right. So give them a call today or schedule your own appointment online at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Well, then speak.
Well, it's more of a sad note, but I want to get it out today. Last night we lost.
All right, hang on.
Yeah.
Before you feel the need to do this and we talk about other things, do you have to do the sad thing at the very beginning?
Yeah, do it at the end of the segment.
Do you not have any decorum on radio?
I've been trying the entire broadcast, but you guys...
Yeah, but it's harder to get on after you... So I just
Can
want
you
you
save
to be
it
aware
to
of
the end? Can we save the sad thing for the end?
Sure.
I know it's awkward that I just cut you off, but I think it's going to be more awkward if you do the sad thing and then I try and do a thing after that.
Now it's impossible. Now we're point of no return. Either way, it's awkward.
Well, now if you do it, it's going to sound like a joke, so I don't want to do that. Now we have to save it at the end. I'm sorry, but I thought when you say I got... This is why you always make me nervous when you say I got something for you. I feel like you're going to throw like a hot potato in my lap and then I'm going to have to find a way to like deal with it.
It's not, I mean, it's, I don't know.
How, you know what? Just go ahead and do it.
You guys just ruined the show.
Am I wrong here, though? Yeah. Like, you saved the sad stuff for the end so we go to break.
But we've had stuff going on and you've cut me off every time.
Nelly, make note, 2 new hosts starting Monday, please.
He just decided. Hit that gavel.
Mm-hmm. You guys are terrible.
Okay.
I hate you. Goodbye.
All right. So let's do this. Let's save it for the end.
Okay.
Let's save it for the end. I got some audio from Bednar that I want to play first about the Four Nations. Here's what he said.
I've loved the intensity in the tournament. I think it's been a great tournament so far, and I would hope that our guys are playing with that intensity like through most of the regular season. It's hard to do it every game for 82 games, but the games matter and they know that, so they play for keeps. It's gonna have to it takes another step when it comes to playoffs and in some important games down the stretch run. Like there's no question intensity gets up, the physicality, and it gets there's less time and space to be able to move as the season goes on. And coming out of this break, I'm sure every team in the league is going to start really honing in on things as we do. So games are going to get more difficult. So it's not going to hurt them to play, intense games and physical games. And I'm glad they get to play best on best and play for their country at this time of the year. It's been great to watch.
You know what's weird when I heard that is he's basically saying they're playing more intense in these games than the games that we're playing.
I know. It's like, hey, hey. Hey, we got a season here.
That's because it's a small sample size where guys really want it. They're playing for their country, so the intensity is going to be there for sure. I mean, if you had 82 games of Canada versus the U.S., I mean, you'd have some games wwhere, one team's just not bringing it the way the other team is or vice versa.
It is remarkable that they're going all out tonight, and then they turn around, getting on playing, and they have and the Avs have back-to-back games Saturday, Sunday.
But let's go. With guys like McKinnon and guys like Makar and Taves, you don't worry about their intensity against Nashville coming up on Saturday night. You just don't worry about it. By the way, those are early games. They'll drop the puck at 4 o'clock in Denver Saturday and 4 o'clock in St. Louis Sunday, Denver time, 5 o'clock and 5 o'clock in their respective cities. Anyway, but during the course of a season, you're going to have lulls. I mean, you're going to have nights where you just don't have it like you should have it. That's the night when coach will say what?
Passengers?
We had too many passengers, correct, on the bus. So, but, I think everybody who's a hockey fan loves these tournaments. You see the best on best. It's pretty cool. Who just came out and said it? Was it Matthews or McDavid? I forget who it was. Say, man, we got to get everybody involved in this. Yeah, now it's Four Nations right now, and I understand why.
McDavid said that.
Is that? Yeah, but we got to get all the goods of the goodness.
Here's what I don't get though. Isn't that called the Olympics? Don't they have that?
Yeah, but that's every 4 years, bro.
Okay.
What do they do next year, bro?
Bro, I think they just go back to regular All-Star game, and you're going to hate it, bro.
Bro. What's the deal with all these milestones happening within 3 weeks? So you got this going on, and then March 7th is the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of stuff happening here that can impact the course of a season.
Did you do you have the part about him talking about Landeskog?
Not on the board. I'm sure Nelly's got it somewhere.
And I wonder if the Avs do anything, what it relates to Landy's possible availability.
But coach was asked about that yesterday. He's like, look, it's not my department really. He goes, I coach the team,
Yeah, but
he'll have a little. I mean, he'll have a little bit of input. Certainly, they're going to talk about it. But I think the Landeskog availability or the prospect of his availability, the coach seemed to indicate that will have some impact on what they can or cannot or should not or whatever do at the deadline or if they do anything.
Bro,
what?
We're almost in March.
I know, bro.
This is the stretch run.
If Landy's not even
I know
on the ice,
I'm starting to feel the same way.
What are we doing here? You know what I mean? I know what's going to happen. We're going to talk to Bednar next week. We're going to get somebody texting the show, and he's going to say, ask him about Landy. And I'm kind of going to be like, why?
There is no update.
You think by the time next Wednesday hits, we're going to have Bednar on.
It's not
going to
be
hey, what's the update on Landeskog?
It's not going to be any different.
Great news, boys. He's totally back. It's not going to happen.
I want to temper expectations either way. If he plays, great. But when you haven't played the game at that level in how many years now?
It'll be almost 3.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
What do you expect?
You know what I mean?
In terms of the playoffs, what are your fair expectations?
That he can fit in your third, fourth line? You can't throw him back in the first line if he's off for 3 years and it's his first kind of... here's the thing. I said this before the season started. This feels do or die for Landy. You can't do this again another year. I don't think you can.
Well,
I don't think it's good for him. I don't think it's good for the team. I don't think it's good for anybody.
I don't know the time frame on this. Okay, but what I'm saying to you is I don't know the time frame, Brett.
Lonzo Ball's been playing for like months.
Understood. He's a different human, bro. Bro, every body is different. Every human body is different, bro.
Okay.
By the way,
let's take Lange
by
out
the
of
way,
this.
Vic, the Olympics are next year. What are you going to do in 2027? I don't know, bro.
Let's take Lange out of this. Let me
Okay,
just say,
take him completely out.
Player X with no, don't even think of the same injury. I'm just giving you these facts, okay? Player X has not played for 3 years. You're trying to win a championship, and with a couple weeks left in the season, he's available for you to sign. Would you do it? I think in almost every instance you would say no to that, wouldn't you? Like, I'm not. You have a team that's vying for a championship that's pretty good, and you're taking somebody who's been out of the game for 3 years.
How long since Jonathan Taves played hockey?
How long has it been? It's been a couple years.
Okay.
But, I don't know that we've ever seen this before in pro sports. I mean, do you ever recall
This
a guy
kind of layoff?
Yeah, this guy, a guy in baseball being out for
Michael
for 4
Jordan
years.
took 2 years off and came back.
That's 2, and he was still MJ in the prime of his career.
Wasn't even full 2, was it? It's like a year and a half.
He wasn't injured.
Yeah.
I mean, he left at the age of 30, and he was fully healthy. We've never seen anything like this before. Here's the way I look at it. If it doesn't work, then there's no other option.
But what I'm asking, hang on.
Then he is going to be done.
I'm going to ask it a different way.
Okay.
You keep saying if it. I'm saying, has it not? Like, are we already past the if to where we're at a definitive stage is what I'm saying. And you keep saying if, like in 2 weeks he's going to magically get back on the ice. And I'm like, if that was the case, then wouldn't we have signs of that already?
He has been on the ice, but not full-time, full ramped-up type of skating and practice or anything like that. If you saw Gabe Landeskog walk through the door today,
he looks normal.
He looks like an absolutely normal human being. He can golf. He can do this. He can do that. He can do all these different things in life. So the surgery, would you call that a success? I would say, yeah. When you take your leg apart and you put a dead guy in you.
You know this is a pure hockey conversation.
Okay, I understand, Britt. So what I'm saying is, and that's a long way from playing in the National Hockey League. I get what you're saying. And I'm sure the Avs are going to have a definitive idea as to his availability or lack thereof. And listen, he doesn't want to hurt this team. He doesn't want to hurt the Colorado Avalanche. He's the captain of the team. So I'm sure that between now and March 7th, there will be discussions and beyond as to what the long-term viability is or is not.
Am I crazy? Am I making this up? Before the season started, were we like targeting sort of a December, January timeline for Landeskog to be like ramping back?
He said he didn't know. It could be November, it could be December, it could be whenever, and here we are in late February.
Yeah. It just feels like it's too tough of a time frame.
It seems like it would be, but I don't know. I truly have no idea. And the coach, if you don't have that particular cut, he essentially said the same thing yesterday. There's no update, no change, no nothing.
Here's the updates on the guys that were out, by the way. Manson, Gerard, LOC, and Val, the full injury updates on them.
Yeah, Manson won't. I don't think he'll be ready to play after the break. Still dealing with his injury from before. I mean, it's been a couple of weeks now, so hopefully he's getting close to getting back on the ice, but he's not back on the ice yet. G and OC are maintenance. Who else? Is that it? I think that's it for today, right? Lekkonen's back in town. He'll join the team tomorrow.
So, yeah, all things considered, no Manson, but getting back to pretty damn healthy.
That's kind of weird as I forgot that Josh got injured.
Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, it doesn't feel like the games in Calgary and Edmonton, which they
it was a month
ago.
Yeah.
Who scored the game-winning goal in the 5-4 win at Edmonton?
All right, don't tell me. Shh. Shut your face.
Netches. Wasn't it Netches?
I don't remember.
Bing.
Yeah.
It feels
Marty
like
Netches.
so long ago.
Netches.
Who was the last? All right, here I got one. Who was the last team the Nuggets beat?
It was Phoenix. Was it Phoenix?
No. Hang on.
Am I allowed to guess?
Go ahead, Nelly.
It was the Blazers.
Yeah,
It was. That's right. They played back to back against
And
the
what
Blazers.
happened in that game?
Well, they kicked their butts. They scored 1 billion points. I know that. I don't know what the final
Jamal
was.
Murray had 55.
That's right.
I thought
Jamal
that was
Murray.
the game before. Was that the last game? Are you sure that wasn't the second to last?
That was the last game.
Are you positive? Yeah, you're looking like you're questioning things.
I'm positive. I'm going to go with that.
Are you sure?
I don't know
I'm gonna
if
go with-
you're right.
I'm going to go with
And
positive.
you are wrong because the Nuggets scored 146 in the second to last game. Oh, wait! You are right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, so they scored 146 points in a game where Jamal didn't have 55 points.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Good job, Vic.
Thank you. Say it, Moshe. Good job, Vic.
I couldn't care less. I was out of town, man. I don't know nothing. Doesn't it feel like 8 years ago?
Hang on. I have a very important question for Moshe. When you go out of town, especially internationally somewhere, okay? You go to a different country. Do you try and keep tabs on
Yes,
things, or are you out?
absolutely.
I'm out.
It's hard.
I don't
but
do
it's
it.
It's
hard
because you got to come back to this radio show. And everybody says, well, why don't you just cut everything off? Well, it's easy if I did not have to come back to this. You don't want to have to come back to this and then catch up. What did I miss for a week?
Well, look, I'm not saying like you're going to know if something major happened. But if I'm gone for a week in France, I don't know what the score of the Blazers game was. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, really? Do you know what happened to Bobby Portis just about an hour ago?
He was suspended for 25 games?
25-game suspension.
By the way,
Milwaukee,
Vic, I was in the country when that news broke. just so you're aware.
suspended 25 games for taking a drug called tramadol. It's a pain medication.
Oh, my God. Tramadol?
Tramadol. He thought...
I had
Now
one of
listen.
the worst experiences of my life on tramadol
Really?
one time.
I can't wait to hear it. But he thought he was taking Toradol. That's his excuse.
No.
Yes.
That is not how this goes.
Why is tramadol banned?
It's on their list. It's on their banned list.
It's a non-narcotic pain reliever. Do you remember when I broke my wrist?
What do you mean I took
you don't
meth?
remember.
I thought it was Advil.
What was your experience with tramadol there, Moshe?
Christ. Excuse my language. I had broken my wrist and I was in tremendous pain.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't take narcotics because I barf. So they gave me this tramadol, which I was a little peaked about as well. And I had some anti-nausea medicine as well. The tramadol made me sick. So I'm like, well, I've got to take this anti-nausea medicine. Oh, baby. You combine the two. That you shouldn't combine the two. I thought I was dying, and I'm not even kidding. I call my doctor. She says,
That's a long story.
She says, I said, do I need to go to the hospital? She's like, you're not going to die, but you are going to vomit intensely for the next 12 to 14 hours.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. I vomited for like 12 hours.
I can't think of the worst case scenario than that.
And not only that, I broke the blood vessels in my eyes because I was vomiting so hard.
What
for
the
12
hell?
Yes.
When was this?
2013. It was. I was in Anna. The
What the
team.
hell's wrong with you?
The team was playing the Ducks and the Kings back to back. I had to miss the game and stay in Anaheim at the hotel.
Why are your eyes all jacked up?
Okay,
Because I was vomiting for 13 hours straight.
Dude, it was. I've never taken either one since. It was horrific.
Moshe sounds like me then. This is like disgusting to even think about. But there's some people that they can throw up in a classy manner where it's just when I throw up.
No, it's like you're fighting.
Wait.
You're fighting a wildebeest.
Who
Absolutely.
throws up in a classy manner?
Look,
Chicks.
where it doesn't sound like
Not
this. Vic.
mine.
This is what it sounds like when I throw up. Like that's how I sound. There's people who don't need to make that sound, but I do.
Right.
Is that like a puppy?
They're like a puppy. Hey, is that guy in there giving birth? Right. Basically.
Right. Everybody in the neighborhood knows if
Do you
I'm
know
saying
why?
like
Do you
that.
know why it hurts? Do you know the physics or the biologics behind the pain? You have hair that's in your esophagus area, and that hair gets inverted, which causes pain when you're vomiting.
Also, it's just like bile's coming out of you. I'm sure that's not
Also,
comfortable either.
Also, we've got to get to break, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might as well.
I'll make you vomit.
Well, hey, again, I didn't get to do my thing. You said save it for the end.
Just
Well, then go
awkward.
ahead.
Go
Just
ahead.
do it.
No.
Okay. All right. Back after this.
I can't get over that. I just said, Moser walked in with a cup of coffee. And I said, man, that coffee smells good. And he responded by saying, thank you. And I said, I'm not complimenting you. I said,
Like he picked the beans himself, he ground them up.
Like what reason do you have to say thank you? The coffee smells good. What you did, you're part of the process. You did nothing.
I brought the coffee in for it to the beautiful aroma to go into your nose and give you pleasure. You're welcome.
All right.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
You guys want to thank me? Thank me for this, because I can hook you up. Well, not hook you up, but I can let you know the best party in town is going to be at number 38 tonight for the U.S. and Canada Championship game, where Raj and Altitude Sports Radio are going to be number 38 tonight for the viewing party, presented by New Amsterdam Vodka. Live DJs, game sound, and more TVs than you can count. RSVP at nmbr38.com for Avs ticket and Avalanche gear giveaways. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino tonight.
Okay, here's my thing. We lost the great Mike Lange last night. He was the long-term voice of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Retired a couple years ago, but the long-term voice of the Penguins. And
is he the one that had the high pitch when a goal was scored?
No.
No, okay. I'm thinking
but he's the one that would say, Elvis has left the building. He had all these awesome, awesome, beat him like a rented mule, that kind of thing. I mean, just an absolute legend, Hall of Famer back in 2001, the Foster Hewitt Award for Broadcast Excellence. This guy was just a great, great, great dude.
Pancreatic?
I don't know. Born in Sacramento, California. And so we always, and where did he go to college? Yeah, he went to Sac State. And so we always had a thing, like what are two dudes from Sacramento, California, having gone to Sac State, but, more than 20 years apart, dealing in the National Hockey League. So we always had a special connection, he and I. He was just awesome. I mean, he broadcast almost 50 years with the Penguins. He was an absolute legend. A great, great dude as a dude, just as a man, great guy. And so it's sad, you lose a guy like that. I talked to Phil Bork last night, who was his former partner for a long, long time, and he's devastated by it, obviously.
Sure.
And the Pens will be in town here in a couple of weeks, and I'll see Phil then. But it's just a bummer, man. He was just a great, great dude, and I guess the older you get as a human being, you're bound to see these kinds of things.
Yeah, there's look, especially in your line of work, Moj, you get attached to people who are calling your games. Like you honestly, you are, as much as we give you some crap for it, you are as close to a part of that team as anybody is when you're calling the game like that. It's true. Like there's familiarity with goal calls, with the way the game sounds, like all that stuff.
And when you're a kid, it's the voices of your childhood, right?
Sure.
I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up with Irv Brown, Albert. Grew up with those voices calling games, right? And you remember those voices forever. Larry Zimmer.
Oh, absolutely.
But nobody makes a cup of coffee like Mark Moser.
Well, I appreciate that.
Compliments to the chef Keurig, I believe the name
Chef
is.
Keurig did a great job. Anyway, I just wanted to offer my condolences, but Mike Lange was a great dude. He's going to be heavily, heavily missed.
What was he calling the games this year?
No, he retired in 21, so a couple years ago.
To the game tonight. If you could choose only one, you watching the Nuggets come back from the post-All-Star break, you watching
The
U.S.
Nuggets
and
are
Canada.
the Nuggets are going to kill Charlotte. I don't know what this. Don't give me this crap.
Hey, listen to this. Listen to me. Look at me.
I'm not going to look at you.
Look at me right in the face.
I'm not going to do it.
I realize that the Nuggets have a scheduled win here. It should be a scheduled win.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
Listen to Vic Lombardi.
Scheduled win. They will win. But I'm telling you right now, Charlotte gained a little degree of confidence last night by going to L.A. and beating the Lakers. And here's the difference. Last time the Nuggets played the Hornets, LaMelo didn't play. He's playing tonight, we assume. He's playing. LaMelo makes a huge difference for that team. The Nuggets own them. The Nuggets have won now 12 of the last 13 against Charlotte. They own them. Tonight, run them into the ground early and end it early. I just don't think it'll be that easy because I think what happens after All-Star breaks, teams sort of get out of rhythm. maybe that break happened at the worst time for the Nuggets. They get out of rhythm, and that's what scares me. Are you looking
I think
at me?
they'll be fine tonight.
I'm not going to dignify that crap with a response.
I think they're going to be okay.
I think they're going to be just
They can pick up
fine.
They can pick up enough from where they left off
It's
to
a
get through a
14-win
Hornets team.
basketball team. You're a 16-point favorite. I mean, Vic, I swear, listen, I don't take anything for granted anymore because you taught me that.
Hey, can I ask you an offshoot of this? Like, ideally, not just for tonight, but for the rest
But
of the
to answer
season?
your question, I'm going to be doing both. Okay? I'm doing both. But
I'm going to be at
my main bass eye will be on hockey.
Listen, I'm not going to try to fool anyone. I'm going to be at the Nuggets game hosting pre and post game, but I'm going to be watching hockey as closely as I can.
Yeah.
As closely as I can. Because that game just carries more weight.
What does an ideal split look like between production for your starting five for the Nuggets, assuming it's Russell's coming off the bench? So, because they've dealt with different shuffling of lineups during that 8-game win streak, there were games where Porter was going off for 30. There's a game that Jamal scored 55. There's games where Joker scored 40 multiple times this year. What's your ideal sort of split in points and production between all of them?
Well, it's not the split that we saw in their last game. In the last Nuggets victory, do you remember how many points the bench produced versus the starters?
3?
There were 132 points scored by the Nuggets in that game. 129 came from the starters.
Jeez Louise, you're kidding.
That's wild.
You're kidding me.
So that split probably won't work.
Yeah.
That's not.
Hold on, let me look at that box.
That's talking about bench production. I'm just saying in general, like your starting five, is it ideally Joker's at about 25? Murray's at about 20 to 25, and Porter's like 15 to 20?
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care how many anybody scores. Just win. I don't care. What are you, a nerd?
Well, I'm just asking because everybody's playing good basketball right now. I'm just curious.
I don't even. I'm with Vic.
Why
I
is
don't
he
give a
nerd?
rat's rip.
Yeah, who cares?
Who cares?
Why do you care so
Win
much?
the basketball
What's
game.
wrong with you?
I'll tell you why I know that people care.
I care about the production being spread around because I think everybody needs their touches.
Who cares?
I was asking ideally what you would see because here's what's going to happen. Remember when the Nuggets were like winning some games, but Jamal was scoring 14 points and people are still freaking out? Why is the Max guy only scoring 14? He's got to be better.
I think
if they're winning, then I guess nobody would care, but they did. So
I think we know Jamal is officially back. You throw up double nickels in a game, I don't think you have to answer those questions anymore.
Dude, I of course I didn't see it because I was somewhere in France. But if you feed the hot hand on any given night, fine with me. That's how the Nuggets are, man. That's how they've always been in this championship window. By the way, they're up to third now. They're a half game behind Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this is good. This is that 8-game winning streak, Vic.
Yeah.
Finally, you see the
Came at a
tangible
perfect
results
time.
in the damn standings.
Now,
Finally.
the competition wasn't that difficult, but they
So
took care of
what?
it. I know, I agree. I'm not dismissing it. I agree with you. You win tonight, dude. Does Memphis play tonight? They got to play tonight, right?
Yeah. I think
Who does Memphis play?
Most teams are back.
Give me the Memphis.
Up.
opponent, please.
They are at
Indiana.
the Pacers.
Okay, so hey, that's a tough game.
Yeah.
You know, you could see a changing of the guard for the number 2 seed tonight.
Reminder to you guys, Nuggets and Hornets going to be on 92.5, U.S. and Canada, AM 950. If you would like to listen, both games on at once with that watch party with Raj at number 38 for the U.S. and Canada game. Fact checker now.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Well, my fact checker was going to be that Moser had tried about 17 times to pay respects to someone and never got the chance. But instead, since he finally got it out, let me just play a fantastic, iconic call from the late, great Mike Lange.
5 seconds to go. Loose around to the far corner. 2 seconds. The Penguins are going to win the Stanley Cup, I believe. Stelio shoots it blocked. The Penguins have won the Stanley Cup. Oh, Lord Stanley, get me the brandy.
I love it. That's great.
Lord Stanley, get me the brandy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Great Mike Lang. Sac State Hornet alum. We just always thought that's got to be the most bizarre thing.
Hey, player of the game in the U.S.'s first game of this Four Nations was who? Jake Kensel from where?
UNO.
UNO Mavericks. You don't have a stranglehold on guys who make impacts from your alma mater. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcasts.
Dude, the
Moser,
Lakers,
Lombardi, and Kane.
the Lakers are coming to town on Saturday night.
I know they are.
Dude.
Did you see the ticket prices for that game?
Dude, I'm going to be in Nashville, bro.
Shut up. Time to go.
Okay,
We love everybody. Bye.
Au revoir.
Coach, we're back. After 8 days, Nuggets are back. They take on Charlotte tonight, 7 p.m., 6:30 pregame show on 92.5. You can watch it on Channel 9 as well. This was a much needed All-Star break for the Nuggets, and we saw Nikola Jokic, I wouldn't say perform, but he was there at All-Star weekend like most of the other stars around the league. The biggest news right now, man, you're healthy, you're hot, and we're ready to start the home stretch.
And you get to play the red-hot Charlotte Hornets. They got their 14th win of the season
red
in
hot,
LA.
huh? Red hot.
I'll tell you what, man. Hey, the Luka Doncic, LeBron James, LA Lakers looked smoking hot come break, taking that massive L to the Charlotte Hornets, and even having a chance to see what would have been their starting center in Mark Miller. Is that his name? Mark
Williams.
Mark Williams. Mark Williams was
another
available.
generic last name.
Apparently, he's not good enough and healthy enough to play for the Los Angeles Lakers, but he sure can play for your Charlotte Hornets and beat you in LA coming off the All-Star break.
I watched a little bit of that game last night, watched more of the highlights this morning. There wasn't much to watch last night, but you, as a Nuggets fan, you get to look at Charlotte going, while it's not a game that you should have been nervous about, even if both teams were completely rested, you get the added benefit of Charlotte has to play that makeup game. It gets postponed because of the fires in LA over a month ago. Now they've got their win, right? You get your cookie to start the the post All-Star break festivities. This should be one that you wallop Charlotte in. I looked at LA last night, man, and KJ sent us some of the clips at the end of the game. Charlotte went after Luka Doncic.
Yeah, blitzed him.
I thought, and you and I argued about this for a while, which was how big of a threat are the Lakers? And I agree with you. They're not here. And that was evident last night against a bad Hornets team where you go, how do they defend? How do they defend in the paint and inside? They simply can't. And Luka is, while he is sensational as a scorer, and he wasn't last night. He goes 1 of 9 from 3. He was inefficient.
Highly inefficient.
He can't defend whatsoever right now. So I look at LA and I go, do whatever you can as the Denver Nuggets to find a way to match up with that team in the first round.
I agree. And the beautiful thing is that you'll have a chance to get that matchup and the feel of that matchup under your belt with this new look Lakers team this Saturday at Ball Arena. Your first view of Luka Doncic in that ugly yellow and purple.
It doesn't
all you
fit,
Nuggets
right?
fans.
That was the other thing I was looking for. It doesn't really fit.
It doesn't, man.
Some guys are old faces, new places, and you go, oh, I kind of get that. When Matt Stafford went to LA, I went, it kind of fits.
Yeah.
It looks right. When Baker Mayfield went to, I thought he looked weird in a Rams uniform, actually.
He's very weird.
But when it went, that fits.
What the strangest thing was Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford switching Lions and Rams.
It just fit.
Both of them fit.
Both my way. Yeah, you should have been there
sense.
originally. That should have been your home the whole time.
Did you see the photo shoot? It was about a week or two ago when the Luka Doncic trade was announced. It was a couple days after the very first shot at a photo shoot of Luka Doncic in a yellow or gold or whatever the hell the Lakers call their yellow 77 jersey, spinning the ball. I was like, he looks unathletic, and he looks weird. And it is not a fit. Him as a Los Angeles Laker is not a fit. And frankly, it's going to look like a really bad fit until the Lakers can find a big, because they don't have one.
There's other guys that I remember. You remember when Karl Malone and Gary Payton were Lakers for it was 1 or 2 years.
I remember it well.
And it didn't work, right?
No.
You looked at it and you go, this is going to be the mailman's, this is going to be his championship. This is how it happens. You get to go play with Kobe and you win in LA.
It's a rite of passage in Los Angeles.
And it looked weird.
Which famous player can we bring in and have them wear our
It's an
jersey
LA
and
thing.
see if it's right?
It's an LA thing.
So it just seems like it's just rinse, repeat, recycle.
You know what I hate to admit? It was the same thing with the Avs, man. When the Avs brought in Teemu Selanne and Paul Kariya, and I think it was right around the same time. I think it was the 2003-2004 NHL season. It got derailed because both those guys had injuries, but those Paul Kariya, one of the greatest American-born hockey players of all time, Teemu Selanne, the greatest Finnish-born player of all time, both coming back to play with each other, and they had crossed over for many years in Anaheim together. everyone here in Colorado was like, oh, yeah, that's going to work. And I remember I was young. I was very young when it happened. I was 10 or 11 years old when they made those signings in that summer. And I thought it was going to be perfect. But when I saw them wear like the old school burgundy cross lettering third jerseys for the Avs, which I hope they bring back because they're just like a Colts fan favorite, I remember looking at Korean Solani and going, something just doesn't fit.
It's not it.
Something just doesn't look right.
Who's their guy last year from Minnesota Wild legend that played for the Avs at the tail end of last season?
Yakov Trenin?
No, maybe was born and raised in Minnesota. Gosh, I'm drawing a blank on his name. He's a legend. Maybe he didn't play for the Wild.
Oh, you're talking about Zach Parise.
Parise, yes. Yeah, he played for the Wild, did he not?
Played for the Wild for many years. He was a Devil and then a Wild.
That was a weird one for me as well. It just never hit. It never really fit. And obviously he was a little bit past his prime. Is he playing anymore?
No, he's retired. He's
that
out.
Was it.
He's
that
out.
Was a swan song.
He's one of the guys, like I look at those older players going, I think you could give us an extra month. I think you could give us 2 months of work if you really wanted to. I try and think about Nuggets players that didn't fit either in other uniforms. Like when Melo got traded to the Knicks, and maybe it's because he had already played in orange and blue at one point when he was with Syracuse. I went, oh, that look is correct. And the fit ended up working with New York. They didn't get there, but like he was successful. He's a Hall of Fame player. They never won anything or never really got close to winning anything. The Nuggets were obviously the beneficiaries of that trade, and they're still reaping the benefits with Jamal Murray being a part of that trade tree. I don't remember seeing a player that the Nuggets brought in that I went, it just doesn't look like it. Like it worked somewhere else and it doesn't work here. Aaron Gordon was a complete home run of a trade, and I think he could have been the one that goes, is he really meant to be a Nugget? Yeah, he's meant to be Mr. Nugget.
He is Mr. Nugget, and part of the reason is when the Magic had been such an irrelevant franchise, you get a chance to create yourself, not recreate yourself, and that's what Aaron Gordon's done here in Denver. And speaking of Aaron Gordon, speaking of the health of the Denver Nuggets, what is the starting five going to look like? Because apparently reports were that everybody was healthy.
Everyone but Peyton Watson, who's still nursing the injury.
P-Watt, who wasn't ever a part
wasn't
of the starting
expected
lineup.
to be. He was expected to be out for at least 4 weeks, and we're 3 of that, I think. Like at the beginning of week 3 of those 4 weeks.
What's your starting five tonight without the All-Star break?
Nikola, AG, Christian, Jamal, and PJ.
Me too. Russell Westbrook, hey.
No, you can play the bench right now.
Let's go. Hey.
Don't break what is working right now. You have an 8-game win streak. You have the longest active win streak in the NBA, and you are not within earshot. You are within grasp of the 2nd seed in the West. And I don't want them to go pedal to the metal to get that 2nd seed, but when you're playing teams like Charlotte right now, and we know how difficult the schedule is going to be coming up in the next month and a half, these are must-win games so that you don't have to tax yourself when, like March 28th and April 1st roll around where you've got those games against Minnesota and San Antonio and Golden State who talk about one guy who looks weird in a jersey, but he's kind of fit. It's a small sample size. Jimmy Butler looks like Jimmy Butler, man.
He does. I kind of like Jimmy Butler in Golden State, and I don't see Golden State as a real threat.
Oh, I do.
I don't. I just don't.
They're the biggest threat in the state of California.
I agree with that. The team that scared me before the trade deadline was the Kings. And I know they were not just in terms of the style of play, the speed, with De'Aaron Fox. You just never know when Golden State's going to get hot. You just never know. And so, do you want to avoid them in the postseason?
Yes,
you do.
That's why Sacramento didn't want to see any part of them when they made the playoffs, right? I think if the Kings don't see Golden State in that first round, I think that core is still together. I still think Mike Brown has a job. And just because they match up with the team. And I watched more episodes of the Court of Gold, right? The Netflix special on the 2024 Paris Olympics. Steph Curry's a gamer, man. That dude rises to the occasion when the chips are on the table. And all you had to do was look at what he did in the semifinal against Serbia, what he did in the final against France when he had to hit big-time shots. And I know he had more help in the final than he did in the semifinal, right? This was more of a team effort against France than it was against the Serbians. I look at Golden State just because Steph is still Steph. Father Time hasn't killed him yet.
No.
He slowed him down a little bit, but he's still the same dude.
Shoot or shoot. And that's what he can do, right? And the shooting part of his game is always going to be at least a threat, whether he's hot when you see him or not. And he just has such a high basketball IQ as well, similar to that of Nikola Jokic. It's very different. I just think Steph Curry right now wishes that he had the three-point shooting acumen of Nikola Jokic, who's top 5, top 10 in the NBA right now in shooting three-pointers for players that have scored over 15 points a game. This guy's playing unbelievable, and I can't wait to watch the second half of it and arrested Nikola Jokic that did nothing at the All-Star break. It's going to be really fun because he's playing his best basketball that he's played in his career right now.
Arrested Joker is everything for you. Arrested Joker, a healthy and committed Jamal Murray, which is what we've seen, right? Over his last 10 games, the dude has outings of 33, 31, 30, and 55. Right, that's the last time that we saw Jamal was on the 12th when he dropped a career-high 55, just one shy of what Joker did at 56 for the season high for the Nuggets this year. When you have those two dudes, both healthy and completely focused, this team vaults itself into true contender status. If they're not healthy, especially around them, right? Like if AG's calf starts to act up again, if Russell being the sixth man off the bench isn't at complete health, then I go, well, do you truly have the horses to get this thing done? Right now, as constituted, even with Peyton Watson out, I look at them and I go, I could see them beating OKC in a 7-game series.
And even then, what's he going to do? Right now, They have an 8-game lead over second place Memphis in the Western Conference, 44-10. Are they going to want to take the foot off the gas pedal at all themselves?
I mean, I would.
Do they worry with the youth of their roster, their form going into the postseason?
Complacency?
Just form, flow. Basketball's one of those things, like it's you can't define it, but when it's right, it's right. And right now, it's really right for them. Do they just continue to play basketball and lean on the fact that they have youth? But Chet Holmgren's health status is going to be, it might be the most important thing for that team in the postseason. Because if he's healthy, yeah, they are the favorite to come out of the West, without question. Do I personally think the Nuggets can beat them with Chet Holmgren? You bet. But I think that there's got to be some decisions made by that franchise, how they approach this second half. It's really less than a half, but of the regular season going into the postseason.
Nuggets and Hornets tonight, 92.5, 6:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. 7 p.m. tip from Ball Arena with Jason Kosmiski. Nuggets are back after the All-Star break. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Schott Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour.
Don't know. I don't know which games, like if he'll be back for Nashville, St. Louis, or if it'll be Jersey. I don't have the answer to that just yet. We'll find out a little bit more after we see him the next few days.
Is that going to determine if he even goes on the trip at all?
Yeah, like it's too early games, so I mean, if he's not playing, he's not going to come on the trip because it's like we don't even have pregame skates.
Avs were back at practice. Val Nichushkin, he's back on the ice but did not skate with the team. Seems as though he might be in. He's probably going to be out over the weekend as the Avs are still on the road. They'll come back on Saturday against the Nashville Predators, looking to keep pace in the Central Division with Dallas, with Minnesota, and with the Winnipeg Jets. USA and Canada tonight in a title matchup. Altitude Sports Radio wants to watch with you. Join myself and us at Altitude 92.5 at number 38 tonight for a Four Nations Championship viewing party presented by New Amsterdam Vodka. They've got live DJs, game sound, and more TVs than you can count. RSVP at nmbr38.com for Avs ticket giveaways and Avs gear giveaways. We're going to see you guys tonight, number 38 in Rhino. If you're there, you can text in, but you got to be there to win a signed Gabriel Landeskog jersey. We'll talk about Gabe Landeskog. Sean Keeler had an article in the Post about this thing. I cannot wait for this hockey game.
I mean, you can see right now that I'm celebrating this hockey game currently with my outfit, wearing the World Baseball Classic jersey from about a decade ago.
Underrated baseball uniform. Underrated logo for the U.S. I think that the one on your hat right now is a little like Seattle, and I'm not a huge fan, but the USA across the chest, it's very much like the USA hockey logo, and therefore I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why I'm supporting it today, because you know what today is all about? It's all about just a good old-fashioned rivalry. You know, just some tongue-in-cheek comments about our neighbors to the north from here, you know, until the puck drops, and then certainly thereafter. Apparently, the president of the leader of the free world took his shot at the neighbors to the north. Very interesting.
Say what you want about him, man. It was funny. If you saw the tweet, it was funny.
Apparently, the president of the country is a sports troll. He believes in trolling the neighbors to the north as a sports fan, and does it to about the most ridiculous degree of sports trolling I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, that game tonight, 6 p.m. on ESPN. It looks as though Quinn Hughes, he's not going to be able to play for the U.S. Charlie McAvoy out on the blue lines. Canada is expected to have Cale Makar in the lineup, that's an equalizing factor, right? Like the
McAvoy
U.S.
out, Makar in.
Not great.
Yeah, it's not great if you're an American fan.
If Quinn Hughes was in the lineup, I go, okay, now we're closer. Quinn Hughes is not Cale Makar. He's very, very, very good, but he's not Cale. I've been asked by a lot of people, and you and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, there's no Avs on this U.S. roster, so how can I get juiced up about watching the Americans? First off, it's USA versus Canada. If you're an American, root for the Americans. That's all I have to say. Because there's no Avs players on it, if you need someone to grab onto, Jacob Slavin might be a good one. If you're a Colorado native, right? If you are a Colorado hockey fan, Jacob Slavin from Erie is probably one of those guys. I think the other one that you should look at, JT Miller, man. And he was a guy who I would have loved to have seen as an Av. I know that the stars weren't aligning there. He's now back in New York where he started his career. JT Miller is the guy that if you're looking for your heartstrings to be tugged on a little bit, for a guy that anyone but the Kachucks that's going to kind of mix it up, JT Miller's that player.
I would completely agree in the fact that he was able to exchange knuckles with somebody that was almost a foot taller than him.
Cole Barreko's a big dude.
Massive dude. And really stand his ground. I'm down. I'm here for some JT Miller. I'm also here for the Kachuk brothers. You can say that the narrative's been played out. I know a lot of the Canadian roster is kind of sick and tired of it. There's been some back and forth, some sound bites from the Canadian camp.
You're sick and tired of hearing from Brady and Matthew. They're doing the right thing.
It's what you want. You want to be the adjutant. You got to be the crawl under the skin of the Canadian roster, and you sure are. And so when the puck drops tonight, I don't know that there has ever been an expectation of what is coming next in hockey that I can personally
What do you
remember.
mean?
Well, there's so many different storylines about this matchup, the bad blood, the booing. So number one, Is the U.S. crowd,
Yes.
pro-U.S. crowd in
Yes.
Boston going to boo the Canadian national
I
anthem?
have no doubt about it.
How soon will gloves be dropped in some capacity and there is a fight, whether intentional or by way of some type of maybe dirty hit?
I want a dirty hit. I don't know if there's going to be like a dirty hit. I think there's going to be a hard hit. I don't know if someone's going to like run somebody from behind.
And then the next one, of course, it's the one that we here in Avs territory, Avs country, is Nathan McKinnon going to be involved in a kerfuffle?
Right. McKinnon will be involved in scrums. I don't see McKinnon fighting.
Is there any way, if you're an American, we'll call you're the goon on the American squad, who would that be?
The Kachuk brothers.
That you could get under Nathan McKinnon's skin enough to make him put all inhibitions aside.
I don't know if there's a dude on the American roster that like really pisses Nate off. I really don't think there is. I don't know if you can get Nate off of his game tonight. I think they're going to find a way to try and push Connor McDavid off of his game, because there's a fine line between poking the bear that is Nathan McKinnon, because they know he can go black, and it brings him to another level. Like, McKinnon, when he's pissed off, is a better hockey player. I'm not convinced Connor McDavid is a better hockey player when he's pissed off.
Yeah, he took his in that game now. I mean, for that first matchup.
The hit that McAvoy throws on him early in the game, right? That little hip check, and then McDavid throws his arm underneath McAvoy's leg, which I thought was dirty as hell. Nate doesn't necessarily do stuff like that. He'll get up and he'll cross-check you in the back. He'll slash you in the calves, but he won't do that little dirty slew footy thing, and McDavid will. There's still a massive difference between those two players in terms of their intensities, in terms of their ability to be a bull in a fighting ring and see someone wave a red flag. I don't believe McDavid has that yet. I think he's getting there. I think you saw that in the run to the Cup final last year. He's starting to get there. He's not quite where Nate is. So if I'm the Americans, I'm rather pushing McDavid, knowing that I haven't seen him excel when he's pissed off and frustrated, rather than doing it with Nathan McKinnon. Because when McKinnon gets pissed off and is frustrated, he more often rises to the occasion.
Did you catch that soundbite from yesterday's media availability for Team Canada, where Nathan McKinnon was asked about McDavid's aggression as a shooter, and was followed up with the question, because you heard Nathan McKinnon say Connor McDavid's the best in the world, so he should continue to do what he does.
I agree.
And then he doubled down and said he is the best in the world. Do you agree with that sentiment, A? And B, why would Nathan McKinnon say that?
Connor McDavid is the most talented hockey player on the planet. And I wouldn't say I don't think it's close, but I think there's a larger gap between Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon in terms of their skill than most people here in Denver care to admit. McDavid's a freak. There is a level of speed when with the puck that McDavid has that no one else in the world does. There is a level of control with the puck at that top speed that McDavid has, and nobody else on the planet has. Nathan McKinnon doesn't have that. Like, McKinnon is I'm going to skate through you, and I'm going to dust the puck off a couple of times, but he doesn't have that at 21 miles an hour, silky, smooth all the time. McDavid he's a gazelle, man. A gazelle, a cheetah, things that are able to move both with agility and blazing speed. McKinnon's a locomotive. Like, he just goes directly through you. He's amazing at it. I think McDavid's the most skilled hockey player on the planet, but the best right now, I still think it's Nate. Because Nate has, again, there's an innate ability for McKinnon to play with intensity that I haven't seen McDavid play at yet. So if you're asking me in a Game 7 or a playoff, if I'm building a playoff team, I'm probably taking McKinnon over McDavid.
You think the comp would be right into current NFL receiving ranks? Would the comp be Connor McDavid is more of your Justin Jefferson, high level of skill, smoother and cooler than the other side of the pillow.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nathan McKinnon would be Amon-Ra St. Brown, where it is physical. It's a physical brand of creating separation and making plays.
But is Amon-Ra St. Brown ever looked at as the best wide receiver in the league? Because I think he's more often looked at as the third, fourth, or fifth best receiver in the league. What those guys, right? Like Justin Jefferson is followed by who in most conversations?
Probably Jamar
Chase.
Yeah.
I would take those two. I would go McDavid is Jamar Chase, and McKinnon is Jefferson.
Jefferson a little bit more of a gazelle, smooth. Jamar Chase a little bit more physical.
Okay, then
So
flip
maybe the opposite.
flop them for me. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. They're both sensational players. McDavid is more skilled. He is a more skilled player. He does things at a higher level of pace than anyone else on the planet does. McKinnon, I think, is a more complete hockey player. McDavid's a little bit better in the faceoff circle, a little bit better defensively, but McKinnon has taken year after year, stride after stride in the defensive zone. His career is mirroring Sidney Crosby's as closely as possible. And I think that him being from the same area and idolizing Crosby for years and training with him in the offseason and talking with him constantly, I think he's learning a lot from Sid. He's becoming a better defensive player. He's becoming a little bit better in the faceoff dot as well. I would take McKinnon as the better all-around player. But when other guys throughout the league go, yeah, McDavid's the best player in the world, I think they look at him and go, he has tools that no one else does. That's what I see.
I think that's a fair assessment. I just watching both players on the same ice, on the same team. Nathan McKinnon just seems like a faster skater to me.
In a straight line, he's a faster skater. With the puck, he is not.
Yeah.
And with the puck, he is.
so powerful
And with the puck,
though,
he is not as smooth. He's powerful, right? Nate is a more powerful player. The puck protection that Connor McDavid has is unrivaled. The ability for him to do at top speed what he does with the puck is ridiculous.
So
Nate can't, and Nate would agree. He did. You heard the audio clip. Nate would agree. Connor does things I can't do.
Is the skill that you're talking about with Connor McDavid, is that a genetic disposition? Are you predisposed to that?
He's a mutant. There's certain guys who can do.
But in hockey, it's a bit different, right? Because in football, it's as simple as there is a ball, and you use your raw hands to go track it down as a wide receiver, for example.
Yeah, but I can sit behind a jugs machine constantly and get better.
And so the same thing would be obviously with stick handling, work ethic. The work ethic component does play into the degree at which Connor McDavid is elite at puck protection.
True, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that Nathan McKinnon doesn't have that work ethic. All the videos and we know it very well here in Colorado, but even with the Four Nations face-off, Crosby and McKinnon have been the first players on the ice for Canada every practice.
Mm-hmm.
They stay out there by themselves working on things. Nate is always...
Just the two of them?
Just the two of them.
Huh.
And there's been other guys that...
You think there's a little bromance kind of that's continuing to build?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Do you think a bromance that ends up leading to anything weird by March 7th?
I would really hope so. I'm never going to say no to that.
Speaking of March 7th.
So Keeler came out with an article in the Post, and he was talking about how the Avs can't. This is the headline. The Avalanche can't get better at the trade deadline until they get real about Gabe Landeskog. And I think that headline is misleading. I think the sentiment behind that article of unless they know what they're doing with Gabe this year, right now, they can't make a trade because it's crap. And Landeskog, you're already using his money. You're already utilizing his $7 million on LTIR. And I will tell you right now, there is no chance, even if Gabe could play on Saturday, even if Gabe was able to play in the Four Nations face-off for Team Sweden, there was no shot in hell Landeskog was ever going to play a game in the regular season. As soon as the first 2 months of the year went by the wayside and he wasn't playing, as soon as it got close to 2025, this organization was going, if we get you in the playoffs. And I know a lot of people are going, oh, you can't place him back into the the field of play, without testing that leg, without getting some regular season games? No, because as soon as you do it, you remove the ability to utilize his $7 million. As soon as the first 2 months of the season came and went and he was not any closer, this organization went, okay, if we get you, it's coming in the playoffs. You're going to do the LTIR thing. You will loophole it like Tampa Bay did with Nikita Kucherov when they won a cup, when they won 2 cups, like Vegas did with Mark Stone seemingly every single year. They will loophole this thing. They don't need to be real about Gabe Landeskog this season. The reality is, if he comes back, it's only happening in the playoffs. They're utilizing his money right now. You don't need any clarity on Gabe, because if he's healthy right now, as soon as right now, they would hold him out for 2 months until the playoffs.
The part of this article that was most eye-opening for me was in the first paragraph. Gabe Landeskog last suited up for Colorado 970 days ago as of Wednesday, as of yesterday. 970 days, Rush. That is a long time. And there does have to be a sense of a reality check that 970 days, that needs to talk to you. That needs to talk to you as a franchise.
Well, reality check.
That needs to talk to you as a fan. That needs to, the proof is in the pudding. This isn't happening. 970 days. I've coached it in the game of football. I've never seen a player return to action after the 2 year mark. After that point, it's all for naught. So what are we even doing? What are we even doing?
I don't believe that the team is operating with, okay, we got to worry about Gabe coming back. They're not operating in that fashion right now. McFarland and Sakic are.
Then what's Gabe doing?
What do you mean? What's he doing?
It's 970 days since he put on a uniform.
He's continuing to try and rehab to come back and play.
I mean, you're coming up on a 3-year. This is an incredible amount of time.
You gonna forfeit 30 million sheets, Coach? If you're in that situation, you're gonna forfeit that?
No.
Okay, so what's he doing?
Hey,
what's he doing?
Paid.
He's getting paid. And there's a very good chance that he never plays again. And I believe that you will have that clarity this offseason. That clarity will come. The organization has the clarity for this year right now.
Is the reason that the organization doesn't and hasn't done anything to this point because he is beloved and won a cup?
That's certainly part of it. But I also believe that they looked at the surgery that both LaMelo Ball, correct? Or LiAngelo? Lonzo Ball, one of the 3 guys. Lonzo, they both had that
cartilage replacement.
Yes, the cartilage replacement surgery that Lonzo had and he came back from. I believe that they looked at this surgery and they went, all right, this is Gabe's last chance to see if he can work it out. And they're giving him this season to see if it works. I believe that if he's healthy enough, he will be inserted into the lineup in the playoffs. Operating off the fact that they know that they can utilize his $7 million. He's not coming back in the regular season, even if he was healthy. It would be financial ruin if they were to allow him to play during the regular season. They're going to take the chances that if he's healthy in the playoffs, that it takes a couple of games for him to get up to speed, and then he's able to give you 10 to 14 minutes on a given night. But going into the offseason, I think that's where you must have future clarity. That's where Keeler gets it right here. I just think he had the dates wrong. Right? I don't believe that you need the clarity of Gabe's future on March 7th. You need it on July 1st is when you need it. And I believe they'll have that. Because if Gabe doesn't come back in the playoffs, then you go, it's never going to work. And if he comes back in the playoffs and he can't play, and it's very clear that he's not the same guy,
then you have your answer.
Then you also have the same answer. And I think what they'll end up doing is they will carry price him, which is, Carey Price still gets paid through next year, by the way, $10.5 million. He hasn't played in 4 full seasons. They'll LTIR him. He won't retire, and you'll utilize that $7 million just as you did this year. But you will have the clarity next season that he's never coming back.
You mentioned Lonzo Ball. Big news, breaking news out of the LeVar Ball camp of Big Baller Brand. Remember Big Baller Brand? He had his own shoe brand.
Never lost, except a foot this time.
That's what I heard yesterday. He had a foot amputation. It's a bad deal, man. Prayers up for LeVar Ball and his right foot.
4 Nations tonight, 6 p.m.
Speedy
Come
recovery.
hang out at number 38 with me and our friends at New Amsterdam Vodka. We're giving away a signed Gabriel Landeskog jersey. Speaking of the captain, we're giving that away this evening. Number 38 in Rhino. Come on out, watch the game. Team USA garb. Cannot wait to see you guys there. It's the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Morning Sprint, Coach, Raj, KJ behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Coach, $27 million in cap space is what we expect the jump to be this year between 22 and 27. One, it helps you if you're the Broncos. You get to look at this Russell Wilson thing and go, thank God we did this 2 years ago.
It never happened.
Never happened.
It was all good.
I heard Brett and the boys talking this morning. Girl math? Do you guys have girl math in the house?
Oh, do we have girl math in the house? My gosh. My daughter is 15 years old, applies girl math to everything, and she knows exactly what she's doing, and even looks at me with her cute little smile and goes, girl math, Dad. Oh, gosh. You're right. And you got me. My heart is melted.
You're resending Amazon packages back. And it's, oh, yeah. Like, Coach looks at the credit card statement, $225 back in the card. That's nice. He puts it back in his pocket, takes it back out 5 minutes later, and looks at the statement and goes, oh, now $325's off the card. That's exciting.
Girl math.
Girl math.
Yep. Russ math.
Russ math.
Because of cap math. And here we are.
The cap goes up to nearly $27 million, or at least has a $27 million increase this year between 22 and 27. So that brings the hit down to between $18 million or $8 million and $13 million. It makes it more palatable. It doesn't mean that you can go on a crazy spending spree this year, but it might help you be able to look at players like Nick Bonito. Hey, can we find a way to extend you now? Like, we don't have to wait for it, because you don't want to get into the cap hell that a team. Cincinnati's in trouble now, man. And I understand now why they decided to throw the tag on T. Higgins instead of try and go long-term with T. Did you see what came out from Jamar Chase's camp?
I did not.
That player wants nearly $40 million per year as a dependent wide receiver.
And he is going to get those sheets, and there are going to be a lot of locker room problems between Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Because T. Higgins is not going to be happy whatsoever that he was held well under the $30 million salary figure that he expected on the open market.
Like 26-ish?
26, yeah.
And what's Burrow being paid this year, 60?
He is number 2 in the NFL in terms of, I think he's right behind Dak.
Joe Burrow's spot track as my computer loads. His cap hit this year is 46.25. His average salary is 55.
55.
So if you're looking at average salaries right now for those three players, you have put $55 million into your quarterback. You've put $26 million into your wide receiver two. And you're likely going to put, let's round up, $40 million into Jamar Chase. $121 million between three players. And this is a team that couldn't field the defense.
Oh, and by the way, Trey Hendricks too. How? I don't know.
So the going rate for an elite pass rushing defensive lineman is 25 to 30 million, right? So let's add another 30 to that, and we're sitting, I'll be nice, $150 million for four different players.
Yeah, I mean, Trey Hendrickson is due to make $16 million in 2025, and nowhere near the number that he is going to command on the
25
market.
to 30 is probably right for that type of player. So $150 million with the NFL cap projection this year being 277 to 281.
You got an offensive line?
That's an issue.
You got an entire defense not named Trey Hendrickson to put together? Yeah, you got some problems.
How do you fix that?
Outscore your problems. Go Avs of 2024.
That's a good point. That's a great point. Go Nuggets of 2024.
No doubt.
We're just going to beat every team 138 to 133.
Here we are.
We'll be okay.
That didn't work. The Bengals didn't make the playoffs with that model. And with all those guys healthy, not to mention. That's the thing about it. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Burrow and Trey Hendrickson were healthy players. So you're paying all those guys, and the model is already played out. You're not a great football team being that top heavy in your roster.
The only way that you can make this work if you have all 4 of those guys signed to big-time deals. Let's call it somewhere around 150 for all 4 to be there. And Burrow, right now, guy with cost certainty past next year. The only 2 guys that have cost certainty right now are Burrow and Higgins being non-exclusively franchise tagged. The only way to do that is in the draft. And thank God, even by eating all of that money with Russell Wilson, that the Denver Broncos are not in this position.
They're really nowhere near this situation. And they have the opportunity to pay out some of their good young talent that's coming up. The Benito contract that certainly is going to need to. Those conversations are going to have to happen very soon.
You showed us a mock draft from Daniel Jeremiah at NFL.com.
This was fascinating.
Fascinating why?
Did you see who the Broncos selected in Daniel Jeremiah? What's the sticks? Move the sticks, behind the sticks. So Move the Sticks podcast guy.
This was his
NFL
second.
Network also.
This was his second mock draft, and they have him taking tight end Colston Loveland out of Michigan.
Awesome, I like it.
But
what's the caveat?
The very next pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers,
Ashton Genty,
the guy that I want.
And in the description that Daniel Jeremiah says, he goes on to say that the Najee Harris running back crew was not good enough for the Steelers organization. So what an awesome opportunity for the Steelers to get a player ranked in the top 5 in this year's draft in Ashton Genty. And that's why there's no way that he's going to be available, because the NFL saw the trend of running backs meaning something to winning a championship. And it was in the form of Saquon Barkley. There's no way that Ashton Genty is going to be available at 20 or 21.
Jeremiah also has another running back going in the first round, just 1 pick after that. He's got Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina going, I believe, at number 23. He's got him going 22 to the LA Chargers. So
that's a scary one in division.
That's scary,
because
right?
you know they're going to commit to it.
And you pair him alongside J.K. Dobbins, they will commit to that run. Scares me a little bit. Now, if you have this situation where you're sitting there on draft day and Genty is falling, but Loveland is guaranteed to be there. However, you're hearing chatter from throughout the league that multiple running backs will go in that first round. What is more important to you right now as Sean Payton to get into the room on day 1? Do you jump up to go get your running back, or do you stand pat and allow Colston Loveland to fall to you? Because if Genty goes before you, I have a hard time thinking 2 tight ends are falling out before 20.
It could happen. Anything can happen. Brock Bowers was drafted 13 a year ago.
You can make the argument, though, generational tight end talent.
And Tyler Warren might fit into that conversation.
Okay.
Truly one of the highest rated players in this draft class.
So
and some people are even saying he's potentially a top 3 on the draft board, a top 3 player.
But if I look at running back and both quarterbacks going off the board, it kind of feels like at least Colston Loveland's going to be available.
I would think so. But there are a lot of teams that also are tight end needy, because it is the running back position has made a comeback in 2025. The tight end position has been in vogue now for over a decade.
The other way that I looked at this, though, was get your tight end because you can get another one of those running backs in round 2, or you can get another one of those running backs in round 3. You brought it up about 4 weeks ago. You said there's 33 draftable running backs on the board, which is insane. But now that the league is starting to realize that running backs are, to take your quote, in vogue, can you guarantee that you're going to get a difference maker in round 2 at the running back position?
If neither of the tight ends nor Ashton Genty are available, you go out and get Emeka Buka. Get your wide receiver 1. And I think it's pretty simple. I think Ashton Genty is available, you take him. He's not available. Colston Loveland, he's not available. You go get Emeka Buka. One of those 3 players is going to be available, and all 3 of those players will help Bo Nix dramatically in his second year.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. Coming up in about 15 minutes from right now, KJ's NFL Notes, the biggest news and notes from around the National Football League. We'll also hear my favorite thing in USA hockey history. If you haven't heard the 2010 World Junior Championships chant, well, we're going to have that on the other side. Don't go away.
3. USAC, my attitude, USA. Oh, mama, don't you cry. Oh, mama, don't you cry. USA hockey is do or die. USA hockey is do or die. Take a hockey stick in my hand. Take a hockey stick in my hand. Go on off to a foreign land. Go on off to a foreign land. Play said I'd be a star. Play said I'd be a star. USA hockey will go very far. USA hockey will go very far. Take the Gatorade in your glass. Take the Gatorade in your glass. We just kicked your. We just kicked your.
Tonight on 9:50 a.m., starting at 6 p.m., and also down at number 38 with myself and our friends from New Amsterdam Vodka, the championship game of the NHL's four-nation face-off, Team USA versus Team Canada. If you hadn't heard that before, well, Coach, that's the Team USA championship chant.
2010, baby.
There's no
juniors.
There is no team that has ever done it better than that. It's the World Junior chant. So, like, I haven't seen the men's national team do that. But this men's national team is built with a bunch of dudes who have sung that chant after winning gold at the World Juniors.
I love it, man.
And
it
gets you freaking going. Also, Freebird for all the crap that people put through, or Freebird through for being the Team USA goal song. That goal song rocks.
Very good.
That melts your face off. There's nothing that gets me going like that. That 2010 World Junior Championship team. So that was the year that I think the U.S. won their second all-time gold at World Junior. It's like that's an event that the Canadians own. Absolutely own. John Carlson in overtime. 6-5 is the final. Chris Kreider, who plays on this current Team USA roster right now, was on that team as well. That gets you going, man. There are some good players on that Team Canada as well. Like Martin Jones, I think, was the goalie. Nazem Kadri was on that team.
I sent that audio clip on our group text this morning. It's how I woke up this morning. I told you I haven't been able to sleep very well last couple nights, really since Saturday night. The anticipation of having to wait until Thursday for Team America to take the ice.
It's here, baby.
Again. Just go on X and just look up 2010 USA Hockey or USA Hockey Chant. You'll find it. It is it's a way you can start your day, man.
Come on down, number 38, with me this evening. Again, 6 p.m. is puck drop. It'll probably be around 6:20. If you go to nmbr38.com, you can RSVP tonight. And if you RSVP, you'll be automatically entered to win Avalanche tickets. And then if you come to the event this evening, you can enter to win a signed Gabriel Landeskog jersey. We'll be watching the game, drink specials from New Amsterdam. There's a bunch of TVs, game sound, a live DJ. It'll be an awesome spot to watch this game. The NHL, as we've said, they caught lightning in a bottle with this event. I don't expect it to move forward year in and year out, right? This is a one and done thing. They'll have a World Cup of Hockey during the season every other year that isn't an Olympic year. But you have to have a good game. Like, there's a chance that you could fall flat on your face tonight. If it's not a good game and the Canadians come out and they mop the floor at the Americans and it's a 4-1, 5-1 finish and Connor Hellebuyck doesn't play well, I think you lose a lot of your steam. There's a lot going on these players to go up against a full slate of NBA games, right? Because the ratings that we saw over the weekend, hockey was running like 4.4s.
Doesn't happen often.
Those are Stanley Cup Finals numbers, right? That is final game of the year, means everything. Those are the numbers that a 4.4 is in America. They were going up against NBA's All-Star Weekend, which is the second fewest viewers that they've had in history. And I think the numbers were like an average of a 4.6. And that is, like, hockey and basketball shouldn't ever be that close, at least in my lifetime in terms of the ratings. Now you have to go up against something that people actually do want to watch, which is regular season home stretch basketball. And by the way, if you guys haven't seen this, and thank you for all of you guys who were texting in, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Shop Mazda text line. Did you see the Spurs just shut down Victor Wembanyama for the rest of the season?
I sure did.
You don't say.
And the reason for it is probably even more concerning than the fact that Victor Wembanyama is being shut down.
So
for the rest
deep
of the year.
vein thrombosis in his right shoulder, his dominant shoulder. And what that is, it's essentially blood clotting in his right shoulder. If you're a Spurs fan, you should be terrified right now.
Yeah, and you think about the return on investment. Well, first off, let's just hope that Victor Wembanyama's health in general.
You should be scared.
Scared. That is something that I don't want to trivialize because, man, I've had some scary moments in my coaching career with players on my team having blood clotting issues, and it becomes less about your athletic aptitude and more about staying away from hearts and vital organs with blood clotting.
Yeah, it can also, from an athletic standpoint, it can become degenerative very quickly.
And even in the case of what happened with LeVar Ball, father of all the, that's most likely an amputation as a result of some form of medical condition with regards to blood clotting.
Isn't that what Dion's got going on
Same
in
thing.
his leg?
And it's
coming from turf toe.
And it truly is nothing to laugh about. It's a very scary, very serious condition. And so if you're a San Antonio Spurs fan, man, this has got to have you worried, not just about the immediacy, but also the nature of the long game with Victor Wembanyama.
I'll be interested to see how the NHL and the Four Nations does going up against a TNT game tonight with the Sixers and the Celtics. I'll be interested in terms of how they can pull against a Suns and a Spurs matchup, which was obviously way more intriguing before the last 15 minutes, but people are going to be tuning into that late matchup. I think it's a 7:30 tip, which is square in the middle of this hockey game, right? Like you'll be 10 minutes into the second period with USA and Canada when the Suns and Spurs go head to head, and people will likely be tuning into TNT and HBO Max to go, what happened with Wemby? What's the latest on that generational player? It'll be really interesting to see if the NHL can hold the juice in a time where the NBA is putting out a product that people enjoy, that people want to watch, as compared to last weekend when, like, even basketball fans don't want to watch the All-Star festivities.
No, but they still did kind of watch it.
Well, I still think hockey, comparing hockey broadcasts and basketball broadcasts is not apples to apples. It's like comparing anything to football, where, you know, when you throw up ratings, then you see a football game, people go, well, you clearly didn't do well. No, you just live in a different zip code, right? That's what that conversation is about. The NHL is doing incredibly well for themselves in the current climate that we expect to see them in. To have the NBA close to the NHL in terms of ratings, alarm bells have to be going off for Adam Silver. And then parade routes should be planned for Gary Bettman.
Really interesting thought as we're talking about the ratings of the NHL and what's happened with the Four Nations and the momentum that does exist. I mean,
freaking awesome.
You have two of us right here wearing Team USA somethings. I'm wearing a World Baseball Classic jersey. You're wearing an actual USA hockey jersey.
Hold on. This is not an actual USA hockey jersey.
Is this Ducks?
This is D2 the Mighty Ducks.
Yes.
This is a Hendricks authentic. This thing has a fight strap in the back of it. And number 96, the greatest fake American hockey player ever to lace up the skates, Mr. Charlie Conway.
Are you going to advocate, Raj, for Charlie Conway, the fictitious character, like Vic Lombardi does, for Rocky Balboa to have statues everywhere, all over across the country, be fictitious characters that don't even exist? Is Charlie Conway one of those types?
No, he's not, because you could also look at Adam Banks and go, well, Adam Banks was probably the better player. You also have to look at Julie the Cat Gaffney. We know that goaltenders are the biggest reason why teams that are underdogs can win championships.
100%.
And those Mighty Ducks in D1, they were underdogs.
And these
they had Goldberg.
These Americans that are underdogs, if you're the NHL and you are loving your moment in the sun that's currently happening with the Four Nations, are you rooting so hard for an American victory tonight to keep the momentum of hockey going into the remainder of the regular season? Because you already have that momentum in Canada. You already have viewership in Canada.
Yeah, you ain't going to lose it.
In America, you're fighting you're fighting for eyeballs and viewers.
Oh, make no mistake about this. Gary Bettman is red, white, and blue all evening tonight. He wants the American team to win this thing. He wants to have a close game, possibly go into overtime, and the Americans win this thing. Because what it will then do is it sends Canada into a tizzy for the next 3 months until the playoffs roll around. And honestly, through the playoffs, because when's the last time that a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup, Coach? It was 1993.
Jeez.
So if the Canadians lose this thing, then you have that entire country going.
Wait. The last Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup was 93?
The Montreal Canadiens with Patrick Waugh in net.
Why is that?
There's more American teams. There's only 6 Canadian teams out of the 32.
Yeah, but the sample size is coming. We're coming up on 32 years.
It's a lot of years, man.
Yeah, it doesn't add up for the ratio of teams that are Canadian to American. There's something else at play.
I have been alive for 1 Canadian Stanley Cup championship, and I think I was like days old when it happened. Let's see what the final, the 1993 NHL Stanley Cup final date. I bet you I was alive for like a month. June 9th. I was alive for 3 months.
Dude. I didn't even know that.
It's been a while. So for Edmonton to make the final last year was everything. They had the weight of the entire country on their shoulders. So now imagine with Winnipeg and Edmonton right now coming off of a Four Nations loss because Canada wins international tournaments. That's all they do. Now imagine having Canada lose to the U.S. tonight, which I hope to God happens. Go America. America.
Freedom ain't free.
If the U.S. wins this thing,
enough said.
Now you go into the playoffs. That's the best possible thing. I know all of you Avs fans out there want Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Taves to do well. But if you're a true Avs fan, you're hoping that all 3 of those players fall flat on their face tonight. Because not only will the
fall flat on their face, but softly.
Softly flat on their face.
Very soft fall.
Yes.
Like a judo tot fall, like that where you're falling appropriately.
Exactly like that.
Yes.
Fall flat on your face without getting injured. Because
not like a bag of beat Richards.
Two of the biggest threats to you as an Avs fan right now going into the playoffs are Canadian teams, Winnipeg and Edmonton. And now add more pressure. Add 32 years of League Cup pressure on top of an entire country that will be panicking if the Americans win tonight. Because if that happens, if the Americans win tonight, Coach, people will go to Hockey Canada, which is the governing body of youth hockey in that country, and going, we need to tear this thing down to the studs.
Oh, you're right.
This is a grassroots problem.
I heard it today on Spitting Chicklets. Biz was talking about it. Like this is going to be a state of chaos in Canada if tonight goes the way that we all want it to go here, at least in our studio currently. I know a lot of our listeners, there's some pro Canada fans, and that's totally okay.
No, 7 Canadian teams. I apologize. Not 6.
It's all right. Sometimes the numbers get a little awry. Apparently, Governor Trudeau was invited to a federal.
Old Donnie just couldn't help himself. Just couldn't help himself, man.
My gosh, what are we doing?
People at TD Garden are gonna see that tweet from earlier today. Guys, the Canadian anthem's getting booed tonight.
Man,
it's getting booed hard.
Is it almost is the trolling so extreme right now that the crowd in Boston might be like, man, I think we need to tone it down.
No, they're going to do it.
You think the masshole crowd is going to be very masshole?
You just said it.
We're going to see Darren McKee.
They're from Massachusetts. They're from Boston.
We're going to see the DMac world.
Those guys are ruthless. That anthem will be booed, and it's a great anthem. It's even better when it's sung in French, but I'll leave my musical taste out of this. All right, 6 p.m. tonight, again, number 38 with our friends from New Amsterdam Vodka. Come on out, watch the game with me, win some prizes, win some Avs tickets, a signed Gabe Landeskog jersey. Can't wait to see you guys out there. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. You can watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. And you can also watch us at Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube, wherever you guys go. Just search Altitude Sports Radio in your YouTube app. On the other side, KJ's NFL Notes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Another thing with Victor Wembanyama's season-ending injury. Again, deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder, so blood clotting issues. He has now been shut down for the entire season. Only 46 games played for Wemby, which means if you threw a little shekel on Lou Dort to win Defensive Player of the Year, good for you, man. You're going to be a rich person come the end of the season.
Gobert's not going to be in the conversation?
Yeah, Gobert's probably always in the conversation, but Lou's on a better team. Thunder has the best defensive rating of any team in the league. Lou Dort's probably the guy. You know what his odds were this morning before the news came out that Wemby is done for the season? He was plus 4,000 to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Lou Dort?
Lou Dort.
Whoa. Someone getting paid.
Someone's getting paid. If you threw that in this morning, good for you. KJ, NFL Notes, what's first?
Only problem with Lou Dort, you know who he's rooting for tonight? Canada. Born in Montreal.
Oh, I didn't know Lou Dort was Canadian.
Yeah. Yeah, Lou Gens Dort.
According to Tyler Dragon of USA Today, Dallas is considered a best fit for one potential former Bronco, and that Bronco is running back Javonte Williams. Williams had 513 yards rushing last season and led the Broncos. Quote, a change of scenery appears to be what's best for him. Williams will be 25 years old at the start of the next season, so he's among the youngest free agent backs. Williams suffered, obviously, a knee injury. He tore his ACL along with other ligaments in 2022, and Tyler Dragon believes that Dallas could be the perfect place to revive his career. If Dallas does see Javonte like Tyler Dragon does that open the door for Aston to Denver?
No, sir. Because there's no way that Javonte Williams would be brought to Dallas to be the bell cow. He's had all the opportunities in the world to be the bell cow in Denver post-knee injury, and he's just flat out not.
Hold on. Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure. The proof's in the pudding.
End of the season, remember you were complaining about, well, Sean Payton hasn't really fed a running back, hasn't really stuck to one guy to see if he's the truth.
Well, I thought it was
Audric
Javonte.
Estime,
It
right?
was Javonte earlier in the season. Frankly, the film was not good. That's why I wasn't sitting there standing for Javonte Williams to be that bell cow, because the film sucked. The film was atrocious through about 12 games of the season. Once Javonte Williams settled into third down, pass protecting role, 2-minute offense, end of half, end of game scenarios, fantastic. He's awesome. It's a great check down merchant for Bo Nix to throw the football to. Did a really good job of getting vertical, getting forward, extra yards. He's just not a bell cow running back, man. So that would be, wherever he signs, it's going to be signing as a role player.
Yeah. Second guy, split the carries.
Samaje Perine in Kansas City.
That's exactly
what he is
at this point. Yeah, it's a shame. I see where you're going there. I wish maybe it helps a little bit. I still think he's probably Cowboys bound, man. Like they gotta revive that offense somehow. You got to find a way to help Dak, especially coming off of the injury. Genty's probably going to be a Cowboy, isn't he, man?
I think so.
I'm getting ready for it too. I'm really upset about it, but I'm getting ready for it. I'm going to soften that blow.
Especially with my old center that used to have my hands up in his crevices when he was playing center for the Boise State Broncos back in 2003 and 4. And I was playing quarterback. God. He's the offensive coordinator now for the Dallas Cowboys, Clayton Adams. You think he wants a Boise State Bronco running back? You bet he does.
What's next, KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
NFL on Fox's Jordan Schultz released his top reports and rumors he's heard since the Super Bowl. His top report being that the guys mentioned at 10:45, Jamar Chase is commanding at least $40 million a season on his contract extension, which got me to thinking. If Jamar does get this $40 million per year, what's more likely to happen? Joe Burrow takes a pay cut or they move on from T. Higgins?
Burrow's got to find a way to restructure that deal. That's the only way. Like, because Higgins at $26 million on this year's franchise tag that's fine. You can fit that under the cap. That's easy to fit. Burrow being signed for a long time that's the only way you can do it. You have to restructure as that quarterback. Because I think the same thing's going to happen next year. The Bengals are going to be right there in playoff contention. But there's going to be so many games where you look at that defense and go, there's no way that they can actually be a threat in the playoffs. And then Burrow's going to get pissed off. He's going to have to restructure next off season. And then by the time Burrow's in his 30s, early 30s, that's when you can actually win one. What the Cincinnati situation is screaming to me is, Denver, you got to seriously compete for a Super Bowl in years 3, 4, and 5 of Bo's rookie deal. Because if you don't, man, and you're close, the window closes pretty quickly unless you're Patrick Mahomes.
I think the difference between a Bo Nix and a Joe Burrow is even in the years that he's not, quote unquote, competing for a Super Bowl, he's competing for the MVP award. Because he truly is a producer of offense in and of himself, and that is in his right arm. I just don't know that you'll be in that space with Bo Nix as a unilateral MVP candidate. So that's my. I think they're different.
Before or after age 31, he just turned 28. Joe Burrow's first Super Bowl. Do they win one within 3 years?
I don't believe so.
Does he ever win one?
I think Cincinnati's his problem. Because I think he's a really good player. I think he just happens to be at the wrong organization.
Wrong organization, took all the money, and then had another guy go, I'm not taking less either.
Yep.
That's a losing situation. There has to be at least one guy on the team that goes, yeah, I'll take the cut. Mahomes is one of those guys.
It'll be Joe.
Brady was one of those guys. They made a bunch of money, but then they restructured.
It'll be Joe, but probably maybe not before 31.
So I'm saying early 30s is when he's going to win his.
Yep.
Bengals not a threat anymore? Is that the answer that we just came around to? Cincinnati, no threat.
They got
the math is mathing right now.
Yeah, we in the first hour of the show we talked about those.
We sure did.
How much money is tied up in sheets. 4 players? They don't have a running back. Their offensive line suspect. I fired both their O-line coaches. One of them is my wife's cousin's husband. Bad deal. It's pretty good. I spit that out.
A lot of family branches right there.
I think it's
Coach.
3 degrees of separation, maybe 2.
Is that really family? 3 degrees? KJ, keep it going.
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Lions star defensive end Aiden Hutchinson was recently on the Squeeze podcast with Taylor Lettner and his wife. The conversation about Myles Garrett to the Lions came up, and Aiden took a moment to express how great the tandem would be and also made his pitch for why Myles Garrett, the person, also fits as well.
Hey, I mean, Myles, if me and Myles were to pair up, that would be deadly.
I don't know if we've seen anything like it.
I know. I was talking to him. We were at the honors, and we were just talking about what could be, and although it's probably unlikely, I think I would be thrilled to play next to him if it were to happen. But yeah, our whole D line would be like just totally elevated, and we would. That'd be a scary defensive line, and we get along too. I think I've seen him these last few years at different things. He texted me after I got hurt, which I don't know, it was just a cool thing. Like guys outside of your own team who reach out to you. I think so. I think he's a good dude, and if he does, great. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But that would be awesome.
That would be crazy.
Yeah,
I know.
Awesome. I think it'd be terrifying. Could you imagine being a quarterback in the NFC North with Aiden Hutchinson and Myles Garrett coming off both edges?
Yeah, it's Vaughn and DeMarcus.
But dude, it's even different just because there's so much length, and they can bull rush. Both dudes can they can walk. The Tyler Polumbus type tackle, the taller, thinner type tackle, they can walk that human being right into your lap.
But they're also fast enough to get around.
Yes, it is It would truly would be unlike anything that I've ever seen.
It would be unlike anything you've ever seen, but they'd only be able to do it for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? Because Hutchinson is in year 4 of his rookie deal. They have the club option for the next season, which they will obviously exercise. Garrett is signed through 2027. You'd have 2 years of terrifying pass rushing.
And they're also good against the run too, man. Those guys are stout.
So what are you willing to give up for Myles Garrett? What is it going to take to get Myles Garrett?
Do you give up one of your 2 backs?
Oh. You'd give up David Montgomery. You can't touch Jahmyr Gibbs. You don't know. They spent the first round pick on Jahmyr Gibbs. You don't get to touch Jahmyr Gibbs if I'm Dan Campbell. Nope. You can have Montgomery and you can have a first. But I think it's going to cost more than that. That's the best pass rusher in the game right now, probably. Either him or TJ Watt.
She's healthy Aiden Hutchinson, man. He's in the conversation to the point where it makes you such a unicorn of a defense in terms of preparing for. There's no solution for 2 elite speed to power pass rushers. There's no solution.
I would love to see it because I'm all for anything that makes the Lions Super Bowl viable. I want to see that franchise win a championship. If the Broncos don't win, I want to see Detroit win or I want to see Buffalo win. Those are the 2 teams that I go, your fan base deserves it. Like, it's been long enough. You guys get one. You get one. So sure, sign me up. KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
The NBA All-Star Game attracted an average viewership of 4.7 million on Sunday night via Sports Business Journal. The identical of the audience to the NFL Flags football Pro Bowl game. It was an 18% drop-off and an all-time low for the Pro Bowl, the 4.7 million. But for the NBA, it was a 13% drop-off over last year. If we compare that to the NHL's Four Nations face-off, that averaged 4.4, while the other event Saturday night averaged 3.4 million. Which event? Because the NHL face-off is putting them in a very tough situation. Which event is on the verge of being canceled first? The NBA All-Star Weekend or the Pro Bowl?
I think the Pro Bowl, right? Doesn't it feel like they've been trying to move away from the Pro Bowl for many, many years? I don't think the NBA is going to look at the All-Star game and go, less basketball is better. I still think they're going to try and put lipstick on a pig until they realize that hockey has figured something out, and then you take KD's suggestion and you get rid of All-Star Weekend every other year. I don't think the NBA is going to do that, but I think the NFL is very close to going, what are we doing here?
Could you change the quote-unquote Pro Bowl, and I believe the NFL sets up best for this, to a Super Bowl week event that is an award show, akin to a Grammy, Academy Awards, with big-time performers like SNL had.
Hold on, is there
50th.
football being played?
No football. It's an award show.
So then it's canceled.
Canceled? Yeah, the Pro Bowl is done.
So,
but in lieu of that, in terms of like make the NFL award show
like the ESPYs,
make it massive, make it a blowout, and it happens to be at the Super Bowl venue. You know, whether a theater, a performing arts theater, where you can have players that are participating in the Super Bowl be awarded as well.
I think that would work.
I mean,
I think the answer to KJ's question is very clear for you and I, though. Like, the NFL is closer to canceling their games than the NBA would be.
Oh, I think it's done. Man, I think the NBA's got to their game in it as we know it has to be done. It has to be.
Should the two sides join forces? Hear me out.
Whoa.
Hear me out. Let me pitch this to you.
KJ, you're on to something. Let's hear it.
So we have a group of Pro Bowlers who are playing games, right? They're doing all of the things. And then you have the NBA guys who are kind of playing games. All right. We have 5 games, 2 from the NBA, which we would assume basketball guys win that, 2 from the NFL, in which we expect the NFL guys to win. And then we would find that 5th one to be a neutral one. Whatever that would be, we'll have to kind of workshop it. But that 5th one would be neutral, and that would determine who gets bragging rights for that year. The NBA guys, the NBA All-Stars, or the NFL Pro Bowlers?
See, I'm kind of thinking a different route. bring the Pro Bowlers and the NBA All-Stars together, and we have both a flag football game with NBA and NFL players playing in the same game, although flag football still sucks as compared to actual football.
It's a tough watch on TV.
It's a tough watch, but we also have a full basketball game where NFL stars and NBA stars are playing together and against each other on the same team.
There is nothing that mortifies a college football coach or an NFL coach than their players that are not two-sport athletes playing pickup basketball.
Hold on.
Football players
I don't,
tear
you know what?
Achilles.
You know what I don't care about? If I'm the NFL, I don't care about what my coaches think. I care about my product. I care about dollars. I care about advertising dollars in the pockets of my owners. And if I'm going to do that, that means I have to have a viable, watchable product on television. I don't care about what you think, coach. Is this putting money in the guy who employs you? Is it putting money in his pocket?
All right,
that's the only thing I care about.
I can speak about one athlete I've coached that would potentially be in that situation. Excuse me. Allergic to Team Canada right now. Just the thought of them. But Jordan Love, very good basketball player. Very, very, very good high school basketball player. Always had pickup games that would break out in my front yard between all the quarterbacks in the roster.
Yep.
He would absolutely want to play. Achilles.
I'd watch him.
Achilles popped. What happens to that game? Like what? The Packers franchise. Yeah. You got to think about these things.
But hold on, you're also taking the Brett Kane approach to the Four Nations face-off before it happened. Brett was the great American fraidy cat, and now he's all in.
The difference is none of these NHL players are worth $60 million annually, buddy. It's very different.
However,
it's very different.
Well, comparatively, they are worth that to their league. They're not worth $60 million, but they are worth the same percentage to their league as Jordan Love is to the NFL. So if you want to make the actual apples-to-apples comparison, go off percentages.
Well, plus,
all
the
NFL
only
players
difference
want to be basketball players. All basketball players want to be NFL players. It's like all those guys just want to, or not all those guys, a lot of those dudes, athletes, want to be rock stars and rappers. So they go out and they put their own albums out there. How many times have we talked about LeBron James, if he still had NCAA eligibility, would go to Ohio State and be a tight end? We've all wanted to see something like that.
Yeah, but your apples-to-apples conversation about the NHL is they're playing their sport. They're playing the sport that they play.
The 4-3-1. Hear me out. LeBron on ice skates.
LeBron James.
TJ Watt can skate, man.
Pretty good.
Yeah. We're trying to find ways to fix the two games. Don't poo-poo on my ideas because they're too scary for you.
The only games that I think a game works, it's NHL because the guys are inherently tough and they play a sport that they throw caution to the wind a lot. And then Major League Baseball, it makes for a great all-star game. That's it. All the other ones, just let it go. Quit trying. That sucks.
That's actually the answer. NFL Notes is brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
What is good, Denver? It's Coach Mike Sanford. Ski season's in the thick of it. And if you're like me, it's time to get up into some fresh, white, fluffy pow-pow. Loveland ski area, it looks like has a massive storm on the way here. And it looks like over the next 5 days, we're looking at least another 10 inches of snow in addition to the 40-plus inches of snow over the last week in and of itself. So you're looking at feet of snow. So get your snorkels out. And if you're like me, you want to get out onto some fresh powder. So get on the free Ridge Cat that runs at Loveland Thursday through Monday, and it shuttles guests to fresh turns along the Continental Divide. Make sure you can get on skiloveland.com
And for fresh powder seekers like me, there's no better place with no traffic. Don't have to wait in Eisenhower Tunnel. Get up to the Loveland Ski Area. I'll be seeing you up there.
Wrapping things up here on the morning sprint. Raj, Coach Sanford, KJ behind the glass, and you guys take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers, and you can go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. You can listen to, if you are in the Denver metro area, the Nuggets game tonight. Nuggets are back for the first time since February 12th. They'll see the Charlotte Hornets, who came from behind. Great third quarter against the Lakers yesterday. 3-point barrage. you should kill the Hornets tonight.
Are we in Armageddon for several Western Conference NBA teams right now? The Lakers aren't quite there yet.
The Lakers
but they
aren't
kind
there.
of are because of what happened in not finding a big man.
Well, the Lakers
and
aren't
everything
going to
that
fall
fell
out.
apart.
They're not going to fall out of a playoff spot.
No, but I'm just talking about overall Armageddon because you bring in Luka Doncic, and I know part of that is it's a forward-thinking move, groundbreaking, but you want to pay the investment early while you still have LeBron James, who is playing good basketball this year. So far, that hasn't looked great. We'll see. I just think the absence of a big is a major problem for the LA Lakers.
So who else other than San Antonio, who was already on the outside looking in?
But they made a move for De'Aaron Fox. They made a significant move to get one of the most dynamic front court players in basketball.
Who had not truly hit his ceiling yet, or at least rather punched through his ceiling to who we thought he could be coming out of Kentucky. San Antonio was not going to make the playoffs. They were 5 games outside of the 10th spot, which is currently held by Golden State, who got better. And if you're talking about new additions at the trade deadline, Jimmy Butler for small sample sizes, much like I'm not going to write the book on the Lakers yet.
Correct. No, nor can we.
It's too small. The small sample size for Butler in Golden State looks good.
Obviously, Dallas Mavericks as a franchise, doomsday prophecy. I mean, their general manager is getting, and ownership group is getting booed out of the building on a nightly basis.
Armageddon for them. Armageddon for San Antonio as well.
They're paying for Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis to be on the floor, but Anthony Davis has been banged up already. And it looks like, Raj, is it really it's a 3-team race in terms of health in the Western Conference? What it feels like to me.
You can throw Houston in there, and you've wanted to put the Rockets in there.
They scare me.
I still think Houston is this year's Sacramento, where I think they're too young to actually make the run. I think they're this year's Oklahoma City from last year, where you just kind of looked at them, you went, you didn't quite have it, and obviously OKC wasn't completely healthy, as they are right now. Who knows if that's going to continue? I think it's a 3-team race in the West, with a 4th dark horse team that if they get hot, I don't want to see any piece.
That's the Dubs. Golden State Warriors.
Those are the Warriors in the 10th spot right now. I should say that it's not out of the realm of possibility that a team above the line, so teams 1 through 6, a team above the line right now could fall out of the playoffs. There's only 4 games in the win column that separate the 10 seed from the 5 seed.
Golden State's still in the 10 seed, aren't they?
Golden State's in the 10 seed, one game above 500.
To their first game.
The Suns are 2 games back in the win column. But do you really trust that team right now? No.
They look like a team that'll fold and collapse.
I think your 10 teams I think they're set. But I could very easily see Golden State going on a run, getting into the top 6, and either one of the LA teams, for me, more likely the Lakers because they don't have the size, falling into the play-in.
Which brings up another point. When we talk about the Denver Nuggets and their amazing stretch run leading into the All-Star break, what did people continue to cite really in their last 25 games about their record?
Me?
Yeah.
That they weren't playing good teams.
Are there that many good ones in the National Basketball Association on either side, on the Eastern Conference or on the Western Conference? I feel like there's 6 good teams.
What? OKC, Memphis, Denver.
Yep. There it is.
Cleveland, Boston.
New York.
You'll put the Knicks in there too.
Yeah,
I'll throw the Knicks in there.
Yep.
And I still think, man.
So if you're not playing one of those 5 opponents for the Denver Nuggets,
you got to put Golden State in there. I'm not ready to call them dead yet. I'm not.
I'm excited for that one. That one's going to crash and burn because Hemi Butler's something's going to happen.
What, it'll work for a month and then he's going to get pissy?
Something's going to happen. I don't know. What do you think, KJ? Do you think that the Warriors can trend in a positive direction with an aging Steph and Hemi Butler?
For this season, yeah. I think they could catch lightning in a bottle and maybe make it to the second round. But that'll be about it. I think Golden State this window has been maxed out, and I love Steph Curry to death. He is my favorite player, but I think this is the end of the road, and I think the quicker they can accept it, the quicker they can get to the rebuild.
So are we looking to bring me back to my Netflix that I've been watching the past couple of days? is the last true Steph Curry highlight, the semifinal against Serbia. When he decides to hang him up, is that the final chapter in that book?
Yeah, you kind of put this into the you've thrown this into the universe about a Golden State Warriors run this year in the postseason. I could see the Warriors winning a series, maybe 2, and there'd be some type of heroics.
Like they feel like the Tampa Bay Lightning
Steph.
to me right now. Like I'm not scared about Tampa Bay, but I don't have hubris enough to go, yeah, they don't scare me. I could see Tampa Bay making a run in the Eastern Conference and being right back there, but they are aging. Andrei Vasilevsky is no longer the best goalie in hockey. Victor Hedman is slowing down. So do I think that they're the best team in the East? No shot. But I'm not ready to go, yeah, I don't have to worry about that team. Don't have to worry about facing them in a final this year. I feel the same way about Golden State in the Western Conference in the NBA.
How do you feel about tonight?
You should kill them. You should kill Charlotte.
I'm not talking about that.
About US and I took off my Conway jersey because I felt left out a little bit.
You have the brand new Headwaters Rapids kit that is glorious. If you haven't seen this jersey, check us out on Twitch. You'll see on the socials. We'll post it here shortly. But Raj, you look like a world-class soccer player. I'm just gonna lob it out there.
I'm kind of the size of a soccer player.
You have the perfect dimensions, the haircut.
Thank you.
The look.
I'm getting another haircut today.
You look like you could
more soccer.
You could play for the Belgian national team.
The Belgian national
Very
team.
good national team, by the way. Very good. But you have some Belgian looks to you. You can see you right next to Kevin De Bruyne.
I'll take it, man. I'll take it. The Rapids do something every year where like a bunch of media members are able to play in a game. Hey, Rapids, if you guys are listening.
Oh, I'm ready, just so you know.
Coach and Raj might want to jump in. I used to play a little goalie back in the day.
For me, it's all about the crossers into the box. I'm going to get my head on the other end of it.
Big 6'3" guy.
Oh, yeah.
We like that. Okay. Prediction, Team USA, Canada.
USA wins in overtime, 3-2.
Am I allowed to give my prediction?
Yes, it has to be for Pro Team Canada, though.
It has to be Pro Team Canada?
Yes.
Canada wins in overtime 4-3. Sidney Crosby gets the golden goal, but Nathan McKinnon with 3 points wins the MVP.
You understood the assignment.
I understood the assignment. Tonight, 6 p.m., number 38 in Rhino with me. Come on down there, hang out, watch the game, drink some New Amsterdam, win Avs tickets, win a signed Gabe Landeskog jersey. It's the only place you should be watching the Americans take on the Canadians. Go USA, baby!
America! Freedom ain't free.
USA hockey will go very far. Take the Gatorade in your glass. Take the Gatorade in your glass. We just kicked your. We just kicked your.
Skid steering our way right into your heart.
You got a skid steer in your underwear.
If I had underwear. And with that, we're off and running.
Hey,
Scott AC!
Boy, what do you think about this weather? Isn't it wonderful? How you guys doing?
Wow.
It's a chilly day. I rode my bike.
Did you really?
Yeah, that was stupid. I did it yesterday, and I was just like, that's going to be great. And
yesterday's worse than today, though. I've been taking my daughter to school. We just told not to talk about the weather.
I'm like, what are you two doing right now?
We just told
like we literally got out of the meeting.
Hey, the NFL draft.
Scott's going to be a wise ass. I'll be there right there with
the
him.
NFL draft's only 2 months away.
You know, I've been thinking much more about Colson Loveland. But I can share that with you later. No doubt about it. It's good to see you.
Who's Colson Loveland?
Oh, you'll know him. You'll know him. Like, that's asking, like, who's Shannon Sharp? You know.
Is it
right,
just do Penn State or Michigan? Which one?
That's Michigan.
Michigan, baby.
Yeah.
Michigan.
Wolverine. He's got that Russell Wilson Wolverine blood.
And had some injury issues this year, right?
Yeah, but he's got Wolverine blood, so it's all right.
Well, so did Jake Butts. He had Wolverine blood,
There's
too.
something here in the studio. Did you notice it?
There's something new in the studio?
Mm-hmm.
Looking the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Keep looking.
That is from.
That's kind of funny.
That is from our guy John, who was in the Tradio sort of the Jokic bobblehead thing.
The guy that sent the jersey.
Well,
from New York.
They did this exact thing with Joker and Murray.
Yes,
Remember that?
Yes. So he sent us a whole long letter and said he's not rich, but he insisted that he would have got on a plane to come in just because being on the show, whatever, would have meant that much.
So it's our New York guy.
It's our New York guy. He sent us the Russell Wilson autographed jersey anyway. That's hanging up in our office.
Would you want to hang it up?
And he sent the photo of you and Sean Payton as stepbrothers.
It's well executed Photoshop, I got to say.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So we've hung it in the Vic Lombardi honorary
corner of shame.
Yeah, it's kind of like we hang things over there and we see how long they last.
Yep.
For whatever.
Scott's not naked, so this one naturally should last.
Oh, that's
a
right.
little bit
We
longer.
had the Vic Lombardi naked portrait.
Yeah,
that was up there for a little bit.
Not that long. Scott took that thing down pretty quick.
I didn't take that down.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, did I?
Yes, you did.
I got to admit, I had a hard time with it because I'm the one that more naturally sort of turns to the left. And seeing a naked thing of Vic, now listen.
I stared at it.
Abs of steel. I mean,
when you gaze, at least you got.
Well, I get a laugh.
Sean Payton to gaze into his eyes, right?
Yeah, I kind of just moved my eyes up,
right up to Sean.
over yours. Yeah. Welcome back. How was your vacation?
2 puffy drunks right there. Wouldn't you say?
Wow. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Good. I'm all fine. Everything's fine. Sickness ran through my household. You went
I'm sorry,
through that,
what?
didn't you? Sickness.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you down with
303-504-0925.
Were you down with the sickness?
No, I had like the sniffles and congestion for like Friday, Saturday. My daughter had a Friday, Saturday. I had it like Saturday, Sunday. The warden is like down and out for like 48 hours. She's like,
this was your vacation?
Down and out.
Well, that kind of sucks.
Rest.
Do you feel rested?
Oh, yeah.
You feel good?
Last 2
She
nights.
seems happy today.
Well, the last 2 nights, I am happy. See, that's what people don't understand. You can disagree without being unhappy, especially when you're right. I mean, last 2 days I was in bed between 10 and 10:30, and Monday, because they didn't have school Monday, I woke up. No, Tuesday. No, Monday. I don't know what. Anyway, I got like 9-10 hours sleep the last 2 nights.
Good for you, man.
It's unbelievable.
I could never get that much time.
Now I get to go back on the road and get to bed at 2:30, 3 o'clock every night, and everything sucks.
Well, you got a couple of games. Are you guys doing the game on Saturday or not? It's an ABC game.
I will be doing it with Kaz.
You're doing radio. You're doing radio. Okay, yeah. Boy, I don't know if you have seen the resale tickets for Saturday night's Nuggets-Lakers game.
What's it looking like?
But like primetime playoff game.
Really?
The secondary market on that one is through the roof.
What's that mean? What's it running?
Oh, I mean, 1,500 for lower bowl, and, stuff like that. I mean, those are the primo, I think you'd be going 350 to 600 for just, your generic tickets. That
Hey,
type of
recoup
thing.
pretty solid portion of those season tickets selling to one game.
There's
They'll sell it to a Laker fan. That's what they used to always do.
There's a couple. Well, there's probably a lot of that. I mean, and we got a taste of the new look Lakers last night, and not much of a game, in all honesty. I mean, they lose 100 to 97 for Charlotte, and that was a game that was rescheduled because of the wildfires. So Charlotte kind of had to take that one on the chin. They had to do a little.
Yeah, because now they got to come here and play.
Well, that's
back-to-back.
right.
Yeah.
So they already got their win, as far as I'm concerned.
Did you see LaMelo break Luka's ankles? It was bad. It was bad.
Luka's going to need a little time. They're going to need a little vibe. LeBron missed a couple of threes late that would have tied the game.
I listened to
LaMelo was good though, real good.
The morning show, and I think. By the way, did you know this bald guy from Nebraska has hair now?
I think he's always had hair.
No, he shaved it down tight for a long time, so I just assumed he was bald.
He's always had hair though.
Not like he's got now. Now I'm talking flowing locks. I'm talking Sean Payton locks.
Wow.
I'm talking Sean Payton locks
glorious.
he has on there. But he was talking about in LeBron's career to hit a three to either tie or take the lead late in the game.
I saw that. I got that stat.
1 in 23.
Oh, I got 0 in 21. Oh, hold on a second.
What?
Yeah. I actually took a little. That stat stood out to me too.
In his career?
Yeah. Well,
First
hold
off,
on,
there's
hold
only
on.
been 21 of them.
Yeah, it's like the last.
It seems like it should be triple that.
1 in 23.
Oh, gosh,
and he's missed
darn
his
it.
last 22.
Yeah.
So
yes,
first off,
yes.
he just doesn't take a lot of the shots because he's clearly not confident or whatever. I don't know.
Well, or there hadn't been
Doesn't
many
it feel like he should have
opportunities.
like 3 times that amount?
No, because he's not a good shooter.
Well, I understand, but I mean, he's been in this league a long time.
Oh gosh darn! I guess I didn't save it, but I saw that exact same thing that he is brutal on game-winning shots.
And that's for 3-pointers, though. This isn't like how many layups has he made at the last second or how many free throw line jump shots or free throws even. This was taking a 3 to either tie or go ahead. And it went in the last 10 seconds.
Oh, I got it. LeBron is now 0 for 21 on game-winning / tying shots since 2020.
That's not even 3-pointers. That just says shots.
0 for
since
21.
Okay,
That's
since
just
2020.
Since 2020.
That makes a whole lot more sense.
Since 2020. Since 2020. Though.
Yeah.
So he is on a heater for the past 4 years in the clutch on big-time shots. 0 for 21. So there's that. You know what you do then?
Trade him.
You try to go 1 for 22.
Mm-hmm.
You just keep.
All you can do is make the next
Just
one.
hope it didn't happen on a Saturday.
You just
on prime time.
Hey man, if it comes down to a last-second shot, I'll be pretty pumped on Saturday.
Really?
Heck yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I like to see great action from now on. I want the Nuggets to win. Don't get me wrong. I'd like to see them go 0 for 22.
So you'd rather see a last-second opportunity in Nuggets
Well, hold
Lakers
on. No.
they might win by 20?
I would rather see the Nuggets win by 20. I'm big picture, but it wouldn't break my heart to have an exciting game in front of a packed house where people are going nuts and, see Luka in a Lakers uniform. I'm excited for all of it. I'm pumped. I think tonight you got to not look past tonight. I think you got to, there's some weird, you really, really, really should win games out there on the schedule for the Nuggets. This is one of them, by the way. Charlotte's won 5 road games the whole year.
Yeah, just won one.
Correct. They just did it. They got it. They got theirs. You got the emotional game. You did it. Okay? This ain't the emotional game. This is the back end.
Right.
This is the all right, we got to get this before we get home. No. They got their win. It's time to do what you do to them. Now, they do scare me a little bit. I thought it was hysterical that, LeBron's dunking on Mark Williams, the guy the Lakers rejected for being, injured, and there he is playing. That to me is the
that was just straight up trade regret right there. They were like, yeah, we didn't think this thing through. That's a fail on the physical. Let's return that thing.
That's Pelinko going, listen, this guy, we're giving too much for this.
It's buyer's remorse, correct? He's not really hurt.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they don't like
Tyler
him.
tell you in the NFL, could you not find something on every guy traded? That,
First off, every team that is getting rid of the guy Pass. Pass that physical.
Right.
The team that's receiving them, ooh, that didn't look so hot.
Yeah. So I think that's true in almost every single sport that you could find something to fail a physical.
Something weird's there.
Yeah.
But I thought that was great seeing the Lakers lose.
We going back to the original starting five? What are we doing here?
19-4 when Russ starts, or something like that.
So you benching Christian?
Not
benching. I shouldn't say benching. That's
8-0 since you put him back in the starting lineup. Russ missed 7 of those games. I don't know. That's a good decision. I think the guy you got to worry about is Gordon, because I don't know how 100% healthy is he going to be. Would you have to put him back on the bench?
It might be the easiest solution, quite frankly, because you can always go back to injuries and we're just managing it for the rest of the season. That would be the least offensive move, in my opinion.
You just saw the big news, huh?
Holy cow.
Your boy.
My bad. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dan. Damn. This really bums me out. Wembanyama is going to miss the rest of the season with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder.
What the hell is that?
I don't know.
Thrombosis means a blood clot.
Oh, really?
You know how I found that out? I had a thrombosed hemorrhoid one time.
Ooh.
And the doctor said it, and I said, wait a minute, I just watched some Grey's Anatomy, and a guy died of thrombosis of the heart. So I'm like panicking out, even though it's in my can.
So when I was in college, I got blood clots in my lungs.
Oh,
and
man.
It was I was dealing with my trainers like, yeah, you got to straighten your back, like do some ice and stim, hit the sauna. Like if you get sore tonight, get in the hot shower. And I'm like, these guys ain't listening to me. I'm in pain. That night, I got driven to the hospital about 1 a.m. and they did a bunch of scans, and they're like, yeah, we're admitting you're going to be here for about a week. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm going to be here for a week. I got a back strain. That's what my trainers told me. I got a back strain. You got hundreds of blood clots in your lungs. The next stop is your heart. You're lucky you got here. You're lucky you got here when you got here.
Dude.
For the next week, I didn't know if I was ever going to get to play football again, because it could have been hereditary, or it could have been because I just had a shoulder surgery, which I did. And so I was crossed my fingers. Fortunately, the test came back. It was not hereditary, but I had to take Coumadin for like 6 months, and I was out of football for a long time because of it.
Wow, scary. I am so sorry to hear that. Are you watching Court of Gold on
I haven't
Netflix?
started that yet, no.
So good. It's a behind-the-scenes look at Canada, Serbia, U.S., and France at last year's Olympics, and it is great.
Behind the scenes for everybody but Jokic, who doesn't want to contribute.
Oh, Jokic, well.
He doesn't want to contribute.
Yeah, they sat down with Bogdanovich. They haven't really sat down, but he's a big part of it. Jokic is a big part of it. So, I mean, they were granted behind-the-scenes access, so Joker can't avoid that. It just is what it is. They're in the locker room. They're in the locker room with the Serbian team when their coach has been the national coach for Serbia for 40 years or something, is reading them the riot act. And it's funny because Jokic is talking to Bogdan about, listen, what are we doing? If Durant's, don't worry about Bam, worry about Durant. So Jokic is saying this.
So he's coaching.
He's saying it after the game. The first game, they got killed.
Right.
So Jokic is saying it. The coach comes into the room and starts, he didn't hear what Jokic was saying. The coach comes in and starts saying the exact same thing that Jokic was saying. And Jokic just sits back like, see, I try to tell you. I try to tell you. No, it's not good. It's great.
Court of Gold? Is that what it's called?
Court of Gold is a must-watch for all sorts of reasons.
Have you seen the one,
really good.
We Beat the Dream Team? Isn't that a documentary that's out too?
We Beat the Dream Team?
Yeah.
I have not seen that.
I haven't either. I know what it's about. Somebody talked to me today about it. It's that college team that in one practice, in one game.
Yeah. Well, that's a famous practice. That's with Bobby Hurley and Christian Laettner and Grant Hill.
Grant
And
Hill.
yeah. That's a really famous story.
Right.
Yeah.
But they made a documentary out of it.
Yeah.
I guess talking to those guys.
Oh,
now
maybe
and
I
then.
have seen it. Maybe that goes back a little bit. That's not like a new thing.
I just heard about it.
All right. Listen, the bigger topic here today is should men punch other men in the face later tonight?
Yes.
Duh.
We'll get to that coming up next. DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hey, this is something that you should know if you're dealing with ED. Erectile dysfunction is part of men's sexual health issues that, not a lot of fun. Maybe you just sort of laugh it off or you just don't deal with it, period. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help cure what's going on with you to return intimacy into your relationship. This is going to work. This is going to help. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. With treatment rates well over 90%, some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado medical provider, a TNPSA test. Hey, and if it buys a test dose, if it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yes, we have a ban on all Canadian bumper music today. And Dan Tanner plays the Guess Who are from Canada.
Way to go, Tanner.
Now, I know the name of the song is American Woman.
I had no idea.
And you probably could have played the Lenny Kravitz version of this, which would have been fine and actually is a better version of this song.
But you're still paying royalties to a Canadian
But
band.
Dan decided on his first or second choice of the day, in a day where Canadian music is banned, to play a Canadian band.
He's a commie.
I'm an idiot.
Dan's a commie.
And you realize the song American Woman is ripping on America. That this is a war protest song saying America's a bad place. American Woman, stay away from me is literally the first line in the song. So I want everybody to realize Dan Tanner is officially rooting for Canada tonight.
I'm a failure. Unbelievable.
I find it comical, the one thing we were going to do today, not play Canadian music, and you lead off with the Guess Who a Canadian
Might
band.
as well just play Rush.
I mean, there's not a difference.
Dan, I think you should just embrace it. Instead of throwing up the middle finger, I'm playing what I want.
Yeah, why don't you just play all Canadian
Avril
music?
Lavigne, Sum 41.
Sure, Alanis Morissette. We'll throw in some Bryan Adams a little bit later.
Maybe some Ryan Reynolds quotes.
Oh, he's doing well lately. Him and Blake Lively, if you're following that thing. And then, maybe some Justin Bieber to top everything off.
I apologize, America.
Do you?
Isn't there a little bit of you kind of cheering for McHale and McCall?
No.
No, I'm talking. I'm asking
no.
Dan.
Not even.
asking Dan.
Is there a little bit of you rooting for McKinnon and McCarr and Taves?
No, not at all.
Okay, just checking.
Not at all.
Just checking
This,
there a
hey,
little
this
bit.
is no joker thing.
Okay.
I'm not joking this time.
All right, it's a fair question. What's the difference?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that has to answer that. Yeah, I mean, I've been loyal to my roots the whole time.
That is true. What's the difference?
I actually do not understand what the difference is. How could you root for Jokic in Serbia, but yet you're rooting against three of our guys on Team Canada?
Correct. What's the difference?
My difference only is that I feel like I'm closer to Joker, and I've had personal conversations with him, and so I know him a lot better than I know Kale and we had Kale in studio.
Wow, that must have been thrilling.
He actually was really good.
It was all right.
Yeah,
okay.
but it was like, no games going on, and we just talking, and we busted his, hump and everything.
All right.
Yeah,
Because he's a little dry sometimes. That's. This
is a little different setting, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because the Team USA basketball for years has just been unlikable?
It's like I'm watching this documentary, which is great, Court of Gold. And it's just like, oh my God, every guy is like a nemesis of the Nuggets.
Right.
Whereas on the American team, I don't know, do I hate Ottawa for Brady Tkachuk? No.
People tell me that you're not supposed to like the Tkachuk brothers. I'm like, I love them dudes. Like, what are you talking about? I'll salute those guys for life.
That was the weird thing watching their first matchup. I'm going into it. I'm going, just kind of cheering. I'm like, God, I'm cheering for the Tkachuks.
It's weird.
I'm like,
wait, great save, Hellebuck.
I'm fist bumping for Hellebuck in goal.
What are we doing here?
Didn't we just see him a week or two ago? We hated him.
Scott, he went over 180 minutes straight shutting out the Avalanche. I mean, they finally got over on him scoring a goal here or there, but 180 straight minutes. Regular season, not playoffs. 180 regular season minutes straight of shutting out the Avs. So
he's my dude now.
He's my guy. All right, way to go.
But it felt weird though, didn't it?
Yes. Game? So I'm at number 38. That's where Raj is tonight. Great place. Great place to go. And I didn't know it was a crappy night last Saturday night, if you remember. I'm like, oh my God, who's even going to be packed? Packed. And it was the strangest vibe in the world. Cheering for Hellebuck. Meanwhile, my wife, Cat Cave, her love for the Avalanche she is not conflicted in this at all.
She's Team Canada.
Oh my God. She was wearing her McCarr sweater. She was yelling and screaming. She was all up. She'll be ready for it tonight. I asked her, I go, do you want to go out tonight, to see it? She goes, no, I got to focus. I'm like, all right.
You're married to a hockey nerd.
she is next level Avs fan. Like I don't really know anybody who's a bigger Avs fan than she is. She's yelling and screaming. If somebody hits one of our guys, she's like, no! Like she's yelling like at the TV as if they're going to back off of hitting one of our guys. I can't even explain it. She's a psycho. So she's rooting for Canada because she's just that loyal to our guys. But it's a fair question. If we're that loyal to Jokic, why aren't we that loyal to McKinnon? But I'm not. I'm just not. I don't want to.
But you called McKinnon out this year because he wasn't saying stuff when he needed to talk.
Yeah, but he got better. He was better. I said that too during the trade after they got Netchus and everything. He came out and talked. I was like, okay, there you go, Nate. Do that. I mean,
the Joker you mentioned will talk anytime, good, bad, whatever.
Jokic is totally different.
That's why, though.
He's maybe. I don't know. I don't like the Avs less than the Nuggets. I like them both the same. I love them both. Anyways,
that's like saying one of your two kids isn't your favorite. Come on now.
Well, I think Prime got that right.
We all got a favorite kid. Don't lie.
It depends on the day. That is the real truth with parents. It depends on the day.
Yeah.
Unless there really is somebody in the doghouse permanently. I mean, you increase the odds with 3. How many do you have? 4. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be different.
Got to be at least one turd in that 4.
If there's 4, there may be one that never gets out of the doghouse. I don't know. They just might be there all the time. I mean, okay. So when you have 2, they're up and down days. 2 go back and forth. Fortunately, thank God. Does somebody have to punch somebody else in the face to make tonight interesting?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just gonna say I'd be surprised if it doesn't happen. I don't know if it happens inorganically like it did in the first game, but I just think that because the game, gosh, how many days has it been? That was Saturday, right? Last time we played him, that was on Saturday.
Saturday, yes.
So, between Saturday and Thursday, it doesn't feel like a lot of time has gone by. And that's a lot of passion that's left on that ice that I will be surprised if we're not seeing some form of fights.
I thought it's really interesting. I thought Canada was the pretty skating fast, get up and down, and U.S. on Canadian soil decided we got to gum this thing up and make it a backroom brawl. And they did, and I think that totally surprised Canada.
Well, it was the Avengers versus the underdogs, right?
I don't think they'll be surprised tonight. I think they'll be ready from the jump, thinking they ain't going to punk us like they did in Nova Scotia.
Now, hold on. I know what you're saying, Nova Scotia. Montreal,
yeah.
Nova Scotia.
Same thing.
Is it?
Nah.
Okay. That all being said, you realize it was Canada that scored first.
Mm-hmm.
It was 1-0 Canada. So with all that excitement and all the Kachucks and all this, the anthem, all that, it was 1-0 Canada.
Yeah, but if you just think about it logically, man, you're going up against the Avengers over there on Team Canada.
Yeah.
How are you going to beat them? Probably not. You're probably not going to outskill them. You're probably not going to outrace them. There's really only one way to do it. You got to muck it up. You got to get dirty, and you got to fight hard. So I think it's the perfect game plan. Will Canada come out with a little bit more intentionality, it being physical in the game? Will be interesting in this one.
I don't think they have to, because they are the Avengers. I think Canada just has to play their game, which is, they're a little bit smaller than the U.S., but they're faster and they're more skilled. And they don't have to fight anybody, frankly.
I do think there's something to be said about these guys all growing up together in youth hockey, and they've been around each other forever. And
the Canadians or the Americans?
The Americans. I'm talking about the Americans, and I'm sure the Canadians had it to some degree.
Yeah.
But they're a little bit older. They're a little bit more mature. Their lives have taken them in different directions.
That's true.
And they've been playing in the league for a very long time.
Brady Tkachuk's like 25.
Right. And these guys, they're just getting the band back together. Team Canada was making fun of USA for having their group chat. And the Tkachuk
were they? I didn't see that.
And the Tkachuk brothers are like, well, I guess if they don't like our group chat, then they just hate each other. So we like each other. We've got a group chat. But I think that's part of the younger generation feel of the team.
I think Team USA might be in a little bit of trouble tonight. But then again, now it feels like, to me, what are we doing here? Like, what's the point of this game? I really think it should have just wrapped up one way or the other, however they were doing it over the weekend.
Play all everybody wants, and it's over to have this game. Because now I've
like,
heard,
what are we doing here?
I've heard people say that this game could turn into an all-star game where no one wants to get hurt, everybody just plays.
I could see that.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be country pride. I think Canada got embarrassed. I think all the pressure's on Canada. If they win, they'll be relieved. If the U.S. wins, it'll be joyous amongst U.S. hockey. Like if the USA team wins, I think it will help Youth USA hockey.
Dude, I'm seeing some clips from Miracle, which is such a great movie, and people are posting it today, like Herb Brooks addressing the college kids before the Russia game. If we were to play these guys 10 times, they'd probably win 9, but not tonight. And I'm like, come on, man, this ain't that moment.
Yeah, especially since you already won the once.
I know, they already won.
You've already won the one.
Like when they beat the Russians, they didn't have to beat the Russians again.
No.
They had to beat Finland.
This is like your Finland game, except they're wearing, the Russians are wearing Finnish uniforms.
So listen, man,
Do you think this could get ugly for U.S.?
Yeah, I could. Score-wise? Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at the Canadian team. And like when Herb Brooks said it, if we play these guys 10 times, they might win 9, but not tonight. That was Saturday. Guess what? It's like one of these other 9 times tonight. Come on, man. Look at that lineup.
But don't underestimate what it means, right? And for these Team Canada guys, they've achieved so much in their life. And they've done so many cool things, and they've got cups, and they've literally made it to the pinnacle. And this game to them probably does feel like a bit of a grind at this point. I mean, okay, the 4 Nations was fun, and that was cute, and we started this off, but now I'm thinking about I got to get back in action in a couple days.
Exactly.
My body hurts.
Exactly.
But that's where I think it favors Team USA.
Okay.
Because these guys, on the other hand, this is the biggest moment of their career. They don't have the cups. They don't have the 12 years in the league. So I think this will mean more to Team USA.
Well, and then was it with the World Cup or was it the Olympics, World Cup, where USA beat Canada in pool play, but then lost to them in the gold medal game, like in overtime or something?
Stuff like that happens. Because they are playing for the trophy. Does the trophy have a name? The All-Star Trophy?
4 Nations.
I'm listening to the morning show.
Have you seen it yet?
4 Nations.
The 4 Nation Trophy? It doesn't have a.
I don't think it's a cup. I think it's a trophy.
Yeah. Does it got a cute name like the Larry?
No.
Or the Stanley?
Well, we don't have a human being to name it off of yet.
What's the cute name? What's the name of the NBA Emirates thing? I don't know.
Yeah, well, they're looking. Hey, put your sponsorship here. That's probably
on
the thing, right?
Hey, man, listen. I think a more mature team like Canada, who will just figure it out hockey-wise, there ain't going to be a big fight to start this thing. No way. Might there be a fight during the game? Sure, I guess. And my bet is that the American crowd is going to joyously sing the Canadian anthem. It's not going to get booed.
I'll take that bet.
Well, you're on.
I'll take that bet.
They're in Boston.
That's right.
Yeah, because Boston people take the high road. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
They'll take the high road because going over the top proves like how petty the booing was. They'll respond in the exact opposite way. It's the smart asses. Listen, the one thing from being from Massachusetts is all I did was grow up with smart asses. I'm from a family of smart asses. My friends were smart asses. Matt Damon's a smart ass. Dunkin' Donut commercials are smart ass. It's a smart ass area. So the smart ass thing to do, oh, Canada, yeah! That's the smart ass thing to do, not boo.
Wait.
Boo's a Neanderthal moronic thing to do.
Since when did Boston people become smart?
They're smart asses. Do you like apples? Yeah. Which, listen, you want to go through like a ridiculous line of, you like apples? I got a number. How you like them apples? That's a smart-ass thing to do. We do the math problem because we are the janitor and just walk away. We're the smart-asses that turn down 6-figure jobs because we like, living in a house van down by the river. We're Massachusetts. We're idiots.
Exactly.
We let Whitey Bulger just have a criminal thing and murder people in the mosh and don't even pay attention.
They booing.
What's smart? They're not booing.
They booing.
The smart ass thing to do is to cheer.
All right, coffee bet. Let's go.
You're on.
They booing.
I mean, there might be a smattering here or there, but it'll be overwhelming, woohoo, way to go, Canada. You're going to make a cute 51st star. Let me get my coffee from Dunkin'. It's going to be like that.
The president did double down today, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw that.
I didn't see it. Is it going?
I don't have the exact tweet up in front of me, but he doubled down on them being the 51st.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
He said, I can't go. I've got prior engagement with 30 different governors. Hey, I invite Trudeau. He said, who knows? He may be the 51st.
And he keeps calling him Governor Trudeau.
Yeah, he keeps going.
Yeah, it's that sort. That's a smart ass thing to do.
So he's from Boston.
He could be.
He could be.
It's PHC on 92.5. Oh, there you go. That's better. There you go. We're going for Indiana rock now. Like, Dan's not messing around. He's not even going to like a fringe state. We're just going Heartland. But if you play any Neil Young today, it'll be the last moment you run that board, Dan.
Yeah.
Now, you got to know Neil. Well, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. So, Kreckman is rooting for Canada, huh?
What?
They going down with that ship?
Couldn't have picked a more obvious person on staff to be rooting for Canada.
What do you mean by that?
Didn't he just get back from Omaha Beach? I mean,
Moser got back from Omaha Beach.
Yeah.
Moser, not Kreckman.
Oh, Kreckman's going for
Kreckman.
Oh, I just said Moser.
You know, I don't know.
Moser's got to be all in on USA, but that's complicated.
Well,
for
I
him.
don't know, man.
It's complicated. He's probably got to disguise it, but come on, Mister, I'm going over to D-Day every single year. I'm going over to visit all the troops. You know, he doesn't have a choice.
I don't know, bro. They're loyal. First of all, he works with all Canadian guys.
Right.
John Michael Isles.
So that would give me more reason. If my partner is Canadian, I'm rooting against my partner.
But their partners are U.S. citizens now. They got businesses here.
Yeah, well, because
it's funny how they all get paid here.
It's like you realize like 60% of the USA team has connections to Canada, like relatives and family members and that whole thing.
I don't buy that.
I mean, Chuck plays for Ottawa.
I don't buy that the Team USA players have family members in Canada.
Do you really? You're having a hard time buying that?
Yeah, I'm being serious.
I'll go look it up, I guess.
I'm sure they've got friends.
I find a hard time believing the Kachucks are American.
They are American, though. Like, Keith Kachuk is from Massachusetts.
That's a fair point.
I know.
He's like from Massachusetts.
But doesn't that seem like a guy that should be playing? If he was playing for Team Canada and you knew nothing about him, you'd go, yeah, okay.
Well, for sure. I mean, he embodies that.
He's from Nova Scotia.
But again, if you want to talk about wise asses and tough guys, you talk about Massachusetts hockey. And if you looked at Team USA in 1980, it was from two places. Minnesota and Massachusetts, New England. That was it. That's it. So forever, the toughest, most hardcore, and Chicago's got it a little bit, but that's more like Minnesota. Massachusetts is it's one of the original six. It is the heartbeat of USA hockey in this country. And it has been for a long time.
Long time.
So the Kachucks kind of fit
and Minnesota's
right in.
kind of bounced up.
Minnesota's right there.
Yeah.
They are right there.
Why
However, it's changed. You know why it's changed? Because so many Canadian ex-NHL guys settle in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, where do you think they're settling? Somerville? Ipswich? No. Scottsdale, Jupiter, Florida, to Texas. Places where it's warm because they're not dummies. Arizona State gave us Joey Decord, who plays goalie in the NHL. So you have this kind of crazy Canadian hockey stuff in the Sun Belt now in the United States. I was blown away what a big hockey town Tampa was. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it seems freaky.
It's freaky and it's legit. One of the best hockey bars you will find in America, North America, is Hat Tricks, which is kind of like a Irish sort of thing. Hat Tricks in Tampa. Couldn't believe it. But as hardcore as a hockey bar as you're going to find anywhere. So you have this very weird mergence of things. So, yeah, we're trying to get a hold of Moj. I don't know who Moj would root for. But all these guys just come and live here. John Michael Isles with a little wine cave. Don't trust him.
Tell me your wife doesn't want to visit that, though.
Oh, I'm sure she'd like to visit a lot of things with John Michael Isles.
He did not choose warm. He chose the mountains.
Whoa. I mean, her love for John Michael. Well, Bedsy's first. Creepily Kale second. John Michael's, she's got my permission, by the way, if she can figure it out. I'm not going to help her.
Right. Kale, in the sense that could be your son type thing?
I'm not going to help her. Well, the Kale thing is a little odd.
Kind of that Belichick odd?
I mean, it's damn close to my older son's age with Kale. So, but if she can figure out who am I to hold her back.
You two were the ones that were thinking Belichick was cool.
Well, I got no problems with Bill.
Yeah.
How's he doing, by the way? Is he doing all right?
I don't know.
Things still together there?
The problem is he's got a pill.
There was a pretty funny moment. So we are trying to get, you couldn't get a hold of Moj?
Yeah, I called him.
He was just here. What the hell?
He said no.
Did he say no?
No. Didn't answer.
He might be taking a nap though.
He's gonna lie to us. He's gonna say he's rooting for USA, but he's not.
Nah, I think he is. That dude is Mr. America. He can't root against USA.
Is he Mr. America or is he Mr. where my bread is buttered?
He'll probably be careful not to offend the players, but he's Mr. America.
It was weird when I worked for the Buffalo Sabres, and I only worked for them 1 year, but I worked with nothing but Canadians. Jim Lorenz, Larry Playfair, Danny Gare, Rich Jenneret, all Canadian guys. You know, you hang around with them long enough, you start talking like them.
Well, it still slips out of you.
A little bit every now and then. Like, you realize Gabe Landeskog actually has a Canadian accent.
Right.
With his flawless English.
But he grew up with families in Canada, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
They shipped him off at like 15. See ya.
I wouldn't know what Gabe's voice
Origin?
sounds like, to be honest. I mean,
the craziest thing is hearing Gabe speak Swedish. It's like, okay.
Deja
Well, I'm sorry, what? Really?
Yeah.
That was your attempt?
That was my attempt.
Okay.
Like it, the meatballs.
Okay, that's like an Italian guy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I think it's Swedish meatballs.
I'm rooting for America, too. I just don't. I think the game is just happening, guys, just a couple of days too quick. Or too late. Too late.
I think from the players' point of view, they would have loved to have it over by now just so that they could have a little mental vacation for a day or two until they get back to work. But I don't think from a fan's perspective it's going to change anything.
Well, the Avs first game is Sunday, right?
I'd be shocked if any more people would have tuned in last night than they will tonight.
The Avs' next game is Saturday.
Oh, I thought it was Sunday.
They got a back-to-back. Saturday and Sunday. Right, in Nashville and St. Louis. And then they have a couple days off. They're back next Wednesday to start a 6-game homestand where they do not have any back-to-backs. There's time off between each game. So it's a really nice run
That's
for
a
them.
12-point reach. Let's go. Make some runs. Time for both teams to make runs right now, right?
Oh, Moser is on? Yeah, yes, and we'll get to what the Nuggets face tonight in a second. Mark.
Yeah.
Who are you rooting for?
USA, man.
Not even a question.
Not even the slightest. Why would it be?
Well, you got Kale McCarr and, you know.
Devon Taves
and Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, man. I will admit it. You know, if Canada wins, I'll be happy for those guys. But it also means Jordan Binnington wins, right? So,
that's a big point,
alone, dude.
All right, hold on, dude. If we're gonna play that game, if they win, that means Hellebuck wins.
Yeah, but I don't. Hellebuck never threw a water bottle at anybody.
Okay.
So would you be willing if USA somehow wins this game, and I got to believe they're underdogs, they somehow win this
you know
game?
what, Scotty, right now, I swear to God, it's like straight up even Steven as much as you can get.
Dude, hold on. Nathan McKinnon scores in overtime to win the game. You're bummed?
Well, I'm a red-blooded American first, bro.
All right, you're bummed. You're bummed.
God, country, and Then
the Avs.
Maybe family, maybe hockey.
Hold on.
Whatever third word you want to come up with.
Where's
family, country?
Wait, where's paycheck?
Oh, it's got to be up there like fourth. maybe 2.5.
All right, so what do you think about all these Canadian guys that make America their home? And, Riker and John Michael Lyles and Jan and
Kiefer.
Well, Johnny Lyles is from Indiana, so he's an American.
Oh,
all the
is
way
that
through.
right?
But,
I didn't even know
yeah.
that. Oh, that's my bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but I will say this.
I apologize.
So Riker's an American citizen, right? And he's a dual now. He's Canada. And so I talked to him about this yesterday because I know where his allegiances lie. He's American everything. Literally everything on the planet, he's American except hockey. Then he's like, nah, man, I got to go for my birth country. I'm like, well, you suck. So, whatever it takes, man.
Any way you'd be willing to, on that game Saturday night, when we check on you guys on TV, if USA wins, that you'll wear a big USA tie?
100%. And you want to see Riker? He's got like a whole collection of USA ties. I mean, he loves this country, man. He's a citizen now. He's all in, except when it comes to hockey. You know what? I tell you what. I can put it this way: If Canada wins and he wears a Canadian tie on Saturday, we're throwing down. That's all there is to it.
I love it.
All right. My bad on John Michael Lyles, by the way. I didn't even know that. I just assumed he was from
Will that
Canada.
change your wife's?
He's from Carmel,
it's
Indiana.
totally my bad. I'm embarrassed by that. Hey, we're gonna have Jack. We're gonna have Jack Drury on. We were looking for Americans there, and Jack Drury is going to join us at 1:45. How do you think that goes over in the Avs locker room? By the way, I mean, there's not a lot of Americans there. What do we got? Drury, Colton Wood. Anybody else?
I think if there, it might be a little different. I swear, if that we had an American on the American team, right? But
right,
you don't.
right.
But listen, these guys, they've done it for the Olympic Games before. It's kind of weird though. You got to go try to beat the brains in, of your teammate when you play for your country. But DMac and guys, I'm telling you, all the players want this. I'm sure the GMs don't. The owners probably don't. The league probably does now because it's been such a hit.
Yeah.
But this, nobody wants anybody, to get banged up or anything like that. But the players really, really want this. They love representing their countries. I mean, Devon Taves, he's 30 years old. It's the first time he's ever pulled the maple leaf over his shoulders. It's a big, big deal for these guys. So they go for it, man. And then, you'll go back to your respective teams, and that's all well and good. But tonight there are no friends, none whatsoever.
Right. Will there be a fight tonight?
I don't think there will be. I mean, the only way there would be is if the Canadians instigate it, and I think their main goal now is just to try to get a dub and get the win.
Yeah. All right, Moj.
But you know what? I've been wrong before.
Well, that's for sure. Okay, thanks, Mark. We'll talk to you later. Welcome back.
Thanks, boys. Great to talk to you. Bye.
Yeah, he took his vacation in France. USA-Canada championship game tonight. It's Raj at number 38, Four Nations championship game presented by New Amsterdam Vodka. So see you there at nmbr38.com for Avs ticket and Avalanche gear giveaway. Number 38 in Rhino is tonight. It's PhD on 92.5.
Have options. We have a healthy team, and obviously Russell Westbrook's done great things for us. Christian Brown, this last 8-game stretch, is playing just incredible basketball. And so people say, oh, that's a tough decision. I look at it the opposite way. I'm really fortunate to have a tough decision to make where you have quality players that have really impacted winning. And that's what it comes down to. It's never about one player. It's about what's best for our team. And as we approach tomorrow night's game in this final stretch, we'll do what we think is best in that moment, and it could change. I mean, like we've seen it change throughout the season. But we'll make that decision tomorrow night and kind of give that a chance to continue to grow.
Finally get some action at Ball Arena, man, tonight. Charlotte in town. Really, really important for the Nuggets just to get wins where they should, and this is one of them. Because Charlotte just had a pretty exciting game with the Lakers last night. They won. LeBron bricked a couple of threes at the end, so nice job. And they should get the W tonight, whatever lineup they throw out there. But everybody's healthy. So, okay, and you got 27 games to go. Here's my little weird, lukewarm take on this. Tonight might be the healthiest game the Nuggets have for a long time.
Yeah, and it might be the healthiest game they've had in a long time.
Peyton Watson's out, but that's it.
Yeah.
Coming off break, you got some time. Some guys have been out for a hot minute there before the break.
You can say whatever you want about the NBA All-Star game, but one thing it isn't, exhausting physically.
Well,
so Jokic is going to be okay.
Last time we were together and we had Malone, remember Malone said, and he learned from Hubie, we talked about Hubie's retirement with him, how, start of the season, going into break, coming out of the break. Are you ready? The question is, what did these guys do during the break, and do they look at this game as just another scrimmage and don't come completely ready to play? And are they looking ahead to Saturday, as you said, a national TV game with the Lakers?
We got 27 games left. Every game should matter at this point. Listen, you're a half game behind Memphis. You're not going to catch Oklahoma City. Although the back-to-back at Oklahoma City is going to be pretty interesting in a couple of weeks when you play them in Oklahoma City on back-to-back nights. That'll be interesting. I've had a few people reach out to me and said, will that 2 games determine the MVP between Jokic and SGA? How about that one?
Seems a little early, right?
You're only going to have about 18 games left in the season or something at that point for both teams, something along those lines. So last time I think that we're going to see, I'll check it, but I believe that's the last time you'll see Oklahoma City. It's in Oklahoma City. It's a fun one. It's a fun premise.
Yeah.
Like if we're going to
like a Sunday, Monday, or a Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah. Let me find it. It's a really cool one.
I think it's a Sunday, Monday.
I'll be impressed if you got that right. But let's see. It is March 9th and 10th. It's a Sunday, Monday. Very good. Wow, 11 a.m. start?
So that's
on the Sunday?
It's going to be like an ABC game, right?
It is, yeah. Damn.
So noon there.
And then you rest up and maybe that's not bad. And you're playing at Phoenix, home against Phoenix, and their season's over, right? Like, what are they playing for? We could go through hey, these are games you got to win. Tonight's one of them.
Well, and you just mentioned the news with San Antonio. I mean, that gives you a little boost there, doesn't
San Antonio news is Wembanyama's out for the year.
That's a bummer for NBA fans,
with
just generally
thrombosis
speaking.
in his shoulder. That is awful, awful news. I am so sorry to hear that. Man, if this is something that cuts this dude's career short, I am going to be really, really bummed.
So can I just tell you from my little experience I've had with blood clots, it actually does concern me that he's out the whole time, because if it is hereditary, then this could be a deal that literally prevents him from playing basketball.
Man.
And he's not coming off some surgery. He doesn't have a typical reason of why you would get it. I just know from my firsthand experience of dealing with it, those are the tests that you go through, and they're already making him out for 6 months. I don't know.
That would break my heart. He is one of my favorite guys to watch. I love his story.
And the reason why you can't play once you've got it is not because you get blood clots. It's because you take Coumadin, which is a blood thinner.
Right.
And so once you're on that, they will not allow you to play.
That'd be devastating, man. If he's that sucks. That sucks. I feel terrible for him, for the San Antonio fans, for the team. That is just brutal,
the NBA, because that's
the NBA,
probably
yes.
Your next face of the league, right? I mean,
Sucks.
at least internationally. I mean, is there any? And I would say this. I would say Wemby's almost. I will say this. Joker's getting his due now from everybody. I mean,
no doubt.
It's crazy what he's doing. But Wemby's your future of this league. More than Luka, more than anybody, I think.
Oh, this.
Well, because he's like a generation below. Maybe not a generation, but he's got a pretty good gap in there.
All right. Anyways, bummer news, man. The Nuggets don't play the Spurs until April 2nd. So, I mean, it just sucks. That's just lousy
Well, that's a
news.
back-to-back, I think.
That is, yeah, you're doing all right. You're looking at the calendar. That's Minnesota.
I had a lot of time the last few days.
I guess so. You're plotting things out. It's weird that you
trying to count
that.
wins, man, you know.
Well, I mean, that's a weird part of the schedule. That's a great schedule. It's March 24th, home against Chicago. Day off. Wednesday against Milwaukee, always a challenge. Day off. Game against Utah, which should plow those guys. Then you get 3 days off. Weird. You get Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and you're not traveling. You get 3 days off and you're at home?
That's nice.
You telling me? I mean, then you got Minnesota, but it's a back-to-back with Minnesota and San Antonio. And my guess at that point, God, you do have a home game against Memphis. Second to last game of the season.
And look at the last game of the year.
At Houston. But I don't know if that's, well, you think that's going to matter?
It could.
I think Houston's going to fall away.
Oh, no, they're pretty good. Well coached.
They're dripping. They're leaking oil a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, the last 2 games of the year, well, that's who you're battling right now in terms of the playoffs. And you, listen, man, I think if you're going to win a championship, whatever. But I'd rather the Nuggets be in second or third place than fourth place.
Yeah.
Right?
Because that way you wouldn't see OKC until the third round.
Yeah, let's let OKC beat themselves up a little bit, go through the ringer a little bit, you know. I don't care if we have home court against OKC, but let's not see them till the Western Conference Finals.
Be ideal.
You got to come in second or third to guarantee that. Here's a little Stephen A on the Lakers and what the Lakers are going to be doing here.
The Lakers are 2 games ahead of the Clippers. What if by happenstance the Lakers end up the 6th seed and Denver ends up the 3? Then they get Denver in the first round again. They're going home. They're not beating the Denver Nuggets. I can assure you that. They're not beating the Denver Nuggets. I don't care what anybody says, okay? And so that's what we have to watch out for as well. And in fairness to the Lakers, they went to the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago, but they ran into Denver. Last year, they got Denver in the first round. A lot of people were of the mindset, outside of Denver, because of Jokic, there was no one the Lakers couldn't beat. So the objective is you got to watch yourself, because if the Lakers, I wouldn't blame them for doing this. If you're smart, you do everything you can to avoid the Denver Nuggets until you absolutely have to play them. You don't want to invite yourself going up against them brothers in the first round. Those are things to monitor as well here.
Dude, I would love the Nuggets to take on the Lakers in the first round.
It'd be fun and it'd feel confident.
I love
Both those
it.
things. From a pure viewing perspective, it'd be a blast.
The wild card is, what does Luka do with that team, and is he able to do anything?
Whatever.
Yeah. Well,
we played Luka 10,000 times.
What he's saying is matchups matter, and we found that out last year. Last year, you didn't. You would have just soon, if you'd have won that game in San Antonio, you don't see Minnesota until the third round.
Who's on Joker with the Lakers? Who they got? Who's stopping
Jackson
him?
Hayes.
Oh yeah, it's like blows around like a bag in a Forrest Gump movie.
No, that's advantage Denver.
Yeah,
big time.
I'd love that matchup. You take them on, you beat them. Take on Memphis, you beat them. Western Conference Finals, we'll see. Book it. Got to go 27 games. What are we talking about? 18-9. Think that'll get it done? You got to be a little better than that?
I was thinking 19-8, 20-7. I think 27, then you're going to be solid in the number 2.
27, I think you're right about that. but I don't know if you have to. I mean, listen, it's got to be something along those lines.
I think you want to have a pretty hot start here, right? Just so by the time you get to the back end, you got some wiggle room. If you want to get a little bit of rest, you can get a little bit of rest.
Well, you got some weird things. We're going to have Michael Malone on tomorrow. What time? Hey, Dan, do we know what time he's going to be on tomorrow? Or
should be 12:20.
12:20? Yeah. I don't know if we bring it up to him or not, but if you beat Charlotte tonight, that ties the longest winning streak with Malone Jokic. And Malone,
you tried to play that game last time, and he shot that sucker down.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're like, hey, coach, I got something. It's totally going to jinx you. Well, don't ask it.
Well, then I did. And then he said, I'm going to put I'm going to go to the Gulf of America, and I'll see you later. I was like, all right, sounds good.
I wonder how that went, by the way.
I think it went pretty good.
We could ask him.
I saw a little video of him and his daughters, like in the Gulf of America on vacation. They were having fun. They were rolling like expressions, like today's expressions, like and having their dad read the expressions so they can laugh at an old guy. That was the bit.
I saw that.
Yeah, which makes me bummed because I'm 2 years older than Malone. So, anyways, I think the Lakers game would set the record. Then the road trip's not easy though. You do have a tough roadie coming up, Scott.
Yeah.
I hope you're well rested. But you go at Indiana. Ooh, you got some time, huh?
You play Indiana like on a Monday, and then
Milwaukee on a
Thursday.
But then Detroit on a Friday.
Which that game just got moved. They got bumped down. It was going to be a 6 o'clock national game. Now it's moved back to 7.
Is that right? And then you do
Central
have you got a nice little Sunday afternoon banger against the Celtics. You know what? I should go back to Boston and go to that damn game. That would be freaking fun, wouldn't it?
Sit up there with Kaz and I for the radio.
That would be could that happen?
Oh,
you could make that happen?
We could swing you a pass to get up there.
Because I'm thinking about that's like a little spring breaky week right there. I've never seen a game in that facility.
Really?
I've seen a million games in the Boston Garden, the old one, but not the new one. Do you think that game's a potential preview of the NBA Finals?
I hope so. I think there's a whole bunch of people in Denver would take that, wouldn't you?
Mm. You talking about from matchup perspective?
I would rather play the Celtics than the Cavs.
I think I would too.
Yeah. Cavs are scary to me.
Well, they're just the anti-Denver.
They're just not a great matchup it's not a great matchup for the Nuggets. It's not. I'd rather play the Celtics. Especially because the Celtics at that point, they would have been going. They wouldn't have stopped.
They're going to try to, we'll see.
They'd be exhausted by the time you get to the finals. Better matchup for the Nuggets, period. The Cavs, to me, like, if I'm the Cavs, 44-10, bro. They're freaking 44-10.
Well, what's Oklahoma City?
Well, they're not 44-10, but they're good. Oklahoma City is, they're 44-10.
That's what I thought.
Oh, never mind.
The Celtics and the Nuggets are in the exact same position right now in the sense that they both want to be the second or third position.
Yeah.
And then catch Cleveland, catch OKC in the Western Conference Finals. That's where you want to have to meet up with them.
Guys, there's a scenario when it's okay to catch a puck in the groin. It's a weird one, but there's an okay scenario when a puck in the groin is good news, not bad news. And you'll hear it from Jared Bednar coming up next.
Work the balls.
All right, guys. Hey, the weekend is almost here, and if you're in the market for a new vehicle, I don't want you to waste your whole weekend driving all over Colorado looking for cars at every single dealership. There's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now. And if you're not giving a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, I'm telling you, you're missing out. The Ford F-150 Lightning, the Mach-E Mustang, incredible vehicles, incredibly fast, incredibly fun. And I've built a long-term relationship over there at Phil Long Ford, and I think that matters. I value relationships in life. I think you probably do the same. Once you buy a car from Phil Long, you'll be a customer for life. I go back every single time I need a new vehicle because they always get me taken care of. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. And that's not unique to me. That's unique to everyone that walks in the doors over there. The interest rates are great right now. The incentive deals are rock solid, and you're going to walk away with an incredible vehicle. They've got an award-winning service department, so keep your cars serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to love your car for a long time. Feel free to shop for the cover and own home at phillongdenver.com.
Go down south.
Name the state where Tom Petty's from.
Well, you want to think California is where he lived and died.
That is not the answer.
I would say East Coast somewhere.
We're 20 questions. You're right. Yep. Keep going.
Rhode
Delaware.
Island.
Not Delaware.
Rhode Island.
Not Rhode Island.
I don't want it. Massachusetts. Never mind.
Nope. I'll answer any other questions, you know. It's
Vermont.
Wow, you guys are way off. Florida.
Well, you were making it seem like we were in the right category.
Yeah,
like we're guessing up in New England, and you're like, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Maybe a little hot and cold there would have been a little
Florida's a
helpful.
little southeast.
I definitely
it's about as southeast as you get. It's not Cuba, but I mean, you're right down
but
there.
when you talk about Florida, do you refer to them as East Coast?
What's that?
Do you refer to Florida as East Coast?
Sure.
I don't know.
No, you don't?
I don't think so.
I don't know. What do you? I mean, Florida's kind of its own weirdo place. It's kind of its own thing. Period. Yeah. Tom Petty is from
part of the Gulf of America.
I want to say Jacksonville. I might be wrong about that, but I think he's from Jacksonville.
Gainesville.
Gainesville. That's right. University of Florida. That's right.
Gainesville sucks. You ever been to Gainesville?
A little rednecky, right?
It is.
I had training camp there once.
Yeah, I don't get
bad.
it. I do not understand the appeal of going to University of Florida.
Oh, really? It's that bad?
It's not good.
It's better than Jacksonville.
I disagree strongly. I got a little love for Jacksonville. It's like a warm weather Indianapolis.
They tried to hire Tyler, Jacksonville.
That was the biggest mistake of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Not taking that deal, by far the biggest mistake of my life. Cost me millions of dollars.
Your love for Shanny.
Yep.
Shanny's like,
and it was no state income tax.
Well, you kind of blew that one.
Yep.
But he loves Shanny so much.
It probably cost you millions of dollars.
Yes, in the most literal sense.
Yeah.
Well, I can
tell a story if you guys want.
Yeah, give it to us real quick.
I mean, it was the one time I did. It was the one time in my life that I hit free agency and I was coveted. You know, I wasn't like first class, but actually on day one, the day that free agency opened, Jacksonville had me on a flight at 5 a.m. to come down there. The second free agency's open, I'd be there, right? And it wasn't like a crazy NFL deal, but for me, it was a lot of money, you know? And they offered me a deal. My phone's buzzing as I'm sitting there in the GM's office out there in Jacksonville. And by like the third time it calls, he's like, "Who's calling you?" I'm like, "I'm so sorry." I pull it out. It's Mike Shanahan. I'm like, perfect timing. Thank goodness. This is awesome. Like, you know what? I'm going to step out and take this. This is Coach Shanahan. So I stepped out of the GM's office. I talked to Mike. He's like, "Listen, we just got hit with these cap penalties. I can't pay you like they can pay you this year. I just need 1 year, and I'm going to pay you like nobody in this league will ever pay you. I'll pay you like nobody will." So I just tell the GM.
That's the two in the bush over one in the head.
Well, that's right. But I'm like, now I'm going for like the real NFL payday, or I'm going for a pretty good chunk of change right here from Jacksonville. And I ended up telling Jacksonville I'm going to go back to Washington. So I'm in the driver's driving me to the airport. He gets a call. And he just turns the car around. He's like, "Sorry, they told me I can't let you leave town." I'm like, "Freaking awesome. Let's go." You know, now we're going to get this thing rolling here a little bit.
Yeah.
They up the offer a little bit. I call up Mike, and I'm like, "Here's the deal, man. Like, I don't know what to do. You know I want to come back. You know I want to be with you. Well, you brought me into the league, but it's some money." He's like, "Tyler, I brought you in as an undrafted free agent. You've had a job every single second you've been in this league. I know you trust me. I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you." So I end up telling Jacksonville I'm going back to Washington next year. I'm starting off the season. Starts off pretty hot. I'm playing good football. We start contract negotiations. It's getting pretty big. It's getting pretty legit. I'm getting pretty excited. I'm finally getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Next week, Shanahan fired. Gone.
Unbelievable.
Mike was true to his word.
Yeah.
It was going to happen, and then he got his butt fired. Yep.
Did the GM go out the door with him too, or was he the de facto GM?
No, the GM hated me. The GM didn't. The whole thing. The GM did not like me.
Gotcha.
The Shanahan loved me.
So you got Shanahan fired maybe
twice in Denver and in
Wow,
Washington.
that's crazy.
Yeah. So every time I see Mike, I'm like, hey, you owe me like millions of bucks, right?
That is a tough one to swallow, actually.
And he's like, every time he sees me, he's like, I got you, man. I'm like, I got you. I'm
Does
like,
he got
okay,
you?
really?
What do you
Really?
get? A free appetizer on the patio on Wednesdays?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you get?
You ought to get a steak dinner a month.
You
or something.
should get
Right.
free meals every night if you for that.
Right. So I was the idiot that did not take the dollar figure that was right in front of his face without the state income tax.
One in the hand.
That
That's
is
what we
messed
teach
up.
our kids. One in the hand versus two in the bush.
But what if 2 is really like 8 in the bush?
Well, what is the bush now?
Well, it was less than the 1.
Who was your quarterback? Who would have been the quarterback in Jacksonville that year?
Oh, that's a good question. Was it Bortles?
What year? Was it Bortles?
It might have been Bortles.
Well, he was pretty good. He had actually a good little run there for a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a super dumb guy, but he had a good little run.
Jacksonville's the only stadium that I never actually played in.
Oh, that's funny.
I went there. I visited.
That's ironic.
I've been inside the stadium, but it's the only stadium in the league.
Who was their coach?
That was Gus Bradley.
Oh, great guy.
Oh, fantastic guy. And that was the reason why they liked me, is because he was with me in Seattle.
Yeah.
My assistant offensive line coach in Seattle was now the head offensive line coach in Jacksonville. I had a lot of ties there. It would have been like it wouldn't been like my main family, but it would have been like my second family,
Wow, that is a hell of a mistake.
Yeah.
You're living on the beach and you're playing in Jacksonville with a great coach?
They're taking me down to what's the famous beach there where the golf course is? Why am I drawing a blank? Point of Verde or something.
Yeah.
They're taking me down there. They're showing me the cost of living. It's like a third of the cost of what I'm paying out there in D.C. And you could literally live on the beach. Like, what am I doing?
on the
I might
golf
be the
course,
dumbest
or-
human being of all time.
Yeah, you might be kind of stupid on that one.
Tell me I'm dumb without telling me I'm dumb.
Yeah, well,
I
I'm
mean,
dumb.
Well, there you go.
I mean, Jacksonville, you would have played. Well, here's
Soft
what you got
division.
to look.
I will say this, though.
You
Sorry,
probably wouldn't have won a ring, but you probably would have had about $9 million more in the bank, and you'd still be living in Florida.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean didn't win a ring? He might have been the key. And that might have been it.
I might have taken Jacksonville to it.
I mean, Jacksonville had some good teams. They were a playoff-worthy team. Got a rich owner.
It wasn't Bortles. Who was before him? It was the dude
What year?
Chad Henne. Is that who it was?
Oh, God. I don't know.
It was 2000.
Who was your quarterback in Washington, bro?
It was 2013.
His favorite friend.
Did you go back to play with RG3?
I did.
Oh, my God.
That was the year after his rookie year. Also, keep in mind, though,
that was not a good decision.
No. But keep in mind, the year that I just came out of the year and I hit free agency, that was 2012. And we were the hottest team in the NFL. We won 7 straight games to make it to the playoffs. I was convinced we were going to win a Super Bowl that year. Robert gets hurt in the playoffs. So I think I'm going back to a really hot team.
Gotcha.
And we're going to go make a run at this thing. And ends up getting Mike fired about halfway through the season.
Oh, my God. It was
David
Chad Henne, by the way.
David Gerard, Chad Henne, or Byron
Chad Henne.
Leftwich?
Chad Henne.
Chad Henne.
But you would have probably caught Leftwich.
He was there in 2013.
He would have been a backup or something at that point. He was eating
He
his,
came in and started a couple years
I think he was eating his double Big Macs on a regular basis, kind of later in the career.
Yeah, Chad was the starter.
Mm-hmm. We're going to have Jack Drury from the Avalanche on with us. So we're going to do that at 1:45. I forgot. So it sets up nicely. Time for No Dumb Questions. Here we go.
Who you calling?
Columbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Scott, I got a question for you. I got a question for you guys. When is getting hit in the family jewels a good thing?
I can honestly say never, unless you're trying to jar something loose to have a kid.
Okay. So the situation in practice yesterday is Scott Wedgwood is down on the ice. Bedsy's like, now what? My goalie's down on the ice. Check out this quote from Bedsy about that moment.
A little bit, yeah. Well, when I went down, because you just look over your shoulder, I said, well, you see the goalie down, and he's, in obvious pain and discomfort, and you're thinking the worst right away, was it a groin? And he got hit in the jewels. And I was like, oh, thank God. I'm sure he didn't want to hear that, but I was like, yes. Good. See you back out here in a few minutes.
He got hit in the jewels. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you just say, hey, yeah, Wedgwood just pulled his groin, instead of getting smacked in the groin, one's not going to keep you out more than 20 minutes.
I guess getting hit, of all the injuries to get, that's a good, maybe that's not a no dumb question. Of all the injuries to get, is getting hit in the jewels one of the better injuries to get.
Wow.
Temporary pain.
No.
But no real long-term impact.
I'm going to go with getting the wind knocked out of you. That's better. That's
Getting
scary.
the wind knocked out of you.
That's a scary feeling. It's a scary feeling for about 40 seconds.
I hate that.
Yeah, it's scary. But it's over when it's over.
Yeah. Well, there's an old saying that it's proof that men are smarter than women.
What's that?
Well, they say that for the most pain a woman can endure is childbirth.
Yeah.
They say it's unbelievable pain.
Yeah.
For a guy, it might be getting kicked in the groin, right?
It's temporary, though. For the most part.
But, so once you give childbirth, then it's joy and you forget about the pain.
Yeah.
So after women give birth, the most incredible pain they've ever had, within a few months they're going, man, I could have another one.
I could do it again.
What am I doing this again?
What dude do you know that wants to get kicked in the
You don't want to, but
Name
you
a guy
don't
who's ever
want
said,
to.
kick me in the nuts.
Yeah, but you don't want to. But
no, Scott's
you're gonna
got a
be
point
all right.
here. Scott's got a point.
You're going to live.
What's the reward on the other side?
I'm just saying, it's not as bad as it could be. Like, if I'm going to get hit or knocked or get put down, getting knocked in the jewels is fine, comparatively.
Oh, my gosh.
I think it's actually how hard could giving birth really be? They do it again. Wow.
Hey, I got a no dumb question.
Go for it.
Did you guys play that PK Subban sound?
Yesterday, yeah.
I wanted to see if you picked something out of this and if you've thought about it. Because I agree with him, what he said. I think he was mostly talking about the All-Star game, but they need to disband. I don't think you can fix it. And the same thing with the NHL. When the NHL played All-Star games, that game was foolish too.
Yeah.
That was horrible. But did you catch the part in there when he's saying that? He said, when you had leaders like, and he goes, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, they were still playing. You and I last week were watching games up there at 2015, 2004, and they were balling 10 years ago. Who's been the face of the league for the last 10 years?
LeBron James.
He's talked about when the leadership was
It's on
was
LeBron
Jordan.
James. You're correct. Just say it. It's on LeBron James.
Is the ineptitude of NBA All-Star games on LeBron James?
It is 100%
He's the
on
leader
LeBron
and
James.
face of the league, right?
You think those guys would be slacking with Kobe Bryant if Kobe Bryant didn't sign on? No. The tone like Joker is not. Joker's our guy. He's our guy forever. He's the best. He's not the leader of the NBA.
No.
The leader of the NBA is LeBron James, Steph Curry, and maybe Kevin Durant. Those are the leaders of the NBA. And specifically, it's LeBron James. And for LeBron to tap out of the game that was the punk-ass sort of deal.
Let me ask you this, because we were talking about this yesterday, and here's my question with LeBron. Because he's confusing to me. He's got pretty incredible work ethic off the court. Like that dude trains his butt off. He stays in incredible shape. He's 40 years old. He looks like he's about 28. How does that remedy with I guess a bit of a lazy attitude when it comes to exhibition?
I know exactly what it is.
I would say, I'd be interested in what you say. I think he doesn't want to look bad. And so you play like you don't really care about it.
That's
and
right.
That way you don't have to look bad when guys are showing you up.
LeBron James's move and Court of Gold. Go watch Court of Gold. There's a scene where Barack Obama addresses the team, and then they're just like in a back restaurant hanging out with the ex-president.
And Anthony Edwards won't shut up.
And there's a moment where Obama has to say, hey, LeBron, come over here. So the president of the United States is in the room, and you're LeBron James, and you're hanging out by the bar nearby, and you got to be, hey, come on over here. LeBron James thinks he's too cool for the room in every damn room he's in. Doesn't mean he doesn't work hard. Doesn't mean he shouldn't be honored or respected or all that. But this dude thinks he is too cool for every freaking room he's in. It's the president, yo. You shouldn't have to be like summoned over. Like, come on, man. Like, how often are you hanging out with the president? But you're just catching a side conversation at the bar, and Barack's sitting there behind. Hey, LeBron, come here. He is too cool for the room. And when you're too cool for the room, you act like it, and that's what he's done.
And the All-Star game has turned
too cool for the room. And Kobe would never do that.
Didn't seem like it.
No, he would never do that.
Kobe told young LeBron, I'm going to lock you down in the All-Star game.
You ain't scoring in this game.
That's right. He was a better there was a level to Kobe that, in terms of competitiveness, just is way above LeBron James.
Way above.
And that's that.
And he got that from Michael Jordan.
No dumb question. Tyler, remember Trent Williams punching Sherman in the face?
Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah.
We got a story on that one?
I was literally probably 18 inches from the incident, and it's right after the game. It was in that 2012 year that I thought we were going to win the Super Bowl, and Robert gets hurt. We started out that game. We were up, I think, 17-0 for something like that. That was the game we watched on TV the other day, Scott.
Right. Yeah, you jumped up big time.
We were up like 17-0 in the first quarter. And after the game, Sherman, Trent had been talking noise the whole game. And we're sitting there at the 50-yard line. Sherman comes up to me. He's like, what are you going to do about it? Why don't you punch me in the face? So Trent's like, okay, well, I guess I'll punch you in the face. Boom! God. Pops him right there. And I'm looking at this thing like, oh, my God, do I have to get in a fight right now? Like, what's going to happen?
Oh, who would you fight?
I don't know. I mean, those are all my boys, keep in mind. All the whole Seattle team, that was my team for the year before. Those are my dudes.
Right.
Sherman deserved it, though.
Oh, God, that is too funny. All right.
I mean, don't ask someone to punch you in the face unless you want to get punched in the face.
You're asking Trent Williams to punch you in the face. Trent Williams is going to punch you in the face.
And why don't you punch me in the face? Okay, boom.
It's like telling a fat guy, why don't you eat that cookie? All right, okay, no problem.
Don't you go threatening me with a good time.
By the way, have you noticed what's going on with the Girl Scout cookies in the room?
Oh, I haven't even seen it.
Oh, they are going down to defeat. They are getting. It was a little. Everybody was a little sensitive at first. Like, should I have? Pride has gone out the door. Those things. Those, if they make it through the weekend to Monday, I'll be stunned.
It'd be interesting. You should have had a little small camera on there.
It'd be fascinating to see who's eating those cookies.
I would say
not had
producers
one.
and Moser.
Somebody's eating them because it's down to there were 9 boxes. There's 3 left.
Dan?
So somebody's having their way
I'll send
with
you
it.
guys a video Kreckman and Lindahl did.
Oh, they killed it?
That's right. What is that cookie that Andy, he ate 5 at one time? No, there's a cookie that Andy is absolutely addicted to, and I forget what the brand is. But he ate 5 at one time.
Is it the Do-si-dos?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Is that the peanut butter ones?
Jack Drury. Is he rooting for his teammates or is he rooting for America? We'll find out from the Avs player next. Tonight, at number 38, it's a viewing party with our guy Raj as USA plays Canada in the championship game for the trophy. It was brought to you by New Amsterdam Vodka. It's a great place to watch the game. We are thrilled to be joined by Jack Drury of the Colorado Avalanche. Jack, how are you, my friend? How you doing?
I'm good, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. First of all, welcome to Colorado. We haven't officially welcomed you. How do you like it so far? And then I have to ask you if you're smart or not. But how do you like Colorado so far?
I like it a lot. The guys have been unbelievable. The city's fantastic. Living here is great, and I'm thrilled to be here.
Okay, we're going to get to USA Canada in a second. But first, Jack's dad, hockey legend, Harvard legend. Jack's mom, Harvard athletic legend. Mom and dad both in the Harvard Athletic Hall of Fame, his mom and dad. Right? Or at least your mom is, right? Something like that. Maybe they both are. No, they both are. They're both there.
They both are.
Okay. Jack goes to Harvard. Jack, were you at Harvard because of your parents, you're smart, or you're really good at hockey? Which one was it?
I don't know which one it was, but they definitely did not force me to go there at all. They made me look at some other schools, but when I visited, I remember just really liking the guys in the locker room and the campus, and I knew it was a good fit for me.
It's pretty awesome, isn't it?
How hard was it to go there, though, and know that you've got
parents like that?
A legacy of Hall of Famers at the school?
But he's still kind of doing it, you know? Like,
yeah,
well, your whole life, you're kind of just following the footsteps.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're kind of used to it by that point, and I'm very fortunate. Both of them, never put any pressure on me, or there was nothing but love coming from them, so that made it easier. And then, yeah, I think that's kind of something throughout your life that you get used to.
All right, so Jack is in a very unique situation because obviously he has deep ties to Harvard, Boston, and the wise asses of Massachusetts. He probably knows a few Sullys and wise guys from the Boston area. Am I right about that, Jack? You probably ran across a few. Mostly probably from BU, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
I just certainly knew a few massholes.
Mass. Okay. What do you think the reception is going to be like in Boston tonight to the Canadian team? How do you think that crowd is going to respond to this game tonight?
I would imagine there's going to be a lot of energy and a lot of pride for the American team. I'm not sure what to expect as far as the Canadian anthem or how that'll go, but certainly in for a treat with that game.
Has there been any surprise at all to you, the care factor from the guys, or was this just exactly what you would have expected it to be?
I think no one knew for sure until you started watching the games. I think, us players expected it to be intense, but I think
I think we lost him.
Oh, I hope not. He's driving, obviously. Ah, dang. You want to try getting back there, Dan? Yes? No? Should I put him on hold? Give me a sign. Put him on hold. I don't know. Yeah, he's gone. Try to get him back on. Dang, we're just getting to the good stuff right there. Hopefully we can get him back on. That's funny. You said you're just trying to live in your footsteps, period.
He's still doing it.
Yeah, his dad. Well, of course, Jack's uncle Chris Drury is a legend here, of course. His dad, Ted.
His uncle's still the GM at the Rangers, right?
Yeah. Hey, Jack, thank you so much for getting back on with us. We appreciate it.
No worries. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Tyler. Rephrase your question.
Oh, no, you were just starting to answer the question of whether you were surprised at all by the care factor of the guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you expected it to be intense. I think it's even blown the players' expectations out of the water, the players that aren't there, that is. But it's been incredible to watch, and the competitiveness has been awesome, and I think you couldn't script it better with USA Canada tonight.
Did it shock you that first game and the fights that involved right there to kick that thing off? Were you sitting back going, oh, okay?
Yes, that was definitely surprising, but again, I mean, that was pretty cool and special, and I think, that probably drew a lot of people to it that maybe weren't invested in it before that.
How does it work being an American hockey player in a Canadian predominant locker room in a situation like this? You got to keep to yourself a little bit? Can you be a little rah-rah? Or how does that, or do you just kind of fist bump Ross Colton and Miles Wood? Or how does that work?
Yeah, we got a couple American guys, so Woody and Colt and Sammy too. But, I was asked by a reporter who I'm rooting for, and I said, I love my teammates, but I love my country, and then I'm going to be pulling for USA.
Oh, I love that.
Jack, I refer to Team Canada as the Avengers, right? They've just assembled the squad, and they got a bunch of superstars, there's no question. But I'm curious if you buy into the fact you competed in the World Championships. Do you buy into the fact that Team USA might be a little bit more gelled and cohesive because it's a bunch of younger guys that have been, just coming up through the ranks together?
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I'm not sure. I think I'm not in that locker room, so I can't give a great answer to that. But I think, Canada's got the three best players in the world on their team, but I think the U.S. did a good job kind of balancing that with some toughness and a really strong defensive core. So they've done a great job, and it's going to be a great game.
And doesn't it kind of irk you, though, that you have to cheer for Hellebuck? Just a little bit?
A little bit, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I got Kachuk's doing this and everybody, and Hellebuck's doing it. I'm like, I hated these guys just 2 weeks ago with Hellebuck, right? We got to see those guys. What's the key for USA winning this back-to-back now? And I liked what you just said because I agree with you. I thought they decided we're going to muck this thing up and we're going to make it a slow half-ice type of game. We're going to be physical as heck with you guys. Can they get away with that playing that way twice?
Yes, I think. That's the key for them. It's going to be incredibly difficult, but I think that's if they're going to win the game, that's probably the way they need to go.
Has USA Hockey caught Canada?
I think it's probably a little too early to say that. You need a little bit more sustained success. But I think there's never been this much depth in American hockey and high-end players, so it certainly seems like it's just going upwards, and it's as high as it's ever been.
Hey, when you were traded here, take us back to the day you were traded here. What was kind of going through your head and mind and thought process when you knew where you were coming, where you had an uncle who was one of the greatest late game postseason finishers the Avalanche have ever seen?
Yeah, I was incredibly shocked initially, and then just incredibly excited. I think getting traded to a team that's going to be going for a Stanley Cup for a long time and getting to play with two of the best players in the world was something I was really looking forward to. And then, playing for a great coach too. I think Bedsy's got a lot of respect around the league, and you couldn't really ask for a better organization to come into and try to help and contribute to.
Who is a better hockey player, your dad or your uncle?
Hockey?
Yeah.
I can't answer that. I make someone upset. I'm sorry.
Well, is the tiebreaker then? Is the tiebreaker your uncle won the Little League World Series? I mean, is that he's got that in his back pocket as well as the Stanley Cup?
Well, the funny thing is, if I talk to anyone that knew them when they were kids, both of them, it's actually the first thing they bring up is how they were good baseball players, not hockey players. So that was the main focus. Yeah.
Well, it was crazy. Did your dad have Little League success like your uncle? I mean, probably not like Chris. Chris literally won the Little League championship, the World Championship. But Chris, go ahead.
Pitched in that last game. That's pretty special. My dad's team, I think, lost in one of the last things to get out of the state. But I remember hearing a story about him as a kid that it was a 7-inning game, or 6-inning game, and he struck out 17 of 18 batters.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Wow. That's pretty cool. All right, Jack, are you guys getting together as a team to watch this game tonight? What's the Avalanche plan here?
Yeah, Logan O'Connor invited me over to watch with a couple other guys, so I'm going to head to his house tonight, I think, and watch the game.
Wait, is Logan an American or not?
I mean, I don't think he's from Canada, but he's certainly Denver is certainly his home. So.
Well, he was born, if I read, he was born in Texas. He was literally born in Texas, but he grew up in Canada.
Yes, that'll be an interesting thing. I'll ask him tonight. I'm not sure.
All right. Well,
I'll say this: if USA pulls this off, any plans for you guys to maybe start coming to the game with big USA ties and stuff?
I don't think so. I think it'll more just be verbal celebration in the locker room.
Listen, hey, Nate, you guys suck.
Hey, Jack's not even allowed to talk to Nate McKinnon for another 6 weeks. All right, so just one thing at a time. Jack, we really appreciate you being on with us. We're pulling for Team USA, and it was great to have an excuse to get you on. So let's go USA, and hopefully we can have another great win tonight.
All right, great to talk to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack Drury of the Avalanche.
Dude, that's a kind of a blue blood hockey kind of family right there.
How about that? Mom was a high-level lacrosse player at Harvard. Dad was a high-level hockey player at Harvard. He went to Harvard. You can't be stupid and go to Harvard.
No,
I mean,
even if you're just a jock.
I did get into Stanford.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yep. I didn't get into Stanford because of my grades.
I wonder how.
I was recruited by Annapolis.
You have to have one of two things as an athlete to get into Stanford. You gotta either have the grades or you gotta have the test scores.
Yeah.
I had a 3.3, so it wasn't the grades.
I wonder how far Harvard would let it slide, depending on how good of an athlete you were.
Well, they don't care as much about athletics. Like Stanford actually cared a little bit.
Harvard cares about hockey. Harvard hockey is different. It's pretty awesome. I still get blown away that my dad played for Northeastern, played against Harvard all the time. Played in the Boston Garden against Harvard, played in the Beanpot tournament, did all that stuff. My dad. It was always a weird, like, wow, that's kind of a cool moment by you. But that Harvard BU BC Northeastern thing is a really intense sort of deal. So Harvard may, when it comes to hockey.
In my first marriage, I was gifted from like a grandmother, her original bean pot. I mean, they're real things.
Like a real bean pot.
Like a real bean pot.
Oh, I didn't even know what a bean pot is.
When I got it back in the early 80s, was over 100 years old back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Here in Colorado, it's just pot. Okay, big story of the day coming up next.
You try to get the beans out of it.
That's right. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has the answers to a lot of problems that bother guys and guys just don't address when it comes to erectile dysfunction. So ED is just nothing you want to talk about or think about, and likely it could really impact the nature of your relationship with somebody's very special that you love. Well, that's what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can solve. It's those questions that you don't even want to say out loud, but the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. Success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Check them out today. The visit's $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. So find out for yourself. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Does tonight matter? That's the big question. Does this USA Hockey Canada thing matter? You can hear the game on 950. Nuggets are going to be right here on 92.5. But does it matter?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, it matters because
game one was fun. It was a riot. It all got it started, but there really wasn't anything on the line other than pride. And I guess in the big picture, there's not a whole lot more on the line tonight than there was then, other than there's finality. And if you don't win the finality, it doesn't matter what you did before.
Well, and didn't the USA a couple years ago, World Cup or whatever, beat Canada in the preliminary rounds and lost them in the gold medal round? So do you even remember, right? Andy, I was talking to Andy last night, and he said he was talking to somebody, some hockey guy from Canada guy. He goes, Canada loses this game, everybody that's in charge of Canadian hockey, on the international type level, he said it wouldn't surprise me if they blow out absolutely everybody if they were to lose to U.S. So I would think that matters for them, but it also puts a lot of pressure. For U.S., listen, we've seen this all the time. I think this is going to be watched. 10 million people watched the last game. I think people are going to watch this thing, and people that like hockey but maybe aren't into it. Listen, you've been down there. I know that South Suburban complex that's down there off of County Line Road. Two or three giant hockey rinks right down there. That's packed. Every time I've walked in that place is packed with young kids. Saw a girls' team, looked like more high school level practicing there one day, packed with hockey. USA wins this thing. I think all the four-letter network and everybody else is going to blow this up, and I think youth hockey will have a little bit of a spike.
It probably already gets a little bit of one, just from the first one.
Does this matter as much as the Olympics?
No.
Why? What's the
many
difference?
countries. The whole world's represented.
Yeah, but who cares? As long as America's in it, what's the difference?
I'm gonna say it's more right now, and yes, it has a huge part of it is absolutely the politics that's going on right now. You don't have to pick a side; you can just be real about it. There are passionate people on both sides of this thing right now, and you've got two countries that are kind of going at each other. So I would argue that this right now means more than the Olympics.
To who?
Both sides.
Players?
I think,
fans?
I think
politicians?
I think international players, when they put their country's name on their sweater, it matters. Whether you're playing a Four Nations, World Cup, Youth 19, Olympics, I think it seems to matter a whole lot more than I felt like it's mattered for us, to be honest with you.
Is this game cool because it's just Canada, or would you feel the same if it was USA-Finland for the championship?
No, I would not feel the same.
No,
Absolutely not.
Last time he won a big gold was against Finland, wasn't it?
It's because it's Canada, and also taking the political stuff out of it. That's their sport, And for Americans, there's something cool about winning their sport.
If we put down the NBA Cup, which we did, and we didn't care about, why the hell do we care about this?
Because of what PK Subban said.
It's an in-season tournament.
Because the players care.
Yeah. Because let's be honest, do you think the players really cared about the in-season tournament?
No. Basketball?
Well, you certainly couldn't tell a difference of whether that was a normal game or an in-season game.
I think I can't even tell you who we've won. The Lakers won it 2 years ago, last year.
Milwaukee,
I don't know who won
wasn't it?
Was it Milwaukee this year?
Milwaukee won it this year.
Yeah.
I think once you got to the championship game, they probably cared a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there was some money on the line. But I don't know. I didn't feel the juice of it this year.
I think the juice, and it goes back to what PK Subban said, this replace, and it may forever replace the All-Star game, which I'm 100% okay with on hockey and the NBA. Vote for the All-Star and then give them a certificate. Here you go. You're an All-Star. You got a piece of paper.
Take a photo.
Got a piece of paper, you can put it on your resume now. You were an All-Star 2026. This replaced boring All-Star game hockey with at least a pretty competitive sport.
And the reality is the NBA is going to have to match it. They're going to.
Why?
They're going to have to figure something out.
Why?
Well, I know that we we were kind of giving the NBA credit yesterday. Both of you and I both were, because at the end of the day, you had 4.9 million people watch this incredibly broken product by the NBA that everybody's hating on, and there was 4.4, if we're just talking American viewers, 4.4 that watched the Canada-USA game.
Mm-hmm.
So there were actually more people that watch basketball, even with that quote-unquote broken product. But if you follow the trends, they're saying that the NBA is down 80% over, or what I shouldn't say 80%, I forget the exact numbers, but they were down some insane amount over the last 8 years, right? So you've got one going with an upward arrow, you've got one going with a downward arrow.
That's the wrong statistics.
What do you mean?
Because I sent you guys an article on that. The NBA, and you say it all the time, you preach it here all the time. We just preached in that meeting earlier. People are viewing stuff different than they've ever done.
True.
The NBA has more social media, what's it called when you check-ins and stuff, and
sure,
grabs, whatever it is. They're like 62 billion.
Oh, they started the trend for all the leagues.
Like more than all the leagues combined.
Yeah.
So that's where everybody's watching the NBA. It's not terrestrial TV anymore.
Did you know who Mr. Beast was?
I do now.
Did you before?
I got into that sucker.
You've looked at a couple videos.
No, I haven't checked his videos yet, but I got into the series.
Well, his videos, he does very similar things. It's
Amazon Prime. You're watching Beast Games.
I watch Beast Games.
How deep into? There's 10. How many are you doing?
I hooked up with my kids, with my daughter.
Kids love it.
And my daughter and the warden at week 7, and so I watched 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Oh, you've seen the finish of it.
I just saw it, but I didn't. Now I want to go back and watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He's the most popular YouTuber in the world.
The world.
No wonder the NBA had him as part of things. So when you think about consumption of the sport, you're right. If we're just looking at television ratings, it's probably not wide enough. This is why the NBA actually doesn't have to do a damn thing. For as much griping and complaining as we are, we don't know who Mr. Beast is for the most part, but they do. And as far as they're concerned, where the money comes from with the younger people probably thought that all-star game with the NBA, that was great. There was some music. There was Mr. Beast. They played a little basketball. I was fine with it. You know who doesn't like it is us. And probably you.
Who want to see a real game.
We are real, more hardcore sports fans. It's like people who say, Dan, my guy Dan, I don't watch halftime shows. I'm too good for the Super Bowl halftime show. That's Dan Tanner. Well, the NFL's got you, Dan. They don't give a crap if you watch the halftime show or not. You're not who the halftime show is for.
Right.
And the NBA...
Because you're still going to consume the game.
Because, so, you know what the real honest truth is? The NBA doesn't have to change a damn thing. They're fine. Hockey is different. Hockey does need to change things. They do need to grow their audience beyond the hardcore Canadian fans and that sort of thing. So for hockey, this meant a lot more than the NBA All-Star game because the NBA has already got the world. What do you think people in China watch, guys? Seriously. You think they're watching the NBA All-Star game or USA Canada punch each other in the face? That's China. How many people live in China?
Right.
How many sports fans are in Asia? In India? What do you think they're watching? So the NBA problem really, frankly, isn't a problem. It's just a problem for us.
The problem is the old measuring cups. Yeah, the old
It's
measuring
just
stick. And that's the problem, yeah.
The real question is, will this do something for hockey, which needs help?
Mm-hmm.
For sure, hockey needs help. Here's an interesting thing, and everybody with the ratings, and you're right, those numbers are out there. Their salary cap this season is $147 billion. Is that right?
What?
Or a million? 147 million.
Who are you talking about, the NFL or
the
NBA?
NBA? The NBA salary cap.
Oh, I don't know.
The NFL just announced they bumped theirs up for next year, 277, right?
It's something. It went up a bunch.
I thought I read 277 million.
You could be right. It went up like another 25, 30 million or something.
Yeah. And so it's 130 million more a year than the NBA salary cap, with 40 more guys on the team than the NBA. So how much higher really is that salary cap per capita?
Not a ton.
Not right?
But this is why the NFL is king. Because any team that does things the right way with free agency and the draft can turn themselves around in a relatively short period of time.
Yeah.
Whereas you tell me, bro, when are the Charlotte Hornets going to be competing for an NBA championship? You let me know when the Rockies or a lesser baseball team will compete. The honesty in the NFL, the Raiders, if Shedeur goes to the Raiders and they figured things out with Pete Carroll, they could be playing in the Super Bowl in a couple years. That's why our expectations for the Broncos, by the way, should be sky high. We should expect the Broncos to be competing for a Super Bowl in the next couple years. Why not? Anybody can do that in the NFL if you do things the right way. It's these other sports that have a bigger issue. The NBA is a little tricky, bro, because if you don't get that superstar, probably two, you're in trouble, man.
You probably have to have two, and then it goes what Tyler talks about. What do you do with 3, 4, 5, 6? How locked in do you get that can either handcuff you or free you if you need to?
Mm-hmm.
And some teams get handcuffed, and then what are you going to do now?
And it's another one on the cusp, or the day after Jokic turns 30. Happy birthday to the Joker, our guy. How many more years we got? How many more years, honestly, guys, do we got?
If he's still interested, I would say 6.
I agree.
And I think that would be high.
That'd be 16 years for him in the NBA. That's a long career,
Dang.
16 years.
16 years.
Wasn't he 20 when he came in?
When you put it like that, it sounds insane.
Wasn't he 20?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 15, 16. Seems like a long time, right?
It's 10th year, and he just turned 30.
Well, there you go.
And did you see what he's done already by 30? He's already a Hall of Famer.
It's so funny that everybody says Jokic will tap out. He can't wait to get out. He's not going to play basketball. Watch. He's going to play like a 16, 17-year career. How much longer do you want somebody to play? Like 16 years?
Long time.
How many years you play? 11?
11.
Yeah. I mean, do you think Jokic's last year in the NBA is next year?
No.
By the way, in this documentary, that Netflix thing, this guy loves his team. He loves his country. He loves basketball. This dude loves competing. He's a different cat, man. Joker's just a different guy. He just doesn't express it all the way. You know, you don't see it all the way. But this guy's it would not surprise me if he played till he was 37 or 38. Would not surprise me at all. But that being said, how many more years do you have him in his prime? And that's why tonight's game against Charlotte is the most important game of all time. We got to it.
That was a mic drop.
You can't lose this game. All right, let's football go. Coming up next.
The Jewels.
That is a great quote. He got hit in the jewels. Thank God.
Thank the good Lord above.
Thank you to mountainhighappliance.com. They're the absolute best. All right, let's football go. Dan Bud Squint Stanner, let's go.
All right, Scotty, you were right. The NFL yesterday informed teams that the 2025 salary cap will fall in the range of somewhere between $277 million and $281.5 million, way up from last year's $255 million cap. That means that over the last 2 years, fellas, the cap has increased by more than $53 million, just the last 2 seasons. So after signing their draft class, this upcoming draft, the Broncos will have roughly $40 million in cap space this year. Now, Tyler, I know you've talked about Chris Godwin being a potential free agent target acquisition for the Broncos. Reports came out yesterday that the Buccaneers and Godwin are working on a contract extension. So with that being said, how active do you want to see the Broncos be in free agency this offseason? Still dealing with the Russell Wilson dead cap hit of $32 million, or should they push it off and just go all in next year? How aggressive should they be?
I don't think they'll be able to avoid the temptation to be involved with the day one wave of free agency this year. You got cash to spend, and they certainly don't need to restructure any contracts, but if they wanted to go wild, all it would take is a restructure or two, and you could be as aggressive as any team in the NFL. So in my opinion, I think that they will aggressively go after an inside linebacker in free agency because it's probably not a spot that you want to address in the draft, at least if you're looking for a starter. And then you're looking for kind of veteran glue guys, maybe at tight end and running back.
Yeah, I like that too.
Sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Chris Godwin, I expected Tampa to try to re-sign him, but that doesn't mean that it's over. T. Higgins, the reports coming out that T. Higgins is going to be franchise tag. It don't mean that it's over.
Okay.
If you follow the betting odds, they've still got the Broncos as the favorites to land T. Higgins. I'm not a huge advocate of it, but I'm just pointing it out.
Well, the fun starts next week because they're in Indy, which is not just the combine for scouting. It's also a convention. It's a football convention. It's where a lot of deals get done, and a lot of things happen late at night there in Indianapolis. So Jeff Legwald will be out there. We'll be covering it top to bottom. Not only the guys on the field. Are you going to be out there?
I'll be in Indy.
Are you seriously? When are you going to be there?
I go there Sunday.
How long are you there for?
Till Tuesday.
Are you staying at the JW?
No.
You're not? Because that's like right. Well, I don't. Well, where's the?
I think
where's the basketball arena compared to the football?
They're neither one's super far away.
Okay.
In fact, I was told that Sean's going to be there Monday night.
So you're going to
game?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You're going to be our little scoop guy there.
I can be the scoop
combine.
guy. Maybe I get Leggy to come.
I've been lucky enough to be to a bunch of Super Bowl cities. Very lucky. New Orleans is my favorite. But I'm going to tell you, Indianapolis is fantastic. It's just everything is sort of close. All the restaurants are sort of in the same sort of area that you would reasonably go to.
Bars down there.
It's just kind of a cool place where all sorts of things, like what I would really love about the combine is sort of snooping around, and seeing this conversation and that conversation.
Now, COVID did hurt downtown a little bit because the last couple of years we've been there, not as many
Spread
things,
it out a little bit.
Not as many things open right downtown.
Wow, you're going to be there for kind of the combine.
Yeah.
Jeez, what
get this man a press pass.
I guess so. Get him a stopwatch.
Oh, I should go. Yeah, if I miss a show Monday,
yeah,
I'll be at the combine.
The combine. The combine itself doesn't really start till Thursday.
Oh.
So what happens?
I'll be in Milwaukee and Detroit then.
Right. What happens is they arrive in town and they start doing the interviews. The athletes start. Well, Tyler, actually, you should talk about it. Like you went through it.
I did. That was a whirlwind, man. They're long, stressful days for the players. You're up at the butt crack of dawn, 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever. You're doing your P tests. You're doing whatever. You got interviews, and then it feels like you've been up for a day and a half before you actually go out and you're actually on the field and you're doing workouts.
Right. And like the Sean Payton and George Payton will talk on Tuesday. That Leggy talked to us about that last week, and he'll be out for the whole thing. So We'll check in
so
with that too.
how many times you bench 225?
I think it was 25, 26.
That's
something pretty
like that.
good. Actually, it was pass fail.
What was the number?
Mine was either 25 or 26, something like that.
No, like what was like? What did you have to get
24
to?
was
24.
Like, that's like the number. You get
Okay.
to 24 and you're like, I'm good, right? Anything less than that, you're kind of weak. Anything over than that, it's like there are guys that would hit 40, but you just had to hit that pass fail line.
How?
And I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
Going into the combine, the most I had ever done was 20.
Really?
And so I just got jacked up on adrenaline and it just rolled.
How did that feel when you put up your 24?
Oh, I was so thrilled, man. I mean, because I knew that was a weakness of mine. I mean, I was a basketball player. Like I played football like a basketball player. I played with athleticism. I beat them from point A to point B.
But wouldn't tall guys inherently have a harder time with that, right?
Yes.
So, but they still 24 was that number.
That was the magic number. I don't know. Somebody could look it up. Maybe I hit 24. I don't know. I remember I got to like the pass fail line and I was just thrilled.
Do you remember who was number one in your class?
Oh, he was a Polynesian kid. I'm drawing a blank. He came after me. It was a Polynesian kid. He got like 40.
Do you know how many Christian McCaffrey had?
Like it was like 11.
9.
Yeah.
9. Turned out okay for him. Next story, Dan.
All right, who's going to go first in the NFL draft as far as quarterbacks? Let's hear from ESPN's Louis Riddick on who he would take first.
And before Stevie, if you were Tennessee or Cleveland, you'd make him the first pick?
Over Shador?
Right now, I have Cam number 1.
Wow. And if you were Tennessee that needs a quarterback, you would run
If I was picking right now, and I've talked to all these guys, and look, everybody, and everybody knows how much I love Dion Sanders, and that is my guy. And he has supported me from the time we were players to now.
You're going to take Ward first.
I would objectively take Cam Ward first.
What are the chances that Shador is the first quarterback taken? It feels like those
Slim.
percentage chances are falling fast.
It'd be an upset at this point. I mean, nobody is taking him first. Nobody. Cam Ward's ahead of him everywhere.
It would be an upset, but
We'll see.
keep in mind, every year there seems like there's a radical change about a month before the draft.
Yep, that's true.
Every single year.
Shadur's going to the combine, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And he's
By
going
the
to
way,
participate in everything?
Travis Hunter, who was originally reported as he was only going as a defensive back, he's going as a wide receiver and a defensive back. So he's doing both of them.
Okay, good for Travis. That's cool, man.
It just goes to show you how badly he wants to go number 1. Because he's got no reason to do any of that. At worst, you're going number 2. He wants to go number 1.
If he has a freaky combine, it could matter to him.
Yep.
Yeah. If he just puts up ridiculousness, Tennessee may be legit about taking a generational guy, and he could sort of prove it. That actually does matter for him. That must mean his workouts are going great too, and like everything's going great for him so far, getting ready for it. He could put up some. I mean, can Travis Hunter run under a 4.3? Can he run a 4.28, something like that? I mean,
I don't know.
He runs under a 4.3, then yeah, watch out.
Oh my God!
Because usually the guys that are fast don't have the skill. You
Correct.
combine that with skill.
Even like a 4.35 would be unbelievable. I mean, it would be anything in the 4.3s would probably be great. If he broke 4.3, it'd be kind of ridiculous.
Okay, so keep in mind this is a high school stat, okay?
Yeah.
Because we all know that that's not real. But it says in high school, Travis Hunter ran a 4.2.
Yeah, it was. Well, we'll see. But I mean, all those measurables will be really exciting if he does it. The broad jump will be interesting. His vertical would be interesting. The drills on the field will be pretty awesome. I mean, it will be the Travis Hunter show if he's really going with both, like you say. That's going to be fun to watch. And Shadur's got to go there too. He actually needs the combine at this point. He's not going later than 6.
So Shannon Sharp, I'm just reading an article that's got Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson debating Travis Hunter's 40 time.
Yeah.
And, those guys are pretty tight end with Dion. Shannon says he's going to run a 4.2.
That's interesting to me. So hold on. Cornerbacks usually go last, though, in the combine. So he's going to be there for quite a few days then because the wide receivers go.
Oh, I don't know the order.
I think corners go pretty deep, but Scott will be there.
Yeah, but they're still only testing probably the one time.
Yeah. He'll just run the. Well, actually, that's interesting. That's an interesting.
That is really interesting.
What if I hate my 40 times?
Just do it again.
Do I get another crack at it?
That is really interesting.
I mean,
Never even thought of that.
obviously, if
He went a
crushes it-
4.35 as a wide receiver and a 4.28 as a.
That is actually pretty interesting. Would he be allowed to do it again? Why
yes,
not?
I can't guarantee it, but I would certainly think so.
All right, next.
But
That's a
let me
good
ask
one.
this: what if he runs a 4.2 something?
Then he done.
His first
yeah,
one,
yeah.
and he doesn't even run another one.
No. The only reason he would do it again is if he thought he left a little on the table.
Yeah.
But theoretically, he'd be able to do it a couple days later.
Well, in theory, he should get 4 cracks at it.
That is correct, because wide receivers and corners are not on the same day. That's actually pretty interesting. Next up, Dan.
All right, lastly, guys, let's hear from Coach of the Year, Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell, on where Sam Darnold could end up.
Still have a possibility of bringing Sam Darnold back. There's all kinds of franchise tags and trying to maybe negotiate a longer-term deal. But I do know this. I think Sam Darnold is the marquee player at the position available in free agency. And if he gets a chance to really see what's out there, I think a lot of teams are going to be hoping to have that kind of production from Sam Darnold for their team. And if that's the case, if that's how it all shakes out, nobody will be more proud than Sam than me.
All right, if you have to bet the mortgage, where does Sam Darnold end up next season?
I would bet the mortgage that Sam Darnold gets franchise tagged by the Minnesota Vikings. They're going to be scared to give him a long-term deal.
That's a lot of money for 1 year.
Yeah, but come on. J.J. McCarthy's coming off injury. They have no idea if the guy can play or not. It's going to be too scary to let him go. It's going to be too scary to give him a long-term deal. They're going to settle on a 1-year deal that they're going to pay him more than they would in the annual average on a long-term deal, but it's a 1-year deal and they're done.
What about the Saints?
Well, I already bet my mortgage.
I'm cheating a little bit here. I'm kind of Googling this a little bit. I'll give you the odds. Here are the odds for his return. Raiders plus 200, Steelers plus 250, Vikings plus 325, Jets plus 600.
And you would know more than I on this, that one of the things I was watching yesterday, they liked him to go to Raiders with what Pete Carroll has and then Kelly. They thought with Kelly he'd be perfect for Kelly.
Well, I don't know, but that doesn't really add up to me. Chip's usually got pretty athletic QBs. Although it does fit the mold of what happened with Russell Wilson. They went out, they signed Matt Flynn in free agency, and then they drafted Russ.
That seems stupid. I mean, if you're going to draft Shadur, you might as well just go for it. Steelers, to me, actually make kind of sense because Tomlin's just stuck in hell right there. He's at pick 21. What are they doing, man?
Well, but a run-heavy offense with him would be better for Darnold, don't you think?
It'd be better for anybody. It'd be better for Aaron Rodgers. Be better for anybody.
I bet Minnesota throws the non-exclusive franchise tag on him. And they say, okay, if we lose, if somebody throws the moon at you, we'll let you walk, but at least we're getting something out of it.
Okay. Well, it'll be fun to watch for sure. Hey, I want to follow up on something we talked about yesterday. I did watch that Casa Bonita. I have to say it's not Nick Benito, Casa Bonita. The Trey Parker and Matt Stone documentary about them buying. Holy cow. I had no idea. Do you know how much we as a state, if we value an institution like that restaurant, should thank those two dudes?
Right.
It is ridiculous what they did.
And jumping through hoops to get it.
They had a $6.2 million budget. I know this documentary's been out for a minute. They spent $40 million on this bad boy. Thank you to Trey and Matt. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it flat out. These guys have their ties and love for Colorado are insane. I don't think Trey Parker owns a T-shirt that doesn't have the University of Colorado or the Broncos or the Nuggets or the Avs on it. There cannot be somebody who loves Colorado and Denver sports that doesn't live here as much as that dude does. And that guy's a freaking genius. This specifically Trey Parker. This guy is the guy who basically, he's the engine behind South Park and did Book of Mormon. And you got to see what his vision of this place was. Casa Bonita, would not exist without them doing what they did. And they had to redo the whole thing. There is no way that place should exist right now. It was decrepit beyond repair. It should have been leveled to the damn ground. So, like, you had a reservation there? I would go, to this place.
I had one, but my kids already went. They don't want to go again.
That is actually kind of amazing to me. Why didn't they want to go again? They just kind of saw it? It was just...
They saw what they needed to see, I
we
guess.
saw Disney World. We're done?
I guess.
Why don't you take the show?
No. Well, okay, maybe.
take Darren, myself, and Tanner.
I am dying to go there. But you cannot get a dinner reservation on the weekend.
I saw people chiming in yesterday as we were talking about this. Said they took their family of 4, $570.
Well, okay, $40 million.
Take the show.
Yeah, that's why I said no.
Well, but here's what they do. They do $45 meals flat rate. Here you go. Listen, it's either you pay that money or this place does not exist, period. So do we care about this joint or not? It really is one of the most remarkable. I had anxiety watching a documentary because of how bad this place was and how much money they were sinking into it. I had no idea.
According to CelebrityNetWorth.com, which is obviously right.
Yeah.
Matt Stone's net worth, $700 million. He even with that 20 that he put out,
I got
he's
you.
going to be okay.
You're probably right. You're probably right. It's everything's relative. These guys invented South Park, which has been on forever, and they're rich beyond our wildest dreams.
And they survived that whole woke era, right? And kept doing the same stuff.
They keep going. They're still going right now.
Oh yeah.
So hey, man,
nothing is safe to them. No sacred cow for them.
I think they're geniuses. I'm proud of these guys from being in Colorado. I really didn't have a lot of motivation to go to this joint. I didn't grow up here. It didn't mean anything. But after watching that documentary, I'm going to make it a point to go there at some point if I can get there, even though it's really not my thing. I don't have kids, the whole thing. But I just respect what they did for the state of Colorado when they didn't have to.
They still got the flags and the sopapillas and
dude, you got to see this thing. It's incredible. Yes, they have all of that. Have you taken your daughter there?
No, we were trying to get reservations, but we had a big party of 8 and we couldn't get in when we tried.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty remarkable thing, man. It's just really cool. Anyways, all right, the Nuggets back in action tonight. What's the start? What should the starting lineup be? And what is the starting lineup going to be coming up next?
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, no, you're not alone. It's a bad feeling. I know it. I get it. I've been there. And if you're anything like me, you might have already gone online looking for answers. You bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and nothing's working. At least it's not working the way you want it to. Time to commit to getting your hair back. It can be as simple as that by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration, because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and guys, you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best, the entire staff, the best of the best. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you can be comforted knowing they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. Call today, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, 720-459-HAIR, or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
Oh, you're going with ZZ Top. Texas.
Not Canadian.
Not Canadian. No. Not Canadian. No doubt about it. We'll get to hockey and what's on the line tonight here in a second. Feels like forever since the Nuggets played. Forever. I don't know how it feels
8
to
days,
you.
right?
It feels like. Listen, I love going to the games at Ball Arena, and there's part of me that are like, ugh. But at the end of the day, once I get going and get down there, I always like being there. Always. But you do a bunch of games in a row, or it gets like, I could use a little bit of a break.
Does it seem weird that you're about ready to play? The All-Star break just ended.
Yeah.
And you're about to play game 58?
No, that does not feel weird to me.
Well, that feels weird to me.
It feels, but that's the rhythm of the season. That's what it's always been.
Yeah, well, no, it hasn't been because I used to always call it the unofficial second half of the season would start. But that usually the All-Star break happened at game 43, 42.
When did that change?
I don't know. I'm trying to go look.
Well, I mean,
57 is as many games I remember them ever playing.
Dude, they went 12-11 after the All-Star break in the year they won the championship. Only 23
So 4
games.
less games. Oh,
That's
23,
right.
so
That's
4
right.
more games.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It feels to me like this is kind of the way it's been for a long time.
Yeah, it just seems weird to me.
I love it. I'm not going to lie. And I think what happens is once you get back, it's kind of exciting. And then there's kind of this weird... Well, I think at a certain point of the season, you can't overcome or lose a 5-game lead. I don't think it's quite there, but it's pretty damn close. And you get slotted into a spot. Now, the Nuggets went on fire last year at this time. I mean, what did they finish up like 22-5 or something like that? 21-6? I mean, something like insane.
Yeah, one too many losses than they needed.
And they were all just burned out and everybody was exhausted. But it didn't get to that point until, I don't know, bro. I mean, it was a 20-point lead in Game 7 at home. I don't know. I mean, maybe they weren't really.
Should we change the narrative from burned out or fatigued to you kind of choked it?
A little bit, kinda.
I mean, you're up 20.
I mean, really,
in the third quarter, right? Wasn't it third quarter?
Yes. Were you that tired? I mean, you're leading by 20 in the second half at home in a Game 7?
Or did you just think the game and the series over so you shut it down and couldn't get it back going?
I don't know. It does seem like 1,000 years ago, but that did happen. And what the Nuggets would do against Dallas the next round, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, Dallas.
I think they beat them.
I think they do too. But I mean, Dallas just absolutely dominated Minnesota. I mean, it wasn't even a close series. And then they got their ass kicked by Boston. And then you're feeling, oh, really? Maybe the Nuggets weren't all that close at all. So here we go. We got a little bit of a litmus test, and we're off and running. What's the starting lineup tonight?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know how you keep Christian Brown out of the starting lineup, but I think he's your easiest guy to move. The less headache guy, right? Leads the NBA in transition points of all shooting guards.
Scott,
I think he's
timeout. You'd be crazy not to start Christian Brown.
Well, I agree.
You'd be crazy not to start him.
I think you got to go back. Well, do you know? And I read that. I got it on my phone somewhere.
I'm going to give you the harsh truth here in a second. If you don't spit it out. I'm going to give you the harsh truth.
Do you know the starting lineup that you want to start the season with of Murray, Brown, MPJ, Gordon, and Joker have only played like 11 games?
Yeah. And that's why my little hot take on the season is we'll never see. This is the healthiest the Nuggets will be all year. The person that should not be in the starting lineup is Aaron Gordon. And that is I love AG. And I saw AG winking at SGA and Zach LaVine about being in the dunk contest next year, and I totally think he should. As cool as Mac McClung was, and by the way, I saw Mac McClung practicing.
He's your size.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Or you might even be taller than him.
No, there's no way I'm taller.
No, he's 6'2". He's 6'2".
Yeah, man, I'm not taller than Vic Lombardi. That was devastating. That really was disappointing. But you can't... Listen, just bring back the big boys, okay? That's all for that particular thing. And good for Mac McClung. Wait a second. There's no way Matt McClung is 6'2". You think he's 6'2"?
He doesn't look 6'2".
No way. No way is he 6'2".
I think they say in his bio that he's 6'2".
Really?
Which means he's probably 6'1.5", which makes it kind of even more amazing, kind of the stuff he does.
No, he is incredible. I'm just looking. Oh, okay. All right. Man, 6'2" looks short.
He looks like he's about 5'11".
Here's the truth. AG comes off the bench for a couple of different reasons. You've got to at least see what it's like to get off to a fast start with Russell Westbrook. You've got to at least see it. Doesn't have to be the way it is the whole season. And AG just needs to be that spark plug off. He needs to become the sixth man for now. But I am concerned that he's going to have lingering sort of injuries and problems the rest of the year. I am concerned about that. I think Jamal's going to have issues with his knees throughout the season, and I'm not even sure what happened with. Do we know what was wrong with Michael Porter Jr.?
I read a hamstring.
Hamstring.
Well, that's a nagger. That's going to be an issue. The nagging injury.
We're just talking South Park, and so
I understand.
Yeah. How about this? Andy flowed this out with me yesterday. What if you just did? You basically rotated your starting lineup, and depend on the matchup in the game. Like for example, the Lakers coming in. I think AG plays LeBron as good as anybody. You probably want AG to start the game against LeBron. Charlotte, I don't know. Maybe it's a little quicker, faster. So maybe AG can come off the bench in that game. What about floating and rotating a CB, Russell Westbrook, and Aaron Gordon, floating depending on matchup? Would that be too divisive? Would that be too throw your chemistry off?
Don't know.
It's intriguing to think about, though, isn't it? Because, see, to me, AG needs to start against the Lakers. Because if you go back to the two playoff series, I thought he defends.
So what's wrong with
LeBron
that?
as well
Why
as
do we
anybody.
have to have a fixed starting lineup, period?
You got six guys, and one of the five is going to start every night.
Fine. And we can rotate it around and just look at the matchups, and that be that. All right, tonight. Looking forward to it. Back in you sit next to Chris?
Yep. Next
Okay.
five.
Oh, really?
Five or six. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. You ready to get back on the road?
18. No. Yeah, I mean, whatever. We did the hotel in Indy is real cool. I'm surprised. I forgot the combine was that week, and I'm like, boy, they must have made the reservations in plenty of time.
That's going to be what night is that game? Is that Monday
it's
night?
Monday night. We
Monday
spend
night
the night
game.
and leave Tuesday.
You're going to have a bunch of NBA guys at that one. Or NFL guys, sorry.
Sure.
You'll have a lot of NFL guys at that one.
Yeah, I was told that Peyton's going to be there.
Leonard Skinner from what state?
Louisiana.
Come on, brother.
Alabama.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That was a layup.
Hey, same thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Same thing.
Tonight, USA Hockey playing for nothing but country. Because at the end of the day, this thing is for a stupid, meaningless trophy. But for whatever reason, the sports world in a little narrow gap cares about hockey. You put USA on the...
We got now in the Stanley Cup Finals.
We care about hockey all the time here. Okay, don't get us wrong. But the one sport where the coach says he got hit in the jewels, thank God. Hockey is back tonight, USA Canada. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's go.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Tonight, it's the game of all games. USA versus Canada in the Four Nations Face-Off Final.
Consider value seats at just $10.
What say you, Mr. American Ambassador?
Canada.
You, buddy.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off.
Why were their heads always doing that thing? They had very funny heads.
Chopped in half.
They were.
At the mouth.
It's a good bit. I don't know. They just drew one Canadian that way, and they were like, this is all Canadians now. Anyway, welcome in. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Happy Thursday afternoon. Yes, happy Four Nations final. Happy Nuggets back in our lives. Not so happy Wemby done for the year. Lot to do on this radio show here today. By the way, Andy, I'm gonna do the thing with the Nuggets today. I'm gonna do the thing.
Oh, Mark Springer, have all the bump music that you need.
Yes, prepare it. They're winning tonight. They're winning by a lot tonight. Have you seen what the Charlotte Hornets are up to? They're not going to show up, Andy. They're not interested in playing this game tonight. Funny thing, they played last night in L.A., so the NBA did the, hey, straight out of the All-Star break, West Coast altitude thing, and they won last night. Crazy game against the Lakers. L.A. went cold in the second half. LaMelo Ball comes out, and, hey, they get that victory. I'm taking a look at this injury report. Nobody's playing tonight for the Hornets. I don't even know if they're barely fielding five on the floor. They're doing that thing where they're just like, we're going to altitude. We're not playing anybody. Nuggets were 14.5-point favorites when we were doing this yesterday. I checked before. I think 17.5, 18 in some places right now. Yeah, the Nuggets are going to murder these dudes tonight. Uh-huh.
You can pull out every horror film music that you want. We could find Freddy.
Yeah, they're going to kill him.
We could find, that's Michael Myers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Halloween. There it is.
They're going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say to the NBA that finds this annoying, now have this happen to you 3 or 4 times a year. Like the Nuggets do sometimes.
Yeah.
We're with you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So go ahead and write it down in blood. They're going to kill those dudes tonight. In blood. In blood, my
How would
friend.
you do that? Would you just cut the tip of the finger and then that way it's like a pen?
Well, I don't want it to be my blood. That's I don't want to have to bleed my own blood in order to be able to write this.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. I was watching The Departed again over the weekend. Your favorite thing for me to do.
Uh-huh.
You could go Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Where he's Costello with his hand that he's holding at one point as he's talking to DiCaprio.
Okay.
He's got the guy's hand. You could take that hand, write it in blood, Nuggets win.
Quick question about The Departed. Okay. The first time you saw that movie, obviously the scene where Martin Sheen lands on the concrete in front of DiCaprio, it's upsetting, right? You're like, whoa.
Didn't expect it.
Right.
Wasn't ready for it.
Uh-huh. Every time that I see that scene since then, I think it's hilarious.
You ought to see the movie cut of it.
It's very funny.
Because it just shows the free falling. And then they cut to DiCaprio as a big splot, like a tomato goes right by him.
The blood explodes all over him.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same effect when you TNT that up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's very funny.
It's like watching The Breakfast Club, which was a big deal when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, Eat My Shorts doesn't hit the same as whatever it was, the socks or whatever maybe that's what they said, and it became socks, and I don't know.
Yeah.
They change half the stuff.
Get in the hunt. Serious and upsetting movie scenes that once you saw them too many times, they became hilarious.
Well, there's just a bunch where, even in Grown-Ups, like I don't even know if I know the scene, there's in Grown-Ups where the child that's a little too old to still be partaking of mom's deal.
Yeah.
They just cut to where there's talking and they try to find any other character to show. And I'm like, there's got to be a scene there. Because why are they just showing Chris Rock like looking out the window while she talks?
USA Canada Tonight, says Mark Bertinoli. You listen to it. Are we on this game on 92.5, Spring? I'm assuming
That'll
we
be
are.
950.
950?
Nuggets on 92.5.
Yes. That
Those
makes
Nuggets.
Wow, we didn't bump the Nuggets for Four Nations hockey, even though this is the sporting event that has gripped a continent.
They're not home.
I guess
There's
not.
rules.
Yeah.
The Nuggets are home.
That's true. That is the rule. That's very true. USA Canada tonight. All right, Andy. I'm going to tell you who the two most important players on the ice are tonight. I've got this. I've distilled it down to two dudes. And I know this is some serious high-level hockey stuff. It's the goalies.
You think so?
It's the goalies.
Bennington versus Winnipeg guy.
Hellebuck. Yes. The funny part is that Bennington plays in the United States, but he's Canadian, and then Hellebuck plays in Canada, but he's American. Okay, now that we've got all that squared away. Connor Hellebuck, okay? He's been hell of a goalie throughout this tournament, I would say, so far for Team USA, including being spectacular against Team Canada in the first time that they played on Saturday up in Montreal in the big fight fest, okay? He was great. Hellebuck he's the favorite to win the Vezina. He's probably the best goaltender in the world, and that's what the Americans got going for them. That's where they have a significant advantage is in goaltending. But do you remember last year when the Avalanche played the Winnipeg Jets in the playoffs?
I did.
Do you remember that version of Connor Hellebuck?
Well, I did because he got screened quite often.
Yeah, he wasn't very good.
No, he couldn't see pucks.
No. And even pucks that he saw, he was letting go in. He sucked. The thing about Connor Hellebuck is he's got the Clayton Kershaw thing. He's the best goaltender in the regular season. You go to the playoffs and bupkis, okay? Meanwhile, Jordan Binnington, who is good for giving up one bad goal a game, is also a dude that once upon a time, Andy, stopped 32 of 33 shots in a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Do you remember what building he did that in?
Well, I'm assuming it's Boston.
It was Boston.
Can't say I totally remember it, but I know where you're going.
Where he did that very thing. So here's the question for tonight is, does Binnington revert to his big game form? And does Hellebuck then, with the pressure and the lights the brightest, with the eyes of a continent upon him, does Connor Hellebuck hella suck tonight?
Not if the Canadians play the game the way they did the first time, which was not very grindy.
Yeah, they got to get grindier.
Look,
this is an Andy Lindahl special right here.
Well, but what happened the first game? The
Yeah.
Americans were grindier. All the sexy was on the Canadian side. You had McJesus coming out of his defensive zone at 95,000 miles an hour, skating past the whole Canadian, not only his Canadian teammates, the American defense as well, and putting one in. And then guess what? It's the only goal you're getting. Listen, it's a little bit of a tale for the Avs when it comes to the playoffs. You got to get the guy that's going to be in front of the net and get the ugly stuff.
Yeah.
Because in championship moments, that's what matters.
Andy loves ugly goals.
Well, I don't love it, but it's what's required.
No, you love it.
I do. I love winning.
This is
However
your
you win. I love winning.
This
Nate.
is
your hocky take. I'm here for it.
I love a big hat.
Yes, you do love a big hat.
Seriously, we'll see. Now, my question is
goaltending, baby.
You brought up a great point yesterday. Here's the other question I have. Guys have to get back to work Saturday with their teams.
Yeah.
The midday show just had on Drury today. Okay. What's his first name? Our new Jack Drury.
Yeah, Jack.
Not Chris.
Or Steve.
And even Jack was kind of funny about it, where he's like, yeah, I was even a little bit shocked that it was as intense as it was.
Yeah.
So the Americans needed it to be that intense. They needed to be a little bit intimidating. I don't know. I think your point yesterday about GM sending out a text going, hey, fellas.
Chill.
We get back to it here in a minute. I don't know if they'll listen, but I'll be curious tonight to see if you can bring that same tenacity.
I'm also really curious. I mean, you mentioned the energy right there. Is this game in Boston tonight, okay? Obviously, every chowderhead in the world is going to be out there looking to exact revenge on those mean Canadians that booed our national anthem. So I fully anticipate at puck drop, like, that place is going to be nuclear.
I think the energy is going to be at an all-time high. And I honestly kind of wonder how the Americans are going to respond to that rather than the Canadians. And I mean it this way. When you've got that at your back, and it's intense, and we know it's going to be intense. And by the way, if you drop the 5 figures or whatever it takes to get inside that building, that's what you're there to do, right? You are there to go psycho for Team USA, and that's awesome. I just wonder, like, okay, you're going to come out the gate, you're going to have all of that energy pent up underneath you. Okay, that's going to carry you for the first 10 minutes of the game, right? Did they blow their wad too quickly?
See, it's a huge concern. I
wonder about that.
because I think Canada did that the other night.
I think so too.
Where you ride the emotions so much that you can only keep the emotion redlined for so long.
Right.
And when Canada came out of the first period with only a goal, and what was it, tied after one, right?
Yeah,
U.S. got one late.
Mm-hmm. It's 1-1 by the end of the first.
You could just see them not have the same juice the rest of the game. The U.S. has got to make sure that they don't do. See, I'm curious, do they send Sam Bennett out to start the shenanigans early on their side?
Yeah.
Or are we just playing hockey tonight? And frankly, if we're just playing hockey tonight, I don't know how that goes for the Americans.
If I was John Cooper, I would be telling my dudes, just play hockey tonight.
John Cooper Mellencamp?
Yes, if I was that dude. By the way, did you realize both teams tried to get him?
Oh, really?
Did you know this?
I did not know that America wanted him.
He has dual citizenship. He was called by both hockey federations within 10 minutes. And he went with Canada because they called first.
Well, good for him.
Canada called first. And so he was just like, well, I already told them yes. But he was called by both. Everybody wanted John Cooper.
Why isn't Bedsy in the mix?
It's a good question.
All he's done is coach one of the most successful teams in the last 5 years.
Yeah, great question.
Apparently he's not cool enough to be on that bench. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Or
don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, Bedsy. Also, I bet he's not that mad about it. He's probably been on his boat,
I'm
right?
sure he's cool.
Yeah, he's been on. Yeah,
I'm sure he enjoyed an umbrella drink as he watched that first matchup.
That man knows how to find a boat.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Yeah. I'm sure he was on a booze cruise.
Yes.
Sure there was some sort of ukulele playing a song of some sort.
For Team USA, or are your guys, and Austin Matthews hasn't been great so far, and what is the status of the various Kachuks? Kachui,
I think Matthews playing. Brady's the one we don't know about.
Kachui, whatever you want to call them. Are they, what is their status going into this thing? Because both McDavid and McKinnon, who are the two best players in this game tonight, both of them have been very good so far in this tournament. By the way, and I told people this, and stay with me on it, man. McKinnon at plus 650 to win tournament MVP. Andy, if he goes out and goes for 2 goals and an assist tonight and Team Canada wins,
Yahtzee.
That's probably cashing for you. He's been good enough in this tournament that he's right there. Plus 650 is a pretty good number on a value bet.
Who's the favorite tonight in your mind? Not Vegas odds. I mean, to me,
because the odds are split right down the middle.
Look, the better hockey team,
is
if
Canada.
We're just playing hockey, is Canada.
Yeah, is Canada. Mm-hmm. And I will say this. I think that the Americans are the favorite because of Hellebuck and because of how well he's played in this tournament so far. But again, I'm giving them that edge by the slightest of leans.
Well,
slightest of leans.
Here's what I'd say for Canada. Someone better, and you got a bunch of guys. It's like making a bunch of all-stars play special teams at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Nobody does it in their regular job.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to go hang out in front of the net and take his eyes away, period.
Yep.
Period.
Yep. Go get big bodies in front of that dude. I completely agree with it. So there you go. USA, Canada coming up tonight. Oh, we got so much to do on this show. The Nuggets are back at it this evening. Wemby's done. Wemby's done?
Out of nowhere.
Oh, man.
Are you worried about this?
We're seeing a couple of reports. It might not be as out of nowhere. It is for us, but apparently the people around the Spurs, this might have been brewing. So we'll get into that information. But we'll take a quick break. When we come back, yes, I'm already guaranteeing a Nuggets victory for tonight. The Hornets aren't playing anybody, so they're going to be just fine. But what is Michael Malone going to do with the lineup this evening? I'll tell him. I'll tell my pal Michael exactly what he needs to do. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Hopefully this isn't a new name in truck toppers for you because we've been telling you about them for the last week, but it's the Workforce Pro. If you're a contractor and you're doing a little more meaty work and you need a truck topper that will fit your lifestyle, help you get the job done quicker, carry more tools, all that good stuff, it's the Workforce Pro, and you can find it at Colorado Off-Road. They're an exclusive dealer of these Workforce Pro toppers. You want to call Jerry Jones right now, say, what's this thing about? 303-761-1264 is his phone number. Give him a call and just say, hey, Jerry, let's talk about this Workforce Pro topper. If you're like me, you're just a guy that likes trucks. They've got the bed covers. They've got more snow's coming. You want to get those. You want to get the floor mats, make sure the cabin stays clean. You got the step rails. He can do all of that for you, and he can get you ready for camping season, which even though we're about to have a little more snow, is not too far off if that's your thing. It's Colorado Off-Road. They'll help you with all your truck and 4x4 needs. It's a great 20-year Colorado business. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Find the showroom 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street.
Second free throw for Maul. Missed that one. Tipped by Jokic at the horn. Goes up and in. The big fella comes streaking in from the three-point line, and nobody saw him coming. What a play. The dude is an alien. I swear to God, he is not a human being. He is just a different cat, man. He's just a different dude, and that's okay.
It's more than okay, Kaz. It's beautiful. Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, they return. The sprint to the finish line starts here tonight. Andy, they are 25-9 over the last 34 games. The reason why you bring that up as the line of demarcation is because the game before the 34-game stretch, that was the loss to the Wizards. Yeah, they lost that game to the Wizards.
Rough one.
Yeah, Jokic scored 56 in that game, but they lost to the Wizards. Here's your injury report.
Quit saying it.
They did. They lost to the Wizards.
No, stop.
It really did happen.
Okay, seriously, you're going to feel good about Charlotte tonight? You're going to go all psycho on us?
I do. I feel great about Charlotte.
Who'd they lose to? The Wizards.
They lost to the Wizards. It's very true. There's
please.
No LaMelo Ball tonight. He's doing ankle injury management. Mark Williams, their big, will not play tonight because of return to competition conditioning. Because remember, he had to go and fail his physical with the Lakers, and then he played last night against the Lakers. And now, but they're not letting him play
And
on the
they
second
won,
night.
didn't they?
Of a
Didn't
back-to-back.
Charlotte win last
They
night?
did. They came back and won that game by 3. That's
the
right.
Lakers got to be real psyched.
As we know, Brandon Miller is out. Josh Okogie is out. So yeah, that's what's going on right now with these two. They don't have anybody available. Nuggets need to go out, take care of business, kick the crap out of these guys, and get it done. The question that we have to ask is, because everyone's available for the Nuggets, they're playing. They're back. That means we're back to the starting lineup quandary because Russell Westbrook is off the injury report. Remember, Christian Braun went to the bench, and then Russ started for a couple of games in his place with the other four, with the core four, but then Russ got hurt. And then CB returned to the starting lineup, and then AG was out, and then Jamal missed a game here and there, and we remember how the whole thing went. But the Nuggets have still won 8 games in a row coming in. So what are they going to do with the lineup tonight? Here's Michael Malone from yesterday.
You really don't think I'm going to answer that question right now, do you? All I'll say is that it's great to have options. We have a healthy team, and obviously Russell Westbrook's done great things for us. Christian Braun, this last 8-game stretch, is playing just incredible basketball. And so people say, oh, that's a tough decision. I look at it the opposite way. I'm really fortunate to have a tough decision to make where you have quality players that have really impacted winning. And that's what it comes down to. It's never about one player. It's about what's best for our team. And as we approach tomorrow night's game in this final stretch, we'll do what we think is best in that moment. And it could change. I mean, like we've seen it change throughout the season. But we'll make that decision tomorrow night and kind of give that a chance to continue to grow.
Real Coach Speaky kind of answer right there.
Would it have been okay to go, yeah, I was hoping you'd answer the question. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I'm curious.
We are curious.
Yes, this is kind of a big topic around
Now, I'm
the
not
team.
surprised you won't.
Yes.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I was kind of hoping maybe we'd get you in the right mood. Who would you start?
I would start CB.
Yeah, I'd go back to the OG.
Yeah. Bring Westbrook off the bench. And I love what Russ has done here. Okay? But go back to CB, all right? And do this with the full knowledge of Jamal's going to be your first sub in the first quarter. Westbrook is going to get out there, and he's going to get a whole bunch of Jokic minutes. And it gives you an opportunity to be able to stagger that lineup and stay strong before going back to Jamal again late in the quarter and doing so with Russ out there in those moments. But get Christian Braun back in the starting lineup. Got some numbers on Christian Braun, one of 4 players this year who has missed 1 game or fewer and averages 33 or more minutes. There are 26 qualifying guards who average 15-plus points per game. Among those 26, Christian Braun takes the second fewest shots of the group. That's what we call efficiency in the business, kid. And Christian Braun's 58% field goal percentage is the best. It is, in fact, the highest among all shooting guards in the NBA right now. as we're defining Christian Brown as a 2-guard. Malone said it right there. He hasn't done anything to warrant not being in the starting lineup. Not that Westbrook has either. The team is 19-8 this season in games that he starts, but also the Nuggets did just win all 7 of the games that Russ just missed. So let's stay in that place. It almost feels like to me, and I know it was hamstrings, not, the stars, but the universe has told Michael Malone what to do with his lineup. The question is, Andy, is he listening?
Let me give you the scores of the 7 games you pointed out that they played without Russ.
Go.
Now, they did get a win against the 76ers, 137-134 with Russ.
Yes.
Then he got hurt. This very Hornets, the team they'll see tonight, not even the team they'll see tonight because everybody's hurt this time, allegedly. Nuggets win 107-104. They then come home. They beat the Pelicans 125-113. They beat the Pelicans again 144-119.
Mm-hmm.
Beat the Magic 112-90. Went to Phoenix, won 122-105. Came back home, whooped up on the Blazers in back-to-back nights 146-117 to 132-121.
Yeah.
So maybe you see some point totals in there that suggest you wish you had a little bit of that Russell Westbrook defense, but the offense was absolutely flowing. Now, again, crap teams, no doubt about it, but there's a lot of crap teams occupying this schedule if we go up, before that. The reality is Jamal seemed to find himself. CB showed you there was no pouting taking the benching, and I think he deserves to be rewarded for that.
That's well put.
All you did was keep playing, kid.
Yeah.
So you're going to get your starting job back because we absolutely flowed before we took this break.
Of the Nuggets this season, obviously Jokic is the best because he's God. But then after that,
Jokic is the best in the NBA, not just the team.
Christian Brown, to me, has been, for the entirety of the schedule, I know Jamal's been on a serious heater. Again, going out over the last 34 games where he's basically a 50-40-90 guy, and he's back to being all-star level Jamal Murray. But over the balance of the entire schedule, and I'm going to choose to count the first 21 games when they were 11-10, I think Christian Brown's been the second most consistent Nugget. I think he's the guy I would put number 2 in the I know what I'm getting out of this guy tonight. Yeah, like his 3-point shot is there some nights and it's not other nights. But that's also just a reality of what he is as a player. But again, in terms of I know he's going to play hard. I know he's going to defend at a high level, and I know he is one of the key pieces that keeps the tempo of this team going, and this team is at its best when it's running the floor right now. That's when he's out there. I'm starting Christian Brown all day long, and I mean it is no diss to Russell Westbrook. I just think there is a very clear rotational flow of Westbrook off the bench, and there is a very clear indication that Christian Brown belongs in the starting lineup playing with Nikola.
I don't disagree. I don't have a problem with any of it.
Okay, good.
Really.
Are you still mad at me for saying they're going to win tonight?
Oh, no.
Okay. You accept?
You're not. You haven't been quite. There wasn't the tone yet. Right, Mark? There's a tone that really. That I think that gets our hackles up. Where we're like, all right.
Tone.
You're really kind of waving the middle finger at karma, and I don't like it here.
Yeah. No, I'm.
But when you look at that injury report, this is which the Hornets don't have the Golden State Warriors, but this feels like a Steve Kerr or a Popovich kind of. Oh, you want to do this to me?
Yeah.
I ain't playing anybody.
It's also. Shouldn't this be a game tonight where we're coming out of the All-Star break? And the way that everybody finished the year, isn't this also a game tonight where there should have been a conversation, maybe after practice yesterday, maybe after shoot around this morning or whatever, there should have been a conversation amongst the leaders on this team, and I'm going to put Jokic, and I'm going to put Russell Westbrook, and I'm going to put Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon in that conversation. Guys with championship rings. I hope Porter's got a voice in all this too. It's go time. Okay? It's right now we need to catch and pass Memphis. We're not going to catch OKC, but it's go time right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you this too. You're right. It is go time right now. So to the point of it being go time, I'm not really worried about the starting lineup ultimately. If he decides to go with Russ, he decides to go with Russ. You know what I'm worried about? CB continuing to play the way that he is, no matter what the role is.
Yeah, I think he will.
Porter, and I think he will too. Porter consistently being as good as he was before he got hurt, and Jamal continuing to be Jamal. All those things have to happen. And look, at some point I want to feel good about Aaron Gordon's calf. I just don't think it's going to happen this year.
Right.
Just kind of feels like we're going to be white-knuckling Aaron Gordon through the playoffs and hoping that he can just be in there when he can be in there. Because clearly this thing's bothered him to this point. You know what was nuts? And I think you probably said it, but didn't hit me for some reason the same way as when Scotty said, do you realize they've only got 27 games left?
Yep.
Holy cow.
27 to go.
Because I always feel like All-Star break is the true midpoint. No, it isn't. This season's 2/3 done.
Yeah, no, not even close. No, and it goes back to what we were talking about the other day with the All-Star game of, again, like, hey, why don't they play hard? They're freaking exhausted, okay? It's dog days of the season right now, and we're asking these guys in the midst of their one break of the season, hey, can you go play hard for Team Kenny and Team Chuck?
While a comedian who's a third your size pokes fun at anything and everything about you.
Right.
See if that bothers you at all.
Since December 8th, Nuggets 25-9, third best record in the league over that span, only behind OKC and Cleveland. They've been dominant offensively in this stretch, and they have also been the 15th best defense by defensive rating in this stretch, which is that's the thing that I will say about the Nuggets. They don't have to be elite defensively. They just got to be okay. That's the recipe. Be historically good on offense, be okay defensively, be middle of the pack defensively, and the team is going to be great. Jokic over the last 34 games when they're 25-9, Andy, 29, 12, and 10. That feels MVP-ish to me. Jamal's at 23 points on basically 50, 40, 90 shooting splits. MPJ, Brown, and Westbrook have all, they've all been terrific. AG is back tonight. The Aaron Gordon thing, you're right. If I was ranking my biggest concerns for the rest of the way in this season, it's the Aaron Gordon calf thing.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Because we just don't seem to know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that can signal you're a little worried about the Achilles. Sometimes it's just a calf.
Yeah.
But bottom line is, every time he's kind of left, it's been a lengthy absence. It hasn't been quick. So they need him. They need him.
Badly.
I hope he can play. That's why Zeke Naji and DJ and maybe even some Saric minutes, just keep trying to squeeze any lemon juice out of the lemon that is your three backup bigs.
The report from ESPN, Victor Wembanyama is expected to miss the remainder of the season with deep vein thrombosis in his right shoulder. Spurs said in a statement that the condition, a form of a blood clot, was discovered after Wemby returned to San Antonio after the All-Star game. The condition is typically treated with blood-thinning medication, which usually precludes a player from participating in a contact sport such as basketball.
Didn't Tommy Frazier, the old Nebraska quarterback, deal with this?
I think you're right, yes.
And it was the concern of a bruise that would bleed out on you or something.
Blood thinners.
I'm not a doctor, but
yeah, blood thinners suck. No, because my dad's had heart stuff and he's had to take it. You bruise like crazy. And also, my dad's a damn carpenter, so he's always getting nicks and cuts all over his hands. And if he's on a heavy dose of that stuff, it's just gear up. I'm going to be bleeding for the next 5 hours.
Or let's lay off the carpentry. One of the two.
Wembanyama started feeling symptomatic recently, but believed he would feel better after 2 days off following the All-Star game. When symptoms persisted, he underwent a battery of tests that showed the clot. So apparently Wemby's just been tired. And he probably was like, well, it's the midway of the NBA season. I'm exhausted. But like he said, didn't feel better after a couple of days of rest. At least we got to watch Jokic throw a lob to Wemby.
There it is.
We got it.
There it is. He's got more time for that reading.
Yeah.
Why did Jokic find that so funny?
I don't know.
I felt like I needed more of the clip.
Yeah.
What? You cut it off. There had to be a follow-up conversation, didn't there? For those that missed it, in the All-Star locker room, Wemby had a book out. Jokic asked him, what are you doing? He goes, well, I read before every game. And Jokic was like, you read? And he started laughing.
What does Joker do before the game?
Not read, we found out.
Besides do listen to his Serbian music and do his 1,000 footwork drills that we watch him do out there while he's warming up.
Well, remember, he runs in the tunnel.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, he does. He does a lot of sprinting back there.
Is there a lot of, you ever read before an event? You're not.
I mean, like before a test.
Right.
You know,
the material.
Right.
But like before you call a game, you're not just getting a little War and Peace in, are you? I mean,
no. Like before I call a game, I'm
you're
always
not dusting up on Othello for no good reason.
No,
are
I'm
you?
like reading my notes over and over again.
Right.
But right.
I'm not talking about game prep.
I don't have the novel in front of me.
You're not reading Flowers for Algernon, are you?
No.
Of Mice and Men.
No, when I can find time to sit down and read, like watching 1,000 games every single night and having kids and all that good stuff, I'm lucky if I can get 10 minutes in.
What's your go-to read? Just a book like you could read no matter how many times you've read it.
Book that I've read over and over multiple times.
Mine's Jurassic Park by Craig.
Is it really?
Yeah, I just think it's fun.
Mine
because
Bo Knows Bo, the autobiography of Bo Jackson.
Really?
Yes. I've probably read that book a dozen times in my life.
All right.
Yeah. It was a good read. Dick Schaap wrote the book with him, father of Jeremy Schaap, ESPN. Yeah, the legendary sports writer Dick Schaap wrote that book. Good read. Bo Knows Bo.
See, I'd tell you go Congo, too.
Ooh,
the
Congo.
Book.
Okay.
A good Crichton book.
You love a Crichton.
That's a terrible movie.
You love a Crichton,
Even Jurassic Park, I was like, wow, this book is really kick-ass. Why didn't we make the movie this good? The movie's pretty good.
I'm not a big novel guy.
Really?
I read nonfiction.
You know, I do want to read. I want to read the documentary of Bugard, of the Boogeyman, the old Minnesota tough guy
sure.
that unfortunately isn't with us anymore.
No longer with us, yeah.
I want to read the book about him. I've got it sitting around the house.
I know how it ends.
Well, you enjoyed Play Caller. What wasn't that it? Or Players Coach? What was Tom Moore's book? You had him on while I was gone this past fall.
Yeah.
You enjoyed that read a lot.
That was very good. I mean, I read all the Peyton Manning stuff. We were having him on the show, so I read all the Peyton Manning stuff. Sitting directly next to my bed is Why So Serious, Mike Singer's book about Nikola Jokic, which I have to I have to call 1,000 basketball games in a couple of weeks right now, so I feel like I'm studying for the damn bar exam, trying to learn 22 different college basketball teams so I know them by, like the back of my hand. So I'm not really reading for pleasure much these days. I'm mostly just reading The Athletic to get ready for our radio show.
You don't have to answer it right now. I want to know who's the one person you need a tell-all in Denver sports.
Oh, there you go.
Now think about it for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Would it really be like the obvious?
Did you read George Carl's book?
I didn't.
Furious George?
I didn't.
Yeah. I was Furious Nate after I read it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
What about like a Claude Lemieux deal?
Oh, that'd be good.
What about a Nazem Kadri?
Have you read Blood
book?
Feud?
I haven't.
Adrian Dater's book.
I should.
My buddy
I'd like
Adrian
to.
Dater.
Yeah.
He wrote to me the definitive book of the rivalry. It was vastly better than anything that ESPN did with that documentary. Incredible anecdotes, behind the scenes stuff. It's an older book. It probably came out 15 years ago now. But Blood Feud by Adrian Dater about the Avs Red Wings rivalry. Phenomenal.
What if there was an unfiltered book about the Allen Iverson years? Knowing his nightlife, the way he led it, the way he played ball, the shenanigans that probably were witnessed off the court.
Yeah. Yeah, if somebody could do the unfiltered.
Like I'm talking about like the Nikki Sixx biography.
Right.
I read Slash's biography. It was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I want something like that where you're not BSing anything. You are just telling me, like for Slash full on admitted, Axl Rose got the catalog because they were all high as kites. They needed more heroin. They signed over the music library. I want those kind of details out of an athlete.
The Jeff Pearlman book, Showtime, about the 80s Lakers, which they based the HBO series Winning Time on. I read the book, 8 years ago, long before the show. And I really enjoyed the show, but the book was absolutely phenomenal. And yes, the tales of the 80s Lakers and what was happening at the Forum Club and Dr. Buss and everything else that was going down. Chef's kiss stuff. Anytime Jeff Pearlman writes a book, by the way, just order it and read it because it's going to be phenomenal.
What about a Larry Walker?
Walker.
Book, knowing that they enjoyed a little They helped create the downtown bar scene, and it sounded like they enjoyed it quite
I
a
would
bit.
like to read the history of the Walker jersey. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. It is so much fun to go and bid and just peruse at roller.bid, Roller Auction. They have got so many great auctions going on right now. Go in, start watching some items, get some great deals, and figure out what you want to bid on. Right now, there is a great auction available to you at Roller Auction. It's roller.bid is the website. The auction, assets from former Mexican restaurants. That's right. A Mexican restaurant in Colorado Springs has closed. If you were looking to upgrade your kitchen, whether you work in a kitchen, work in a restaurant, own a restaurant, or perhaps you just want to jazz things up a little bit at home, go to roller.bid and check this stuff out. Televisions, refrigerators, all kinds of great equipment, tables, chairs, furniture, and much, much more. It is the assets from a former Mexican restaurant that closed in Colorado Springs that are available to bid right now at roller.bid. Roller Auction's got a great auction going on right now. Bidding is available at roller.bid. USA Canada playing for all the glory tonight in the Four Nations. Altitude Sports Radio wants to watch. It says wants to watch with you. I thought for a second it said wants to watch you. That makes it sound ominous. No, we want to watch with you. Join Raj and Altitude Sports Radio at number 38 tonight for a Four Nations Championship game viewing party presented by New Amsterdam Vodka. Live DJs, game sound, and more TVs than you can shake a stick at. RSVP at nmbr38.com. That's nmbr38.com for Avalanche ticket and Avalanche gear giveaways. We'll see you at number 38 in Rhino on tonight.
Have you ever shaken a stick at a TV?
I never have.
You darn kids right there. I mean,
I've read the copy that says more TVs than you can count multiple times. And I believe in our audience's ability to be able to do that math. So I changed it to shake a hockey stick
how
at.
much would you count the big TV on the deck?
1.
No, that thing's huge. It's like 9 TVs.
Yeah, but it's it's just one picture, one TV. Yes. If I was doing the quantity of televisions, size or not.
You're not a size queen?
I'm not. I would count it as 1. Motion of the ocean or something.
Sure.
Something.
The
something.
Boat. Something about the big boat?
Something about a boat. Andy, USA, Canada tonight. For these Canadians, they need this.
Oh, I'm learning they're a little stressed.
They need this bad.
All I care about is that my 3 cherub-face Avalanche come home healthy to win me a cup.
Yeah,
I don't give a damn about this trophy.
I'm like, I want McKinnon and Makar and Taves to win because I like them the most of any of the hockey players that are in this tournament. If they lose, I just hope that they're healthy. You're right. That's it.
I just hope both countries have a good time. Right?
Right. I haven't gotten swept up in the nationalism
I was
fervor
mad when they booed us
of it all. Yeah.
I'm over it now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I really am just please get out of here with no just be ready to go Sunday because Papa needs some points in the old standings.
Right.
But yeah, so as you know, just to give you a taste of how Canadians are feeling, my friends.
Okay.
I do, for those that care, hopefully there's a lot of you. We do a Mammoth podcast every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. I've had a lot of fun with this year. It's on our YouTube channel.
Oh, about the Mammoth,
about
the
Colorado
team.
Mammoth.
I thought you just meant like a really big
podcast. Oh, it's
podcast.
a Mammoth. Well, I do that with Scotty because he's 9 feet tall.
That's true.
That's also on the station's YouTube channel. But check it out, subscribe, all that. We did one last night. I was talking with Connor Robinson, one of our scorers for the team.
That's my dude.
Your guy, Connor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I had talked to Dylan Ward, our goalie, about this too, and both of them had said, "Oh, we're into this tournament. We are feeling." Here's what Connor told me about the stress in Canada in front of tonight's game last night.
The country might fold if we lose. We lost. Did you see what we did in the World Juniors? We lost in the quarterfinals. So if we lose here, they might just launch every single executive from Hockey Canada into outer space.
So there you go. Canada's they're gripping a little bit about how this thing's going to go down.
The country might fold.
The country might fold if they lose again to the U.S.
Well, I've heard a thing about statehood, so it could be a problem for those guys. Yeah.
Seriously, though, who's really... Is there more pressure on America because we're home?
No, it's completely on Canada.
It's just all Canada.
That's
the sentiment right there, and I don't think he's exaggerating.
Team USA has the thing where they can play loose tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's all gravy for those guys. They already beat Canada once. They're big rivals, and if they beat those dudes again, I know the betting odds are split down the middle, and I know the talent, like the skater talent is not the gap that it once was, but we know the best players in this tournament are on Team Canada. But we were talking about this a little bit yesterday when we talked about Serbia, USA, in the Olympics from Court of Gold on Netflix, which is awesome, is that when you saw the Americans win that game, they didn't celebrate. They just felt relief.
Yeah.
Because if you play for USA basketball, the expectation is that you win, and if you don't, then you failed.
Could you imagine having a silver or a bronze medal you don't want to show anybody? There's a couple U.S. teams that have that.
Do you remember, I think it was, didn't Carmelo say years ago that he threw his bronze medal in a lake somewhere? He
Probably,
just didn't care about
right.
that thing? Yeah, and so Team Canada is up against that very same thing tonight of this is our game. We're supposed to be the best. And so if they lose tonight, I think they will feel nothing but despair. If they win, I think they will feel nothing but relief. I don't think jubilation is something that they will get to feel versus if America wins this thing tonight, if Team USA gets it done, I think you'll see those guys dogpiling and throwing gloves everywhere and going nuts.
For Canada, if you lose, you've disgraced your country.
Yeah.
Because we believe we are the best at this sport.
They are the best at the sport. Yeah.
How about this little twist of fate? We'll be out at Ball Arena tomorrow because I got a Mammoth game to call. Please stop by. Come and watch the guys hit the floor again tomorrow.
Who do we got tomorrow night?
The Vegas Desert Dogs. Vegas is having a rough go of it, but hometown hero Jack Hanna from DU is going to be there. But it's Marvel superhero night.
Wait, Jack Hanna from the Johnny Carson show?
Yes.
The wildlife expert?
Yes, he's going to bring his pets, his kangaroo.
A monitor lizard.
There's going to be this dangerous snake that you don't realize is dangerous till it's around the host's neck.
Kids, Johnny Carson was Jimmy Fallon in the 80s, okay?
And he used to have on, they would just bring wild animals to, check it out in a studio, and then one got away.
Look it up on YouTube. He was very funny.
But no, if mainly this Canadian crew, they have to return home tonight and wear Captain America jerseys tomorrow because that's our Marvel superhero theme. They will be wearing Captain America uniforms.
Oh, no kidding.
So I've asked Connor, are you going to be okay with that? He just was like, I mean, whatever. It's a superhero. So, yeah, we'll be fine with it. But I'm not sure the timing of that's perfect.
Was there a Captain Canada?
There was no Captain Canada that I'm aware of.
Oh, I just Googled it. Yes.
There was?
He was a superhero created...
by who?
He was.
Was this a serious or was this like a Saturday Night Live skit?
No. This is a real thing. Captain Canada.
He's got a comic book and everything.
There's pictures of him and everything. He's got a maple leaf on him.
Is he buddies with Captain America? Does he have a shield?
Apparently, he was also known as Captain Canuck.
Okay, I had no idea.
Yeah,
it was. I don't feel like he's got the press agent that Captain America has.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a Captain Canada would just like approach a bad guy and be like, "Hey, can you knock it off there, eh?
Why don't you sit on down here, eh?
Can you?
We'll have a mole sitting up there.
Can you, hosers, stop screwing around now there? Captain America just shows up and punches everybody and smacks him with his shield.
Boy, the one I found, there might be some copyright infringement going on.
Kinda feels
when did
like
he
it.
show up? In the late 70s?
Yeah.
When did Captain America show up?
Way before that.
Yeah, there could be a lawsuit potential.
Hey, we'll call him derivative. Not really an original thought going on right there with
the
Captain
shield
Canada.
and everything.
He does.
Although I found one where it's a young lady and...
Hey, can we have some flapjacks and some syrup here, and maybe you can just knock all that nonsense off right now?
So would Captain America and Captain Canada get along? When did Captain America get the wings?
I'm assuming Captain Canada gets along with everybody because he's just polite.
Yay.
There is a Captain Canada.
He's got like 9 maple leafs all over him.
When does that movie...
I don't think it's. I haven't heard about it.
When is that one coming out?
He's not in the Avengers, right?
He doesn't.
He's not in the Friends group.
I don't remember.
Is he not in that superhero group chat?
No, he's.
Doesn't get invited to anything. So anyway,
Captain Canada, everybody. Real thing apparently. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Oh, the hockey is going tonight. USA, Canada, Boston. Four Nations final. Oh, there's tariff anger and anthem booing, and this whole thing has just gotten silly and gotten good. So much buzz going into this game tonight. Andy, I'm assuming that it will do a massive television number tonight. It'll be on par with the Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. This is a big thing. It is reeled in the casuals. This is going to be massive. The question is, what kind of hockey game are we going to get tonight between USA and Canada? Are we going to get the fight fest that we got last Saturday night in the round robin play, or do we get more of a focused kind of Stanley Cup playoff kind of atmosphere tonight where the fights aren't nearly as commonplace?
Let me ask you this. I don't know which game we're going to get, so I'm not ignoring your question. I don't know yet because
we'll see.
I am curious. Well, again, if Brady Tkachuk can't play, and I know they were thinking that he was going to try, but I haven't seen. Have we seen anything official, Spring, as to whether he's going or not? I
think he's going to play, but nothing official.
So if he's not part of it,
I think he's dragging his broken bones out there. I think he kind of has to, right? This is the Tkachuk's moment.
Well, you kind of started this whole thing, right?
It's incumbent upon you.
No, I would agree, but if he's not in there, you lose a little of the sauce. What's better for the game of hockey? Another muck it up, blood fest, blood feud, or the beauty of the because look, the skill of the Canadian team is off the charts. They've got certainly a collection of the best modern day players on their team.
Yeah.
And some of the greatest the ability to skate that McCarr, McKinnon, McDavid, go down the roster. Their ability to play fast, move the puck through the zone, play beautiful hockey, you would think that would draw fans in. But if it's more of the we're fighting and we're angry and it's got a violent tilt to it, what will help bring more eyes to the NHL?
So I think the fights, number one, the fights are the reason this thing is as big a deal as it is.
Right.
They are. 3 fights in 9 seconds of these guys throwing down. And honestly, here's also a part of why it's a big deal, okay? Not every time, but a lot of time in the NHL, the guys that are fighting all the time, you're just like, who the hell cares? Andreas Englund and Liam O'Brien. You know?
Well, those are our guys.
I mean, our dude, but still.
Well, who is Liam, the hot tuner or whatever? Remember that?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Big tuna.
Big tuna. He was the big tuna. You know, the Deloriers of the world.
Sure.
Are the dudes that are always throwing down like
Ryan Reeves.
Right. When it's a Tkachuk and a Sam Bennett, you know, a Tkachuk and a Brandon Hagel, you know, JT Miller and Colton Parayko, you're like, oh, I've heard of these guys. Oh, I know who those dudes aren't just, you know, sand in the pants fourth liners or anything like that. I sandpaper in the pants, I know. Not sand in the pants. That's uncomfortable, but you know what I'm saying. But it's the stars are fighting, and that's way more exciting.
I would love to see what the TV number looked like prior to the 3 fights hitting Twitter.
Right.
And everybody running to their TV we've got blood.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking. Like, to me, as someone who loves hockey, I think the game where, holy cow, I can't believe how skilled these guys are compared to maybe the last time I watched it would draw you in.
Sure.
Let's be honest. We like our we like our arenas. We like our coliseums. We like our gladiators a little bit.
Yeah, and it's, again, like, it isn't just I grew up loving hockey fights. I really did. I used to watch the Don Cherry Rock'em Sock'em hockey videos all the time, and it was just like I would just fast forward to the last 15 minutes, and there's Ty Domi and Marty McSorley and Bob Probert and Dave Semenko all beating each other's heads in. Like, loved that stuff. Tony Twist out there. Great stuff. Who was our dude, Rob Ray, that we had on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah, telling the story of getting his face caved in. Hell yeah. Like, I loved that stuff. But also, like, I do think that there is an element of standard rote hockey fighting that if you're a casual hockey fan, you're like, I don't get it. And I mean it in this way of like, wait, you're fighting him because that guy over there hit that guy over there, and then that guy was mad about it, but he had to stand up for it, but he couldn't fight the guy that actually did the hit, so he's coming and he's fighting you. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me. This is lame. Okay?
Yeah.
And again, I think people like when big dudes punch each other's faces in. That's always going to be exciting and electric when you're inside the building, but also it's kind of just like it's a little inside baseball.
Well, no, to your point, you're absolutely right. I will say I enjoyed when I think McDermott got the best of Reeves during the Cup year. And I enjoyed that because Reeves had beat a couple of our guys up, and I didn't like it when Reeves was with Vegas.
But had he gone after McDermott? No. Again, it's just like it's this layered thing,
right?
Versus again, it's just like two first line stars of their NHL teams are now punching each other.
No, you're right. The fighting culture is funny and interesting. I'll go back to, remember Hostrouser, the guy that I got all the crap for because I didn't know. Anyway, I had asked Dylan Ward, our goalie, what went on there because when that fight went down in our Mammoth game a couple weeks ago, I was like, what's the deal? There was no, to your point, to the naked eye, not near the bench, there was no chirping. Guys on the bench couldn't tell me why they fought. I had no idea why this fight was happening.
Okay.
There had been no cheap shot. There had been no I'm standing up for my dude.
Yeah.
They just, we had a face-off, and they were fighting out of nowhere, and it became a wrestling match. And I guess what had happened was this previous season, our guy, Brent Mitchell, who is a young guy trying to make it as a bit of a tough guy in the league.
Of the Mammoth, yeah.
Challenged their dude Hostrouser to let's go because he's a well-known tough guy.
Okay.
And the game was at a point where he's like, not now, kid. We can't afford this. I owe you one. So I guess in this face-off discussion, he was like, hey, can we have one now so I can prove I'm tough enough to be up in the league and worthy of the role?
Okay.
And he gave him one. And so they just, like, I'm with you. There's a part of me that's like, I need some anger. I can remember talking to, I can never remember the guy's name from Mines who was an MMA fighter. He was a really, really smart dude, local guy, but one of the famous MMA fighters. It wasn't Brock Lesnar, but I want to say that the name was like that. The text line always comes through for me. But anyway, I had this guy on my show, and I asked him, aren't you angry when you fight? He was like, oh, angry is the last thing you can be. And I was just like, what? He goes, yeah, we're sparring. There's a strategy.
Sure.
Right?
Shane Carwin.
Thank you so much. Shane was just like, yeah, well, I'm never angry. I never go in angry. I got to go in cool, calm.
You got to be composed.
Right. Because
I'm
I'm ready to match what you're trying to do, and
sure.
I'm going to punch your face. And so to me, I'm not punching you unless I'm really hacked off. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't sound like a good time. Let's just go see who avoids getting knocked out.
Imagine that thing that you just talked about right there. I'm laughing at this thought now of like, hey, kid, I'll fight you, but let's do it later.
Right.
Okay.
Not now.
We're in an intense game.
Right.
We need this one.
Neither team can afford the penalty.
Now's not the time. Like the next time you're gonna get in a bar fight, like and somebody you bumped into each other and you're pushing each other and you're drunk and mad and it's go time. But what if one dude was just like, look, I think I got a good chance with this girl over here. Like, can we just? I tell you what, I'll meet you back at this bar on Tuesday, and we'll take care of it then. But let's be bros right now, because I think it's going to work out for me tonight.
I need you to wingman right now, and we'll fight later.
We'll come back next week.
Well, and all
you
our
can
young
smash
guys,
a stool over my head.
As I got the story, all our young guy wanted was a chance to prove I'm tough enough to be up here with these dudes.
Yeah.
Like, they're their own class. Dude, I remember talking to Scott Parker one night on my KOA show. He came in for an hour, got to know Scott a little bit.
He was great.
We all love Scott,
yeah.
right? He's the ultimate big brother,
mm-hmm.
right? And I remember Scott telling me, I can't even go to a bar. He goes, I don't go to bars anymore. And I was like, why? He's like, every dude in the place wants to test me. Everywhere I walk in.
Really?
Yeah. Likes to fight guys everywhere. I'm going to borrow a Jim Rome term.
Yeah.
Likes to fight guy exists everywhere. And Scott's like, I can't even just go to a bar because someone wants to show his girl that I can take the NHL tough guy. And all I'm trying to do is have a beer.
I feel like that's likes to lose fights guy is the guy that wants to fight
go their
Scott
way.
Parker.
You try to explain to people, this dude sort of, if you ever shook the guy's hand, heaviest, like just a sandbag.
The funniest conversation I ever had with Scott Parker, it was the start of camp one year, and I asked him, because Scott Parker was not what we'll call a dynamic puck handler or skater.
Sure. He would literally, the story was, I meant to ask him if it was true, but didn't they find him in a bar as a bouncer and they would send him to a roller league to learn how to skate?
So I asked him, I'm like, hey, for your job, how do you prepare for the season? Like, do you train? Do you hit the bag? Anything like that? And he told me that he was having an issue with one of his neighbor's bulls was trying to break through the fence and get onto his property because he had a ranch. And so he had been going out and punching the bull in the face. Because apparently, if you need livestock to stop breaking through fencing to come onto your property, you just go out and punch him in the face.
So it's got a touch of Blazing Saddles to it.
Except
just gonna go uppercut the bull.
But he said, like, they can take a punch pretty good.
Yeah, I would think
they're pretty
a bull.
tough.
Have you seen how thick the neck is?
But he told me that story, and he was showing me, he had like cuts on his knuckles, and so he's like, yeah, it toughens it up. I'm like, well, you got to get calloused, you got to get ready for the season. That was how he prepared. He was punching bulls.
See, we talked about the unedited books.
God,
how many of the fighters? Remember, who was it? It was the Chicago tough guy, your guy,
Bob Probert.
Probert, who said, "I'm the bad one" when the police pulled him over for coke. Who are you?
The bad one.
Yeah, you are. You're good. We're good.
One of the funniest.
Slow down, sir.
So, when I was in high school, a buddy of mine had the encyclopedia of hockey, and like I always had the baseball books. He had the hockey one, but it had this really cool. So every hockey player in the NHL was listed in this thing, and it was and this is pre-internet, pre-Sports Reference, all that, and you could look up a player and all of his career stats are right there and any awards he'd won. It was like, again, it was Wikipedia but in print form. But one of the headings that was on there was they listed any time a dude got suspended and what he got suspended for. And so we started digging through all the NHL enforcers and reading about all their suspensions. And some of this stuff went back to the minor leagues. And like with Probert, it was all drug stuff. Like it was cocaine across the board. But I do remember Ty Domi, one of his suspensions was for removing his skate and trying to cut an opponent.
All right, bud. I feel like you crossed the line there. There's no doubt about it.
It was, but they were all listed in there, and yeah, that was when we'd sit there and dig through that book, and it was like, hey, look up this guy. What kind of crazy crap did he get into?
Do you remember when the fan fell into the penalty box with Domi and he just started working him over? Wasn't that Domi?
Yes.
The guy came over the glass and he just started waylaying him.
Oh,
Domi
man.
wasn't even that big.
The golden age of enforcers breaking each other's faces. I have an incredible Nikola Jokic-related stat to give you. And I know I love giving you incredible Nikola Jokic-related stats. But once again, this guy is proving that he is the best player in the world and he makes everybody else around him better. I have a stat that illuminates that. Ahead of Nuggets Hornets tonight. You need to hear it. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How has your energy level been this start of the new year? Were you able to see through some of your new goals? You know what? If maybe getting your testosterone checked was on the New Year's resolution list, even though it's late February, still early enough to get that checked off and get that handled right now. You probably heard a lot about treating low testosterone, how it can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more, but it can also affect your sex drive. So if it's been affecting your sex drive, you don't need to live with this. It can also be a factor in erectile dysfunction. If you want a relationship or you find yourself avoiding relationships or the dating scene because of stuff like this, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, see what they can do for you. You know, low T is something that affects a lot of men, could affect you as early as your 30s. And you could be feeling not only the low sex drive or the feeling tired, but you could have brain fog. You could be depressed. Don't deal with any of that stuff. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take their low T quiz, simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers, takes 2 minutes. Then when you set up your first appointment, they'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and the cost of the appointment is $99, which includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone the day of your treatment, your visit is free. So go and find the location nearest you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call at 720-440-7900.
Go watch the game tonight at number 38, USA Canada. Puck dropping at 6 o'clock over on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. But watch the game at number 38 in Rhino. Four Nations Championship viewing party presented by New Amsterdam Vodka. Live DJs, game sound, and more. Go watch the game with Raj, RSVP at nmbr38.com for Avalanche tickets and Avalanche gear giveaways. Yes, we will see you out at number 38 in Rhino tonight.
By the way, I talked to our cow guy, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And he claims he's never punched a bull in the face.
That's nice of him.
And he sent the laughing emoji. He said he's punched a bull.
Good humanitarian.
But not in the face.
Where did he punch it?
Nah, I don't know. I'm waiting for a reply. I'm assuming backside to get it to move or
give him
something.
a little shot to the ribs?
Yeah, the old T-bone or something. But
Where's the best place to punch a bull?
The solar plexus.
Wasn't that a term that was made up for pro wrestling?
I don't know.
I feel like that's the only place I ever heard solar plexus was in pro wrestling.
Gene Okerlund.
Yes. Got him right in the solar plexus. All right. Sidney Crosby. He's never lost a big championship game as a member of Team Canada, going back to the biggest goal in international history, the golden goal in the 2010 Olympics. He has won 3 best-on-best tournaments. And there probably is an element tonight for Team Canada. And look, McKinnon, he's from the same place as Crosby. He reveres him. I think all the Canadians very much revere Sidney Crosby. Andy, do you get the sense there's a little bit of we don't want to let that guy lose this one tonight in a championship game setting for big number 87, Sidney Crosby?
Maybe. Will he not play in the Olympics next year?
Good question. I have no idea. He's getting up there. You would think he would go.
Yeah.
If he's healthy and available.
See,
you never know who's going to be healthy and available, though.
I do believe this is more about we can't lose to the little brother. Because that's what Canada views the U.S. in hockey. You're the little brother.
Yeah.
We don't want to lose to you.
Yes.
There might be some of that, Nate. You might be right. It is obviously revered.
Yeah, their national pride is tied to it.
Oh, they don't want to hear about it every stop. Every guy that doesn't win the cup is going to hear about how you lost to the U.S. and the Four Nations.
If USA loses tonight, everyone will go, cool, where's my NFL mock
we
draft?
have football.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, but is Genty going to be there at 20? All right. I promised.
Spoiler, he's not.
He's not. I promised Jokic information, and I have it for you. Okay? Courtesy of our pal, Dan Hyatt. By the way, everybody, Dan's on Twitter now.
Yeah, we retweeted him.
Yes, you can follow Dan now on Twitter, and he's gone social media now. He's gone big time. He's on that post-game show now. Really, I mean, he got his start here with K&L, but we have launched Dan Hyatt into the stratosphere. He'll be with us, by the way, tomorrow at 3:45, and he'll have 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. But he sent this over today. Okay, let's talk 2-man game. Because Westbrook is back tonight. Great combination with Nikola Jokic, and obviously Jokic and Jamal Murray is a championship-winning 2-man game. I got 2-man game info for you. Follow me on this for just a moment, Andy. There are 18 sets of teammates who have assisted and scored together on at least 200 points so far this season in the NBA. So this is 2-man combinations that have created 200 points in the NBA so far this year. 5 of those 18 combinations, Andy, are from the Denver Nuggets.
5?
5 of them.
Wow.
No other team in the league has more than 2 combinations. The Nuggets have 5.
Do all 5 include Jokic?
All of them do. 3 of them are Jokic as passer. 2 of them are Jokic as scorer.
Okay.
Here we go. Best combo, Jokic to MPJ. This is Jokic to MPJ, 285 points this season.
Okay.
That's
probably that hitting him for the wide open 3.
Joker whipping it out, MPJ with the basketball, and hitting MPJ stay with me.
Yeah.
And him catching and, hitting a 3. A lot of that stuff. Jokic to Christian Brown, 251 points.
And maybe a reason why he should stay in the starting lineup.
I would agree with that. And a lot of those are CB cutting, Jokic finding him.
Nice little layup.
Yeah. Layups, dunks, whatever it takes.
Yeah, he's a dunker, I forget.
Yeah. Next best combination. Westbrook to Jokic.
Okay.
Westbrook is passer, Jokic is scorer, 232 points. 7th best combination in the NBA. Jamal to Jokic. Murray as creator, passer, facilitator, Jokic as receiver and scorer. 219 points. Joker to Jamal. This is returning the favor. Jokic assisting Jamal Murray in the two-man game. 202 points. That is the 17th best in the NBA. So there you go. 3 of them, Jokic as distributor. 2 of them, Jokic as scorer. Obviously, Jokic in all 5. And those 5 combinations involve 4 different teammates. Porter, Christian Brown, Russell Westbrook, and Jamal Murray.
Well, there it is.
Pretty good two-man stuff right there, I would say.
Yeah, it's but you said what is neat is the only one that goes both ways would be the Jamal connection.
Yep, which last time I checked, that's the championship winning two-man combination.
That was how we got it done.
Yeah.
Last I saw.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. See, I'm glad you have those stats because what I would like to see is a return. I want to see the Jamal Joker thing. Let's get the old magic going. It was going before the break. Now, did Jamal play the last game after the 54 points or did he chill? I can't remember. Against Portland. Do you remember if he actually played that 132-121 win? Let me go pull up the box score real quick. Yeah, he did play.
Yeah.
Let's get that going. Matter of fact, he had 42 minutes that night. Only
pretty good.
4 rebounds. Oh, that was the 55-point game. How could I forget that? So let's get that combo going again. That is the championship combo. With those two right with each other, it lessens to me some of the Aaron Gordon calf situation. Okay? Now, you're going to need Gordon down the stretch, but let's be honest with ourselves. In order for them to take down OKC, Jamal and Jokic have got to have that thing going on, or it's not going to happen, right? Can't have the weirdness of whatever December where things look disjointed and Joker's looking disinterested or hacked off in New York, or that might even be January. All that's got to go away. I want to ask you, Nate Kreckman, who are some of the best two-man games in Denver sports? Let's Irvin Joe this sucker. Let's get in the hunt. Let's pay homage to the 2 great talk show hosts that occupied our business in this town for so long. But I'm not just talking, you got Jamal, you got Jokic. Maybe from what you laid out there, I mean, does Gordon Jokic factor in? What about with the Avs? Who are your best 2 men? Forsberg and Sakic, is that up there? McKinnon and McCarr. We could keep going.
So I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm assuming production-wise in Avalanche history, my guess is Sakic, Hayduk, and McKinnon-Rantanen would be the top 2.
I think you're probably right.
And I'm just talking pure points, although I don't have it in front of me.
I'm telling you, Sakic and Hayduk played on a line, I felt like forever. Forsberg was the guy they'd move around a little bit.
Right.
And every now and again, they'd put Sakic and Forsberg together. But I remember it felt like Sakic and Hayduk were together most of the back end of his career on a line.
Can I call McCarr and Taves an elite 2-man combination?
Yeah. It might be our best. They might top Blake and Bork. They didn't have Blake and Bork for a while. I can't even remember if those two were paired up. I think it was Bork and Foote. But on the power play, Blake and Bork, I believe, played together.
I mean, greatest blue line combo in franchise history. It's probably McCarr and Taves, right? Just pure combination.
If you want to go off of length, it absolutely is because they played together longer. Again, Bork only played here a season and a half after he got traded.
It's also really cool, like what's happened with the career of Devon Taves. You know, this tournament, this Four Nations thing, it's the first time he's represented Team Canada. You know, he was kind of an afterthought when he first arrived here in Colorado, and we've just seen him blossom into being one of the best defensemen in the entire NHL. And you know, there's no small part of it that is playing with Cale Makar that's going to make anybody better, but also, like, Taves has become that dude.
He definitely has. And look, I think there's some captain tendencies to Taves. I don't think he'll ever get the C, but I think he's got some tendencies to it.
I think his buddy Cale's going to get it.
Yeah. But then maybe he wears an A ultimately. I don't know.
Yeah.
303-504-0925. Send us in some of your combos. I asked you this a little bit earlier because sometimes we do prepare for show, folks. Who would you put with Elway? Who would be the receiver with Elway? I think with Manning, it's DT all day. Now, if you want to go Colts Manning, it'd be Marvin Harrison.
Yes.
But I think in Denver Manning era, I would go Manning and Demaryius Thomas. They were just incredible together.
Yeah.
But who would you go for Elway? Because Elway had Rod, Elway had Eddie, Elway had Sharp, Elway had Vance Johnson back in the day, part of the Three Amigos.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Vance Johnson played with Elway a lot longer than Mark Jackson did. But I don't know who would be the receiving duo to Elway?
Keep tap dancing. I'm going to find the number.
Because they didn't have a lot of great tight ends other until Shannon Sharp showed up. And for many that don't remember, Shannon Sharp, when he originally got here, he was just a big receiver out of Savannah State. And then all of a sudden they made him an H-back and finally just called him a tight end in the evolution.
Yeah.
So he and John were together, and then, Sharp was good for a few other quarters. See, I almost feel like Sharp was his guy more than anybody else throughout the history. He and Rod, Sharp and John played together a lot more than Elway played with McCaffrey or Rod Smith. And again, I want to say Vance Johnson might have been his most longest tenured receiver of the 80s.
But
I have to go back.
Sorry, I keep putting the wrong.
Shock you?
I keep putting the wrong filter in. Sorry, continue.
So I feel like of the Three Amigos, the most productive one was Vance. And see, I don't know. There was an Elway Watson era too. Maybe Steve Watson. No, Elway and Watson played together for a while. That might have been it in the 80s.
I'm here.
Did you find it?
I did. I have the numbers. Okay.
This is Andy Speaks Aloud at a bar. What's that old guy at the bar talking about? Why is he talking to himself? Let's not go down there. Let's go to the booth.
I know. I freaking love StatHead. I use it all the time. But also, if you don't get the filters exactly right as you're plugging in everything that you're searching for, it's very annoying.
It fails you.
Anyway, it worked. It was operator error, let's be honest, okay? The website was fine. I was the problem. All right, this is I just literally put in Broncos receiving stats from 83 to 98, okay? There you go. John's career. Do you know who led the team in receiving yards in that era, 83 to 98? A lot of different dudes.
Yeah, it had to be. Sharp is
You were
probably
right.
top
It was
of the
Sharp.
list.
Yep, it was Sharp. 6,759 yards. Vance Johnson, number 2, 5,695. Your buddy Mark Jackson, 4,746. Steve Watson, 4,084. And he put up those numbers, by the way, just from 83 to 87. That's big-time production in not a ton of years. Anthony Miller, Rod Smith, Eddie Mack, Steve Sewell, Clarence Kay, who we talked about last week, and Ricky Nattiel round out the top 10 of dudes that put up, and I'm just talking yardage with.
Sharp was his dude. It's got to be Elway and Sharp.
It is. It is. Shannon, by the way, 44 touchdowns to 37 for Vance Johnson in that stretch as well. Sharp, 529 catches to Johnson's 415. It's Sharp.
All right, who would you go do? What would you do for baseball? Maybe your number 3 and number 4 hitters. Would you go that route with it? No, baseball doesn't play to a 2-man game too well,
yeah,
right?
not so much. Also, there was one before we leave football. Can I put Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware in there?
Hey, man, you want to do sacks? I mean, that's up there with Fletcher and Mecklenburg.
Bookend pass rushing?
Yeah, well, Fletcher and Mecklenburg. Mecklenburg would move all over.
For that matter.
All right, Stathead, can you look up the sacks of Fletcher Mecklenburg?
For that matter, I can easily put Talib and Chris Harris together.
Oh, yeah.
In that combination, with all due respect to our pal Bradley Roby. But
yeah, Champ never had he had Andre Goodman in the Josh years for a couple years across from him.
Trey Bly.
Yeah. Jeez, do you remember Trey Bly getting burned against Green Bay?
There was a large swath of receivers getting burned against
Trey Bly getting burned by a large
against
swath
other
of receivers.
dudes across from Champ Bailey.
Oh, no, yeah, that's a good call. Remember, Champ got a chance to play with Chris. That's how Chris made the team.
Is Riley Moss already better than anybody that played across from Champ?
Yes.
Isn't that wild?
Yes.
He had
Other
a great
than Chris,
year. Right.
But I don't think Chris and Champ played more than a year or two together.
Yeah, it was Harris. That was very young, very early in his
I remember
career.
Champ told me Chris made an impression on him because Chris came and sat by him in the meetings all the time and wouldn't leave him alone.
Yeah.
Just was peppering him with questions.
He was a worker. Yeah, he was a complete film nut. Love that
Riley
dude.
Moss might be the best number 2 corner. I don't know who played across from Louis Wright. If somebody remembers, help us out. That predates me.
Mm-hmm.
But was it Steve Foley probably for a couple years before he went to safety? That'd have been a hell of a combo. Louis Wright and Steve Foley. Both are in the Ring of Fame, by the way.
Yeah.
Riley Moss, because it was Tyrone Braxton and Wyman Henderson during a run there.
Deep cut.
There was Darian Gordon and Ray Crockett during the Super Bowl years
Uh-huh.
that they won. Wyman Henderson and Tyrone Braxton were when they got smoked by the Niners.
You're dropping some deep cuts in there.
Because
man.
I'm a Bronco fan that painfully remembers every damn touchdown those fools gave up. Although I love Chicken. Chicken was awesome.
Great dude, man. Great
Ray
dude.
Crockett, and he admitted to me one time, Ray Crockett, if he got burned, admitted he'd pull the my hammy move. Oh, the hammy. He flat out admitted it, so it wouldn't look so bad.
Okay. Elway and Shannon, Manning and DT. I'm going to put Vaughn and DeMarcus Ware on this because that combination won a damn Super Bowl. Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray.
What about Fat Lever and Alex English?
Great. Not Jokic and Murray, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, let's dive into baseball. Let's just go the two power hitters. Walker Bichette, Walker Helton. Who we picking from the modern era?
Yeah, the problem was that Larry and Todd's primes didn't really they
didn't sync up the way
they
they
didn't
hoped.
overlap nearly enough.
Walker and Bichette were a lot of fun. Or you could throw Ellis Burks in there.
Tulo and Cargo?
That's what I'm asking.
Those dudes were in their prime at the same time.
What about Holiday and Helton?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Kind of, by the time Matt really started coming into his prime, that was sort of Helton was more the doubles guy than he was the home run guy by that point. But yeah, that's worth mentioning right there.
Brad Hawp and Garrett Atkins. All right, maybe not. No mummy? I got no mummy on that one?
Nolan and Chuck?
Dude, Nolan and Chuck were pretty damn good for a while.
Pretty
People got to
damn
remember when Charlie Blackmon was thought to be the best leadoff guy in baseball? Didn't he hit like 300 one year from the leadoff spot?
Numerous
was
years.
like setting records for leadoff batting average or whatever?
17, 18, those guys, they were a vicious combination. Now, obviously, Chuck was hitting leadoff and Nolan was hitting third, but still, like as a top of the lineup, that's about as good a punch as they ever had. I mean, Nolan won a few home run titles.
Boy, if you were to pair up pitchers, they've never had a better set of pitchers than Marquez and Freeland in their prime, right?
Butler and Gray. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nathan McKinnon and the Canadians go into Boston tonight to take on Team USA in the Four Nations final championship game going on here tonight. Listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Go hang out with Raj tonight at number 38, courtesy of our friends at New Amsterdam Vodka.
More TVs than you can shake a stick at.
And I can shake a stick at a lot. Nathan McKinnon talked to NHL.com, Andy, and he was asked if the atmosphere at the Bell Center when they played up in Montreal, if that met his expectations at the start of the tournament. Here was Nathan McKinnon on what the games were like in Canada.
Yeah, it was surpassed all my expectations. I mean, warm up, there wasn't a seat empty. You heard rumblings about ticket sales being down, and I'm not sure where those came from because, warm-ups was sold out. So it was very cool. Special moment for all of us, I think. Obviously, Montreal fans are some of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. So we're very lucky, we're a part of that game.
Yeah, a lot of good Canadian national pride and manners from Nathan McKinnon right there. Then he was asked, what does he think the atmosphere will be like on Thursday night in Boston? That's tonight. What did he say?
Yeah, I mean, we're the away team, so it's going to be complete opposite of what we had in Montreal. Sometimes playing on the road is fun. Trying to spoil the excitement for the home crowd. So a lot of Americans, obviously, I'm sure will have some good amount of Canadians, but yeah, be different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are the enemy tonight.
If we were doing a drinking game, how many times would you have to drink to shipping up to Boston playing in that arena at some point?
Right. Yeah, we're going to get it a little bit.
You might have to call in sick tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Are they going to play like all the standard American anthems, the Born in the USAs and whatnot?
Bruce will come out.
Yeah, we'll have to have that tonight.
I don't know if Lee Greenwood makes an appearance.
And
but
it's sure stand
now we're all thinking about what do I hear at the 4th of July during the fireworks
Except
show?
I
that
can't
probably rolls
stand
out.
up on the ice. It'll get too slippery and I'll fall down. Uh-huh. Yeah, they're going to do it all tonight. It's going to be a great atmosphere tonight. Again, I really do wonder, the energy of the building, it being a one-game winner-take-all, I think Team USA is going to come out absolutely flying to start this game. Can Canada and Bennington survive that onslaught and then settle in and turn this into into more of a skating fest? Because that's what they need this thing to be. The problem is Team USA defensively have been so damn good that Canada just was not able to find any room out on the ice. Can they get it tonight?
Yeah. Look, I remember them talking on the TNT broadcast about how the Americans are the favorite in this tournament.
Yeah.
So probably goes their way. I don't know how you don't look at that Canadian offensive talent, though, and get a little bit nervous about this going the second time around.
Yeah, I'd say they're pretty good. McKinnon was asked what team is dealing with more pressure tonight in Boston.
I think it surpassed all expectations. People were asking if it was going to be like an all-star game. I think when all of us represent our own countries, it's a special thing, and we grew up dreaming of this moment. So, I think for the game of hockey, I think it has a lot of eyeballs on it. It's kind of slow right now in the sports world, so I think we're kind of grabbing it, and I think people are excited about tomorrow night.
7, man. That's the magic number. That was cut 7. It's 7, man. We wanted cut 6, which sounded like this.
I think it's equal. I think, a lot of everybody's going to have a little fear, a little anxiety coming in, a little nerves, which is a great thing. We're alive. It's a cool experience. It's a unique experience to play this magnitude of game on North American ice. So we're lucky. Definitely very excited.
Okay. This magnitude of game.
Yeah.
Do you feel do Americans feel like it's this magnitude? See, again, I feel like your words give you away.
Right.
You guys know what this means. We played the cut from my buddy Connor Robinson from the Mammoth, who's Canadian, saying the country will fold if we lose this game after losing in juniors. I just don't feel like America's. I don't think Team USA is working with that kind of pressure.
No, I completely agree with that. And, he says the pressure is equal right there. I just don't believe that that is the case. And look, why did Team USA win the other night? Why is this such an even matchup? Because hockey in the United States has improved, and we are watching a generation of players. And by the way, they completely turned over the roster since the failure of 2016. But we're watching a generation of players that come from different parts of the country. Not everybody is from Minnesota on this team. And we are watching a group of players that have grown up in a generation where the sport of hockey is more popular and more available, and people are, starting to play it at a younger age and doing so with a higher quality of coaching. Okay? Now, look, are the best American athletes going out for hockey? No. Obviously, we know they're not. They play football and basketball. But it's getting better, and it's starting to catch up a little bit, and maybe this is the opportunity for the growth in what America has been building towards for years as a hockey-playing nation to get it all done. But the problem is, Andy, is I say all of this, and we said all the same things in 2010. We said all the same things, in 2002. We said, oh, man, this is the moment for America. It feels like U.S. soccer when we're always just like,
right.
Oh, this is
World Cup is going to change it all.
The explosion is going to happen, and in the end, the big boy's going big boy ya, because that's what they're built to be able to do. They're a damn machine, and that's what tends to happen there in that moment. Canada's also healthier going into this game. Yeah. U.S. has the huge goaltending advantage. It again, the more that we talk about it, the more I'm just like, man, this thing I feel like the betting odds are right. I feel like this thing is dead even.
No, I'm with you. I don't know which way this thing goes tonight.
Yeah.
Now, I tend to lean towards Canada with that offensive talent.
I do as well.
But I think if Hellebuck does show up as he has so far,
and he's been great,
he could steal the tournament for you, and then he's player of the tournament, right? He's the MVP.
Or does he go playoff Hellebuck, as he was last year, as he was 2 years ago, as he was 3 years? Like he's been known to be this guy that when the lights are the brightest. Now, look, you can maybe look at that and say, does Connor Hellebuck get fatigued at the end of a long season, and he has an advantage because it's February and he's locked in right mid-year? Maybe that's the case. Also, Binnington was great in a Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals once upon a time for the St. Louis Blues. Maybe he shows up and gets that done tonight. Maybe their postseason track records come home to roost.
See, I'm with you, but does Hellebuck feel the playoff pressure in this moment?
Right.
Is it that big a deal yet? You know what I mean? There isn't a medal on the line.
I think this one has gotten to that place.
Okay.
Andy, I don't remember a hockey. First off, did you think there was any planet when they told us what the Four Nations was going to be? Hell, when the tournament even started, we were there for night one. That was the Canada-Sweden game. And that was night one, and then night two was USA-Finland, and we were out at number 38. And honestly, we were just kind of like, and there's this hockey game tonight. Come watch it out here. Now it's Thursday afternoon, and we've done Four Nations Championship game segments. What have we done? 4 today?
And we've never talked this much hockey except for the playoffs.
Outside of when the Avs are in the playoffs.
Playoffs?
Yeah. We never talked this much hockey. So the players know it. They're feeling it, man. They're all on social media. They're talking to their families. They know what they're up against right now. They know the kind of interest that is around this game at this moment. And so to me, when I talk about the playoff track records of these guys, this is the game tonight that is the brightest of the bright lights.
Oh, there's no doubt, but I just feel like, man, we've seen the evidence. It's doomsday in Canada if they lose this.
Right.
It's another Thursday night if it doesn't go the U.S. way.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Shedeur Sanders on his draft plans, and a legendary Dallas Cowboy has decided to hang it up. That's all coming up next. right, we got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's dive right into it. Mark Springer, what's going on with our guy Shedeur Sanders?
Let's find out in the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So the NFL draft is in Green Bay, Wisconsin this year. Shedeur Sanders will very likely be a top 10 pick. Will he be in attendance at the draft? He spoke with the outlet Overtime, and he said where he'll be on draft night.
Nah, we most likely do Colorado or Dallas. We ain't really decide like fully yet. Yeah, we plan on doing it, like an event thing. And where it'll be fun, it'll be more family, friends be able to come. Because the only thing with going to the draft is just like, I want to spend those moments with my people. And you got to think, having everybody come out there, bro, it's going to be so expensive. You feel me? So cost-wise, you saving a lot of money. You get to be around your people and all that. Like, it's not just me. That was able to get to this point. It's like a team. It was a team thing. It was a team of people that helped me allow to get to where I am now. So I want to be able to make sure I am able to enjoy that with everybody and nobody be in uncomfortable situations just for traveling and just to show support.
Or you don't want to be the guy that gets stuck in the green room and you drop 20 spots in the draft and the cameras are panned into your face. You don't want to be Will Levis or anything like that. That's a little bit awkward. But also, I bet the green room experience, I've never been selected in the NFL draft. Like, I bet the green room experience is cool. I bet it's well catered and all of that. But I bet you a Dion Sanders party is way better.
Yeah, they know how to do things there. They've shown that.
Yeah, I would say
he'll be posted up in Dallas with a good spot.
I don't think
and there'll be plenty of cameras.
Yeah, that's not a plate of cold wings left sitting out or anything like that. The melted ice bath from the shrimp cocktail or anything. I would think that Dion and company would do a pretty good job. So I would say if I was Shedeur Sanders, yes, I'd rather party with my people.
Let me ask you this though. I think you bring up a fair point. I still think he's going to go fairly high.
Yeah, I do too.
But he does risk being the guy that drops.
Yeah.
He does risk going to a team that maybe his dad isn't going to be psyched about right away.
Yeah.
So
we've seen it happen to a lot of dudes.
It's a smart move.
Aaron Rodgers.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
don't number one, don't put yourself in that position when you lack the certainty and also the beluga caviar at the Dion Sanders party is probably going to be pretty good. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Today, 34-year-old offensive lineman, offensive guard, Zack Martin has decided to retire. He played his entire NFL career with the Dallas Cowboys, a first-round pick in 2014, a 7-time first-team All-Pro, a member of the 2010s All-Decade team.
Guaranteed Hall of Famer.
Yeah, one of the offensive linemen that really solidified that Cowboys offensive line.
All-time great career earnings, $112 million. Zack Martin did pretty well for himself playing in the NFL. I mean, Andy, obviously, the former Cowboy Larry Allen will go down on most lists as the greatest offensive lineman to have ever played. You start getting into your Jonathan Ogdens, your Anthony Munozes.
Dude,
but
Eric Williams, another former Cowboy. Cowboys have had some players now.
Zack Martin, though, he's a top 10?
Yeah.
Greatest offensive lineman of all time. He's probably right up there in terms of greatness in the trenches, and a guy that absolutely, should just be a rubber stamp, put him directly into Canton, retiring at the age of 34. He had season-ending ankle injury last year and decided, hey, my body is broken enough, which that guy played an awful lot of NFL games. I would assume his body is pretty damn broken.
Real quick, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is this I'm sick of football or I'm sick of Jerry Jones football?
Great question.
I'm sick of people traipsing through the, weight room while we're trying to weight lift. And
I mean, he made $112 million off Jerry.
Sure.
Probably not a lot of complaints on it. I mean, he played his entire career. That's the other thing you got to remember about it is there's people that leave Dallas and there's I don't know about how Jerry does this whole thing, but it feels like Zack Martin he's the star.
You could be right.
Through and through.
I won't be shocked if we hear after a year he wants to come back.
Yeah.
I I don't know. You know what? You made $112 million. I broke my ankle. I don't need to be a cripple when I'm done.
I'm good. Yeah.
I've made my cash.
He probably already will be. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Let's talk about Zach Bond, the middle linebacker for the Eagles, who had a career year, came out of nowhere, and is now in line to make himself some good money here this offseason. He played alongside Nakobe Dean, fellow inside linebacker for the Philadelphia Eagles. Good young player, Nakobe Dean. He was talking to CBS Sports about Bond's impending free agency. Nakobe Dean saying, quote, "Me more than anybody, especially coming off my injury last year, understands that this is a business. He got to do what's best for him and his family. Hopefully what's best is the Philadelphia Eagles. Plus, I'm pushing for him to stay for selfish reasons. Whatever he got to do to make it happen, then he'll make it happen."
Yeah, this is your opportunity. He is in the dream scenario.
He's Joe Flacco.
For an NFL player. Right. He's Malik Jackson. He's Danny Trevathan. He did it, okay? He signed his prove-it deal, and he goes out and he has an all-pro season, and he wins the damn Super Bowl. And now he's here in an offseason where everybody is talking about that guy. And I just want to remind people, like, when everybody is talking about these guys, owners are talking about these guys and going to their GMs and saying, I want a guy like that. So he's going to cash in. Dream scenario.
You know who he is? Bronco linebacker, middle linebacker on the first Super Bowl team. Went and signed with Detroit. Never won a thing again, but got paid.
Yeah. We just got done talking about Zach Martin's body being broken. As long as they're going to break your body and scramble your brains, make all the millions that you possibly can, I'm telling you, man, Zach Bond is in a golden situation. The more that I've talked about this with Legwald and everybody else, I'm on the Nick Bolton train.
I'm with you.
At inside linebacker. If the Broncos are going to make a change right there, hell, you could just bring Alex Singleton back and probably be fine. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, we have odds to win next year's Defensive Player of the Year award and Comeback Player of the Year award. Aiden Hutchinson is your favorite in both categories. He's the favorite to win both DPOY and Comeback Player of the Year next year. Right behind Aiden for Defensive Player of the Year is TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, and Myles Garrett. Pat Surtain not listed there. Right behind Hutchinson for Comeback Player of the Year is Christian McCaffrey, Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, and J.J. McCarthy.
All right, so I'm looking at that's offensive. Here we go. 25 Defensive Player of the Year odds. Yeah, Hutchinson and Myles Garrett both at 7-1 at the very top of it. Surtain is getting 28-1, 25-1, depending on where you get it. That's one of those is DraftKings. I think the other one's FanDuel. I mean, Andy, I'm going to be you for a minute, okay? When you kept telling me there was no way Jokic was ever going to win a second. There is no way Pat Surtain is winning another Defensive Player of the Year.
No, I'm with you.
There is no way he's winning a second one. It's just that the confluence of events that would have to happen to make that possible are so damn unlikely. More unlikely than a fat Serbian winning 3 MVPs in the NBA. But Surtain down to 28-1, 25-1. I'm looking for Nick Bonito. Ooh, value on Nick Bonito at 60-1.
Might as well.
You might as well. Yeah,
he's either going to be on a prove-it deal or
take your value bet right there on Nick Bonito at 60-1 if you want to get in on all of that. So none of these Broncos at the very top of the list this upcoming season. What's fair to set the expectation for the Bronco defense this upcoming season? Can it be better than it was?
Oh, yeah.
You think so?
Middle linebacker was not their strongest point. And so Singleton will be back. Remember, he was gone because of injury.
Yep.
It's the other guy. Who was the other guy that filled in for him?
Sternad?
No, Sternad was filling in. Who was his starting partner? The free agent.
Oh, Cody Barton.
Cody Barton,
yeah.
Thank you. Cody Barton's the guy you're going to have to decide whether you're resigning or not. Singleton's back because he had a 2-year deal.
But he could be a cap casualty if they looked at him and decide you're healthy and
you're older and
we're good. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. But I don't think they liked him.
Right.
So I don't, unless there's a health issue, I would assume he's back.
I think he's Sean Payton's kind of guy. I think he stays.
Yeah.
Cody Barton, I think you could keep for depth if he'll give you the right deal because I think he had a good time this year too. But look, maybe they draft somebody high in the draft to play defensive line to take the DJ Jones position. We already talked about yesterday with Jeff Legwald or 2 days ago about how there could be an upgraded safety out there for you.
Sure.
The middle of their defense definitely can get a lot better.
Safety, it certainly can.
You could go safety, middle linebacker, a young nose tackle.
I guess the reason I have some reservations about it is they were so insanely healthy.
Oh yeah,
on that
right.
side of the ball this past season, and that's what I wonder about. Also, like, Nick Bonito isn't sneaking up on anybody this upcoming season. It's kind of like what Legwold talked about with Bo Nix, of like, now you become a focal point of opposing offensive schemers. So that's something that you're up against right there. But again, like, for the sake of the discussion, all things being equal, that being health, this is a young group that I think can still, to your point, have upgrades at various different positions.
Yes, I think they could get better. I think they'll probably have to get better.
Yeah.
Because, again, we can't get fat and sassy off of the fact that you didn't beat the playoff teams. You beat the bad teams. You proved you are a playoff team that can handle the teams that aren't playoff teams.
And a lot of those playoff teams carved you up.
Yeah, now you've got to go beat the Baltimores.
Right.
You got to go beat Cincinnati. You got to go beat the Chargers and not let them beat you twice.
Yeah.
So there's still some improvement there.
Yeah. It turns out it's hard when you play the top-line quarterbacks. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, according to the Houston Chronicle, the Texans have explored the possibility of building a new stadium to replace NRG Stadium, where they have played since they joined the NFL in 2002.
That place isn't that old.
Have you been there?
No, I've never have.
It is an amazing structure.
Really?
It is. Oh, I've been there a couple times.
Okay.
It's a trip. First off, it is massive. I mean, massive. And I just can't believe how that building functions. It is, it's weird to think places like Empower and NRG are the buildings they want to replace.
Yeah.
When it felt like Mile High and the old Houston Astrodome and places like that, they felt like they were 90 years old when they got replaced.
Does this also, does this feel like they're about to get, and again, I'm out of town stupid. I don't know the local politics of Houston, but I'm just going to make a quick assumption right here. Doesn't this feel like this is shaping up to let's try and goad the local municipalities to pay for this whole thing? And if the voters of the city of Houston don't want to do that, we'll then start doing the thing where we threaten to move this thing out to wherever, whatever tract of land out there that is willing to build us a new thing. And this will just turn into the same stadium fight that every single city has, including the one that Denver is probably going to end up having.
It could be. It could be. I think Houston very much, they see Jerry World hosting all these events, and they want to make sure they're in on it too.
Am I cynical about all of this?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I got family in Houston. I could find out what's going on down there. I don't think they want to move out of Houston. I think they've got a great fan base. They love football, that kind of stuff. But I think they want to host NCAA games if they don't. I don't know. Does the NCAA go through NRG Stadium? Do they do
won the
the
Final
same?
Four there a couple years ago, I think.
You don't have it. You got to get updated. Well, and you know how it is. Listen, sports fans, I know you can't wait to hear this. All these new buildings are going to put a premium on premium seating. They are going to cater to the elite, rich fan, and that they want more seats to be able to do that.
The elite,
they want more suites.
Quiet, rich guy at the game.
Oh, good for you.
Nuggets back tonight. They take on the very compromised Charlotte Hornets. We'll tell you what's going on with Charlotte ahead of this one, why I'm guaranteeing a Nuggets victory, much to Andy's dismay. What is Michael Malone going to do with his starting lineup tonight? We'll get you the latest on all of that. Plus, it's that time of year, Andy, where the MVP debate gets real saucy. I'm going to tell you why we should all pump the brakes on it for a little while. That's coming up next. Oh, I sure can, Spring. We are live in the Bacchus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion is Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets as they are back at it this evening to begin the 27-game sprint to the finish line. They will take on the not-so-mighty Charlotte Hornets tonight. Andy, Charlotte is basically keeping everybody out of this game. LaMelo Ball will not play. He has ankle injury management. He's got an ankle injury that must be managed, by the way. He played last night against the Lakers. Mark Williams, they're big. He will not be playing tonight in this game. His return to competition conditioning is not quite there, so he is not ready to go yet on the second night of a back-to-back. It's a large injury report for these guys. We know Brandon Miller is already out. Josh Okogie is out. Yeah, that's what's going on with these dudes. Grant Williams is not playing again for them.
The big man that was supposed to be a Laker?
That was Mark Williams. Yeah,
I got the wrong Williams.
Yeah. They got multiple large Williams out there, and none of them are playing.
Lakers have zero size. I know we'll get into this game, but that's going to be a problem for them, right?
It is.
It's already kind of showed its head when they're not playing Utah per se.
Weird lineups. Yeah, very, very weird team. I mean, they're going to rely a lot on like Rui Hachimura and Jared Vanderbilt to be their rim protectors. The Lakers have a lot going for them, and then they also have a lot going against them. And yeah, they blew that game last night at home against the Charlotte Hornets, and now Charlotte comes in on the second night of a back-to-back 17 and a half point dogs going into this one. It was 14 and a half as of this morning when I checked it out. So, yeah, the injury report certainly made an impression, plus the Nuggets have all their dudes. All right.
Are you worried about any rust? Rest versus rust.
Russ or rust?
Rust.
What if Russ has rust?
Not worried about Russ.
Russ
could have rust.
He could have rust.
He's been off quite a bit.
He has. Like the 8-day break when the team was clicking so damn well. It might take him
a half.
I was going to say half. I was going to say a quarter, and then I was like 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 or 5 possessions. They're playing a G League team tonight.
I get it. Yeah. I just don't want him Malone 4 rage timeouts in the third quarter, and you're without a challenge because he's been so hacked off most of the game, and you end up like, this kind of reminds me a little bit of what's going on with the Sixers. You end up winning by 3 points.
Andy, so the MVP debate is starting to stir. Okay, we got our second Tim Bontemps straw poll at the All-Star break. SGA, I believe, getting 70% of the first place votes. Jokic getting 30%. The betting odds right now, it's like minus, depending on where you get it, minus 450 is the number you're seeing on Shea and plus 300 at Jokic. I think it's a 50-50 race right now. I really believe that to be true. And if you're telling me I can get 3-1 on Nikola Jokic, I like that number an awful lot right here at this moment. Plus, there's just like, again, you can trot out so many numbers in the favor of Nikola Jokic. 29, 12, and 10, averaging a triple-double. Obviously, that's pretty damn good. The Nuggets' offensive rating when Jokic is on the floor is 126. Cleveland leads the league with a 122 offensive rating, meaning Nikola Jokic is better than the best offensive team in the NBA. The Nuggets are plus 12.3 with Jokic on, minus 8.2 with him off. 20.5 is the per 100 difference. So that suggests most valuable, which is what the award is supposed to be. Oscar Robertson's the only guy to ever go for 29, 12, and 10 averages for a season. That's what Jokic is doing. How about this one? Right now, Joker's 4th in three-point shooting in the NBA, 4th in three-point percentage at 45%. If you take out end-of-quarter heaves, where he's 1 for 16, he would lead the league with a 48% three-point shooting number. And again, he should be distance debatable. But then the other part of it is that he tries.
Right.
You know?
Everybody else just lets those go because they don't want the 3-point percentage slipping.
He tried to do like a full court tap. You know? He should be rewarded for all of that. So those go to show you the historic kind of number he's having. Now look, Shea's numbers are fantastic as well. He's going to win the scoring title at 33 a game. He's shooting 50% on mid-range jump shots, and he's on the best team in the NBA. He's awesome. In fact, I would argue right now, Shea is better than Embiid was 2 years ago when he stole the MVP from Jokic. So I don't think it's ever been a tighter race that Jokic has been up against in the MVP conversation. But, you know, Andy, I've been getting spicy about this lately, and I'm making the case for my guy to win 4 and 5 years because I think Jokic should win the MVP award. But here's the thing that I remembered while I was looking at the schedule earlier today. They play the Thunder twice.
March 9th, March 10th.
In
Back to
OKC.
back.
They play a back-to-back against the Thunder. When Jokic and Embiid were the two-horse race for the MVP, what determined it? The Nuggets went out to Philly, and Embiid had a great night, and Jokic struggled.
And that was that.
And
That's all she wrote.
And that was the end of the narrative. Okay? Again, we can all get worked up on it right now. The MVP will be decided March 9th and 10th. That Sunday game is an ABC nationally televised, and then they play again the next night on a Monday night. It's all going to be decided right then.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
I don't either. Like that's look, if the Thunder go out and, you know, flex their muscles and kick the Nuggets' butt 2 nights in a row, Shea's going to win it, and you know what? He will have made the statement that he deserves it. Now, what if, Andy, what if I told you? What if the Nuggets go in there? I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think they're going to sweep the Thunder in a back-to-back in OKC's building. But what if the Nuggets go in there, get a split, Jokic does his triple-double thing both nights, the one they lose is still close. Is that enough?
Yeah.
I think it is too.
Because it shows that they're right there with the best team in the West.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, and you look at the record over the last 35 games or 34 games, and it's right there with OKC. The Nuggets had a crap start, new players in the lineup, injuries, out of shape, all that good stuff. But since then, they've been right there. If the Nuggets get to 54 wins and get the 2 seed and they win one of those games in OKC and Jokic goes out there and plays great, and I have no doubt that he will because Jokic basically plays great every single night, then I think he's going to win the MVP.
Yeah, I just wonder, I still always wonder about the fatigue. I've told you in the break, I believe Jokic, in order to win this thing, is going to have to throw knockout punches moving forward.
Yeah.
Because you talked about it yesterday. Every MVP award puts him in a new elite class of the all-time in the NBA. Who is he with right now? Did you say it was Magic and for 3-time MVP?
Magic, Bird, Moses Malone. I don't remember. I think there was one other.
Again, guys that are all in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Oh, only 9 dudes have ever won 3. Only 6 dudes have ever won 4. Or I think only 5 dudes have ever won 4.
So he's got to really make the convincing case for it. I think I don't know where the voter motivation is. And believe me, motivation I think can be a big thing. Now, if they stick strictly to the numbers, here's another case that's going to be hard. He's having his best season ever yet again.
I know.
He's already got 3 of these things, should have had 4, and he's having his best season ever.
I know. It's one thing, and I don't think this is a convincing argument. And I'm guilty of it too. Is I have said numerous times, like, he's already won 3, and yet he's having his best season ever right now. But he's not going up against prior Nikola Jokic. He's going up against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander this year.
Sure.
So that's ultimately, at least if the voters are doing it right, and I think generally most of them really do try to, then we need to just consider this as the Jokic v. Shai.
Here's the bottom line. If Shai wins it, Nuggets fans are not going to be as upset as Embiid. There's not going to be the campaign. There's not going to be the special sit-down. There's not going to be all the shenanigans that went into Embiid and his public campaign to make sure he was the MVP versus Shai.
Yeah, do you think this has I don't I don't know if this gets as toxic.
I don't think it does.
Because, the Embiid thing got really gross. And it got very toxic and nasty.
Well, you accused him of stat
padding. Exactly.
Come on, man.
Exactly. I don't think this one I'm whatever. I'm sure Thunder fans and Nuggets fans will sit there and argue on Twitter and do that whole thing.
Yeah, but see, to Nugget fans, I don't think Nugget fans are as spicy because now you've seen them 1-3 and you want the championship again.
Right.
Thunder fans, have at it. They were where the Nuggets were before he won his first one.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I'm sure there's probably some feeling in OKC. When are we going to get our respect? Why are you guys always ignoring us? Why don't we see more national coverage? Blah, 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 blah.
Sure. Well, go win a championship, and then everybody has to pay attention to you. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, with the news we got today of the deep vein thrombosis, which I thought was just a leg thing, but it's a blood clot in the shoulder.
Yeah, Victor Wembanyama
out for the year.
Done for the year.
Are you concerned? I thought Tyler had an interesting insight into this, that when an injury doesn't lead to that, you got to be concerned about the family history of blood clots.
Yeah.
Are you? It feels like big men, and I always go to Yao Ming, whose body failed him.
His was stress fractures in
his feet because you're just so big.
That he played through, too.
Right.
He was uncomfortable his entire NBA career.
Are you worried we're going to get robbed of one of the greatest freaks in NBA history?
I had that exact same thought today. When I first saw it, of just is this the start of a thing?
The weird big, but because you're not a normal human. You just aren't.
Right.
You're that big and you're that athletic, like Yao Ming was.
Yeah.
I hope it isn't, because
I hope not as well. I think he's so fun to watch. I think he's awesome.
And it's hard to say that for this reason, because they're going to be in the Nuggets' way. Maybe not this year, but sooner or later, that team will be in the Nuggets' way.
They're going to get to that
because
place.
of how good he's going to be.
Right.
I mean, he's the only big man out there that seems to even bother Joker when he tries to shoot near the rim.
Staying on the Thunder for a second, I'm already worried about Chet. You know, he had the pelvis injury this year. That's a big, tall, skinny dude, you know? Is he going to have the durability? It's yet another reason. Do Nikola Jokic appreciation moment here on the show. Step back for a moment and recognize his durability is insane.
And when it comes to MVP voting, I don't feel like that gets looked at enough. I mean, we talked about it last week. You had the point where Joel Embiid broke his body to win the MVP, and he's not been a normal basketball player since. Jokic has won 3 of these as a big man.
Yeah.
Carrying just as much weight up and down the floor, and just continues to perform.
Yep.
When will that be appreciated? If it'll ever be appreciated.
Well, he has won 3 MVP awards.
No, I get it, but I still feel like the debate that this guy is, if anybody else is the dude in the game, there's no debate. It's him.
It's him.
He is him.
He is he.
He
is the dude.
How are you feeling about tonight?
They're going to kill those dudes. They're going to kill the Hornets tonight. I have no concerns. Nuggets by 30.
Yeah, there we go. There it was, right at the end. The by 30. Hey, Spring, what did you say the spread on this thing was tonight?
17 and
17.
Mm-hmm. Largest spread NBA history, Andy.
What scares you?
March 27th of 2016, Philly at Golden State. This was 73-win Warriors, right?
Versus the process.
Yeah. They were 21.5-point favorites.
They cover?
They only won by 12. Philly got the cover that night.
Don't you hate this coming out of the All-Star break, though? Little rust.
Doesn't this feel like a good warm-up, though?
No, it does.
Isn't this better than coming out of the All-Star break and having to play Cleveland? This is you get to kind of ease into it.
Let me get the dumb piece of ice I didn't expect to get out of my water bottle.
Like an old man.
Here's what I'm trying to add.
Here's
what I'm trying to say.
A warm bath.
As far as betting the game, doesn't this make you nervous?
Yeah.
There may be an extra, coconut drink left in the system or whatever from the vacation some of these dudes got to take. I'm not going to be surprised if we get a little bit of a malaise in the first quarter.
Westbrook's back tonight. It's go time. This is a championship winning outfit.
But even the Nuggets at their best play with their food for a half sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes
How
they
are you
do.
going to split this viewing tonight? We got the Four Nations
I know.
game. We got this on.
I know. No, I'm going to it's something's going to probably I still got the Altitude Plus app. So I'll have the Nuggets game on the laptop, and then I'll have the hockey game on the TV. Yeah. I'll be doing obviously we leave right at 6, so I'll be on AM 950. Sorry, Spring. I'm gonna skip the blitz to listen to hockey tonight. But to listen to USA Canada on the drive. And then, Canada gets hockey gets TV tonight. Basketball gets the computer, which you guys know me, never happens. Basketball, usually I'm multi-screen basketball, but tonight I'm actually going to watch hockey.
Are you living the Comcast dream where you're allowed to, can you flip between the two if you need to?
Oh, yeah.
Look
baby.
at you.
Yeah.
Fancy fella.
Look at me.
Wait a minute. Is it tonight? We've been hearing Nate's own. It's not on Altitude tonight. It's on Channel 20, isn't it? Your promo's been running.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, look who else is fancy.
I'll be flipping. I'm a fancy guy.
What does the goal differential have to be for you to go Nuggets on the TV? 2-0? 2-goal lead for somebody? You switching off
It's
that
the most
thing?
dangerous lead in hockey, Andy. Come on, you don't turn away from a 2-goal lead.
Look, if there's a 2-goal lead, don't you worry about shenanigans? Where do you start worrying about shenanigans? 3-goal lead? Has this been bitter enough?
I
where
think
like one team runs away with it, we just get fights.
See, but here's the other
Or do
thing:
they
is
just
like if you're
play it
down,
out?
if you're down 3, you just have to use the reminder of, hey, do you remember what happened at the end of that Canada-Finland game and how stupid that all got? Hey, you play to the end. You're playing for the nation tonight, or the 51st state, whatever you want to call it. Wow.
You're playing for Captain Canada versus Captain America.
Yes. So there you go. I'm going to admit it. I want Canada to win. I do. I want Nathan McKinnon and Cale McCarr and Devon Taves. I want them to win. I have no connection to any of these American players. I think the Kachucks are turds anytime the Avalanche play their teams. I want Canada to win because Canada has the hockey players that I like.
McCarr. What if, though?
What if I
told you this loss tonight in the Four Nations sparks a cup run like none other?
Oh, like an angry McKinnon and McCarr come back and say, we will get our...
We will not lose to you in the playoffs again, Connor Hellebuck. No, we won't. You screwed us in the most important moment, Jordan. Although the Blues aren't going to be in the playoffs.
I do vastly want the Avalanche to win a cup way more than I want Canada to win the Four Nations. So if you could guarantee me that, then sign me up. Yes. This is where my tepid Canada support gets tested, and you'll find out it's not that.
You know,
strong.
they pull on those gorgeous dark blue jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. is flying on the chest.
Yeah.
Lee Greenwood's playing in the back of your head. I think of a great 4th of July barbecue, and I can't do it. I can't root for Tim Hortons in their big maple leaf.
You can't? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, the first time I watched number 29 collect the puck at mid-ice and just start charging, that's when I go all in on...
If there's no fights to turn on the meathead,
Uh-huh.
that doesn't happen to you anyway. See, if there's no fights, then I might go ahead and...
Okay.
I'll
You're telling me that you can look at sweet cherub face best person in the world, Cale McCarr, and be like, I want you to lose tonight.
Well, that was
Best
just a
person
thing.
in the world, Cale McCarr.
I didn't have to worry about that game one. He didn't play.
That's true. You can look at that sweet face and say, I want you to feel sadness.
Look, man.
Hell no. Hell no.
Guy's got a Norris
Hell
trophy.
no.
Guy's got a Conn Smythe.
Uh-huh.
Guy's got a cup.
Uh-huh.
Guy's got a fat contract.
Yeah, but nothing matches winning for your country, Andy. Nothing.
Well, maybe you know what? Hey, you learn more from a loss than you do a win, boys.
Go get him. Oh, Canada. That's right. Nathan McKinnon, Cale McCarr, Devon Taves, till I die. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
This is the best person in the world, Cale Makar, and you're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl.
I can't talk over the baseline. Oh, Canada. Cale Makar. And Team Canada. He's the best person in the world. You heard him right there, Andy. Even he knows it.
Here's the deal. All I want is back on parade.
Uh-huh.
I need some new drunk wedding quotes.
Yes.
Where everything's funny and everything's awesome.
Yeah.
That's right, Spring. Eric Johnson,
Canadian.
the captain of the parade.
Mm-hmm.
No, Eric Johnson was American.
Oh, you're right.
Wasn't he? He's
You're
Mr.
right.
Minnesota.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Denver.
They all look the same, don't they?
Denver. Gabe shirtless halfway through the festivities. That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I want Nikola Jokic, and we'll bring back Eric Johnson just for fun.
Yeah.
I want them to outdo each other. I want both.
Get everybody back on parade.
I want Tearful Bednar and Jack to the Hilt Malone dueling coach speeches.
Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
Win some titles, okay? Please, for the love of God.
I want back on parade.
Get us back on parade.
Should we make that a theme, you and I?
Andy, who's your pick to click tonight? USA, Canada. Obviously, you got to take one of your Americans. Who you got?
Boy, you're not kidding. Getzel. Jake Getzel.
Going Getzel style?
He's gonna light the lamp.
Okay.
I barely remember who's on the U.S. team, and I'm not sure either.
Has Austin Matthews scored in this tournament?
I don't think he has.
Has anybody on Team USA besides the Kachucks and Hellebuck done anything?
Well, remember, I was watching that Finland game, or no, the Sweden game where
Dylan
they got
Larkin
the one
scored.
goal. Yeah.
You want to root for the captain of the Red Wings?
No,
Cool,
I do
guys.
not.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
No, that's awesome. Uh-huh.
You shut your face. What if it's a tie?
You got Jacob Slavin fever?
How much of this game do you play to break the tie?
Well, they would still just do like the 10-minute overtime, right?
Yeah, but it's not a cup game, and we got real business to get back to. How much of a damn overtime are we playing?
Get to the real stuff, okay?
I don't need one of these end at 4 a.m., someone finally scores a goal kind of deal. What if it's 1-0 tonight?
That'd be great.
Would it?
Yeah.
For the game of hockey,
Sphincter tightening hockey
No,
game?
I get it, but you talked about it. For the general, I don't watch a lot of this fan. They ain't tuning in for 1-0.
As long as there's fights, those people will enjoy the 1-0. Yeah, they'll be just fine. And again, like if you're only watching it because you decided in the last month that you hate Canada, guess what? You're not watching hockey this weekend anyway. You're going to go right back to cable news. So that is not a sustainable model for building a sport.
That's why I'm asking. I asked you earlier in the show.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the best outcome for the game of hockey? I think it would be a 3-2 game or something like that.
Yeah.
I think some offense on display.
Overtime.
I don't think a goalie showdown would be great.
Overtime with a golden goal. Yeah. A memorable golden goal to finish it all off.
Is there a parade for...
Preferably scored by Nathan McKinnon. Well, no, they all have a game on Saturday.
That's what I'm saying.
They don't have time.
How can this be so important? There's no parade.
See, Robo-Umps made their debut today.
Who?
Robo-Umps.
Oh, they did. That's right, in spring training. How'd it go?
There was a challenge in the Cubs-Dodgers game. Called a ball. They did the challenge on it. It was Max Muncy was hitting, and it was the Cubs pitchers ruled a ball. They took one quick look at it. We got the graphic up on the screen. Our buddy Tim Neverett was calling the game for spring training, and one quick look at it, boom, they flipped it. 2-0 went to a 1-1 count. It was called a strike. Cubs were right.
And it was quick.
So what they figured out in the minor leagues was it adds 17 seconds to total game time per challenge. 17 seconds to total game time per challenge. I love it. I'm glad the robo-umps are finally here. You get two, by the way, the way it works is you get 2 wrong challenges per game.
Okay.
If you're right, they just
if you're umping better than the umps,
right,
you keep getting chances.
They just stay infinite. Like if you're right, you don't lose, but if you're wrong, you'll lose your 2 and then you can't challenge anymore. But it can only be challenged by the pitcher, the catcher, and the hitter. So just one of them just has to just do like a tap their head or whatever the move is, and they take a quick look at it. Robo-ump tells you. They look at the system. Boom, it was a strike or it was a ball. You were wrong, you were right, and they move on.
You like to tap the head.
It's a good move. We need a ruling on something with Andy Lindahl. I can't believe we haven't done this yet.
Please.
So it's Girl Scout cookie season.
Yeah.
And one of our coworkers,
yep,
in support of one of our other coworkers,
yes,
purchased a large quantity of Girl Scout cookies.
Yes.
And left them in the office for everybody that works here to then share and partake. Andy, you went into that cache of cookies. How many did you take?
Well, we did cover this a week ago.
No, we haven't actually discussed this on the air.
Really?
Yeah, we never got to this. We did